Preface I. Saint-Michel de la Mer del Perel. 2. La Chanson de Roland. 3. The Merville. 4. Normandy and the Isle de France. V. Towers and Portals. 6. The Virgin of Chartres. 7. Roses and Apses. 8. The 12th century glass. 9. The legendary windows. X. The Court of the Queen of Heaven. 11. The Three Queens. 12. Nicolette and Marion. 13. Les Miracles de Notre Dame. 14. Abelard. 15. The Mystics. 16. St. Thomas Aquinas. Preface. December, 1904. Some old Elizabethan play or poem contains the lines, "Who reads me, when I am ashes, is my son in wishes." The relationship, between reader and writer, of son and father, may have existed in Queen Elizabeth's time, but is much too close to be true for ours. The utmost that any writer could hope of his readers now is that they should consent to regard themselves as nephews, and even then he would expect only a more or less civil refusal from most of them. Indeed, if he had reached a certain age, he would have observed that nephews, as a social class, no longer read at all, and that there is only one familiar instance recorded of a nephew who read his uncle. The exception tends rather to support the rule, since it needed a Macaulay to produce, and 2 volumes to record it. Finally, the meter does not permit it. One may not say, "Who reads me, when I am ashes, is my nephew in wishes." The same objections do not apply to the word niece. The change restores the verse, and to a very great degree the fact. Nieces have been known to read in early youth, and in some cases may have read their uncles. The relationship, too, is convenient and easy, capable of being anything or nothing, at the will of either party, like a Mohammedan or Polynesian or American marriage. No valid objection can be offered to this choice in the verse. Niece let it be. The following lines, then, are written for nieces, or for those who are willing, for those, to be nieces in wish. For convenience of travel in France, where hotels, and out-of-the-way places, are sometimes wanting in space as well as luxury, the nieces shall count as one only. As many more may come as like, but one niece is enough for the uncle to talk to, and one niece is much more likely than 2 to listen. One niece is also more likely than 2 to carry a kodak and take interest in it, since she has nothing else, except her uncle, to interest her, and instances occur when she takes interest neither in the uncle nor in the journey. One cannot assume, even in a niece, too emotional in nature, but one may assume a kodak. The party, then, with such variations of detail as may suit its tastes, has sailed from New York, let us say, early in June for an entire summer in France. One pleasant June morning it has landed at Cherbourg or Havre and takes the train across Normandy to Pont-Orson, where, with the evening light, the tourists drive along the chaussée, over the sands or through the tide, till they stop at Madame Pillard's famous hotel within the gate of the Mount. The uncle talks. Chapter 1. Saint-Michel de la Mer del Perel. The archangel loved heights. Standing on the summit of the tower that crowned his church, wings upspread, sword uplifted, the devil crawling beneath, and the cock, symbol of eternal vigilance, perched on his mailed foot, Saint Michael held a place of his own in heaven and on earth which seems, in the 11th century, to leave hardly room for the Virgin of the Crypt at Chartres, still less for the Beau Christ of the 13th century at Amiens. The archangel stands for church and state, and both militant. He is the conqueror of Satan, the mightiest of all created spirits, the nearest to God. His place was where the danger was greatest, therefore you find him here. For the same reason he was, while the pagan danger lasted, the patron saint of France. So the Normans, when they were converted to Christianity, put themselves under his powerful protection. So he stood for centuries on his mount in peril of the sea, watching across the tremor of the immense ocean, immensi tremor oceani, as Louis XI, inspired for once to poetry, inscribed on the collar of the Order of St. Michael which he created. So soldiers, nobles, and monarchs went on pilgrimage to his shrine, so the common people followed, and still follow, like ourselves. The church stands high on the summit of this granite rock, and on its west front is the platform, to which the tourist ought first to climb. From the edge of this platform, the eye plunges down, 235 feet, to the wide sands or the wider ocean, as the tides recede or advance, under an infinite sky, over a restless sea, which even we tourists can understand and feel without books or guides. But when we turn from the western view, and look at the church door, 30 or 40 yards from the parapet where we stand, one needs to be 8 centuries old to know what this mass of encrusted architecture meant to its builders, and even then one must still learn to feel it. The man who wanders into the 12th century is lost, unless he can grow prematurely young. One can do it, as one can play with children. Wordsworth, whose practical sense equaled his intuitive genius, carefully limited us to a season of calm weather, which is certainly best, but granting a fair frame of mind, one can still have sight of that immortal sea, which brought us hither from the 12th century. One can even travel thither and see the children sporting on the shore. Our sense is partially atrophied from disuse, but it is still alive, at least in old people, who alone, as a class, have the time to be young. One needs only to be old enough in order to be as young as one will. From the top of this abbey church one looks across the bay to Avranches, and towards Coutances and the Cotentin, the Constantinus Pagus, whose shore, facing us, recalls the coast of New England. The relation between the granite of one coast and that of the other may be fanciful, but the relation between the people who live on each is as hard and practical a fact as the granite itself. When one enters the church, one notes, first the 4 great triumphal piers or columns, at the intersection of the nave and transepts, and on looking into M. Corrier's architectural study, which is the chief source of all one's acquaintance with the Mount, one learns that these piers were constructed in 1058. 4 out of 5 American tourists will instantly recall the only date of medieval history they ever knew, the date of the Norman conquest. 8 years after these piers were built, in 1066, Duke William of Normandy raised an army of 40,000 men in these parts, and in northern France, whom he took to England, where they mostly stayed. For 150 years, until 1204, Normandy and England were united. The Norman peasant went freely to England with his lord, spiritual or temporal. The Norman woman, a very capable person, followed her husband or her parents. Normans held nearly all the English fiefs, filled the English church, crowded the English court, created the English law. And we know that French was still currently spoken in England as late as 1400, or thereabouts. After the Scole of Stratford at Bow, the aristocratic Norman names still survive in part, and if we look up their origin here we shall generally find them in villages so remote and insignificant that their place can hardly be found on any ordinary map. But the common people had no surnames, and cannot be traced, although for every noble whose name or blood survived in England or in Normandy, we must reckon hundreds of peasants. Since the generation which followed William to England in 1066, we can reckon 28 or 30 from father to son, and if you care to figure up the sum, you will find that you had about 250 million arithmetical ancestors living in the middle of the 11th century. The whole population of England and northern France may then have numbered 5 million, but if it were 50 it would not much affect the certainty that, if you have any English blood at all, you have also Norman. If we could go back and live again in all our 250 million arithmetical ancestors of the 11th century, we should find ourselves doing many surprising things, but among the rest we should pretty certainly be ploughing most of the fields of the Cotentin and Calvados, going to Mass in every parish church in Normandy, rendering military service to every lord, spiritual or temporal, in all this region, and helping to build the abbey church at Mont-Saint-Michel. From the roof of the Cathedral of Coutances over yonder, one may look away over the hills and woods, the farms and fields of Normandy, and so familiar, so home-like are they, one can almost take oath that in this, or the other, or in all, one knew life once and has never so fully known it since. Never so fully known it since. For we of the 11th century, hard-headed, close-fisted, grasping, shrewd, as we were, and as Normans are still said to be, stood more fully in the center of the world's movement than our English descendants ever did. We were a part, and a great part, of the Church of France and of Europe. The Leos and Gregories of the 10th and 11th centuries leaned on us in their great struggle for reform. Our Duke Richard Sanspere, in 966, turned the old canons out of the Mount in order to bring here the highest influence of the time, the Benedictine monks of Monte Cassino. Richard II, grandfather of William the Conqueror, began this abbey church in 1020, and helped Abbot Hildebert to build it. When William the Conqueror in 1066 set out to conquer England, Pope Alexander II stood behind him and blessed his banner. From that moment our Norman dukes cast the kings of France into the shade. Our activity was not limited to northern Europe, or even confined by Anjou and Gascony. When we stop at Coutances, we will drive out to Hogueville to see where Tancred came from, whose sons Robert and Roger were conquering Naples and Sicily at the time when the Abbey Church was building on the Mount. Normans were everywhere in 1066, and everywhere in the lead of their age. We were a serious race. If you want other proof of it, besides our record in war and in politics, you have only to look at our art. Religious art is the measure of human depth and sincerity. Any triviality, any weakness, cries aloud. If this church on the Mount is not proof enough of Norman character, we will stop at Coutances for a wider view. Then we will go to Caen and Bayeux. From there, it would almost be worth our while to leap at once to Palermo. It was in the year 1131 or thereabouts that Roger began the cathedral at Cefalù and the chapel royal at Palermo. It was about the year 1174 that his grandson William began the cathedral of Monreale. No art, either Greek or Byzantine, Italian or Arab, has ever created two religious types so beautiful, so serious, so impressive, and yet so different, as Mont-Saint-Michel watching over its northern ocean, and Monreale, looking down over its forests of orange and lemon, on Palermo and the Sicilian seas. Down nearly to the end of the 12th century the Norman was fairly master of the world in architecture as in arms, although the 13th century belonged to France, and we must look for its glories on the Seine and Marne and Loire. But for the present we are in the 11th century, tenants of the Duke, or of the Church, or of small feudal lords who take their names from the neighborhood, Beaumont, Carteret, Grieville, Percy, Pierpont, who, at the Duke's bidding, will each call out his tenants, perhaps 10 men-at-arms with their attendants, to fight in Brittany, or in the Vexin toward Paris, or on the great campaign for the conquest of England which is to come within 10 years, the greatest military effort that has been made in Western Europe since Charlemagne and Roland were defeated at Roncesvalles 300 years ago. For the moment, we are helping to quarry granite for the Abbey Church, and to haul it to the Mount, or load it on our boat. We never fail to make our annual pilgrimage to the Mount on the Archangel's Day, October 16th. We expect to be called out for a new campaign which Duke William threatens against Brittany, and we hear stories that Harold the Saxon, the powerful Earl of Wessex in England, is a guest, or, as some say, a prisoner or a hostage, at the Duke's court, and will go with us on the campaign. The year is 1058. All this time we have been standing on the Parvis, looking out over the sea and sands which are as good 11th century landscape as they ever were, or turning at times towards the church door which is the Pons Seclorum, the bridge of ages, between us and our ancestors. Now that we have made an attempt, such as it is, to get our minds into a condition to cross the bridge without breaking down in the effort, we enter the church and stand face to face with 11th century architecture, a ground plan which dates from 1020, a central tower, or its piers, dating from 1058, and a church completed in 1135. France can offer few buildings of this importance equally old, with dates so exact. Perhaps the closest parallel to Mont-Saint-Michel is Saint-Benoît-sur-Loire, above Orleans, which seems to have been a shrine almost as popular as the Mount, at the same time. Chartres was also a famous shrine, but of the Virgin, and the west porch of Chartres, which is to be our peculiar pilgrimage, was 100 years later than the ground plan of Mont-Saint-Michel, although Chartres porch is the usual starting point of northern French art. Queen Mathilde's Abbaye aux Dames, now the Church of the Trinity, at Caen, dates from 1066. Saint Cernin at Toulouse, the porch of the Abbey Church at Moissac, Notre Dame du Port at Clermont, the Abbey Church at Vézelay, are all said to be 12th century. Even San Marco at Venice was new in 1020. Yet in 1020 Norman art was already too ambitious. Certainly 900 years leave their traces on granite as well as on other material, but the granite of Abbot Hildebert would have stood securely enough, if the abbot had not asked too much from it. Perhaps he asked too much from the archangel, for the thought of the archangel's superiority was clearly the inspiration of his plan. The apex of the granite rock rose like a sugar loaf 240 feet, 73.6 meters, above mean sea level. Instead of cutting the summit away to give his church a secure rock foundation, which would have sacrificed about 30 feet of height, the abbot took the apex of the rock for his level, and on all sides built out foundations of masonry to support the walls of his church. The apex of the rock is the floor of the croisée, the intersection of nave and transept. On this solid foundation the abbot rested the chief weight of the church, which was the central tower, supported by the 4 great piers which still stand. But from the croisée in the center westward to the parapet of the platform, the abbot filled the whole space with masonry, and his successors built out still farther, until some 200 feet of stonework ends now in a perpendicular wall of 80 feet or more. In this space are several ranges of chambers, but the structure might perhaps have proved strong enough to support the light Romanesque front which was usual in the 11th century, had not fashions in architecture changed in the great epoch of building, 150 years later, when Abbot Robert de Torigny thought proper to reconstruct the west front, and build out 2 towers on its flanks. The towers were no doubt beautiful, if one may judge from the towers of Bayeux and Coutances, but their weight broke down the vaulting beneath, and one of them fell in 1300. In 1618 the whole façade began to give way, and in 1776 not only the façade but also 3 of the 7 spans of the nave were pulled down. Of Abbot Hildebert's nave, only 4 arches remain. Still, the overmastering strength of the 11th century is stamped on a great scale here, not only in the 4 spans of the nave, and in the transepts, but chiefly in the triumphal columns of the croisée. No one is likely to forget what Norman architecture was, who takes the trouble to pass once through this fragment of its earliest bloom. The dimensions are not great, though greater than safe construction warranted. Abbot Hildebert's whole church did not exceed 230 feet in length in the interior, and the span of the triumphal arch was only about 23 feet, if the books can be trusted. The nave of the Abbaye aux Extremes appears to have about the same width, and probably either of them was meant to be vaulted. The roof was of timber, and about 63 feet high at its apex. Compared with the great churches of the 13th century, this building is modest, but its size is not what matters to us. Its style is the starting point of all our future travels. Here is your first 11th century church. How does it affect you? Serious and simple to excess, is it not? Young people rarely enjoy it. They prefer the Gothic, even as you see it here, looking at us from the choir, through the great Norman arch. No doubt they are right, since they are young. But men and women who have lived long and are tired, who want rest, who have done with aspirations and ambition, whose life has been a broken arch, feel this repose and self-restraint as they feel nothing else. The quiet strength of these curved lines, the solid support of these heavy columns, the moderate proportions, even the modified lights, the absence of display, of effort, of self-consciousness, satisfy them as no other art does. They come back to it to rest, after a long circle of pilgrimage, the cradle of rest from which their ancestors started. Even here they find the repose none too deep. Indeed, when you look longer at it, you begin to doubt whether there is any repose in it at all, whether it is not the most unreposeful thought ever put into architectural form. Perched on the extreme point of this abrupt rock, the church militant with its aspirant archangel stands high above the world, and seems to threaten heaven itself. The idea is the stronger and more restless because the church of St. Michael is surrounded and protected by the world and the society over which it rises, as Duke William rested on his barons and their men. Neither the saint nor the duke was troubled by doubts about his mission. Church and state, soul and body, God and man, are all one at Mont-Saint-Michel, and the business of all is to fight, each in his own way, or to stand guard for each other. Neither church nor state is intellectual, or learned, or even strict in dogma. Here we do not feel the Trinity at all, the Virgin but little, Christ hardly more. We feel only the Archangel and the unity of God. We have little logic here, and simple faith, but we have energy. We cannot do many things which are done in the center of civilization, at Byzantium, but we can fight, and we can build a church. No doubt we think first of the church, and next of our temporal lord. Only in the last instance do we think of our private affairs, and our private affairs sometimes suffer for it. But we reckon the affairs of church and state to be ours, too, and we carry this idea very far. Our church on the mount is ambitious, restless, striving for effect. Our conquest of England, with which the Duke is infatuated, is more ambitious still. But all this is a trifle to the outburst which is coming in the next generation, and St. Michael on his mount expresses it all. Taking architecture as an expression of energy, we can some day compare Mont-Saint-Michel with Beauvais, and draw from the comparison whatever moral suits our frame of mind. But you should first note that here, in the 11th century, the church, however simple-minded or unschooled, was not cheap. Its self-respect is worth noticing, because it was short-lived in its art. Mont-Saint-Michel, throughout, even up to the delicate and intricate stonework of its cloisters, is built of granite. The crypts and substructures are as well constructed as the surfaces most exposed to view. When we get to Chartres, which is largely a 12th century work, you will see that the cathedral there, too, is superbly built, of the hardest and heaviest stone within reach, which has nowhere settled or given way, while, beneath, you will find a crypt that rivals the church above. The 13th century did not build so. The great cathedrals after 1200 show economy, and sometimes worse. The world grew cheap, as worlds must. You may like it all the better for being less serious, less heroic, less militant, and more what the French call bourgeois, just as you may like the style of Louis XV better than that of Louis XIV, Madame du Barry better than Madame de Montespan, for taste is free, and all styles are good which amuse. But since we are now beginning with the earliest, in order to step down gracefully to the stage, whatever it is, where you prefer to stop, we must try to understand a little of the kind of energy which Norman art expressed, or would have expressed if it had thought in our modes. The only word which describes the Norman style is the French word naïf. Littré says that naïf comes from native, as vulgar comes from vulgus, as though native traits must be simple, and commonness must be vulgar. Both these derivative meanings were strange to the 11th century. Naivete was simply natural and vulgarity was merely coarse. Norman naivete was not different in kind from the naivete of Burgundy or Gascony or Lombardy, but it was slightly different in expression, as you will see when you travel south. Here at Mont-Saint-Michel we have only a mutilated trunk of an 11th century church to judge by. We have not even a façade, and shall have to stop at some Norman village, at Théon or Ouistreham, to find a west front which might suit the abbey here, but wherever we find it we shall find something a little more serious, more military, and more practical than you will meet in other Romanesque work, farther south. So, too, the central tower or lantern, the most striking feature of Norman churches, has fallen here at Mont-Saint-Michel, and we shall have to replace it from Cerisy-la-Forêt, and Lessay, and Falaise. We shall find much to say about the value of the lantern on a Norman church, and the singular power it expresses. We shall have still more to say of the towers which flank the west front of Norman churches, but these are mostly 12th century, and will lead us far beyond Coutances and Bayeux, from flesh to flesh, till we come to the flesh of all fleshes, at Chartres. We shall have a whole chapter of study, too, over the 11th century apse, but here at Mont-Saint-Michel, Abbot Hildebert's choir went the way of his nave and tower. He built out even more boldly to the east and to the west, and although the choir stood for some 400 years, which is a sufficient life for most architecture, the foundations gave way at last, and it fell in 1421, in the midst of the English wars, and remained a ruin until 1450. Then it was rebuilt, a monument of the last days of the Gothic, so that now, standing at the western door, you can look down the church, and see the two limits of medieval architecture married together, the earliest Norman and the latest French. Through the Romanesque arches of 1058, you look into the exuberant choir of latest Gothic, finished in 1521. Although the two structures are some 500 years apart, they live pleasantly together. The Gothic died gracefully in France. The choir is charming, far more charming than the nave, as the beautiful woman is more charming than the elderly man. one need not quarrel about styles of beauty, as long as the man and woman are evidently satisfied and love and admire each other still, with all the solidity of faith to hold them up. But, at least, one cannot help seeing, as one looks from the older to the younger style, that whatever the woman's 16th century charm may be, it is not the man's 11th century trait of naivete, far from it. The simple, serious, silent dignity and energy of the 11th century have gone. Something more complicated stands in their place, graceful, self-conscious, rhetorical, and beautiful as perfect rhetoric, with its clearness, light, and line, and the wealth of tracery that verges on the florid. The crypt of the same period, beneath, is almost finer still, and even in seriousness stands up boldly by the side of the Romanesque. But we have no time to run off into the 16th century. We have still to learn the alphabet of art in France. One must live deep into the 11th century in order to understand the 12th, and even after passing years in the 12th, we shall find the 13th in many ways a world of its own, with a beauty not always inherited, and sometimes not bequeathed. At the Mount we can go no farther into the 11th as far as concerns architecture. We shall have to follow the Romanesque to Caen and so up the Seine to the Isle de France, and across to the Loire and the Rhône, far to the south where its home lay. All the other 11th century work has been destroyed here or built over, except at one point, on the level of the splendid crypt we just turned from, called the Gros Piliers, beneath the choir. There, according to M. Courier, in a corner between great constructions of the 12th century and the vast Mervel of the 13th, the old refectory of the 11th was left as a passage from one group of buildings to the other. Below it is the kitchen of Hildebert. Above, on the level of the church, was the dormitory. These 11th century abbatial buildings face north and west, and are close to the present Parvis, opposite the last arch of the nave. The lower levels of Hildebert's plan served as supports or buttresses to the church above, and must therefore be older than the nave, probably older than the triumphal piers of 1058. Hildebert planned them in 1020, and died after carrying his plans out so far that they could be completed by Abbot Ralph de Beaumont, who was especially selected by Duke William in 1048. More for his high birth than for his merits, Ralph de Beaumont died in 1060, and was succeeded by Abbot Ranulph, an especial favorite of Duchess Matilda, and held in high esteem by Duke William. The list of names shows how much social importance was attributed to the place. The abbot's duties included that of entertainment on a great scale. The Mount was one of the most famous shrines of northern Europe. We are free to take for granted that all the great people of Normandy slept at the Mount, and, supposing M. Courier to be right, that they dined in this room, between 1050, when the building must have been in use, down to 1122 when the new abbatial quarters were built. How far the monastic rules restricted social habits is a matter for antiquaries to settle if they can, and how far those rules were observed in the case of great secular princes. But the 11th century was not very strict, and the rule of the Benedictines was always mild, until the Cistercians and St. Bernard stiffened its discipline toward 1120. Even then the Church showed strong leanings toward secular poetry and popular tastes. The drama belonged to it almost exclusively, and the mysteries and miracle plays which were acted under its patronage often contained nothing of religion except the miracle. The greatest poem of the 11th century was the Chanson de Roland, and of that the Church took a sort of possession. At Chartres we shall find Charlemagne and Roland dear to the Virgin, and at about the same time, as far away as at Assisi in the Perugian country, St. Francis himself, the nearest approach the Western world ever made to an Oriental incarnation of the divine essence, loved the French Romans, and typified himself in the Chanson de Roland. With Mont-Saint-Michel, the Chanson de Roland is almost one. The chanson is in poetry what the Mount is in architecture. Without the chanson, one cannot approach the feeling which the 11th century built into the Archangel's Church. Probably there was never a day, certainly never a week, during several centuries, when portions of the chanson were not sung, or recited, at the Mount, and if there was one room where it was most at home, this one, supposing it to be the old refectory, claims to be the place. Chapter 2 La Chanson de Roland. Mols pellerins quevunt almunt inquirent molt e grant drite and comment eligles fut fundi premierment et estery. Silke lor diant de l'histoire que sil demandent and memoire ne elant pas bien ains vont valent en plusus luz e mesprenant. Pour faire la appartement entendre celles que eschen enant de clerzi la tourne de latin tot et ordini pars virs romius novelment molt en sigriite pour son convent uns juvencils moyen est del monteus en son reign part 51 dunt. Guillaume non de Saint-Pierre s'envait escrit en cest care. L. Tens Robert de Terigny fut sil romans fate e trove. Most pilgrims who come to the Mount inquire much and are quite right, how the church was founded at first, and established. Those who tell them the story that they ask, in memory have it not well, but fall in error in many places, and misapprehension. In order to make it clearly intelligible to those who have no knowledge of letters, it has been turned from the Latin, and wholly rendered in Romanesque verses, newly, much in secret, for his convent by a youth, a monk he is of the Mount. God and his kingdom grant him part. William is his name, of Saint-Pierre as is seen written in this book. In the time of Robert of Torigny was this Roman made and invented. These verses begin the Roman du Mont-Saint-Michel, and if the spelling is corrected, they still read almost as easily as Voltaire, more easily than Verlaine, and much like a nursery rhyme. But as tourists cannot stop to clear their path, or smooth away the pebbles, they must be lifted over the rough spots, even when roughness is beauty. Translation is an evil, chiefly because every one who cares for medieval architecture cares for medieval French, and ought to care still more for medieval English. The language of this, Roman, was the literary language of England. William of Saint-Pierre was a subject of Henry II, King of England and Normandy. His verses, like those of Richard Coeur de Lion, are monuments of English literature. To this day their ballad measure is better suited to English than to French. Even the words and idioms are more English than French. Any one who attacks them boldly will find that the vers Romeus run along like a ballad, singing their own meaning, and troubling themselves very little whether the meaning is exact or not. One's translation is sure to be full of gross blunders, but the supreme blunder is that of translating at all when one is trying to catch not a fact but a feeling. If translate one must, we had best begin by trying to be literal, under protest that it matters not a straw whether we succeed. 12th century art was not precise, still less precious, like Moliere's famous 17th century prudes. The verses of the young monk, William, who came from the little Norman village of Saint-Pierre, near Granville, within sight of the Mount, were verses not meant to be brilliant. Simple human beings like rhyme better than prose, though both may say the same thing, as they like a curved line better than a straight one, or a blue better than a gray. But apart from the sensual appetite, they chose rhyme in creating their literature for the practical reason that they remembered it better than prose. Men had to carry their libraries in their heads. These lines of William, beginning his story, are valuable because for once they give a name and a date. Abbot Robert of Torigny ruled at the Mount from 1154 to 1186. We have got to travel again and again between Mont-Saint-Michel and Chartres during these years, but for the moment we must hurry to get back to William the Conqueror and the Chanson de Roland. William of Saint-Pierre comes in here, out of place, only on account of a pretty description he gave of the annual pilgrimage to the Mount, which is commonly taken to be more or less like what he saw every year on the Archangel's Day, and what had existed ever since the Normans became Christian in 912. Les jours clairs et sans grand vent. Les machines et les valets chascans diels dist vers au sonnes. Nice les villart revent chantant. De lis funtuit semblant. Que plus any sate si chante tri dexiussi. Sil juglier la uil ventuit lor vils traits sunt lais et sonnes vent vilant. Li tens es biels la joie es grant. Sil pale free sil destrier sil ronson sil samir que eraunt par le chemin que menuint sil pellerin de tots pars hennissant vent pour la grande joie que ilunt. Nis par les bois intuit li oislet grand et petit. Li beef les vaches vent muint par les forêts y repassant. Corps y boines y frestiles y flutes y calmils sonant si que les montagnes en retintuant et les plains. Que estate don't les plaisir de forêts et de la rise. En celles par tel sonais comme sic faussaires écoles. Entre le monde el bois facile travailler un trace tendureuse un fait par les chemins. Plenty out de divers vins paini pastes fruit et poissons oisels oblis venizons de tots pars evade vendre says en out que ad que tendre. The day was clear, without much wind. The maidens and the varlets each of them said verse or song, even the old people go singing. All have a look of joy. Who knows no more sings hurrah, or God help, or up and on. The minstrels there where they go have all brought their viols, lays and songs playing as they go. The weather is fine, the joy is great, the palfreys and the chargers, and the hackneys and the pack horses which wander along the road that the pilgrims follow, on all sides neighing go, for the great joy they feel. Even in the woods sing all the little birds, big and small. The oxen and the cows go lowing through the forests, as they feed. Horns and trumpets and shepherds' pipes and flutes and pipes of reed sound so that the mountains echo to them, and the plains. How was it then with the glades and with the forests and the pastures? In these there was such sound as though it were a stag at bay. About the mount, in the leafy wood, the workmen have tents set up, streets have made along the roads. Plenty there was of divers wines, bread and pasties, fruit and fish, birds, cakes, venison, everywhere there was for sale. Enough he had who has the means to pay. If you are not satisfied with this translation, any scholar of French will easily help to make a better, for we are not studying grammar or archaeology, and would rather be inaccurate in such matters than not, if, at that price, a freer feeling of the art could be caught. Better still, you can turn to Chaucer, who wrote his Canterbury Pilgrimage 200 years afterwards. When that April with his showers sowed the drought of March hath pursed to the road, then long gen folk to gone on pilgrimages and palmers for to seek in strange strands, and especially, from every shire's endy of England, to Canterbury they wendy the holy blissful martyr for to seek, that hem hath hope in one that they were seek. The passion for pilgrimages was universal among our ancestors as far back as we can trace them. For at least 1,000 years it was their chief delight, and is not yet extinct. To feel the art of Mont-Saint-Michel and Chartres we have got to become pilgrims again, but just now, the point of most interest is not the pilgrim so much as the minstrel who sang to amuse him, the juggler or jongler, who was at home in every abbey, castle or cottage, as well as at every shrine. The juggler became a jongler and degenerated into the street juggler. The minstrel, or menestrier, became very early a word of abuse, equivalent to blackguard, and from the beginning the profession seems to have been socially decried, like that of a music hall singer or dancer in later times. But in the 11th century, or perhaps earlier still, the jongler seems to have been a poet, and to have composed the songs he sang. The immense mass of poetry known as the chansons de geste seems to have been composed as well as sung by the unnamed Homers of France, and of all spots in the many provinces where the French language in its many dialects prevailed, Mont-Saint-Michel should have been the favorite with the jongler, not only because the swarms of pilgrims assured him food and an occasional small piece of silver, but also because Saint Michael was the saint militant of all the warriors whose exploits in war were the subject of the chansons de geste. William of St. Père was a priest-poet. He was not a minstrel, and his Roman was not a chanson. It was made to read, not to recite, but the chanson de Roland was a different affair. So it was, too, with William's contemporaries and rivals or predecessors, the monumental poets of Norman English literature. Wace, whose rhymed history of the Norman dukes, which he called the Roman de Roe, or Rollo, is an English classic of the first rank, was a canon of Bayeux when William of St. Père was writing at Mont-Saint-Michel. His rival Benoist, who wrote another famous chronicle on the same subject, was also a historian, and not a singer. In that day literature meant verse. Elegance in French prose did not yet exist, but the elegancies of poetry in the 12th century were as different, in kind, from the grand style of the 11th, as Virgil was different from Homer. William of St. Père introduces us to the pilgrimage and to the jongler, as they had existed at least 200 years before his time, and were to exist 200 years after him. Of all our 250 million arithmetical ancestors who were going on pilgrimages in the middle of the 11th century, the two who would probably most interest everyone, after 800 years have passed, would be William the Norman and Harold the Saxon. Through William of St. Père and Was and Benoist, and the most charming literary monument of all, the Bayeux Tapestry of Queen Matilda, we can build up the story of such a pilgrimage which shall be as historically exact as the Battle of Hastings, and as artistically true as the Abbey Church. According to Was's Roman de Roe, when Harold's father, Earl Godwin, died, April 15, 1053, Harold wished to obtain the release of certain hostages, a brother and a cousin, whom Godwin had given to Edward the Confessor as security for his good behavior, and whom Edward had sent to Duke William for safekeeping. Was took the story from other and older sources, and its accuracy is much disputed, but the fact that Harold went to Normandy seems to be certain, and you will see at Bayeux the picture of Harold asking permission of King Edward to make the journey, and departing on horseback, with his hawk and hounds and followers, to take ship at Bosham, near Chichester and Portsmouth. The date alone is doubtful. Common sense seems to suggest that the earliest possible date could not be too early to explain the rash youth of the aspirant to a throne who put himself in the power of a rival in the 11th century. When that rival chanced to be William the Bastard, not even boyhood could excuse the folly, but Mr. Freeman, the chief authority on this delicate subject, inclined to think that Harold was 40 years old when he committed his blunder, and that the year was about 1064. Between 1054 and 1064 the historian is free to choose what year he likes, and the tourist is still freer. To save trouble for the memory, the year 1058 will serve, since this is the date of the triumphal arches of the Abbey Church on the Mount. Harold, in sailing from the neighborhood of Portsmouth, must have been bound for Caen or Rouen, but the usual west winds drove him eastward till he was thrown ashore on the coast of Ponthieu, between Abbeville and Boulogne, where he fell into the hands of the Count of Ponthieu, from whom he was rescued or ransomed by Duke William of Normandy and taken to Rouen. According to Was and the Roman de Roe, Guillaume tint heraut main jour si comme il de grand honneur. A main riche tournement le fist aller multiple noblement. Chevals et armes li donna Etienne Bretagne la mina en si de ver treis fais ou quatrequant as Bretons se dut combattre. William kept Harold many a day, as was his due in great honor. To many a rich tournament made him go very nobly. Horses and arms gave him, and into Brittany led him I know not truly whether 3 or 4 times when he had to make war on the Bretons. Perhaps the allusion to rich tournaments belongs to the time of Was rather than to that of Harold a century earlier, before the First Crusade, but certainly Harold did go with William on at least one raid into Brittany, and the charming tapestry of Bayeux, which tradition calls by the name of Queen Matilda, shows William's men-at-arms crossing the sands beneath Mont-Saint-Michel, with the Latin legend, Et venerant ad montem Michaelis. Hic Harold dux trihebat eos de arena. Venerant ad flumen canones. They came to Mont-Saint-Michel, and Harold dragged them out of the quicksands. They came to the river Couesnon. Harold must have got great fame by saving life on the sands, to be remembered and recorded by the Normans themselves after they had killed him, but this is the affair of historians. Tourists note only that Harold and William came to the Mount. Venerant ad montem. They would never have dared to pass it, on such an errand, without stopping to ask the help of St. Michael. If William and Harold came to the Mount, they certainly dined or supped in the old refectory, which is where we have lain in wait for them. Where Duke William was, his juggler, was not far, and Was knew, as every one in Normandy seemed to know, who this favorite was, his name, his character, and his song. To him Was owed one of the most famous passages in his story of the assault at Hastings, where Duke William and his battle began their advance against the English lines. Taillefer que multiple bien chant out sur un cheval cotos de laut devant le duc laut chantant de Carlemagne et de Roland et d'Oliver et de vassals comme Rourent en Rencevals. Quant il orant cheval chitant chu as Inglius vindrant apprisement. Sire, dist Taillefer. Merci. Il vas et I longuement servi. Top mon service me devez. Oui si vas playes le me rendes. Portat Gerdon vos require yes I vos veil forment prayer autres me que io and I file le premier culp de l'obitally. Lead dus respondi. Io elotrii. Taillefer, who was famed for song, mounted on a charger strong, rode on before the Duke, and sang of Roland and of Charlemagne, Oliver and the vassals all who fell in fight at Roncesvalles. When they had ridden till they saw the English battle close before. Sire, said Taillefer, a grace! I have served you long and well, all reward you owe me still, today repay me if you please. For all guerdon I require, and ask of you in formal prayer, grant to me as mine of right the first blow struck in the fight. The Duke answered, I grant. Of course, critics doubt the story, as they very properly doubt everything. They maintain that the Chanson de Roland was not as old as the Battle of Hastings, and certainly Was gave no sufficient proof of it. Poetry was not usually written to prove facts. Was wrote 100 years after the Battle of Hastings. One is not morally required to be pedantic to the point of knowing more than Was knew, but the feeling of skepticism, before so serious a monument as Mont-Saint-Michel, is annoying. The Chanson de Roland ought not to be trifled with, at least by tourists in search of art. One is shocked at the possibility of being deceived about the starting point of American genealogy. Taillefer and the song rest on the same evidence that Duke William and Harold and the battle itself rest upon, and to doubt the chanson is to call the very role of Battle Abbey in question. The whole fabric of society totters, the British peerage turns pale. Was did not invent all his facts. William of Malmesbury is supposed to have written his prose chronicle about 1120 when many of the men who fought at Hastings must have been alive, and William expressly said, Tun Cantilena Rolandi in coita uti martium viri exemplum pugnituros accenderit, inclamatoc de auxilio, prelium concertum, starting the Chanson de Roland. To inflame the fighting temper of the men, battle was joined. This seems enough proof to satisfy any skeptic, yet critics still suggest that the Cantilena Rolandi must have been a Norman Chanson de Ro, or Rollo, or at best an earlier version of the Chanson de Roland. But no Norman chanson would have inflamed the martial spirit of William's army, which was largely French, and as for the age of the version, it is quite immaterial for Mont-Saint-Michel. The actual version is old enough. Taillefer himself is more vital to the interest of the dinner in the refectory, and his name was not mentioned by William of Malmesbury. If the song was started by the Duke's order, it was certainly started by the Duke's jongleur, and the name of this jongleur happens to be known on still better authority than that of William of Malmesbury. Guy of Amiens went to England in 1068 as almoner of Queen Matilda, and there wrote a Latin poem on the Battle of Hastings which must have been complete within 10 years after the battle was fought, for Guy died in 1076. Taillefer, he said, led the Duke's battle. Incisor feri mimus cognomen dictus. Taillefer, a jongleur known by that name. A mime was a singer, but Taillefer was also an actor. His trio cor audax nimium quem nobilitabat. A jongleur whom a very brave heart ennobled. The jongleur was not noble by birth, but was ennobled by his bravery. Hortator gallos verbis et territat anglos alti praejudiens ludit et ens suo. Like a drum major with his staff, he threw his sword high in the air and caught it, while he chanted his song to the French, and terrified the English. The rhymed chronicle of Geoffrey Gamer, who wrote about 1150, and that of Benoist, who was Was's rival, added the story that Taillefer died in the melee. The most unlikely part of the tale was, after all, not the singing of the chanson, but the prayer of Taillefer to the Duke. Autres me que io and I file le premier culp de l'obitally. Legally translated, Taillefer asked to be ennobled, and offered to pay for it with his life. The request of a jongleur to lead the Duke's battle seems incredible. In early French, bitally meant battalion, the column of attack. The Duke's grant, io elotrii, seems still more fanciful. Yet Guy of Amiens distinctly confirmed the story. His trio cor audax nimium quem nobilitabat. A stage player, a juggler, the Duke's singer, whose bravery ennobled him. The Duke granted him, octroi, his patent of nobility on the field. All this preamble leads only to unite the chanson with the architecture of the Mount, by means of Duke William and his Breton campaign of 1058. The poem and the church are akin, they go together, and explain each other. Their common trait is their military character, peculiar to the 11th century. The round arch is masculine. The chanson is so masculine that, in all its 4,000 lines, the only Christian woman so much as mentioned was Alda, the sister of Oliver and the betrothed of Roland, to whom one stanza, exceedingly like a later insertion, was given, toward the end. Never after the First Crusade did any great poem rise to such heroism as to sustain itself without a heroine. Even Dante attempted no such feat. Duke William's party, then, is to be considered as assembled at supper in the old refectory, in the year 1058, while the triumphal peers of the church above are rising. The abbot, Ralph of Beaumont, is host. Duke William sits with him on a dais. Harold is by his side. A grand Ina, the Duke's brother, Odo, Bishop of Bayeux, with the other chief vassals, are present, and the Duke's jongleur Taillefer is at his elbow. The room is crowded with soldiers and monks, but all are equally anxious to hear Taillefer sing. As soon as dinner is over, at a nod from the Duke, Taillefer begins. Carles Rees nostre Emperor Magnus set ens tous plans et estet en Espagne conquest la tire tresque en la mer Altaine en I ad castel qui devant lui remain mers en east cites en I est remes a frandra. Charles the King, our Emperor, the Great, 7 years complete has been in Spain, conquered the land as far as the high seas, nor is there castle that holds against him, nor wall or city left to capture. The chanson opened with these lines, which had such a direct and personal bearing on every one who heard them as to sound like prophecy. Within 10 years William was to stand in England where Charlemagne stood in Spain. His mind was full of it, and of the means to attain it, and Harold was even more absorbed than he by the anxiety of the position. Harold had been obliged to take oath that he would support William's claim to the English throne, but he was still undecided, and William knew men too well to feel much confidence in an oath. As Taillefer sang on, he reached the part of Ganelon, the typical traitor, the invariable figure of medieval society. No feudal lord was without a Ganelon. Duke William saw them all about him. He might have felt that Harold would play the part, but if Harold should choose rather to be Roland, Duke William could have foretold that his own brother, Bishop Odo, after gorging himself on the plunder of half England, would turn into a Ganelon so dangerous as to require a prison for life. When Taillefer reached the battle scenes, there was no further need of imagination to realize them. They were scenes of yesterday and tomorrow. For that matter, Charlemagne, or his successor, was still at Aix, and the Moors were still in Spain. Archbishop Turpin of Reims had fought with sword and mace in Spain, while Bishop Odo of Bayeux was to marshal his men at Hastings, like a modern general, with a staff, but both were equally at home on the field of battle. Verse by verse, the song was a literal mirror of the Mount. The Battle of Hastings was to be fought on the Archangel's Day. What happened to Roland at Roncesvalles was to happen to Harold at Hastings, and Harold, as he was dying like Roland, was to see his brother Gyrth die like Oliver. Even Taillefer was to be a part, and a distinguished part, of his chanson. Sooner or later, all were to die in the large and simple way of the 11th century. Duke William himself, 20 years later, was to meet a violent death at Mantes in the same spirit, and if Bishop Odo did not die in battle, he died, at least, like an 11th century hero, on the First Crusade. First or last, the whole company died in fight, or in prison, or on crusade, while the monks shrived them and prayed. Then Taillefer certainly sang the great death scenes. Even to this day every French schoolboy, if he knows no other poetry, knows these verses by heart. In the 11th century they wrung the heart of every man-at-arms in Europe, whose school was the field of battle and the hand-to-hand fight. No modern singer ever enjoys such power over an audience as Taillefer exercised over these men who were actors as well as listeners. In the melee at Roncesvalles, overborne by innumerable Saracens, Oliver at last calls for help. Mon roi escriat et haltment éclair. Roland éplet son ami son père. Sire campagnes me car vous justes. A grand douleur erms hoi deserveret. Aoi. Montjoy. He cries loud and clear, Roland he calls, his friend and peer. Sir friend! Ride now to help me here. Parted today, great pity were. Of course the full value of the verse cannot be regained. One knows neither how it was sung nor even how it was pronounced. The assonances are beyond recovering, the lays, or leash of verses or assonances with the concluding cry, "Aoi," has long ago vanished from verse or song. The sense is as simple as the Ballad of Chevy Chase, but one must imagine the voice and acting. Doubtless Taillefer acted each motive. When Oliver called loud and clear, Taillefer's voice rose. When Roland spoke, "Dalsmet et suf," the singer must have sung gently and soft, and when the two friends, with the singular courtesy of knighthood and dignity of soldiers, bowed to each other in parting and turned to face their deaths, Taillefer may have indicated the movement as he sang. The verses gave room for great acting. Hearing Oliver's cry for help, Roland rode up, and at sight of the desperate field, lost for a moment his consciousness. As vous Roland sur son cheval palmet et Olivier qui est mort nefres. Tant ad saniat li oil li sun troublet any luns any pres any poet vir si clair que reconnuisset nice hum mortal. Son compagnon cum il elad in contrat sil firdamunt sur l'elma or gemmet tut li detrenchet dicikl nasal maze and la test any elad mia ade set. A isel cope elad Rollins regarded si li demanded dulcement et suf. Sire compens fates le vous degred? Ja est co Rollins qui tant vous solt amer. Par no guise any amades desfiat. Dist Olivers. Or vous, jo parler io any vous vey. Vade vous damnedius. Ferret vous ai. Car le me pardonnez. Rollins respunt. Jo nai niant de mel. Jo vous pardons icii devant du. A isel motluns l ultra ad clinet. Par tel amour as les vous desevres. There Roland sits unconscious on his horse, and Oliver who wounded is to death, so much has bled, his eyes grow dark to him, nor far nor near can see so clear as to recognize any mortal man. His friend, when he has encountered him, he strikes upon the helmet of gemmed gold, splits it from the crown to the nose-piece, but to the head he has not reached at all. At this blow Roland looks at him, asks him gently and softly, "Sir friend, do you it in earnest? You know 'tis Roland who has so loved you. In no way have you sent to me defiance," says Oliver. "Indeed I hear you speak, I do not see you. May God see and save you! Strike you I did. I pray you pardon me," Roland replies. "I have no harm at all. I pardon you here and before God." At this word, one to the other bends himself. With such affection, there they separate. No one should try to render this into English, or, indeed, into modern French, verse, but any one who will take the trouble to catch the meter and will remember that each verse in the leash ends in the same sound, aimer, parlor, clair, mortal, damned, mel, du, suf, nasal, however the terminal syllables may be spelled, can follow the feeling of the poetry as well as though it were Greek hexameter. He will feel the simple force of the words and action, as he feels Homer. It is the grand style, the 11th century. Ferret vous ai. Car le me pardonnez. Not a syllable is lost, and always the strongest syllable is chosen. Even the sentiment is monosyllabic and curt. Ja est co Rollins qui tant vous solt amer. Taillefer had, in such a libretto, the means of producing dramatic effects that the French comedy, or the grand opera never approached, and such as made Bayreuth seem thin and feeble. Duke William's barons must have clung to his voice and action as though they were in the very melee, striking at the helmets of gemmed gold. They had all been there, and were to be there again. As the climax approached, they saw the scene itself. Probably they had seen it every year, more or less, since they could swing a sword. Taillefer chanted the death of Oliver and of Archbishop Turpin and all the other barons of the rear guard, except Roland, who was left for dead by the Saracens when they fled on hearing the horns of Charlemagne's returning host. Roland came back to consciousness on feeling a Saracen marauder tugging at his sword Durendal. With a blow of his ivory horn, Oliphant, he killed the pagan, then feeling death near, he prepared for it. His first thought was for Durendal, his sword, which he could not leave to infidels. In the singular triple repetition which gives more of the same solidity and architectural weight to the verse, he made 3 attempts to break the sword, with a lament, a plaint, for each. 3 times he struck with all his force against the rock, each time the sword rebounded without breaking. The 3rd time, Rollins ferret en un pierre bice plus en abat que jo ne vous si dire. LSB crust ne fruset ne briset contra le ciel amont est resorti. Quant vitaliquens que ne la frandrat mia multiple dulcement la plains de se misum. Durendo cum ies belle e saintism. And elorit puntus as I ad relics. La dent Saint Pierre e del Sanct Saint Basile e de Chevels Monseigneur Saint Denis e del Vestment I ad Saint Marie. Ialmen estreis que paient bailizant. De Christians deves ester servi. Ne vous et hum qui facet cordi. Multiple larges terras de vous averi conquisses que Carls tient qui la barbe ad fleury. Il emperor en est bri riches. Roland strikes on a grey stone, more of it cuts off than I can tell you. The sword grinds, but shatters not nor breaks, upward against the sky it rebounds. When the Count sees that he can never break it, very gently he mourns it to himself. Ah, Durendal, how fair you are and sacred! In your golden guard are many relics, the tooth of Saint Peter and blood of Saint Basil, and hair of my Seigneur Saint Denis, of the garment too of Saint Mary. It is not right that pagans should own you. By Christians you should be served, nor should man have you who does cowardice. Many wide lands by you I have conquered that Charles holds, who has the white beard, and emperor of them is noble and rich. This, Lays, is even more 11th century than the other, but it appealed no longer to the warriors, it spoke rather to the monks. To the warriors, the sword itself was the religion, and the relics were details of ornament or strength. To the priest, the list of relics was more eloquent than the regent diamond on the hilt and the kohinoor on the scabbard. Even to us it is interesting if it is understood. Roland had gone on pilgrimage to the Holy Land. He had stopped at Rome and won the friendship of St. Peter, as the tooth proved. He had passed through Constantinople and secured the help of St. Basil. He had reached Jerusalem and gained the affection of the Virgin. He had come home to France and secured the support of his Seigneur, Saint Denis, for Roland, like Hugh Capet, was a liege man of Saint Denis and French to the heart. France, to him, was Saint Denis, and at most the Isle de France, but not Anjou or even Maine. These were countries he had conquered with Durendal. Jo ln conquis e Anjou Bretagne siln conquis e Poitou et le Maine Jo ln conquis Normandie la Franche siln conquis Provence et Aquitaine. He had conquered these for his Emperor Charlemagne with the help of his immediate spiritual lord or Seigneur Saint Denis, but the monks knew that he could never have done these feats without the help of Saint Peter, Saint Basil, and Saint Mary the Blessed Virgin, whose relics, in the hilt of his sword, were worth more than any king's ransom. To this day a tunic of the Virgin is the most precious property of the cathedral at Chartres. Either one of Roland's relics would have made the glory of any shrine in Europe, and every monk knew their enormous value and power better than he knew the value of Roland's conquests. Yet even the religion is martial, as though it were meant for the fighting archangel and Odo of Bayeux. The relics serve the sword is not in service of the relics. As the death scene approaches, the song becomes even more military. Cause Saint Rollins que l'homme mort le trespent devers la teste sur lequel li descent. Disos un pin I esteles curens sur ellerbi vert si est colchis adens disos lui met ssb elephant turnit sa test vers la païen gent. Per co elad fate kil volt verment que Carls diet et trestut sa gent li gentis quens quil fut mors concurrence. Then Roland feels that death is taking him. Down from the head upon the heart it falls. Beneath a pine he hastens running, on the green grass he throws himself down. Beneath him puts his sword and Oliphant, turns his face toward the pagan army. For this he does it, that he wishes greatly that Charles should say and all his men, the gentle Count has died a conqueror. Thus far, not a thought or a word strays from the field of war. With a childlike intensity, every syllable bends toward the single idea. Li gentis quens quil fut mors concurrence. Only then the singer allowed the church to assert some of its rights. Co Saint Rollins de Sun tens en I ad plus devers Espagne gist en puyaguta ellen main si ad sun pis batit. Deus me culp ver les Tuesday virtus de mes peches de grands e de menus que joe I fate de el que nes fui tresque sestur que si I sway consus. Sun de tregun en ad ver du tendat angle del ciel I descendant a Louis. Aui. Then Roland feels that his last hour has come. Facing toward Spain he lies on a steep hill, while with one hand he beats upon his breast. Mea culpa, God! Through force of thy miracles pardon my sins, the great as well as small, that I have done from the hour I was born down to this day that I have now attained. His right glove toward God he lifted up. Angels from heaven descend on him. Aui. Liquens Rollins s eja disas un pin envers Espagne en ad ternit sun vista pleasures choses a rememberly pristatans terras cum li bears conquest de dulce France de humes de sun line de Carlemagne sun senior kill nurit any poet murmen plert any suspert mais Louis misum any volt meter and ubly claim at sa culp si priat du mercit. Ver patern qui unx any mentis Saint Lazarin de mort resurrexis e Daniel de lions guarisis guaris de me alanmi de tous perils per les peches que en mavi fis. Sun de tre gunta du en purofrit e de sa mains sains Gabriel lad pre deser sun bras teniat le chief enklinguens ses mains esteleza sa fin. Deus li tramis sun angel cherubin ni Saint-Michel de la mer del peril ensemble od el sains Gabriels I vint el ennemi del cunt portent en perius. Count Roland throws himself beneath a pine, and towards Spain has turned his face away. Of many things he called the memory back, of many lands that he, the brave, had conquered, of gentle France, the men of his lineage, of Charlemagne his lord, who nurtured him. He cannot help but weep and sigh for these, but for himself will not forget to care. He cries his culp, he prays to God for grace. O God the Father who has never lied, who raised up Saint Lazarus from death, and Daniel from the lions save my soul from all the perils for the sins that in my life I did. His right hand gloved to God he proffered, Saint Gabriel from his hand took it, upon his arm he held his head inclined, folding his hands he passed to his end. God sent to him his angel cherubim and Saint Michael of the sea in peril. Together with them came Saint Gabriel. The soul of the Count they bear to paradise. Our age has lost much of its ear for poetry, as it has its eye for color and line, and its taste for war and worship, wine and women. Not one man in 100,000 could now feel what the 11th century felt in these verses of the chanson, and there is no reason for trying to do so. But there is a certain use in trying for once to understand not so much the feeling as the meaning. The naivete of the poetry is that of the society. God the Father was the feudal seigneur, who raised Lazarus, his baron or vassal, from the grave, and freed Daniel, as an evidence of his power and loyalty, a seigneur who never lied, or was false to his word. God the Father, as feudal seigneur, absorbs the Trinity, and what is more significant, absorbs or excludes also the Virgin, who is not mentioned in the prayer. To this seigneur, Roland in dying, proffered purofrit, his right hand gauntlet. Death was an act of homage. God sent down his archangel Gabriel as his representative to accept the homage and receive the glove. To Duke William and his barons nothing could seem more natural and correct. God was not farther away than Charlemagne. Correct as the law may have been, the religion even at that time must have seemed to the monks to need professional advice. Roland's life was not exemplary. The chanson had taken pains to show that the disaster at Roncesvalles was due to Roland's headstrong folly and temper. In dying, Roland had not once thought of these faults, or repented of his worldly ambitions, or mentioned the name of Alda, his betrothed. He had clung to the memory of his wars and conquests, his lineage, his earthly seigneur Charlemagne, and of Douce France. He had forgotten to give so much as an allusion to Christ. The poet regarded all these matters as the affair of the Church. All the warrior cared for was courage, loyalty, and prowess. The interest of these details lies not in the scholarship, or the historical truth, or even the local color, so much as in the art. The naivete of the thought is repeated by the simplicity of the verse. Word and thought are equally monosyllabic. Nothing ever matched it. The words bubble like a stream in the woods. Co Saint Rollins de Saint-Tens and Iad Plus. Try and put them into modern French, and see what will happen. Que joie I fate de l'heure que n'est fui. The words may remain exactly the same, but the poetry will have gone out of them. 500 years later, even the English critics had so far lost their sense for military poetry that they professed to be shocked by Milton's monosyllables. Whereat he inly raged, and, as they talked, smote him into the midriff with a stone that beat out life. Milton's language was indeed more or less archaic and biblical. It was a Puritan affectation, but the chanson in the refectory actually reflected, repeated, echoed, the piers and arches of the abbey church just rising above. The verse is built up. The qualities of the architecture reproduce themselves in the song, the same directness, simplicity, absence of self-consciousness, the same intensity of purpose, even the same material. The prayer is granite. Guaris de me l'ennemi de tous perils per les peches que in mauvais faisai. The action of dying is felt, like the dropping of a keystone into the vault, and if the Romanesque arches in the church, which are within hearing, could speak, they would describe what they are doing in the precise words of the poem. Désir son bras teniet ie chief inclinguens ses mains esteleza sa fin. Upon their shoulders have their heads inclined, folded their hands, and sunken to their rest. Many thousands of times these verses must have been sung at the Mount, and echoed in every castle and on every battlefield from the Welsh marches to the shores of the Dead Sea. No modern opera or play ever approached the popularity of the chanson. None has ever expressed with anything like the same completeness the society that produced it. Chanted by every minstrel, known by heart, from beginning to end, by every man and woman and child, lay or clerical, translated into every tongue, more intensely felt, if possible, in Italy and Spain than in Normandy and England, perhaps most effective, as a work of art, when sung by the Templars in their great castles in the Holy Land, it is now best felt at Mont-Saint-Michel, and from the first must have been there at home. The proof is the line, evidently inserted for the sake of its local effect, which invokes Saint Michael in peril of the sea at the climax of Roland's death, and one needs no original documents or contemporary authorities to prove that, when Taillefer came to this invocation, not only Duke William and his barons, but still more Abbot Ranulph and his monks, broke into a frenzy of sympathy which expressed the masculine and military passions of the Archangel better than it accorded with the rules of Saint Benedict. Chapter 3 The Mervel. The 19th century moved fast and furious, so that one who moved in it felt sometimes giddy, watching it spin, but the 11th moved faster and more furiously still. The Norman conquest of England was an immense effort, and its consequences were far-reaching, but the First Crusade was altogether the most interesting event in European history. Never has the Western world shown anything like the energy and unity with which she then flung herself on the East, and for the moment made the East recoil. Barring her family quarrels, Europe was a unity then, in thought, will, and object. Christianity was the unit. Mont-Saint-Michel and Byzantium were near each other. The Emperor Constantine and the Emperor Charlemagne were figured as allies and friends in the popular legend. The East was the common enemy, always superior in wealth and numbers, frequently in energy, and sometimes in thought and art. The outburst of the First Crusade was splendid even in a military sense, but it was great beyond comparison in its reflection in architecture, ornament, poetry, color, religion, and philosophy. Its men were astonishing, and its women were worth all the rest. Mont-Saint-Michel, better than any other spot in the world, keeps the architectural record of that ferment, much as the Sicilian temples keep the record of the similar outburst of Greek energy, art, poetry, and thought 1500 years before. Of the 11th century, it is true, nothing but the church remains at the Mount, and if studied further, the century has got to be sought elsewhere, which is not difficult, since it is preserved in any number of churches in every path of tourist travel. Normandy is full of it, bayou, and can contain little else. At the Mount, the 11th century work was antiquated before it was finished. In the year 1112, Abbot Roger II was obliged to plan and construct a new group in such haste that it is said to have been finished in 1122. It extends from what we have supposed to be the old refectory to the Parvis, and abuts on the three lost spans of the church, covering about 120 feet. As usual, there were 3 levels: a crypt or gallery beneath, known as the aquilin, a cloister or promontoire above, and on the level of the church a dormitory, now lost. The group is one of the most interesting in France, another Pons Seclorum, an antechamber to the west portal of Chartres, which bears the same date, a 110–25. It is the famous period of transition, the glory of the 12th century, the object of our pilgrimage. Art is a fairly large field where no one need jostle his neighbor, and no one need shut himself up in a corner. But if one insists on taking a corner of preference, one might offer some excuse for choosing the Gothic transition. The quiet, restrained strength of the Romanesque married to the graceful curves and vaulting imagination of the Gothic makes a union nearer the ideal than is often allowed in marriage. The French, in their best days, loved it with a constancy that has thrown a sort of aureole over their fickleness since. They never tired of its possibilities. Sometimes they put the pointed arch within the round, or above it; sometimes they put the round within the pointed. Sometimes a Roman arch covered a cluster of pointed windows, as though protecting and caressing its children; sometimes a huge pointed arch covered a great rose window spreading across the whole front of an enormous cathedral, with an arcade of Romanesque windows beneath. The French architects felt no discord, and there was none. Even the pure Gothic was put side by side with the pure Roman. You will see no later Gothic than the choir of the Abbey Church above, 1450 to 1521, unless it is the north flesh of Chartres Cathedral, 1507 to 13, and if you will look down the nave, through the triumphal arches, into the pointed choir 400 years more modern, you can judge whether there is any real discord. For those who feel the art, there is none. The strength and the grace join hands. The man and woman love each other still. The difference of sex is not imaginary. In 1058, when the triumphal columns were building, and Taillefer sang to William the Bastard and Harold the Saxon, Roland still prayed his mea culpa to God the Father and gave not a thought to Alda his betrothed. In the 12th century, Saint Bernard recited Ave Stella Maris in an ecstasy of miracle before the image of the Virgin, and the armies of France in battle cried Notre Dame Saint Denis Montjoy. What the Roman could not express flowered into the Gothic. What the masculine mind could not idealize in the warrior, it idealized in the woman. No architecture that ever grew on earth, except the Gothic, gave this effect of flinging its passion against the sky. When men no longer felt the passion, they fell back on themselves, or lower. The architect returned to the round arch, and even further to the flatness of the Greek colonnade. But this was not the fault of the 12th or 13th centuries. What they had to say they said, what they felt they expressed, and if the 17th century forgot it, the 20th in turn has forgotten the 17th. History is only a catalogue of the forgotten. The 11th century is no worse off than its neighbors. The 12th is, in architecture, rather better off than the 19th. These 2 rooms, the aquilin and promontoire, which mark the beginning of the transition, are, on the whole, more modern than St. Sulpice, or Il Gesù at Rome. In the same situation, for the same purposes, any architect would be proud to repeat them today. The aquilin, though a hall or gallery of importance in its day, seems to be classed among crypts. M. Camille Enlart, in his Manual of French Archaeology, page 252, gives a list of Romanesque and transition crypts, about 120, to serve as examples for the study. The aquilin is not one of them, but the crypt of Saint Denis and that of Chartres Cathedral would serve to teach any overcurious tourist all that he should want to know about such matters. Photographs such as those of the monuments historiques answer all the just purposes of underground travel. The aquilin is one's first lesson in transition architecture because it is dated 1112, and the crypt of Saint Denis serves almost equally well because the Abbé Suger must have begun his plans for it about 1122. Both have the same arcs doubleaux and arcs formerets, though in opposite arrangement. Both show the first heavy hint at the broken arch. There are no nervures, no rib vaulting, and hardly a suggestion of the Gothic as one sees it in the splendid crypt of the Grove Fillers close at hand, except the elaborately intersecting vaults and the heavy columns. But the promontoire above is an astonishing leap in time and art. The promontoire has the same arrangement and columns as the aquilin, but the vaults are beautifully arched and pointed, with ribs rising directly from the square capitals and intersecting the central spacings, in a spirit which neither you nor I know how to distinguish from the pure Gothic of the 13th century, unless it is that the arches are hardly pointed enough. They seem to the eye almost round. The height appears to be about 14 feet. The promenade of Abbot Roger too has an interest to pilgrims who are going on to the shrine of the Virgin, because the date of the promenade seems to be exactly the same as the date which the Abbé Bultot assigns for the western portal of Chartres. Ordinarily a date is no great matter, but when one has to run forward and back, with the agility of an electric tram, between 2 or 3 fixed points, it is convenient to fix them once for all. The transition is complete here in the promenade, which was planned as early as 1115. The subject of vaulting is far too ambitious for summer travel. It is none too easy for a graduate of the Beaux-Arts, and few architectural fields have been so earnestly discussed and disputed. We must not touch it. The age of the chanson de Roland itself is not so dangerous a topic. Our vital needs are met, more or less sufficiently, by taking the promenade at the Mount, the crypt at Saint Denis, and the western portal at Chartres, as the trinity of our transition, and roughly calling their date the years 1115 to 20. To overload the memory with dates is the vice of every schoolmaster and the passion of every second-rate scholar. Tourists want as few dates as possible. What they want is poetry. Yet a singular coincidence, with which every classroom is only too familiar, has made of the years 15 a curiously convenient group, and the year 1115 is as convenient as any for the beginning of the century of transition. That was the year when Saint Bernard laid the foundations of his abbey of Clairvaux. Perhaps 1115, or at latest 1117, was the year when Abelard sang love songs to Heloise in Canon Fulbert's house in the Rue de Chantres, beside the cloister of Notre Dame in Paris. The Abbé Suger, the Abbé Bernard, and the Abbé Abelard are the 3 interesting men of the French transition. The promenade, then, shall pass for the year 1115, and, as such, is an exceedingly beautiful hall, uniting the splendid calm and seriousness of the Romanesque with the exquisite lines of the Gothic. You will hardly see its equal in the 12th century. At Angers the great hall of the Bishop's Palace survives to give a point of comparison, but commonly the halls of that date were not vaulted. They had timber roofs, and have perished. The promenade is about 60 feet long, and divided into 2 aisles, 10 feet wide, by a row of columns. If it were used on great occasions as a refectory, 80 or 100 persons could have been seated at table, and perhaps this may have been about the scale of the abbey's needs, at that time. Whatever effort of fancy was needed to place Duke William and Harold in the old refectory of 1058, none whatever is required in order to see his successors in the halls of Roger II. With one exception, they were not interesting persons. The exception was Henry II of England and Anjou, and his wife Eleanor of Guienne, who was for a while regent of Normandy. One of their children was born at Domfront, just beyond Avranches, and the abbot was asked to be godfather. In 1158, just 100 years after Duke William's visit, King Henry and his whole suite came to the abbey, heard mass, and dined in the refectory. Rex venit ad montem sancti Michaelis, audita missa ad magus altar, comedit in refectorio cum baronibus sui. Abbot Robert of Torigny was his host, and very possibly William of St. Père looked on. Perhaps he recited parts of his Roman before the king. One may be quite sure that when Queen Eleanor came to the Mount she asked the poet to recite his verses, for Eleanor gave law to poets. One might linger over Abbot Robert of Torigny, who was a very great man in his day, and an especially great architect, but too ambitious. All his work, including the 2 towers, crumbled and fell for want of proper support. What would correspond to the cathedrals of Noyon and Soissons and the old clocker and flesh of Chartres is lost. We have no choice but to step down into the next century at once, and into the full and perfect Gothic of the great age when the new Chartres was building. In the year 1203, Philip Augustus expelled the English from Normandy and conquered the province, but in the course of the war the Duke of Brittany, who was naturally a party to any war that took place under his eyes, happened to burn the town beneath the abbey, and in doing so, set fire unintentionally to the abbey itself. The sacrilege shocked Philip Augustus, and the wish to conciliate so powerful a vassal as Saint-Michel, or his abbot, led the King of France to give a large sum of money for repairing the buildings. The abbot Jordan, 1191 to 1212, at once undertook to outdo all his predecessors, and with an immense ambition, planned the huge pile which covers the whole north face of the mount, and which has always borne the expressive name of the Merville. The general motive of abbatial building was common to them all. Abbeys were large households. The church was the center, and at Mont-Saint-Michel the summit, for the situation compelled the abbots there to pile one building on another instead of arranging them on a level in squares or parallelograms. The dormitory in any case had to be near a door of the church, because the rule required constant services, day and night. The cloister was also hard by the church door, and, at the mount, had to be on the same level in order to be in open air. Naturally, the refectory must be immediately beneath one or the other of these two principal structures, and the hall, or place of meeting for business with the outside world, or for internal administration, or for guests of importance, must be next the refectory. The kitchen and offices would be placed on the lowest stage, if for no other reason, because the magazines were 200 feet below at the landing place, and all supplies, including water, had to be hauled up an inclined plane by windlass. To administer such a society required the most efficient management. An abbot on this scale was a very great man, indeed, who enjoyed an establishment of his own, close by, with officers in no small number, for the monks alone numbered 60, and even these were not enough for the regular church services at seasons of pilgrimage. The abbot was obliged to entertain scores and hundreds of guests, and these, too, of the highest importance, with large suites. Every ounce of food must be brought from the mainland, or fish from the sea. All the tenants and their farms, their rents and contributions, must be looked after. No secular prince had a more serious task of administration, and none did it so well. Tenants always preferred an abbot or bishop for landlord. The abbey was the highest administrative creation of the Middle Ages, and when one has made one's pilgrimage to Chartres, one might well devote another summer to visiting what is left of Clairvaux, Citeaux, Cluny, and the other famous monasteries, with Violet-le-Duc to guide, in order to satisfy one's mind whether, on the whole, such a life may not have had activity as well as idleness. This is a matter of economics, to be settled with the keepers of more modern hotels, but the art had to suit the conditions, and when Abbot Jordan decided to plaster this huge structure against the side of the mount, the architect had a relatively simple task to handle. The engineering difficulties alone were very serious. The architectural plan was plain enough. As the abbot laid his requirements before the architect, he seems to have begun by fixing the scale for a refectory capable of seating 200 guests at table. Probably no king in Europe fed more persons at his table than this. According to M. Courier's plan, the length of the new refectory is 123 feet, 37.5 meters. A row of columns down the center divides it into two aisles, measuring 12 feet clear, from column to column, across the room. If tables were set the whole length of the two aisles, 40 persons could have been easily seated, in 4 rows, or 160 persons. Without crowding, the same space would give room for 50 guests, or 200 in all. Once the scale was fixed, the arrangement was easy. Beginning at the lowest possible level, one plain, very solidly built, vaulted room served as foundation for another, loftier and more delicately vaulted, and this again bore another which stood on the level of the church, and opened directly into the north transept. This arrangement was then doubled, and the second set of rooms, at the west end, contained the cellar on the lower level, another great room or hall above it, and the cloister at the church door, also entering into the north transept. Doorways, passages, and stairs unite them all. The two heavy halls on the lowest level are now called the almonry and the cellar, which is a distinction between administrative arrangements that does not concern us. Architecturally, the rooms might, to our untrained eyes, be of the same age with the Aquilin. They are earliest transition, as far as a tourist can see, or at least they belong to the class of crypts which has an architecture of its own. The rooms that concern us are those immediately above, the so-called Salle des Chevaliers at the west end, and the so-called refectory at the east. Every writer gives these rooms different names, and assigns them different purposes, but whatever they were meant for, they are, as halls, the finest in France, the purest in 13th century perfection. The Salle des Chevaliers of the Order of St. Michael, created by Louis XI in 1469, was, or shall be for tourist purposes, the great hall that every palace and castle contained, and in which the life of the chateau centered. Planned at about the same time with the Cathedral of Chartres, 1195 to 1210, and before the Abbey Church of St. Denis, this hall and its neighbor the refectory, studied together with the cathedral and the abbey, are an exceedingly liberal education for anybody, tourist or engineer or architect, and would make the fortune of an intelligent historian, if such should happen to exist. But the last thing we ask from them is education or instruction. We want only their poetry, and shall have to look for it elsewhere. Here is only the shell, the dead art, and silence. The hall is about 90 feet long, and 60 feet in its greatest width. It has 3 ranges of columns, making 4 vaulted aisles which seem to rise about 22 feet in height. It is warmed by 2 huge and heavy cheminées or fireplaces in the outside wall, between the windows. It is lighted beautifully, but mostly from above through round windows in the arching of the vaults. The vaulting is a study for wiser men than we can ever be. More than 20 strong round columns, free or engaged, with Romanesque capitals, support heavy ribs, or nervures, and while the 2 central aisles are 18 feet wide, the outside aisle, into which the windows open, measures only 10 feet in width, and has consequently one of the most sharply pointed vaults we shall ever meet. The whole design is as beautiful a bit of early Gothic as exists, but what would take most time to study, if time were to spare, would be the instinct of the Archangel's presence which has animated his architecture. The masculine, military energy of St. Michael lives still in every stone. The genius that realized this warlike emotion has stamped his power everywhere, on every centimeter of his work, in every ray of light, on the mass of every shadow, wherever the eye falls, still more strongly on all that the eye divines, and in the shadows that are felt like the lights. The architect intended it all. Any one who doubts has only to step through the doorway in the corner into the refectory. There the architect has undertaken to express the 13th century idea of the archangel. He has left the 12th century behind him. The refectory, which has already served for a measure of the abbot's scale, is, in feeling, as different as possible from the hall. 6 charming columns run down the center, dividing the room into 2 vaulted aisles, apparently about 27 feet in height. Wherever the hall was heavy and serious, the refectory was made light and graceful. Hardly a trace of the Romanesque remains. Only the slight, round columns are not yet grooved or fluted, and their round capitals are still slightly severe. Every detail is lightened. The great fireplaces are removed to each end of the room. The most interesting change is in the windows. When you reach Chartres, the great book of architecture will open on the word fenestration. Fenestre, a word as ugly as the thing was beautiful, and then, with pain and sorrow, you will have to toil till you see how the architects of 1200 subordinated every other problem to that of lighting their spaces. Without feeling their lights, you can never feel their shadows. These 2 halls at Mont-Saint-Michel are antechambers to the nave of Chartres. Their fenestration, inside and out, controls the whole design. The lighting of the refectory is superb, but one feels its value in art only when it is taken in relation to the lighting of the hall, and both serve as a simple preamble to the romance of the Chartres windows. The refectory shows what the architect did when, to lighten his effects, he wanted to use every possible square centimeter of light. He has made 9 windows, 6 on the north, 2 on the east, and 1 on the south. They are nearly 5 feet wide, and about 20 feet high. They flood the room. Probably they were intended for glass, and M. Courier's volume contains woodcuts of a few fragments of 13th century glass discovered in his various excavations, but one may take for granted that with so much light, color was the object intended. The floors would be tiled in color, the walls would be hung with color, probably the vaults were painted in color. One can see it all in scores of illuminated manuscripts. The 13th century had a passion for color, and made a color world of its own which we have got to explore. The two halls remain almost the only monuments of what must be called secular architecture of the early and perfect period of Gothic art, 1200 to 10. Churches enough remain, with Chartres at their head, but all the great abbeys, palaces, and chateaux of that day are ruins. Arques, Gallard, Montargis, Coucy, the old Louvre, Chinon, Angers, as well as Cluny, Clairvaux, Citeaux, Jumièges, Vézelay, Saint Denis, Poissy, Fontevrault, and a score of other residences, royal or semi-royal, have disappeared wholly, or have lost their residential buildings. When Viollet-le-Duc, under the Second Empire, was allowed to restore one great chateau, he chose the latest, Pierrefonds, built by Louis d'Orléans in 1390. Vestiges of St. Louis's palace remain at the Conciergerie, but the first great royal residence to be compared with the Merville is Amboise, dating from about 1500, 3 centuries later. Civilization made almost a clean sweep of art. Only here, at Mont-Saint-Michel, one may still sit at ease on the stone benches in the embrasures of the refectory windows, looking over the 13th century ocean and watching the architect as he worked out the details which were to produce or accent his contrasts or harmonies, heighten his effects, or hide his show of effort, and all by means so true, simpler, and apparently easy that one seems almost competent to follow him. One learns better in time. One gets to feel that these things were due in part to an instinct that the architect himself might not have been able to explain. The instinct vanishes as time creeps on. The halls at Rouen or at Blois are more easily understood. The Salle des Caryatides of Pierre Lescot at the Louvre, charming as it is simpler still, and one feels entirely at home in the Salle de Glaces which filled the ambition of Louis XIV at Versailles. If any lingering doubt remains in regard to the professional cleverness of the architect and the thoroughness of his study, we had best return to the Great Hall, and pass through a low door in its extreme outer angle, up a few steps into a little room some 13 feet square, beautifully vaulted, lighted, warmed by a large stone fireplace, and in the corner, a spiral staircase leading up to another square room above opening directly into the cloister. It is a little library or Charterhouse. The arrangement is almost too clever for gravity, as is the case with more than one arrangement in the Merville. From the outside one can see that at this corner the architect had to provide a heavy buttress against the double strain, and he built up from the rock below a square corner tower as support, into which he worked a spiral staircase leading from the cellar up to the cloisters. Just above the level of the great hall he managed to construct this little room, a gem. The place was near and far, it was quiet and central. William of St. Père, had he been still alive, might have written his Roman there. Monks might have illuminated missals there. A few steps upward brought them to the cloisters for meditation. A few more brought them to the church for prayer. A few steps downward brought them to the great hall for business. A few steps more led them into the refectory for dinner. To contemplate the goodness of God was a simple joy when one had such a room to work in, such a spot as the great hall to walk in, when the storms blew, or the cloisters in which to meditate, when the sun shone, such a dining room as the refectory, and such a view from one's windows over the infinite ocean and the guiles of Satan's quicksands. From the battlements of heaven, William of St. Père looked down on it with envy. Of all parts of the Merville, in summer, the most charming must always have been the cloisters. Only the Abbey of the Mount was rich and splendid enough to build a cloister like this, all in granite, carved in forms as light as though it were wood, with columns arranged in a peculiar triangular order that excited the admiration of Viollet-le-Duc. "One of the most curious and complete cloisters that we have in France," he said, although in France there are many beautiful and curious cloisters. For another reason it has value. The architect meant it to reassert, with all the art and grace he could command, the mastery of love, of thought and poetry, in religion, over the masculine, military energy of the great hall below. The 13th century rarely let slip a chance to insist on this moral that love is law. Saint Francis was preaching to the birds in 1215 at Assisi, and the architect built this cloister in 1226 at Mont-Saint-Michel. Both sermons were saturated with the feeling of the time, and both are about equally worth noting, if one aspires to feel the art. A conscientious student has yet to climb down the many steps, on the outside, and look up at the Merville from below. Few buildings in France are better worth the trouble. The horizontal line at the roof measures 235 feet. The vertical line of the buttresses measures in round numbers 100 feet. To make walls of that height and length stand up at all was no easy matter, as Robert de Torigny had shown, and so the architect buttressed them from bottom to top with 12 long buttresses against the thrust of the interior arches, and 3 more, bearing against the interior walls. This gives, on the north front, 15 strong vertical lines in a space of 235 feet. Between these lines the windows tell their story. The 7 long windows of the refectory on one side, the 7 rounded windows of the hall on the other. Even the corner tower with the Charterhouse becomes as simple as the rest. The sum of this impossible wall, and its exaggerated vertical lines, is strength and intelligence at rest. The whole mount still kept the grand style. It expressed the unity of church and state, God and man, peace and war, life and death, good and bad. It solved the whole problem of the universe. The priest and the soldier were both at home here, in 1215 as in 1115 or in 1058. The politician was not outside of it. The sinner was welcome. The poet was made happy in his own spirit, with a sympathy, almost an affection, that suggests a habit of verse in the abbot as well as in the architect. God reconciles all. The world is in evident, obvious, sacred harmony. Even the discord of war is a detail on which the abbey refuses to insist. Not till 2 centuries afterwards did the Mount take on the modern expression of war as a discord in God's providence. Then, in the early years of the 15th century, Abbot Pierre Leroy plastered the gate of the Châtelet, as you now see it, over the sunny 13th century entrance called Belle Chaise, which had treated mere military construction with a sort of quiet contempt. You will know what a Châtelet is when you meet another. It frowns in a spirit quite alien to the 12th century. It jars on the religion of the place. It forebodes wars of religion, dissolution of society, loss of unity, the end of a world. Nothing is sadder than the catastrophe of Gothic art, religion, and hope. One looks back on it all as a picture, a symbol of unity, an assertion of God and man in a bolder, stronger, closer union than ever was expressed by other art, and when the idea is absorbed, accepted, and perhaps partially understood, one may move on. Chapter 4: Normandy and the Isle de France. From Mont-Saint-Michel, the architectural road leads across Normandy, up the Seine to Paris, and not directly through Chartres, which lies a little to the south. In the empire of architecture, Normandy was one kingdom, Brittany another, the Isle de France, with Paris, was a third, Touraine and the valley of the Loire were a fourth, and in the center, the fighting ground between them all, lay the counties of Chartres and Dreux. Before going to Chartres one should go up the Seine and down the Loire, from Angers to Le Mans, and so enter Chartres from Brittany after a complete circle. But if we set out to do our pleasure on that scale, we must start from the Pyramid of Cheops. We have set out from Mont-Saint-Michel. We will go next to Paris. The architectural highway lies through Coutances, Bayeux, Caen, Rouen, and Mantes. Every great artistic kingdom solved its architectural problems in its own way, as it did its religious, political, and social problems, and no 2 solutions were ever quite the same. But among them the Norman was commonly the most practical, and sometimes the most dignified. We can test this rule by the standard of the first town we stop at, Coutances. We can test it equally well at Bayeux or Caen, but Coutances comes first after Mont-Saint-Michel. Let us begin with it, and state the problems with their Norman solution, so that it may be ready at hand to compare with the French solution, before coming to the solution at Chartres. The cathedral at Coutances is said to be about the age of the Mervel, 1200 to 50, but the exact dates are unknown, and the work is so Norman as to stand by itself. Yet the architect has grappled with more problems than one need hope to see solved in any single church in the Tide de France. Even at Chartres, although the 2 stone fleshes are, by exception, completed, they are not of the same age, as they are here. Neither at Chartres nor at Paris, nor at Laon or Amiens or Reims or Bourges, will you see a central tower to compare with the enormous pile at Coutances. Indeed, the architects of France failed to solve this particular church problem, and we shall leave it behind us in leaving Normandy, although it is the most effective feature of any possible church. A clocker of that period, circa 1200, built over the croisée of a cathedral, following lines so happy, should be a monument of the greatest beauty. Unfortunately, we possess not a single one in France. Fire, and the hand of man more than time, have destroyed them all, and we find on our greatest religious edifices no more than bases and fragments of these beautiful constructions. The Cathedral of Coutances alone has preserved its central clocker of the 13th century, and even there it is not complete, its stone flesh is wanting. As for its style, it belongs to Norman architecture, and diverges widely from the character of French architecture. So says Violet Leduc. But although the great churches for the most part never had central clockers, which, on the scale of Amiens, Bourges, or Beauvais, would have required an impossible mass, the smaller churches frequently carry them still, and they are, like the dome, the most effective features they can carry. They were made to dominate the whole. No doubt the flesh is wanting at Coutances, but you can supply it in imagination from the two fleshes of the western tower, which are as simple and severe as the spear of a man-at-arms. Supply the flesh, and the meaning of the tower cannot be mistaken. It is as military as the chanson de Roland. It is the man-at-arms himself, mounted and ready for battle, spear in rest. The mere seat of the central tower astride of the church, so firm, so fixed, so serious, so defiant, is Norman, like the seat of the Abbey Church on the Mount, and at Falaise, where William the Bastard was born, we shall see a central tower on the church which is William himself, in armor, on horseback, ready to fight for the church, and perhaps, in his bad moods, against it. Such militant churches were capable of forcing heaven itself. All of them look as though they had fought at Hastings or stormed Jerusalem. Wherever the Norman central clocker stands, the church militant of the 11th century survives. Not the church of Mary Queen, but of Michael the Archangel, not the church of Christ, but of God the Father, who never lied. Taken together with the fleshes of the façade, this clocker of Coutances forms a group such as one very seldom sees. The two towers of the façade are something apart, quite by themselves among the innumerable church towers of the Gothic time. We have got a happy summer before us, merely in looking for these church towers. There is no livelier amusement for fine weather than in hunting them as though they were mushrooms, and no study in architecture nearly so delightful. No work of man has life like the flesh. One sees it for a greater distance, and feels it for a longer time than is possible with any other human structure, unless it be the dome. There is more play of light on the octagonal faces of the flesh as the sun moves around them than can be got out of the square or the cone or any other combination of surfaces. For some reason, the facets of the hexagon or octagon are more pleasing than the rounded surfaces of the cone, and Normandy is said to be peculiarly the home of this particularly Gothic church ornament. Yet clockers and fleshes are scattered all over France until one gets to look for them on the horizon as though every church in every hamlet were an architectural monument. Hundreds of them literally are so, monuments historiques, protected by the government, but when you undertake to compare them, or to decide whether they are more beautiful in Normandy than in the Isle de France, or in Burgundy, or on the Loire or the Charente, you are lost. Even the superiority of the octagon is not evident to every one. Over the little church at Phoenix on the Charente, not very far from La Rochelle, is a conical steeple that an infidel might adore, and if you have to decide between provinces, you must reckon with the decision of architects and amateurs, who seem to be agreed that the first of all filches is at Chartres, the second at Vendôme, not far from Blois in Touraine, and the third at Auxerre in Burgundy. The towers of Coutances are not in the list, nor are those at Bayeux nor those at Caen. France is rich in art. Yet the towers of Coutances are in some ways as interesting, if not as beautiful, as the best. The two stone fleshes here, with their octagon faces, do not descend, as in other churches, to their resting place on a square tower, with the plan of junction more or less disguised. They throw out nests of smaller fleshes, and these cover buttressing corner towers, with lines that go directly to the ground. Whether the artist consciously intended it or not, the effect is to broaden the façade and lift it into the air. The façade itself has a distinctly military look, as though a fortress had been altered into a church. A charming arcade at the top has the air of being thrown across in order to disguise the alteration, and perhaps owes much of its charm to the contrast it makes with the severity of military lines. Even the great west window looks like an afterthought. One's instinct asks for a blank wall. Yet, from the ground up to the cross on the spire, one feels the Norman nature throughout, animating the whole, uniting it all, and crowding into it an intelligent variety of original motives that would build a dozen churches of late Gothic. Nothing about it is stereotyped or conventional, not even the conventionality. If you have any doubts about this, you have only to compare the photograph of Coutances with the photograph of Chartres, and yet, surely, the façade of Chartres is severe enough to satisfy Saint Bernard himself. With the later fronts of Reims and Amiens, there is no field for comparison, they have next to nothing in common, yet Coutances is said to be of the same date with Reims, or nearly so, and one can believe it when one enters the interior. The Normans, as they slowly reveal themselves, disclose most unexpected qualities. One seems to sound subterranean caverns of feeling hidden behind their iron nasals. No other cathedral in France or in Europe has an interior more refined. One is tempted to use even the hard-worn adjective, more tender, or more carefully studied. One test is crucial here and everywhere. The treatment of the apse and choir is the architect's severest standard. This is a subject not to be touched lightly, one to which we shall have to come back in a humble spirit, prepared for patient study, at Chartres. But the choir of Coutances is a cousin to that of Chartres, as the facades are cousins. Coutances, like Chartres, belongs to Notre Dame and is felt in the same spirit. The church is built for the choir and apse, rather than for the nave and transepts, for the Virgin rather than for the public. In one respect, Coutances is even more delicate in the feminine charm of the Virgin's peculiar grace than Chartres, but this was an afterthought of the 14th century. The system of chapels radiating about the apse was extended down the nave, in an arrangement so beautiful and so rare, according to Violet Leduc, that one shall seek far before finding its equal. Among the unexpected revelations of human nature that suddenly astonish historians, one of the least reasonable was the passionate outbreak of religious devotion to the ideal of feminine grace, charity, and love that took place here in Normandy while it was still a part of the English kingdom, and flamed up into almost fanatical frenzy among the most hard-hearted and hard-headed race in Europe. So in this church, in the center of this arrangement of apse and chapels with their quite unusual, perhaps quite singular, grace, the four huge piers which support the enormous central tower offer a tour de force almost as exceptional as the refinement of the chapels. At Mont-Saint-Michel, among the monks, the union of strength and grace was striking, but at Coutances it is exaggerated, like Tristram and Iseult, a Roman of chivalry. The four enormous columns of the Croisée carry, as Violet Leduc says, the enormous octagonal tower, like Saint Christopher supporting the Christ child, before the image of the Virgin, in her honor. Nothing like this can be seen at Chartres, or at any of the later palaces which France built for the pleasure of the Queen of Heaven. We are slipping into the 13th century again. The temptation is terrible to feeble minds and tourist natures, but a great mass of 12th and 11th century work remains to be seen and felt. To go back is not so easy as to begin with it. The heavy round arch is like old cognac compared with the champagne of the pointed and fretted spire. One must not quit Coutances without making an excursion to Les Aix and the road to Cherbourg, where is a church of the 12th century, with a square tower and almost untouched Norman interior, that closely repeats the abbey church at Mont-Saint-Michel. One of the most complete models of Romanesque architecture to be found in Normandy, says M. de Caumont. The central clocker will begin a photographic collection of square towers, to replace that which was lost on the mount, and a second example is near Bayeux, at a small place called Cerisy-la-Forêt, where the church matches that on the mount, according to M. Corroyer. For Cerisy-la-Forêt was also an abbey, and the church, built by Richard II, Duke of Normandy, at the beginning of the 11th century, was larger than that on the mount. It still keeps its central tower. All this is intensely Norman, and is going to help very little in France. It would be more useful in England, but at Bayeux is a great cathedral much more to the purpose, with two superb western towers crowned by stone flèches, cousins of those at Coutances, and distinctly related to the 12th century flèche at Chartres. The Normans, says Violet Leduc, had not that instinct of proportion which the architects of the Isle de France, Beauvais, and Soissons possessed to a high degree, yet the boldness of their constructions, their perfect execution, the elevation of the flèches, had evident influence on the French school properly called, and that influence is felt in the old spire of Chartres. The Normans seemed to show distinction in another respect which the French were less quick to imitate. What they began, they completed. Not one of the great French churches has two stone spires complete, of the same age, while each of the little towns of Coutances, Bayeux, and contains its twin towers and flèches of stone, as solid and perfect now as they were 700 years ago. Still another Norman character is worth noting, because this is one part of the influence felt at Chartres. If you look carefully at the two western towers of the Bayeux Cathedral, perhaps you will feel what is said to be the strength of the way they are built up. They rise from their foundation with a quiet confidence of line and support, which passes directly up to the weathercock on the summit of the flèches. At the plain where the square tower is changed into the octagon spire, you will see the corner turrets, and the long intermediate windows which effect the change without disguising it. One can hardly call it a device. It is so simple and evident a piece of construction that it does not need to be explained, yet you will have to carry a photograph of this flèche to Chartres, and from there to Vendôme, for there is to be a great battle of flèches about this point of junction, and the Norman scheme is a sort of standing reproach to the French. Coutances and Bayeux are interesting, but Caen is a Romanesque Mecca. There William the Conqueror dealt with the same architectural problems, and put his solution in his Abbaye Aix-Hams, which bears the name of Saint Stephen. Queen Matilda put her solution into her Abbaye Aix-Femmes, the Church of the Trinity. One ought particularly to look at the beautiful central clocker of the church at Vaucelles in the suburbs, and one must drive out to Théon to see its 11th-century church, with a charming Romanesque blind arcade on the outside, and a little clocker. The more interesting to us, according to Violet Leduc, because it bears the stamp of the traditions of defense of the primitive towers which were built over the porches. Even a sort of chemin de ronde remains around the clocker, perhaps, once provided with a parapet of defense. C'est là du reste un charmant édifice. A tower with stone flèche, which actually served for defense in a famous recorded instance, is that of the church at Sequeville, not far off. This beautiful tower, as charming as anything in Norman art, is known to have served as a fortress in 1105, which gives a valuable date. The pretty old Romanesque front of the little church at Ouistreham, with its portal that seems to come fresh from Poitiers and Moissac, can be taken in, while driving past. But we must on no account fail to make a serious pilgrimage to Saint-Pierre-sur-Dives, where the church tower and flèche are not only classed among the best in Normandy, but have an exact date, 1145, and a very close relation with Chartres, as will appear. Finally, if for no other reason, at least for interest in Arlette, the tanner's daughter, one must go to Falaise, and look at the superb clocker of Saint Gervais, which was finished and consecrated by 1135. Some day, if you like, we can follow this Romanesque style to the south, and on even to Italy where it may be supposed to have been born. But France had an architectural life fully 1,000 years old when these 12th-century churches were built, and was long since artistically, as she was politically, independent. The Normans were new in France, but not the Romanesque architecture. They only took the forms and stamped on them their own character. It is the stamp we want to distinguish, in order to trace up our lines of artistic ancestry. The Norman 12th-century stamp was not easily effaced. If we have not seen enough of it at Mont-Saint-Michel, Coutances, Bayeux, and Caen, we can go to Rouen, and drive out to Baskerville, and visit the ruined Abbey of Jumièges. Wherever there is a church tower with a tall flèche, as at Baskerville, Sequeville, Saint-Pierre-sur-Dives, Caen, and Bayeux, Violet Leduc bids notice how the octagonal steeple is fitted on to the square tower. Always the passage from the octagon to the square seems to be quite simply made. The Gothic or Romanesque spire had the advantage that a wooden flèche was as reasonable a covering for it as a stone one, and the Normans might have indulged in freaks of form very easily, if they chose, but they seem never to have thought of it. The nearest approach to the freedom of wooden roofs is not in the lofty flèches, but in the covering of the great square central towers, like Falaise or Vaucelles, a huge four-sided roof which tries to be a flèche, and is as massive as the heavy structure it covers. The last of the Norman towers that Violet Leduc insists upon is the so-called Clocher de Saint-Romain, the northern tower on the west front of the Cathedral of Rouen. Unfortunately, it has lost its primitive octagon flesh if it ever had one, but the tower remains entire and, according to Violet Leduc, is certainly one of the most beautiful in this part of France. It offers a mixture of the two styles of the Isle de France and of Normandy, in which the former element dominates. It is of the same date as the old Tower of Chartres, 1140–60, and follows the same interior arrangement. But here the petty, confused disposition of the Norman towers, with their division into stories of equal height, has been adopted by the French master builder, although in submitting to these local customs he has still thrown over his work the grace and finesse, the study of detail, the sobriety in projections, the perfect harmony between the profiles, sculpture, and the general effect of the whole, which belonged to the school he came from. He has managed his voids and solids with a special cleverness, giving the more importance to the voids, and enlarging the scale of his details, as the tower rose in height. These details have great beauty. The construction is executed in materials of small dimensions with the care that the 12th century architects put into their building. The profiles project little, and in spite of their extreme finesse produce much effect. The buttresses are skillfully planted and profiled. The staircase, which, on the east side, deranges the arrangement of the bays, is a chef d'oeuvre of architecture. This long panegyric, by Violet Leduc, on French taste at the expense of Norman temper, ought to be read, book in hand, before the Cathedral of Rouen, with photographs of Bayeux to compare. Certain it is that the Normans and the French never talked quite the same language, but it is equally certain that the Norman language, to the English ear, expressed itself quite as clearly as the French, and sometimes seemed to have more to express. The complaint of the French artist against the Norman is the mesquin treatment of dividing his tower into stories of equal height. Even in the 12th century and in religious architecture, artists already struggled over the best solution of this particularly American problem of the 20th century, and when tourists return to New York, they may look at the 20-story towers which decorate the city, to see whether the Norman or the French plan has won. But this, at least, will be sure in advance. The Norman will be the practical scheme which states the facts, and stops, while the French will be the graceful one, which states the beauties, and more or less fits the facts to suit them. Both styles are great, both can sometimes be tiresome. Here we must take leave of Normandy, a small place, but one which, like Attica or Tuscany, has said a great deal to the world, and even goes on saying things, not often in the famous genre ennuyeux, to this day, for Gustave Flaubert's style is singularly like that of the Tour Saint-Romain and the Abbaye aux. Going up the Seine, one might read a few pages of his letters, or of Madame de Bovary, to see how an old art transmutes itself into a new one, without changing its methods. Some critics have thought that at times Flaubert was mesquin like the Norman tower, but these are, as the French say, the defects of his qualities. We can pass over them, and let our eyes rest on the simplicity of the Norman flesh which pierces the line of our horizon. The last of Norman art is seen at Mantes, where there is a little church of Gassecourt that marks the farthest reach of the style. In arms as in architecture, Mantes barred the path of Norman conquest. William the Conqueror met his death here in 1087. Geographically, Mantes is in the Isle de France, less than 40 miles from Paris. Architecturally, it is Paris itself, while, 40 miles to the southward, is Chartres, an independent or only feudally dependent country. No matter how hurried the architectural tourist may be, the boundary line of the Isle de France is not to be crossed without stopping. If he came down from the north or east, he would have equally to stop, either at Beauvais, or at Laon, or Noyon, or Soissons, because there is an architectural douane to pass, and one's architectural baggage must be opened. Neither Notre Dame de Paris nor Notre Dame de Chartres is quite intelligible unless one has first seen Notre Dame de Mantes, and studied it in the sacred sources of M. Violet Leduc. Notre Dame de Mantes is a sister to the Cathedral of Paris. Built at the same time, perhaps by the same architect, and reproducing its general dispositions, its mode of structure, and some of its details. But the Cathedral of Paris has been greatly altered, so that its original arrangement is quite changed, while the church at Mantes remains practically as it was, when both were new, about the year 1200. As nearly as the dates can be guessed, the cathedral was finished, up to its vaulting, in 1170, and was soon afterwards imitated on a smaller scale at Mantes. The scheme seems to have been unsatisfactory because of defects in the lighting, for the whole system of fenestration had been changed at Paris before 1230, naturally at great cost, since the alterations, according to Viollet-le-Duc, articles, cathedral, and rose, and allusions, triforum, left little except the ground plan unchanged. To understand the Paris design of 1160–70, which was a long advance from the older plans, one must come to Mantes, and reflecting that the great triumph of Chartres was its fenestration, which must have been designed immediately after 1195, one can understand how, in this triangle of churches only 40 or 50 miles apart, the architects, watching each other's experiments, were influenced, almost from day to day, by the failures or successes which they saw the fenestration which the Paris architect planned in 1160–70, and repeated at Mantes, 1190–1200, was wholly abandoned, and a new system introduced, immediately after the success of Chartres in 1210. As they now stand, Mantes is the oldest. While conscientiously trying to keep as far away as we can from technique, about which we know nothing and should care if possible still less if only ignorance would help us to feel what we do not understand, still the conscience is happier if it gains a little conviction, founded on what it thinks a fact. Even theologians, even the great theologians of the 13th century, even St. Thomas Aquinas himself, did not trust to faith alone, or assume the existence of God, and what St. Thomas found necessary in philosophy may also be a sure source of consolation in the difficulties of art. The church at Mantes is a very early fact in Gothic art, indeed, it is one of the earliest. For our purposes it will serve as the very earliest of pure Gothic churches, after the transition, and this we are told to study in its windows. Before one can get near enough fairly to mark the details of the facade, one sees the great rose window which fills a space nearly 27 feet in width. Gothic fanatics commonly reckon the great rose windows of the 13th century as the most beautiful creation of their art, among the details of ornament, and this particular rose is the direct parent of that at Chartres, which is classic like the Parthenon, while both of them served as models or guides for that at Paris which dates from 1220, those in the north and south transepts at Reims, about 1230, and so on, from parent to child, till the rose faded forever. No doubt there were Romanesque roses before 1200, and we shall see them, but this rose of Mantes is the first Gothic rose of great dimensions, and that from which the others grew. In its simplicity, its honesty, its large liberality of plan, it is also one of the best, if M. Viollet-le-Duc is a true guide. But you will see 100 roses, first or last, and can choose as you would among the flowers. More interesting than even the great rose of the portal is the remark that the same rose motive is carried round the church throughout its entire system of fenestration. As one follows it, on the outside, one sees that all the windows are constructed on the same rose scheme, but the most curious arrangement is in the choir inside the church. You look up to each of the windows through a sort of tunnel or telescope, an arch enlarging outwards, the roses at the end resembling oeil de boeuf's oculi. So curious is this arrangement that Viollet-le-Duc has shown it, under the head triforum, in drawings and sections which any one can study who likes. Its interest to us is that this arrangement in the choir was probably the experiment which proved a failure in Notre Dame at Paris, and led to the tearing out the old windows and substituting those which still stand. Perhaps the rose did not give enough light, although the church at Mantes seems well lighted, and even at Paris the rose windows remain in the transepts and in one bay of the nave. All this is introduction to the windows of Chartres, but these three churches open another conundrum as one learns, bit by bit, a few of the questions to be asked of the forgotten Middle Ages. The church towers at Mantes are very interesting, inside and out. They are evidently studied with love and labor by their designer, yet they have no fleshes. How happens it that Notre Dame at Paris also has no fleshes, although the towers, according to Viollet-le-Duc, are finished in full preparation for them? This double omission on the part of the French architect seems exceedingly strange. because his rival at Chartres finished his flesh just when the architect of Paris and Mantes was finishing his towers, 1175 to 1200. The Frenchman was certainly consumed by jealousy at the triumph never attained on anything like the same scale by any architect of the Isle de France, and he was actually engaged at the time on at least 2 flèches, close to Paris, one at Saint Denis, another of Saint Loup d'Esserent, which proved the active interest he took in the difficulties conquered at Chartres, and his perfect competence to deal with them. Indeed, one is tempted to say that these twin churches, Paris and Mantes, are the only French churches of the time, 1200, which were left without a flèche. As we go from Mantes to Paris, we pass, about halfway, at Poissy, under the towers of a very ancient and interesting church which has the additional merit of having witnessed the baptism of St. Louis in 1215. Parts of the church at Poissy go back to the 7th and 9th centuries. The square base of the tower dates back before the time of Hugh Capet, to the Carolingian age, and belongs, like the square tower of Saint-Germain-des-Prés at Paris, to the old defensive military architecture, but it has a later, stone flèche, and it has, too, by exception, a central octagonal clocker, with a timber flèche which dates from near 1100. Paris itself has not much to show, but in the immediate neighborhood are a score of early churches with charming flèches, and at Étampes, about 35 miles to the south, is an extremely interesting church with an exquisite flèche, which may claim an afternoon to visit. That at Saint Loup d'Esserent is a still easier excursion, for one need only drive over from Chantilly a couple of miles. The fascinating old abbey church of Saint Loup looks down over the valley of the Oise, and is a sort of antechamber to Chartres, as far as concerns architecture. Its flèche, built towards 1160, when that at Chartres was rising, is unlike any other, and shows how much the French architects valued their lovely French creation. On its octagonal faces, it carries upright batons, or lances, as a device for relieving the severity of the outlines, a device both intelligent and amusing, though it was never imitated. A little farther from Paris, at Senlis, is another flèche, which shows still more plainly the effort of the French architects to vary and elaborate the Chartres scheme. As for Léon, which is interesting throughout, and altogether the most delightful building in the Isle de France, the flèches are gone, but the towers are there, and you will have to study them, before studying those at Chartres, with all the intelligence you have to spare. They were the chef d'oeuvre of the medieval architect, in his own opinion. All this makes the absence of flèches at Paris and Mantes the more strange. Want of money was certainly not the cause, since the Parisians had money enough to pull their whole cathedral to pieces at the very time when flèches were rising in half the towns within sight of them. Possibly they were too ambitious, and could find no design that seemed to satisfy their ambition. They took pride in their cathedral, and they tried hard to make their shrine of Our Lady rival the great shrine at Chartres. Of course, one must study their beautiful church, but this can be done at leisure, for, as it stands, it is later than Chartres and more conventional. Saint-Germain-des-Prés leads more directly to Chartres, but perhaps the church most useful to know is no longer a church at all, but a part of the Museum of Arts et Métiers, the desecrated Saint Martin de Champs, a name which shows that it dates from a time when the present Port Saint Martin was far out among fields. The choir of Saint Martin, which is all that needs noting, is said by M. Enlard to date from about 1150. Hidden in a remnant of old Paris near the Pont Notre Dame, where the student life of the Middle Ages was to be most turbulent and the Latin Quarter most renowned, is the little church of Saint Julien le Pauvre, towards 1170. On the whole, further search in Paris would not greatly help us. If one is to pursue the early centuries, one must go farther afield, for the schools of Normandy and the Isle de France were only 2 among half a dozen which flourished in the various provinces that were to be united in the kingdom of Saint Louis and his successors. We have not even looked to the south and east, whence the impulse came. The old Carolingian school, with its center at Aix-la-Chapelle, is quite beyond our horizon. The Rhine had a great Romanesque architecture of its own. One broad architectural tide swept up the Rhône and filled the Burgundian provinces as far as the watershed of the Seine. Another lined the Mediterranean, with a center at Arles. Another spread up the western rivers, the Charente and the Loire, reaching to Le Mans and touching Chartres. 2 more lay in the center of France, spreading from Périgord and Clermont in Auvergne. All these schools had individual character, and all have charm, but we have set out to go from Mont-Saint-Michel to Chartres in 3 centuries, the 11th, 12th, and 13th, trying to get, on the way, not technical knowledge, not accurate information, not correct views either on history, art, or religion, not anything that can possibly be useful or instructive, but only a sense of what those centuries had to say, and a sympathy with their ways of saying it. Let us go straight to Chartres. Chapter 5 Towers and Portals. For a first visit to Chartres, choose some pleasant morning when the lights are soft, for one wants to be welcome, and the cathedral has moods, at times severe. At best, the Beaussy is a country none too gay. The first glimpse that is caught, and the first that was meant to be caught, is that of the 2 spires. With all the education that Normandy and the Isle de France can give, one is still ignorant. The spire is the simplest part of the Romanesque or Gothic architecture, and needs least study in order to be felt. It is a bit of sentiment almost pure of practical purpose. It tells the whole of its story at a glance, and its story is the best that architecture had to tell, for it typified the aspirations of man at the moment when man's aspirations were highest. Yet 9 persons out of 10, perhaps 99 in 100, who come within sight of the 2 spires of Chartres will think it a jest if they are told that the smaller of the 2, the simpler, the one that impresses them least, is the one which they are expected to recognize as the most perfect piece of architecture in the world. Perhaps the French critics might deny that they make any such absolute claim. In that case, you can ask them what their exact claim is. It will always be high enough to astonish the tourist. Astonished or not, we have got to take this southern spire of the Chartres Cathedral as the object of serious study, and before taking it as art, must take it as history. The foundations of this tower, always to be known as the Old Tower, are supposed to have been laid in 1091, before the First Crusade. The flesh was probably half a century later, 1145 to 70. The foundations of the new tower, opposite, were laid not before 1110, when also the portal which stands between them was begun with the 3 lancet windows above it, but not the rows. For convenience, this old facade, including the portal and the 2 towers, but not the fleshes, and the 3 lancet windows, but not the rows, may be dated as complete about 1150. Originally the whole portal, the 3 doors and the 3 lancets, stood nearly 40 feet back, on the line of the interior foundation, or rear wall of the towers. This arrangement threw the towers forward, free on 3 sides, as at Poitiers, and gave room for a parvis, before the portal, a porch, roofed over, to protect the pilgrims who always stopped there to pray before entering the church. When the church was rebuilt after the Great Fire of 1194, and the architect was required to enlarge the interior, the old portal and lancets were moved bodily forward, to be flush with the front walls of the 2 towers, as you see the facade today, and the facade itself was heightened, to give room for the rows, and to cover the loftier pignon and vaulting behind. Finally, the wooden roof, above the stone vault, was masked by the Arcade of Kings and its railing, completed in the taste of Philip the Hardy, who reigned from 1270 to 1285. These changes have, of course, altered the values of all the parts. The portal is injured by being thrown into a glare of light, when it was intended to stand in shadow, as you will see in the north and south porches over the transept portals. The towers are hurt by losing relief and shadow, but the old flesh is obliged to suffer the cruelest wrong of all by having its right shoulder hunched up by half of a huge rose and the whole of a row of kings, when it was built to stand free, and to soar above the whole facade from the top of its 2nd story. One can easily figure it so and replace the lost parts of the old facade, more or less at haphazard, from the front of Noyon. What an outrage it was you can see by a single glance at the new flesh opposite. The architect of 1500 has flatly refused to submit to such conditions, and has insisted, with very proper self-respect, on starting from the balustrade of the Arcade of Kings as his level. Not even content with that, he has carried up his square tower another lofty story before he would consent to touch the heart of his problem, the conversion of the square tower into the octagon flesh. In doing this, he has sacrificed once more the old flesh, but his own tower stands free as it should. At Vendôme, when you go there, you will be in a way to appreciate still better what happened to the Chartres flesh. For the clocker at Vendôme, which is of the same date, Viollet-le-Duc says earlier, and in l'art, after 1130, stood and still stands free, like an Italian campanile, which gives it a vast advantage. The Tower of St. Loup d'Esserent, also after 1130, stands free, above the second story. Indeed, you will hardly find, in the long list of famous French spires, another which has been treated with so much indignity as this, the greatest and most famous of all, and perhaps the most annoying part of it is that you must be grateful to the architect of 1195 for doing no worse. He has, on the contrary, done his best to show respect for the work of his predecessor, and has done so well that, handicapped as it is, the old tower still defies rivalry. Nearly 350 feet high, or, to be exact, 106.5 meters from the church floor, it is built up with an amount of intelligence and refinement that leaves to unprofessional visitors no chance to think a criticism, much less to express one. Perhaps, when we have seen more, and feel less, who knows, but certainly not now. The greatest and surely the most beautiful monument of this kind that we possess in France, says Viollet-le-Duc, but although an ignorant spectator must accept the architect's decision on a point of relative merit, no one is compelled to accept his reasons as final. There is no need to dwell, he continues, upon the beauty and the grandeur of composition in which the artist has given proof of rare sobriety, where all the effects are obtained, not by ornaments, but by the just and skillful proportion of the different parts. The transition, so hard to adjust, between the square base and the octagon of the flesh, is managed and carried out with an address which has not been surpassed in similar monuments. One stumbles a little at the word address. One never caught oneself using the word in Norman churches. Your photographs of Bayeux or Baskerville or Sequeville will show you at a glance whether the term address applies to them. Even Vendôme would rather be praised for droiture than for address. Whether the word address means cleverness, dexterity, adroitness, or simple technical skill, the thing itself is something which the French have always admired more than the Normans ever did. Viollet-le-Duc himself seems to be a little uncertain whether to lay most stress on the one or the other quality. If one tries to appreciate the conception of this tower, quotes the Abbé Bultot, 1184, one will see that it is as frank as the execution is simple and skillful. Starting from the bottom, one reaches the summit of the flesh without marked break, without anything to interrupt the general form of the building. This clocker, whose base is broad, plain, massive, and free from ornament, transforms itself, as it springs, into a sharp spire with 8 faces, without its being possible to say where the massive construction ends and the light construction begins. Granting, as one must, that this concealment of the transition is a beauty, one would still like to be quite sure that the Chartres scheme is the best. The Norman clockers being thrown out, and that at Vendôme being admittedly simple, the Clocker de Saint-Jean on the church of Saint-Germain at Auxerre seems to be thought among the next in importance, although it is only about 160 feet in height, 49 meters, and therefore hardly in the same class with Chartres. Any photograph shows that the Auxerre spire is also simple, and that at attempts you have seen already to be of the Vendôme rather than of the Chartres type. The clocker at Senlis is more habile. It shows an effort to be clever, and offers a standard of comparison. But the medieval architects seem to have thought that none of them bore rivalry with Léon for technical skill. One of these professional experts, named Villard de Honcourt, who lived between 1200 and 1250, left a notebook which you can see in the vitrines of the Bibliothèque Nationale in the Rue Richelieu, and which is the source of most that is known about the practical ideas of medieval architects. He came to Chartres, and standing here before the doors, where we are standing, he made a rough drawing, not of the tower, but of the rose, which was then probably new, since it must have been planned between 1195 and 1200. Apparently the tower did not impress him strongly, for he made no note of it, but on the other hand, when he went to Léon, he became vehement in praise of the cathedral tower there, which must have been then quite new. I have been in many countries, as you can find in this book. In no place have I ever such a tower seen as that of Léon. J'este and multiple de tiers, Si comme vous pors trover en ces livres. En aucun lieu tel tour any six comme es ciel de lune. The reason for this admiration is the same that Violet Leduc gives for admiring the Tower of Chartres, the address with which the square is changed into the octagon. Not only is the tower itself changed into the flesh without visible junction, under cover of four-corner turrets, of open work, on slender columns, which start as squares, but the turrets also convert themselves into octagons in the very act of rising, and end in octagon fleshes that carry up, or once carried up, the lines of profile to the central flesh that soared above them. Clearly this device far surpassed in cleverness the scheme of Chartres, which was comparatively heavy and structural, the weights being adjusted for their intended work, while the transformation at Laon takes place in the air, and challenges discovery in defiance of one's keenest eyesight. Regard how the turrets pass from one disposition to another, in rising. Meditate on it. The flesh of Laon is gone, but the tower and turrets are still there to show what the architects of the 13th century thought their most brilliant achievement. One cannot compare Chartres directly with any of its contemporary rivals, but one can at least compare the old spire with the new one which stands opposite and rises above it. Perhaps you will like the new best. Built at a time which is commonly agreed to have had the highest standard of taste, it does not encourage tourist or artist to insist on setting up standards of his own against it. Begun in 1507, it was finished in 1517. The Dome of St. Peter's at Rome, over which Bramante and Raphael and Michelangelo toiled, was building at the same time. Leonardo da Vinci was working at Amboise. Jean Ballant, Pierre Lescot, and their patron, Francis I, were beginning their architectural careers. 400 years, or thereabouts, separated the old spire from the new one, and 400 more separate the new one from us. If Violet Leduc, who himself built Gothic spires, had cared to compare his fleshes at Clermont-Ferrand with the new flesh at Chartres, he might perhaps have given us a rule where address ceases to have charm, and where detail becomes tiresome. But in the want of a schoolmaster to lay down a law of taste, you can admire the new flesh as much as you please. Of course, one sees that the lines of the new tower are not clean, like those of the old. The devices that cover the transition from the square to the octagon are rather too obvious. The proportion of the flesh to the tower quite alters the values of the parts. A rigid classical taste might even go so far as to hint that the new tower, in comparison with the old, showed signs of a certain tendency toward a dim and distant vulgarity. There can be no harm in admitting that the new tower is a little wanting in repose for a tower whose business is to counterpoise the very classic lines of the old one. But no law compels you to insist on absolute repose in any form of art. If such a law existed, it would have to deal with Michelangelo before it dealt with us. The new tower has many faults, but it has great beauties, as you can prove by comparing it with other late Gothic spires, including those of Violet Leduc. Its chief fault is to be where it is. As a companion to the Crusades and to Saint Bernard, it lacks austerity. As a companion to the Virgin of Chartres, it recalls Diane de Poitiers. In fact, the new tower, which in years is 4 centuries younger than its neighbor, is in feeling fully 400 years older. It is self-conscious if not vain. Its coiffure is elaborately arranged to cover the effects of age, and its neck and shoulders are covered with lace and jewels to hide a certain sharpness of skeleton. Yet it may be beautiful still. The poets derided the wrinkles of Diane de Poitiers at the very moment when King Henry II idealized her with the homage of a Don Quixote. An atmosphere of physical beauty and decay hangs about the whole Renaissance. One cannot push these resemblances too far, even for the 12th century and the Old Tower. Exactly what date the Old Tower represents, as a social symbol, is a question that might be as much disputed as the beauty of Diane de Poitiers, and yet half the interest of architecture consists in the sincerity of its reflection of the society that builds. In mere time, by actual date, the Old Tower represents the Second Crusade, and when, in 1150, Saint Bernard was elected chief of that crusade in this very cathedral, or rather, in the cathedral of 1120, which was burned, the workmen were probably setting in mortar the stones of the flesh as we now see them. Yet the flesh does not represent Saint Bernard in feeling. For Saint Bernard held the whole array of church towers in horror, as signs merely of display, wealth, and pride. The flesh rather represents Abbot Suger of St. Denis, Abbot Peter the Venerable of Cluny, Abbot Abelard of St. Gildas de Ruys, and Queen Eleanor of Guienne, who had married Louis Le Jeune in 1137, who had taken the cross from St. Bernard in 1147, who returned from the Holy Land in 1149, and who compelled St. Bernard to approve her divorce in 1152. Eleanor and St. Bernard were centuries apart, yet they lived at the same time and in the same church. Speaking exactly, the old tower represents either of them. The new tower itself is hardly more florid than Eleanor was, perhaps less so, if one can judge from the fashions of the court dress of her time. The old tower is almost Norman, while Eleanor was wholly Gascon, and Gascony was always florid without being always correct. The new tower, if it had been built in 1150, like the old one, would have expressed Eleanor perfectly, even in height and apparent effort to dwarf its mate, except that Eleanor dwarfed her husband without an effort, and both in art and in history the result lacked harmony. Be the contrast what it may, it does not affect the fact that no other church in France has two spires that need be discussed in comparison with these. Indeed, no other cathedral of the same class has any spires at all, and this superiority of Chartres gave most of its point to a saying that, with the spires of Chartres, the choir of Beauvais, the nave of Amiens, and the façade of Reims, one could make a perfect church, for us tourists. The towers have taken much time, though they are the least religious and least complicated part of church architecture, and in no way essential to the church. Indeed, St. Bernard thought them an excrescence due to pride and worldliness, and this is merely St. Bernard's way of saying that they were an ornament created to gratify the artistic sense of beauty. Beautiful as they are, one's eyes must drop at last down to the church itself. If the spire symbolizes aspiration, the door symbolizes the way, and the portal of Chartres is the type of French doors. It stands first in the history of Gothic art, and in the opinion of most Gothic artists, first in the interest of all art, though this is no concern of ours. Here is the way to eternal life as it was seen by the Church and the art of the First Crusade. The fortune of this monument has been the best attested miracle de la Vierge in the long list of the Virgin's miracles, for it comes down, practically unharmed, through what may with literal accuracy be called the jaws of destruction and the flames of hell. Built some time in the first half of the 12th century, it passed, apparently unscathed, through the great fire of 1194 which burned out the church behind, and even the timber interior of the towers in front of it. Owing to the enormous mass of timber employed in the structure of the great churches, these recurrent fires were as destructive as fire can be made, yet not only the portals with their statuary and carving, but also the lancet windows with their glass, escaped the flames, and what is almost equally strange, escaped also the hand of the builder afterwards, who, if he had resembled other architects, would have made a new front of his own, but who, with piety unexampled, tenderly took the old stones down, one by one, and replaced them 40 feet in advance of their old position. The English wars and the wars of religion brought new dangers, sieges, and miseries. The Revolution of 1792 brought actual rapine and waste. Boys have flung stones at the saints. Architects have wreaked their taste within and without. Fire after fire has calcined the church vaults. The worst wrecker of all, the restorer of the 19th century, has prowled about it, yet the porch still stands, mutilated but not restored, burned but not consumed, as eloquent a witness to the power and perfections of Our Lady as it was 700 years ago, and perhaps more impressive. You will see portals and porches more or less of the same period elsewhere in many different places, at Paris, Le Mans, Sens, Autun, Vézelay, Clermont-Ferrand, Moissac, Arles, a score of them, for the same piety has protected them more than once. But you will see no other so complete or so instructive, and you may search far before you will find another equally good in workmanship. Study of the Chartres portal covers all the rest. The feeling and motive of all are nearly the same, or vary only to suit the character of the patron saint, and the point of all is that this feeling is the architectural child of the First Crusade. At Chartres one can read the First Crusade in the portal, as at Mont-Saint-Michel in the Aquilin and the Promenoir. The Abbé Bulto gives reason for assuming the year 1117 as the approximate date of the sculpture about the west portal, and you saw at Mont-Saint-Michel, in the promontoire of Abbot Roger II, an accurately dated work of the same decade. But whatever the date of the plan, the actual work and its spirit belonged to 1145 or thereabouts. Some 50 years had passed since the Crusaders streamed through Constantinople to Antioch and Jerusalem, and they were daily going and returning. You can see the ideas they brought back with the relics and missals and enamels they bought in Byzantium. Over the central door is the Christ, which might be sculptured after a Byzantine enamel, with its long nimbus or aureole or glory enclosing the whole figure. Over the left door is an Ascension, bearing the same stamp, and over the right door, the seated Virgin, with her crown and her 2 attendant archangels, is an Empress. Here is the Church, the way, and the life of the 12th century that we have undertaken to feel, if not to understand. First comes the central doorway, and above it is the glory of Christ, as the Church at Chartres understood Christ in the year 1150, for the glories of Christ were many, and the Chartres Christ is one. Whatever Christ may have been in other churches, here, on this portal, he offers himself to his flock as the herald of salvation alone. Among all the imagery of these 3 doorways, there is no hint of fear, punishment, or damnation, and this is the note of the whole time. Before 1200, the Church seems not to have felt the need of appealing habitually to terror. The promise of hope and happiness was enough. Even the portal at Autun, which displays a last judgment, belonged to St. Lazarus, the proof and symbol of resurrection. 100 years later, every church portal showed Christ not as Savior but as Judge, and he presided over a last judgment at Bourges and Amiens. And here on the south portal, where the despair of the damned is the evident joy of the artist, if it is not even sometimes a little his jest, which is worse. At Chartres Christ is identified with his mother, the spirit of love and grace, and his church is the church triumphant. Not only is fear absent, there is not even a suggestion of pain, there is not a martyr with the symbol of his martyrdom, and what is still more striking, in the sculptured life of Christ, from the Nativity to the Ascension, which adorns the capitals of the columns, the single scene that has been omitted is the Crucifixion. There, as everywhere in this portal, the artists seem actually to have gone out of their way in order to avoid a suggestion of suffering. They have pictured Christ and his mother in all the other events of their lives. They have represented evangelists, apostles, the 24 old men of the Apocalypse, saints, prophets, kings, queens, and princes, by the score, the signs of the zodiac, and even the 7 liberal arts, grammar, rhetoric, dialectics, arithmetic, geometry, astronomy, and music. Everything is there except misery. Perhaps Our Lady of Chartres was known to be peculiarly gracious and gentle, and this may partially account also for the extreme popularity of her shrine. But whatever the reason, her church was clearly intended to show only this side of her nature, and to impress it on her Son. You can see it in the grave and gracious face and attitude of the Christ, raising his hand to bless you as you enter his kingdom, in the array of long figures which line the entrance to greet you as you pass, in the expression of majesty and mercy of the Virgin herself on her throne above the southern doorway. Never once are you regarded as a possible rebel, or traitor, or a stranger to be treated with suspicion, or as a child to be impressed by fear. Equally distinct, perhaps even more emphatic, is the sculptor's earnestness to make you feel, without direct insistence, that you are entering the court of the Queen of Heaven who is one with her Son and his Church. The central door always bore the name of the Royal Door, because it belonged to the celestial majesty of Christ, and naturally bears the stamp of royalty. But the south door belongs to the Virgin and to us. Stop a moment to see how she receives us, remembering, or trying to remember, that to the priests and artists who designed the portal, and to the generations that went on the first and second crusades, the Virgin in her shrine was at least as living, as real, as personal an empress as the Basilissa at Constantinople. On the lintel immediately above the doorway is a succession of small groups. First, the Annunciation. Mary stands to receive the Archangel Gabriel, who comes to announce to her that she is chosen to be the Mother of God. The second is the Visitation, and in this scene also Mary stands, but she already wears a crown. At least, the Abbé Bultot says so, although time has dealt harshly with it. Then, in the center, follows the Nativity. Mary lies on a low bed, beneath, or before, a sort of table or cradle on which lies the infant, while Saint Joseph stands at the bed's head. Then the angel appears, directing 3 shepherds to the spot, filling the rest of the space. In correct theology, the Virgin ought not to be represented in bed, for she could not suffer like ordinary women, but her palace at Chartres is not much troubled by theology, and to her, as Empress Mother, the pain of childbirth was a pleasure which she wanted her people to share. The Virgin of Chartres was the greatest of all queens, but the most womanly of women, as we shall see, and her double character is sustained throughout her palace. She was also intellectually gifted in the highest degree. In the upper zone you see her again, at the presentation in the temple, supporting the child Jesus on the altar, while Simeon aids. Other figures bring offerings. The voussoirs of the arch above contain 6 archangels, with curious wings, offering worship to the infant and his imperial mother. Below are the signs of the zodiac, the fishes and the twins. The rest of the arch is filled by the 7 liberal arts, with Pythagoras, Aristotle, Cicero, Euclid, Nicomachus, Ptolemy, and Priscian as their representatives, testifying to the Queen's intellectual superiority. In the center sits Mary, with her crown on her head and her Son in her lap, enthroned, receiving the homage of heaven and earth, of all time, ancient and modern, of all thought, Christian and pagan, of all men and all women, including, if you please, your homage and mine, which she receives without question as her due, which she cannot be said to claim, because she is above making claims, she is Empress. Her left hand bore a scepter, her right supported the child, who looks directly forward, repeating the mother's attitude, and raises his right hand to bless, while his left rests on the orb of empire. She and her child are one. All this was noble beyond the nobility of man, but its earthly form was inspired by the empire rather than by the petty royalty of Louis le Gros or his pious Queen Alix of Savoy. One mark of the period is the long, oval nimbus, another is the imperial character of the Virgin, a third is her unity with the Christ, which is the Church. To us, the mark that will distinguish the Virgin of Chartres, or, if you prefer, the Virgin of the Crusades, is her crown and robes and throne. According to M. Rouault de Fleury's Iconographie de la Sainte Vierge, 1162, the Virgin's headdress and ornaments had been for long ages borrowed from the costume of the Empresses of the East in honor of the Queen of Heaven. No doubt the Virgin of Chartres was the Virgin recognized by the Empress Helena, mother of Constantine, and was at least as old as Helena's pilgrimage to Jerusalem in 326. She was not a Western, feudal queen, nor was her son a feudal king. She typified an authority which the people wanted, and the fiefs feared, the Pax Romana, the omnipotence of God in government. In all Europe, at that time, there was no power able to enforce justice or to maintain order, and no symbol of such a power except Christ and his mother, and the imperial crown. This idea is very different from that which was the object of our pilgrimage to Mont-Saint-Michel, but since all Chartres is to be one long comment upon it, you can lay the history of the matter on the shelf for study at your leisure, if you ever care to study into the weary details of human illusions and disappointments, while here we pray to the Virgin, and absorb ourselves in the art, which is your pleasure and which shall not teach either a moral or a useful lesson. The Empress Mary is receiving you at her portal, and whether you are an impertinent child, or a foolish old peasant woman, or an insolent prince, or a more insolent tourist, she receives you with the same dignity. In fact, she probably sees very little difference between you. An Empress of Russia today would probably feel little difference in the relative rank of her subjects, and the Virgin was Empress over emperors, patriarchs, and popes. Any one, however ignorant, can feel the sustained dignity of the sculptor's work, which is asserted with all the emphasis he could put into it. Not one of these long figures which line the 3 doorways but is an officer or official in attendance on the Empress or her son, and bears the stamp of the imperial court. They are mutilated, but if they have been treated with indignity, so are often their temporal rivals, torn to pieces, trampled on, to say nothing of being merely beheaded or poisoned, in the sacred palace and the hippodrome, without losing that peculiar oriental dignity of style which seems to drape the least dignified attitudes. The grand air of the 12th century is something like that of a Greek temple. You can, if you like, hammer every separate stone to pieces, but you cannot hammer out the Greek style. There were originally 24 of these statues, and 19 remain. Beginning at the north end, and passing over the first figure, which carries a head that does not belong to it, notice the second, a king with a long scepter of empire, a book of law, and robes of Byzantine official splendor. Beneath his feet is a curious woman's head with heavy braids of hair, and a crown. The third figure is a queen, charming as a woman, but particularly well dressed, and with details of ornament and person elaborately wrought, worth drawing, if one could only draw, worth photographing with utmost care to include the strange support on which she stands, a monkey, 2 dragons, a dog, a basilisk with a dog's head. 2 prophets follow, not so interesting. Prophets rarely interest. Then comes the central bay, 2 queens who claim particular attention, then a prophet, then a saint next the doorway, then on the southern jamb shafts, another saint, a king, a queen, and another king. Last comes the southern bay, the Virgin's own, and there stands first a figure said to be a youthful king, then a strongly sculptured saint, next the door a figure called also a king, but so charmingly delicate in expression that the robes alone betray his sex, and who this exquisite young aureoled king may have been who stands so close to the Virgin, at her right hand, no one can now reveal. Opposite him is a saint who may be, or should be, the Prince of the Apostles, then a bearded king with a broken scepter, standing on 2 dragons, and, at last, a badly mutilated queen. These statues are the Aeginetan marbles of French art. From them all modern French sculpture dates, or ought to date. They are singularly interesting, as naïf as the smile on the faces of the Greek warriors, but no more grotesque than they. You will see Gothic grotesques in plenty, and you cannot mistake the 2 intentions. The 12th century would sooner have tempted the tortures of every feudal dungeon in Europe than have put before the Virgin's eyes any figure that could be conceived as displeasing to her. These figures are full of feeling, and saturated with worship, but what is most to our purpose is the feminine side which they proclaim and insist upon. Not only the number of the female figures, and their beauty, but also the singularly youthful beauty of several of the males, the superb robes they wear, the expression of their faces and their figures, the details of hair, stuffs, ornaments, jewels, the refinement and feminine taste of the whole, are enough to startle our interest if we recognize what meaning they had to the 12th century. These figures look stiff and long and thin and ridiculous to enlightened citizens of the 18th century, but they were made to fit the architecture. If you want to know what an enthusiast thinks of them, listen to M. Huysmans's Cathedral. Beyond a doubt, the most beautiful sculpture in the world is in this place. He can hardly find words to express his admiration for the queens, and particularly for the one on the right of the central doorway. Never in any period has a more expressive figure been thus wrought by the genius of man. It is the chef d'oeuvre of infantile grace and holy candor. She is the elder sister of the prodigal son, the one of whom St. Luke does not speak, but who, if she existed, would have pleaded the cause of the absent, and insisted, with the father, that he should kill the fatted calf at his son's return. The idea is charming if you are the returning son, as many 12th century pilgrims must have thought themselves. But, in truth, the figure is that of a queen, an Eleanor of Guienne. Her position there is due to her majesty, which bears witness to the celestial majesty of the court in which she is only a lady-in-waiting, and she is hardly more humanly fascinating than her brother, the youthful king at the Virgin's right hand, who has nothing of the prodigal son, but who certainly has much of Lohengrin, or even, almost, Tristan. The Abbé Bulto has done his best to name these statues, but the names would be only in your way. That the sculptor meant them for a queen of Sheba or a king of Israel has little to do with their meaning in the 12th century, when the people were much more likely to have named them after the queens and kings they knew. The whole charm lies for us in the 12th century humanity of Mary and her court, not in the scriptural names under which it was made orthodox. Here, in this western portal, it stands as the Crusaders of 1100 to 50 imagined it, but by walking round the church to the porch over the entrance to the north transept, you shall see it again as Blanche of Castile and St. Louis imagined it, 100 years later, so that you will know better whether the earthly attributes are exaggerated or untrue. Porches, like steeples, were rather a peculiarity of French churches, and were studied, varied, one might even say petted, by French architects to an extent hardly attempted elsewhere. But among all the French porches, those of Chartres are the most famous. There are two, one on the north side, devoted to the Virgin, the other, on the south, devoted to the Sun. The mass of intelligence, knowledge, acquaintance with effects, practical experience, expended on these two porches of Chartres, says Violet Leduc, would be enough to establish the glory of a whole generation of artists. We begin with the north porch because it belonged to the Virgin, and it belonged to the Virgin because the north was cold, bleak, sunless, windy, and needed warmth, peace, affection, and power to protect against the assaults of Satan and his swarming devils. There the all-suffering but the all-powerful mother received other mothers who suffered like her, but who, as a rule, were not powerful. Traditionally in the primitive church, the northern porch belonged to the women. When they needed help, they came here, because it was the only place in this world or in any other where they had much hope of finding even a reception. See how Mary received them. The porch extends the whole width of the transept, about 120 feet, 37.65 meters, divided into 3 bays some 20 feet deep, and covered with a stone vaulted roof supported on piers outside. Begun toward 1215 under Philip Augustus, the architectural part was finished toward 1225 under Louis VIII, and after his death in 1226, the decorative work and statuary were carried on under the regency of his widow, Blanche of Castile, and through the reign of her son, St. Louis, 1235–70, until about 1275, when the work was completed by Philip the Hardy. A gift of the royal family of France, all the members of the family seem to have had a share in building it, and several of their statues have been supposed to adorn it. The walls are lined, the porch, in a religious sense, is inhabited by more than 700 figures, great and small, all, in one way or another, devoted to the glory of the Queen of Heaven. You will see that 100 years have converted the Byzantine Empress into a French queen, as the same years had converted Alix of Savoy into Blanche of Castile, but the note of majesty is the same, and the assertion of power is, if possible, more emphatic. The highest note is struck at once, in the central bay, over the door, where you see the coronation of Mary as Queen of Heaven, a favorite subject in art from very early times, and the dominant idea of Mary's church. You see Mary on the left, seated on her throne; on the right, seated on a precisely similar throne, is Christ, who holds up his right hand apparently to bless, since Mary already bears the crown. Mary bends forward, with her hands raised toward her Son, as though in gratitude or adoration or prayer, but certainly not in an attitude of feudal homage. On either side, an archangel swings a censer. On the lintel below, on the left, is represented the death of Mary; on the right, Christ carries, in the folds of his mantle, the soul of Mary in the form of a little child, and at the same time blesses the body which is carried away by angels, the resurrection of Mary. Below the lintel, supporting it, and dividing the doorway in halves, is the trumeau, the central pier, a new part of the portal which was unknown to the western door. Usually in the Virgin's churches, as at Rheims, or Amiens or Paris, the Virgin herself, with her Son in her arms, stands against this pier, trampling on the dragon with the woman's head. Here not the Virgin with the Christ, but her mother saint, and stands, with the infant Virgin in her arms, while beneath is, or was, Saint Joachim, her husband, among his flocks, receiving from the Archangel Gabriel the Annunciation. So at the entrance the Virgin declares herself divinely Queen in her own right, divinely born, divinely resurrected from death, on the third day, seated by divine right on the throne of heaven, at the right hand of God the Son, with whom she is one. Unless we feel this assertion of divine right in the Queen of Heaven, apart from the Trinity, yet one with it, Chartres is unintelligible. The extreme emphasis laid upon it at the church door shows what the church means within. Of course, the assertion was not strictly orthodox. Perhaps, since we are not members of the church, we might be unnoticed and unrebuked if we start by suspecting that the worship of the Virgin never was strictly orthodox. But Chartres was hers before it ever belonged to the church, and like Lourdes in our own time, was a shrine peculiarly favored by her presence. The mere fact that it was a bishopric had little share in its sanctity. The bishop was much more afraid of Mary than he was of any church council ever held. Critics are doing their best to destroy the peculiar personal interest of this porch, but tourists and pilgrims may be excused for insisting on their traditional rights here, since the porch is singular, even in the 13th century, for belonging entirely to them and the royal family of France, subject only to the Virgin. True artists, turned critics, think also less of rules than of values, and no ignorant public can be trusted to join the critics in losing temper judiciously over the date or correctness of a portrait until they knew something of its motives and merits. The public has always felt certain that some of the statues which stand against the outer piers of this porch are portraits, and they see no force in the objection that such decoration was not customary in the church. Many things at Chartres were not customary in the church, although the church now prefers not to dwell on them. Therefore the student returns to Viollet-le-Duc with his usual delight at finding at least one critic whose sense of values is stronger than his sense of rule. Each statue, he says in his Dictionary, 111-166, possesses its personal character which remains graven on the memory like the recollection of a living being whom one has known. A large part of the statues in the porches of Notre Dame de Chartres, as well as of the portals of the cathedrals of Amiens and Reims, possess these individual qualities, and this it is which explains why these statues produce on the crowd so vivid an impression that it names them, knows them, and attaches to each of them an idea, often a legend. Probably the crowd did so from the first moment they saw the statues, and with good reason. At all events, they have attached to two of the most individual figures on the north porch two names, perhaps the best known in France in the year 1226, but which since the year 1300 can have conveyed only the most shadowy meaning to any but pure antiquarians. The group is so beautiful as to be given a plate to itself in the monography, number 26, as representing Philip Hurpel and his wife Mahaut de Boulogne. So little could any crowd, or even any antiquarian, at any time within 600 years have been likely to pitch on just these persons to associate with Blanche of Castile in any kind of family unity, that the mere suggestion seems wild. Yet Blanche outlived Pierre by nearly 20 years, and her power over this transept and porch ended only with her death, as regent in 1252. Philippe, nicknamed Hurpel, Boreskin, was a fils de France, whose father, Philip Augustus, had serious, not to say fatal, difficulties with the church about the legality of his marriage, and was forced to abandon his wife, who died in 1201, after giving birth to Hurpel in 1200. The child was recognized as legitimate, and stood next to the throne, after his half-brother Louis, who was 13 years older. Almost at his birth he was affianced to Mahaut, Countess of Boulogne, and the marriage was celebrated in 1216. Rich and strongly connected, Hurpel naturally thought himself, and was, head of the royal family next to the king, and when his half-brother, Louis VIII, died in 1226, leaving only a son, afterwards St. Louis, a 10-year-old boy, to succeed, Hurpel very properly claimed the guardianship of his infant nephew, and deeply resented being excluded by Queen Blanche from what he regarded, perhaps with justice, as his right. Nearly all the great lords and the members of the royal family sided with him, and entered into a civil war against Blanche, at the moment when these two porches of Chartres were building, between 1228 and 1230. The two greatest leaders of the conspiracy were Hurpel, whom we are expected to recognize on the pier of this porch, and Pierre Mauclerc, of Brittany and Dreux, whom we have no choice but to admit on the trumeau of the other. In those days every great feudal lord was more or less related by blood to the crown, and although Blanche of Castile was also a cousin as well as Queen Mother, they hated her as a Spanish intruder with such hatred as men felt in an age when passions were real. That these two men should be found here, associated with Blanche in the same work, at the same time, under the same roof, is a fantastic idea, and students can feel in this political difficulty a much stronger objection to admitting Hurpel to Queen Blanche's porch than any supposed rule of church custom. Yet the first privilege of tourist ignorance is the right to see, or try to see, their 13th century with 13th century eyes. Passing by the statues of Philip and Mahaut, and stepping inside the church door, almost the first figure that the visitor sees on lifting his eyes to the upper windows of the transept is another figure of Philippe Hurpel, in glass, on his knees, with clasped hands, before an altar, and to prevent possibility of mistake his blazoned coat bears the words, Fi Conti de Boan. Apparently he is the donor, for, in the rows above, he sits in arms on a white horse with a shield bearing the blazon of France. Obliged to make his peace with the Queen in 1230, Hupel died in 1233 or 1234, while Blanche was still regent, and instantly took his place as of right side by side with Blanche's castles of Castile among the great benefactors of the Church. Beneath the next rows is Mahaut herself, as donor, bearing her husband's arms of France, suggesting that the windows must have been given together, probably before Philip's death in 1233, since Mahaut was married again in 1238, this time to Alfonso of Portugal, who repudiated her in 1249, and left her to die in her own town of Boulogne in 1258. Lastly, in the third window of the series, is her daughter Jean Yehen, who was probably born before 1220, and who was married in 1236 to Gaucher de Chatillon, one of the greatest warriors of his time. Jean also, according to the Abbé Bultot, 111, 225, bears the arms of her father and mother, which seems to suggest that she gave this window before her marriage. These three windows, therefore, have the air of dating at least as early as 1233 when Philip Hupel died, while next them follow two more roses, and the Great Rose of France, presumably of the same date, all scattered over with the castles of Queen Blanche. The motive of the porch outside is repeated in the glass, as it should be, and as the saint and of the Rose of France, within, repeats the saint and on the trumeau of the portal. The personal stamp of the royal family is intense, but the stamp of the Virgin's personality is intenser still. In the presence of Mary, not only did princes hide their quarrels, but they also put on their most courteous manners and the most refined and even austere address. The Byzantine display of luxury and adornment had vanished. All the figures suggest the sanctity of the king and his sister Isabel. The court has the air of a convent, but the idea of Mary's majesty is asserted through it all. The artists and donors and priests forgot nothing which, in their judgment, could set off the authority, elegance, and refinement of the Queen of Heaven. Even the young ladies in waiting are there, figured by the 12 virtues and the 14 beatitudes. And indeed, though men are plenty and some of them are handsome, women give the tone, the charm, and mostly the intelligence. The court of Mary is feminine, and its charms are grace and love, perhaps even more grace than love, in a social sense, if you look at beauty and friendship among beatitudes. M. Huysmans insists that this sculpture is poor in comparison with his 12th-century prodigal daughter, and I hope you can enter into the spirit of his enthusiasm. But other people prefer the 13th-century work, and think it equals the best Greek. Approaching, or surpassing this, as you like, is the sculpture you will see at Rheims, of the same period, and perhaps the same hands, but for our purpose, the Queen of Sheba, here in the right-hand bay, is enough, because you can compare it on the spot with M. Huysmans's figure on the western portal, which may also be a Queen of Sheba, who, as spouse of Solomon, typified the Church, and therefore prefigured Mary herself. Both are types of court beauty and grace, one from the 12th century, the other from the 13th, and you can prefer which you please, but you want to bear in mind that each, in her time, pleased the Virgin. You can even take for a settled fact that these were the types of feminine beauty and grace which pleased the Virgin beyond all others. The purity of taste, feeling, and manners which stamps the art of these centuries, as it did the court of St. Louis and his mother, is something you will not wholly appreciate till you reach the depravity of the Valois, but still you can see how exquisite the Virgin's taste was, and how pure. You can also see how she shrank from the sight of pain. Here, in the central bay, next to King David, who stands at her right hand, is the great figure of Abraham about to sacrifice Isaac. If there is one subject more revolting than another to a woman who typifies the mother, it is this subject of Abraham and Isaac, with its compound horror of masculine stupidity and brutality. The sculptor has tried to make even this motive a pleasing one. He has placed Abraham against the column in the correct harshness of attitude, with his face turned aside and up, listening for his orders. But the little Isaac, with hands and feet tied, leans like a bundle of sticks against his father's knee with an expression of perfect faith and confidence, while Abraham's left hand quiets him and caresses the boy's face, with a movement that must have gone straight to Mary's heart. For Isaac always prefigured Christ. The glory of Mary was not one of terror, and her porch contains no appeal to any emotion but those of her perfect grace. If we were to stay here for weeks, we should find only this idea worked into every detail. The Virgin of the 13th century is no longer an empress, she is Queen Mother, an idealized Blanche of Castile, too high to want, or suffer, or to revenge, or to aspire, but not too high to pity, to punish, or to pardon. The women went to her porch for help as naturally as babies to their mother, and the men, in her presence, fell on their knees because they feared her intelligence and her anger. Not that all the men showed equal docility. We must go next, round the church, to the south porch, which was the gift of Pierre Mauclerc, Comte de Dreux, another member of the royal family, great-grandson of Louis VI, and therefore second cousin to Louis VIII and Philip Hupel. Philip Augustus, his father's first cousin, married the young man, in 1212, to Alix, heiress of the Duchy of Brittany, and this marriage made him one of the most powerful vassals of the crown. He joined Philip Hupel in resisting the regency of Queen Blanche in 1227, and Blanche, after a long struggle, caused him to be deposed in 1230. Pierre was obliged to submit, and was pardoned. Until 1236, he remained in control of the Duchy of Brittany, but then was obliged to surrender his power to his son, and turned his turbulent activity against the infidels in Syria and Egypt, dying in 1250, on his return from St. Louis's disastrous crusade. Pierre de Dreux was a masculine character, a bad cleric, as his nickname Mauclerc testified, but a gentleman, a soldier, and a scholar, and what is more to our purpose, a man of taste. He built the south porch at Chartres, apparently as a memorial of his marriage with Alix in 1212, and the statuary is of the same date with that of the north porch, but like that, it was not finished when Pierre died in 1250. One would like to know whether Pierre preferred to take the southern entrance, or whether he was driven there by the royal claim to the Virgin's favor. The southern porch belongs to the son, as the northern belongs to the mother. Pierre never showed much deference to women, and probably felt more at his ease under the protection of the son than of Mary. But in any case he showed as clearly as possible what he thought on this question of persons. To Pierre, Christ was first, and he asserted his opinion as emphatically as Blanche asserted hers. Which porch is the more beautiful is a question for artists to discuss and decide, if they can. Either is good enough for us, whose pose is ignorance, and whose pose is strictly correct. But apart from its beauty or its art, there is also the question of feeling, of motive, which puts the Porche de Dreux in contrast with the Porche de France, and this is wholly within our competence. At the outset, the central bay displays, above the doorway, Christ, on a throne, raising his hands to show the stigmata, the wounds which were the proof of man's salvation. At his right hand sits the mother, without her crown. On his left, in equal rank with the mother, sits St. John the Evangelist. Both are in the same attitude of supplication as intercessors. There is no distinction in rank or power between Mary and John, since either has any power except what Christ gives them. Pierre did not, indeed, put the mother on her knees before the son, as you can see her at Amiens and in later churches, certainly bad taste in Mary's own palace. But he allowed her no distinction which is not her strict right. The angels above and around bear the symbols of the Passion. They are unconscious of Mary's presence. They are absorbed in the perfections of the Son. On the lintel just below is the Last Judgment, where St. Michael reappears, weighing the souls of the dead which Mary and John above are trying to save from the strict justice of Christ. The whole melodrama of church terrors appears after the manner of the 13th century, on this church door, without regard to Mary's feelings. And below, against the trumeau, stands the great figure of Christ, the whole church, trampling on the lion and dragon. On either side of the doorway stand 6 great figures of the apostles asserting themselves as the columns of the church, and looking down at us with an expression no longer calculated to calm our fears or encourage extravagant hopes. No figure on this porch suggests a portrait, or recalls a memory. Very grand, indeed, is this doorway, dignified, impressive, and masculine to a degree seldom if ever equaled in art, and the left bay rivals it. There, in the tympanum, Christ appears again, standing, bearing on his head the crown royal, alone, except for the two angels who adore, and surrounded only by the martyrs, his witnesses. The right bay is devoted to Saint Nicholas, and the saints confessors who bear witness to the authority of Christ in faith. Of the 28 great figures, the officers of the royal court, who make thus the strength of the Church beneath Christ, not one is a woman. The masculine orthodoxy of Pierre Mauclerc has spared neither sex nor youth. All are of a maturity which chills the blood, excepting two, whose youthful beauty is heightened by the severity of their surroundings, so that the Abbé Bultot makes bold even to say that the two statues of St. George and of St. Theodore may be regarded as the most beautiful of our cathedral, perhaps even as the two masterpieces of statuary at the end of the 13th century. On that point, let every one follow his taste. But one reflection at least seems to force itself on the mind in comparing these 28 figures. Certainly the sword, however it may compare with the pen in other directions, is in art more powerful than all the pens, or volumes, or croziers ever made. Your Golden Legend and Roman Breviary are here the only guidebooks worth consulting, and the stories of young George and Theodore stand there recorded, as their miracle under the walls of Antioch, during the First Crusade, is matter of history. But among these magnificent figures one detects at a glance that it is not the religion or sacred purity of the subject, or even the miracles or the sufferings, which inspire passion for St. George and St. Theodore, under the Abbé's robe. It is, with him, as with the plain boy and girl, simply youth, with lance and sword and shield. These two figures stand in the outer embrasures of the left bay, where they can be best admired, and perhaps this arrangement shows what Péron de Dreux, as he was commonly called, loved most, in his heart of hearts. But elsewhere, even in this porch, he relaxed his severity, and became at times almost gracious to women. Good judges have, indeed, preferred this porch to the northern one, but be that as you please, it contains 783 figures, large and small, to serve for comparison. Among these, the female element has its share, though not a conspicuous one, and even the Virgin gets her rights, though not beside her Son. To see her, you must stand outside in the square and, with a glass, look at the central pignon, or gable, of the porch. There, just above the point of the arch, you will see Mary on her throne, crowned, wearing her royal robes, and holding the child on her knees, with the two archangels on either side offering incense. Pierre de Dreux, or someone else, admitted at last that she was Queen Regent, although evidently not eager to do so, and if you turn your glass up to the gable of the transept itself, above the great rose and the colonnade over it, you can see another and a colossal statue of the Virgin, but standing, with the child on her left arm. She seems to be crowned, and to hold the globe in her right hand, but the Abbé Bultot says it is a flower. The two archangels are still there. This figure is thought to have been a part of the finishing decoration added by Philip the Fair in 1304. In theology, Pierre de Dreux seems to show himself a more learned clerk than his cousins of France, and, as an expression of the meaning the Church of Mary should externally display, the Porche de Dreux, if not as personal, is as energetic as the Porche de France, or the Western Portal. As we pass into the cathedral, under the great Christ, on the trumeau, you must stop to look at Pierre himself. A bridegroom, crowned with flowers on his wedding day, he kneels in prayer, while two servants distribute bread to the poor. Below, you see him again, seated with his wife Alix before a table with one loaf, assisting at the meal they give to the poor. Pierre kneels to God. He and his wife bow before the Virgin and the poor, but not to Queen Blanche. Now let us enter. Chapter 6: The Virgin of Chartres. We must take 10 minutes to accustom our eyes to the light, and we had better use them to seek the reason why we come to Chartres rather than to Reims or Amiens or Bourges, for the cathedral that fills our ideal. The truth is, there are several reasons, there generally are, for doing the things we like, and after you have studied Chartres to the ground, and got your reasons settled, you will never find an antiquarian to agree with you. The architects will probably listen to you with contempt, and even these excellent priests, whose kindness is great, whose patience is heavenly, and whose good opinion you would so gladly gain, will turn from you with pain, if not with horror. The Gothic is singular in this. One seems easily at home in the Renaissance, one is not too strange in the Byzantine. As for the Roman, it is ourselves, and we could walk blindfolded through every chink and cranny of the Greek mind. All these styles seem modern, when we come close to them, but the Gothic gets away. No two men think alike about it, and no woman agrees with either man. The church itself never agreed about it, and the architects agree even less than the priests. To most minds it casts too many shadows, it wraps itself in mystery, and when people talk of mystery, they commonly mean fear. To others, the Gothic seems hoary with age and decrepitude, and its shadows mean death. What is curious to watch is the fanatical conviction of the Gothic enthusiasts, to whom the 12th century means exuberant youth, the eternal child of Wordsworth, over whom its immortality broods like the day. It is so simple and yet so complicated, it sees so much and so little, it loves so many toys and cares for so few necessities, its youth is so young, its age so old, and its youthful yearning for old thought is so disconcerting, like the mysterious senility of the baby that, deaf and silent, reads the eternal deep, haunted forever by the eternal mind. One need not take it more seriously than one takes the baby itself. Our amusement is to play with it, and to catch its meaning in its smile, and whatever Chartres may be now, when young it was a smile. To the Church, no doubt, its cathedral here has a fixed and administrative meaning, which is the same as that of every other bishop's seat and with which we have nothing whatever to do. To us, it is a child's fancy, a toy house to please the Queen of Heaven, to please her so much that she would be happy in it, to charm her till she smiled. The Queen Mother was as majestic as you like, she was absolute, she could be stern, she was not above being angry, but she was still a woman, who loved grace, beauty, ornament, her toilette, robes, jewels, who considered the arrangements of her palace with attention, and liked both light and color, who kept a keen eye on her court, and exacted prompt and willing obedience from king and archbishops as well as from beggars and drunken priests. She protected her friends and punished her enemies. She required space, beyond what was known in the courts of kings, because she was liable at all times to have 10,000 people begging her for favors, mostly inconsistent with law, and deaf to refusal. She was extremely sensitive to neglect, to disagreeable impressions, to want of intelligence in her surroundings. She was the greatest artist, as she was the greatest philosopher and musician and theologist, that ever lived on earth, except her son, who, at Chartres, is still an infant under her guardianship. Her taste was infallible, her sentence eternally final. This church was built for her in this spirit of simple-minded, practical, utilitarian faith, in this singleness of thought, exactly as a little girl sets up a doll-house for her favorite blonde doll. Unless you can go back to your dolls, you are out of place here. If you can go back to them, and get rid for one small hour of the weight of custom, you shall see Chartres in glory. The palaces of earthly queens were hovels compared with these palaces of the Queen of Heaven at Chartres, Paris, Laon, Noyon, Reims, Amiens, Rouen, Bayeux, Coutances, a list that might be stretched into a volume. The nearest approach we have made to a palace was the Merville at Mont-Saint-Michel, but no queen had a palace equal to that. The Merville was built, or designed, about the year 1200. Toward the year 1500, Louis XI built a great castle at Lox-in-Touraine, and their queen and de Bretagne had apartments which still exist, and which we will visit. At Blois you shall see the residence which served for Catherine de Medicis till her death in 1589. And de Bretagne was trebly queen, and Catherine de Medicis took her standard of comfort from the luxury of Florence. At Versailles you can see the apartments which the queens of the Bourbon line occupied through their century of magnificence. All put together, and then trebled in importance, could not rival the splendor of any single cathedral dedicated to Queen Mary in the 13th century, and of them all, Chartres was built to be peculiarly and exceptionally her delight. One has grown so used to this sort of loose comparison, this reckless waste of words, that one no longer adopts an idea unless it is driven in with hammers of statistics and columns of figures. With the irritating demand for literal exactness and perfectly straight lines which lights up every truly American eye, you will certainly ask when this exaltation of Mary began, and unless you get the dates, you will doubt the facts. It is your own fault if they are tiresome. You might easily read them all in the Iconographie de la Sainte Vierge. By M. Roald de Fleury, published in 1878. You can start at Byzantium with the Empress Helena in 326, or with the Council of Ephesus in 431. You will find the Virgin acting as the patron saint of Constantinople and of the imperial residence, under as many names as Artemis or Aphrodite had borne. As Godmother, word in Greek, Depara, word in Greek, Pathfinder, word in Greek, afterwards gave to Murillo the subject of a famous painting, told that once, when he was reciting before her statue the Ave Maris Stella, and came to the words, Monstra ti esse matrem, the image, pressing its breast, dropped on the lips of her servant 3 drops of the milk which had nourished the Savior. The same miracle, in various forms, was told of many other persons, both saints and sinners, but it made so much impression on the mind of the age that, in the 14th century, Dante, seeking in paradise for some official introduction to the foot of the throne, found no intercessor with the Queen of Heaven more potent than Saint Bernard. You can still read Bernard's hymns to the Virgin, and even his sermons if you like. To him she was the great mediator. In the eyes of a culpable humanity, Christ was too sublime, too terrible, too just, but not even the weakest human frailty could fear to approach his mother. Her attribute was humility, her love and pity were infinite. Let him deny your mercy who can say that he has ever asked it in vain. Saint Bernard was emotional and to a certain degree mystical, like Adam de Saint Victor, whose hymns were equally famous, but the emotional saints and mystical poets were not by any means allowed to establish exclusive rights to the Virgin's favor. Abelard was as devoted as they were, and wrote hymns as well. Philosophy claimed her, and Albert the Great, the head of scholasticism, the teacher of Thomas Aquinas, decided in her favor the question whether the Blessed Virgin possessed perfectly the 7 liberal arts. The Church at Chartres had decided it 100 years before by putting the 7 liberal arts next her throne, with Aristotle himself to witness, but Albertus gave the reason. I hold that she did, for it is written, Wisdom has built herself a house, and has sculptured 7 columns. That house is the Blessed Virgin, the 7 columns are the 7 liberal arts. Mary, therefore, had perfect mastery of science. Naturally, she had also perfect mastery of economics, and most of her great churches were built in economic centers. The guilds were, if possible, more devoted to her than the monks. The bourgeoisie of Paris, Rouen, Amiens, Lyon, spend money by millions to gain her favor. Most surprising of all, the great military class was perhaps the most vociferous. Of all inappropriate haunts for the gentle, courteous, pitying Mary, a field of battle seems to be the worst, if not distinctly blasphemous, yet the greatest French warriors insisted on her leading them into battle, and in the actual melee when men were killing each other, on every battlefield in Europe, for at least 500 years, Mary was present, leading both sides. The battle cry of the famous Constable du Guesclin was, Notre Dame Guesclin, Notre Dame Coucy, was the cry of the great sires de Coucy. Notre Dame Auxerre, Notre Dame Sancerre, Notre Dame Hainault, Notre Dame Geldres, Notre Dame Bourbon, Notre Dame Béarn, all well-known battle cries. The king's own battle at one time cried, Notre Dame Saint-Denis Montjoy. The dukes of Burgundy cried, Notre Dame Bourgogne, and even the soldiers of the Pope were said to cry, Notre Dame Saint-Pierre. The measure of this devotion, which proves to any religious American mind, beyond possible cavil, its serious and practical reality, is the money it cost. According to statistics, in the single century between 1170 and 1270, the French built 80 cathedrals and nearly 500 churches of the cathedral class, which would have cost, according to an estimate made in 1840, more than 5,000 millions to replace. 5,000 million francs is $1,000 million, and this covered only the great churches of a single century. The same scale of expenditure had been going on since the year 1000, and almost every parish in France had rebuilt its church in stone. To this day France is strewn with the ruins of this architecture, and yet the still preserved churches of the 11th and 12th centuries, among the churches that belong to the Romanesque and Transition period, are numbered by hundreds until they reach well into the thousands. The share of this capital which was, if one may use a commercial figure, invested in the Virgin cannot be fixed, any more than the total sum given to religious objects between 1000 and 1300, but in a spiritual and artistic sense, it was almost the whole, and expressed an intensity of conviction never again reached by any passion, whether of religion, of loyalty, of patriotism, or of wealth. Perhaps never even paralleled by any single economic effort, except in war. Nearly every great church of the 12th and 13th centuries belonged to Mary, until in France one asked for the church of Notre Dame as though it meant cathedral. But not satisfied with this, she contracted the habit of requiring in all churches a chapel of her own, called in English the Lady Chapel, which was apt to be as large as the church but was always meant to be handsomer, and there, behind the high altar, in her own private apartment, Mary sat, receiving her innumerable suppliants, and ready at any moment to step up upon the high altar itself to support the tottering authority of the local saint. Expenditure like this rests invariably on an economic idea. Just as the French of the 19th century invested their surplus capital in a railway system in the belief that they would make money by it in this life, in the 13th they trusted their money to the Queen of Heaven because of their belief in her power to repay it with interest in the life to come. The investment was based on the power of Mary as Queen rather than on any Orthodox Church conception of the Virgin's legitimate station. Papal Rome never greatly loved Byzantine empresses or French queens. The Virgin of Chartres was never wholly sympathetic to the Roman Curia. To this day the church writers, like the Abbé Bultot or M. Roault de Fleury, are singularly shy of the true Virgin of Majesty, whether at Chartres or at Byzantium or wherever she is seen. The fathers Martin and Caillet at Bourges alone left her true value. Had the Church controlled her, the Virgin would perhaps have remained prostrate at the foot of the cross. Dragged by a Byzantine court, backed by popular insistence, and impelled by overpowering self-interest, the Church accepted the Virgin throned and crowned, seated by Christ, the Judge throned and crowned. But even this did not wholly satisfy the French of the 13th century, who seemed bent on absorbing Christ in his mother, and making the mother the Church, and Christ the symbol. The Church had crowned and enthroned her almost from the beginning, and could not have dethroned her if it would. In all Christian art, sculpture or mosaic, painting or poetry, the Virgin's rank was expressly asserted. Saint Bernard, like John Comnus, and probably at the same time, 1120–40, chanted hymns to the Virgin as Queen. O salutaris Virgo stella maris generans prolem, equitatis solem, Lucas octorem, retinens puterem, sacip laudem. Kelly regina perquam medcina dater egretis, gratia devotis, gaudium moestis, mundo lux coelestis, spesc salutis. Alla regalis, Virgo specialis, passi medilam nobis et tutelum, sacip vota, precibus cuncta pel molesta. O Saviour Virgin, Star of Sea, who bore for child the Son of Justice, the source of light, Virgin, always hear our praise. Queen of Heaven, who have given medicine to the sick, grace to the devout, joy to the sad, heaven's light to the world and hope of salvation. Court Royal, Virgin typical, grant us cure and guard, accept our vows, and by prayers drive all griefs away. As the lyrical poet of the 12th century, Adam de Saint Victor seems to have held rank higher if possible than that of Saint Bernard, and his hymns on the Virgin are certainly quite as emphatic an assertion of her majesty. Imperatrix supernorum, superatrix infernorum, elegenda via celi, retinenda sp fideli, separatos a te lunge revocatos ad te jungaturum collegio. Empress of the highest, mistress over the lowest, chosen path of heaven, held fast by faithful hope, those separated from you far, recalled to you, unite in your fold. To delight in the childish jingle of the medieval Latin is a sign of a feudal mind, no doubt, and I beg pardon of you and of the Church for wasting your precious summer day on poetry which was regarded as mystical in its age and which now sounds like a nursery rhyme. But a verse or two of Adam's hymn on the Assumption of the Virgin completes the record of her rank, and goes to complete also the documentary proof of her majesty at Chartres. Salve, Mater Salvatoris! Vas electum! Vas honoris! Vas coelestis gratiae! Ab eterno vas provisum! Vas insignia! Vas excisa manus sapientiae! Salve, Mater Pietatis, et totius trinitatis nobile triclinium. Verbi tamen incarnati speciali majestati preoperans hospitium. O Maria! Stella Maris! Dignitate singularis, super omnes ordinaries ordines coelestium. In supremos sita poli nos commenda tui proli, any terrors civ doli nos supplantant hostium. Mother of our Saviour, hail! Chosen vessel! Sacred Grail! Font of celestial grace! From eternity forethought! By the hand of wisdom wrought! Precious, faultless vase! Hail, Mother of Divinity! Hail, Temple of the Trinity! Home of the Triune God! In whom the incarnate Word had birth, the King! To whom you gave on earth imperial abode. O Maria! Constellation! Inspiration! Elevation! Rule and law and ordination of the angels' host! Highest height of God's creation, pray your Son's commiseration, lest, by fear or fraud, salvation for our souls be lost. Constantly, one might better say at once, officially, she was addressed in these terms of supreme majesty. Imperatrix supernorum! Celi Regina! Alla Regulus! But the 12th century seemed determined to carry the idea out to its logical conclusion in defiance of dogma. Not only was the Son absorbed in the Mother, or represented as under her guardianship, but the Father fared no better, and the Holy Ghost followed. The poets regarded the Virgin as the Templum Trinitatis. Totius Trinitatis nobile triclinium. She was the refectory of the Trinity, the triclinium, because the refectory was the largest room and contained the whole of the members, and was divided in 3 parts by 2 rows of columns. She was the Templum Trinitatis, the church itself, with its triple aisle. The Trinity was absorbed in her. This is a delicate subject in the church, and you must feel it with delicacy, without brutally insisting on its necessary contradictions. All theology and all philosophy are full of contradictions quite as flagrant and far less sympathetic. This particular variety of religious faith is simply human, and has made its appearance in one form or another in nearly all religions. But though the 12th century carried it to an extreme, and at Chartres you see it in its most charming expression, we have got always to make allowances for what was going on beneath the surface in men's minds, consciously or unconsciously, and for the latent skepticism which lurks behind all faith. The Church itself never quite accepted the full claims of what was called Mariolatry. One may be sure, too, that the bourgeois capitalist and the student of the schools, each from his own point of view, watched the Virgin with anxious interest. The bourgeois had put an enormous share of his capital into what was in fact an economical speculation, not unlike the South Sea scheme, or the railway system of our own time, except that in one case the energy was devoted to shortening the road to heaven, in the other, to shortening the road to Paris. But no serious schoolman could have felt entirely convinced that God would enter into a business partnership with man, to establish a sort of joint stock society for altering the operation of divine and universal laws. The bourgeois cared little for the philosophical doubt if the economical result proved to be good, but he watched this result with his usual practical sagacity, and required an experience of only about 3 generations, 1200 to 1300, to satisfy himself that relics were not certain in their effects, that the saints were not always able or willing to help, that Mary herself could not certainly be bought or bribed, that prayer without money seemed to be quite as efficacious as prayer with money, and that neither the road to heaven nor heaven itself had been made surer or brought nearer by an investment of capital which amounted to the best part of the wealth of France. Economically speaking, he became satisfied that his enormous money investment had proved to be an almost total loss, and the reaction on his mind was as violent as the emotion. For 300 years it prostrated France. The efforts of the bourgeoisie and the peasantry to recover their property, so far as it was recoverable, have lasted to the present day, and we had best take care not to get mixed in those passions. If you are to get the full enjoyment of Chartres, you must, for the time, believe in Mary as Bernard and Adam did, and feel her presence as the architects did, in every stone they placed, and every touch they chiseled. You must try first to rid your mind of the traditional idea that the Gothic is an intentional expression of religious gloom. The necessity for light was the motive of the Gothic architects. They needed light and always more light, until they sacrificed safety and common sense in trying to get it. They converted their walls into windows, raised their vaults, diminished their piers, until their churches could no longer stand. You will see the limits at Beauvais. At Chartres we have not got so far, but even here, in places where the Virgin wanted it, as above the high altar, the architect has taken all the light there was to take. For the same reason, fenestration became the most important part of the Gothic architect's work, and at Chartres was uncommonly interesting because the architect was obliged to design a new system, which should at the same time satisfy the laws of construction and the taste and imagination of Mary. No doubt the first command of the Queen of Heaven was for light, but the second, at least equally imperative, was for color. Any earthly queen, even though she were not Byzantine in taste, loved color, and the truest of queens, the only true queen of queens, had richer and finer taste in color than the queens of 50 earthly kingdoms, as you will see when we come to the immense effort to gratify her in the glass of her windows. Illusion for illusion, granting for the moment that Mary was an illusion, the Virgin Mother in this instance repaid to her worshippers a larger return for their money than the capitalist has ever been able to get, at least in this world, from any other illusion of wealth which he has tried to make a source of pleasure and profit. The next point on which Mary evidently insisted was the arrangement for her private apartments, the apse, as distinguished from her throne room, the choir, both being quite distinct from the hall, or reception room of the public, which was the nave with its enlargements in the transepts. This arrangement marks the distinction between churches built as shrines for the deity, and churches built as halls of worship for the public. The difference is chiefly in the apse, and the apse of Chartres is the most interesting of all apses from this point of view. The Virgin required chiefly these three things, or, if you like, these four: space, light, convenience, and color decoration to unite and harmonize the whole. This concerns the interior. On the exterior she required statuary, and the only complete system of decorative sculpture that existed seems to belong to her churches, Paris, Reims, Amiens, and Chartres. Mary required all this magnificence at Chartres for herself alone, not for the public. As far as one can see into the spirit of the builders, Chartres was exclusively intended for the Virgin, as the temple of Abydos was intended for Osiris. The wants of man, beyond a mere roof cover, and perhaps space to some degree, entered to no very great extent into the problem of Chartres. Man came to render homage or to ask favors. The Queen received him in her palace, where she alone was at home, and alone gave commands. The artist's second thought was to exclude from his work everything that could displease Mary, and since Mary differed from living queens only in infinitely greater majesty and refinement, the artist could admit only what pleased the actual taste of the great ladies who dictated taste at the courts of France and England, which surrounded the little court of the Counts of Chartres. What they were, these women of the 12th and 13th centuries, we shall have to see or seek in other directions, but Chartres is perhaps the most magnificent and permanent monument they left of their taste, and we can begin here with learning certain things which they were not. In the first place, they were not in the least vague, dreamy, or mystical in a modern sense, far from it. They seemed anxious only to throw the mysteries into a blaze of light, not so much physical, perhaps, since they, like all women, liked moderate shadow for their toilettes, but luminous in the sense of faith. There is nothing about Chartres that you would think mystical, who know your Lohengrin, Siegfried, and Parsifal. If you care to make a study of the whole literature of the subject, read M. Mail's Art religieux du siècle en France, and use it for a guidebook. Here you need only note how symbolic and how simple the sculpture is, on the portals and porches. Even what seems a grotesque or an abstract idea is no more than the simplest child's personification. On the walls you may have noticed the Ain Caviel, the ass playing the lyre, and on all the old churches you can see bestiaries, as they were called, of fabulous animals, symbolic or not, but the symbolism is as simple as the realism of the oxen at Laon. It gave play to the artist in his effort for variety of decoration, and it amused the people. Probably the Virgin also was not above being amused. Now and then it seems about to suggest what you would call an esoteric meaning, that is to say, a meaning which each one of us can consider private property reserved for our own amusement, and from which the public is excluded. Yet, in truth, in the Virgin's churches the public is never excluded, but invited. The Virgin even had the additional charm to the public that she was popularly supposed to have no very marked fancy for priests as such. She was a queen, a woman, and a mother, functions, all, which priests could not perform. Accordingly, she seems to have had little taste for mysteries of any sort, and even the symbols that seem most mysterious were clear to every old peasant woman in her church. The most pleasing and promising of them all is the woman's figure you saw on the front of the cathedral in Paris. Her eyes bandaged, her head bent down, her crown falling, without cloak or royal robe, holding in her hand a guidon or banner with its staff broken in more than one place. On the opposite pier stands another woman, with royal mantle, erect and commanding. The symbol is so graceful that one is quite eager to know its meaning, but every child in the Middle Ages would have instantly told you that the woman with the fallen crown meant only the Jewish synagogue, as the one with the royal robe meant the Church of Christ. Another matter for which the female taste seemed not much to care was theology in the metaphysical sense. Mary troubled herself little about theology except when she retired into the south transept with Pierre de Dreux. Even there one finds little said about the Trinity, always the most metaphysical subtlety of the Church. Indeed, you might find much amusement here in searching the cathedral for any distinct expression at all of the Trinity, as a dogma recognized by Mary. One cannot take seriously the idea that the 3 doors, the 3 portals, and the 3 aisles express the Trinity, because, in the first place, there was no rule about it. Churches might have what portals and aisles they pleased. Both Paris and Bourges have 5. The doors themselves are not allotted to the 3 members of the Trinity, nor are the portals. While another more serious objection is that the side doors and aisles are not of equal importance with the central, but mere adjuncts and dependencies, so that the architect who had misled the ignorant public into accepting so black a heresy would have deserved the stake, and would probably have gone to it. Even this suggestion of Trinity is wanting in the transepts, which have only 1 aisle, and in the choir, which has 5, as well as 5 or 7 chapels, and, as far as an ignorant mind can penetrate, no triplets whatever. Occasionally, no doubt, you will discover in some sculpture or window a symbol of the Trinity, but this discovery itself amounts to an admission of its absence as a controlling idea, for the ordinary worshipper must have been at least as blind as we are, and to him, as to us, it would have seemed a wholly subordinate detail. Even if the Trinity, too, is anywhere expressed, you will hardly find here an attempt to explain its metaphysical meaning, not even a mystic triangle. The Church is wholly given up to the Mother and the Son. The Father seldom appears, the Holy Ghost still more rarely. At least, this is the impression made on an ordinary visitor who has no motive to be orthodox, and it must have been the same with the 13th century worshipper who came here with his mind absorbed in the perfections of Mary. Chartres represents, not the Trinity, but the identity of the Mother and Son. The Son represents the Trinity, which is thus absorbed in the Mother. The idea is not orthodox, but this is no affair of ours. The Church watches over its own. The Virgin's wants and tastes, positive and negative, ought now to be clear enough to enable you to feel the artist's sincerity in trying to satisfy them, but first you have still to convince yourselves of the people's sincerity in employing the artists. This point is the easiest of all, for the evidence is expressed in the year 1145 when the Old Flesh was begun, the year before Saint Bernard preached the Second Crusade at Vézelay. Abbot Haimon, of Saint Pierre-sur-Dives in Normandy, wrote to the monks of Tutbury Abbey in England a famous letter to tell of the great work which the Virgin was doing in France, and which began at the Church of Chartres. Hujus sacrae institutionis ritus apud carnitensum ecclesiam est in coitus. From Chartres it had spread through Normandy, where it produced among other things the beautiful spire which we saw at Saint Pierre-sur-Dives. Postremo per totum fir Normanum lunge late que convaluit ac loca per singula matri misericordii dicata praecipiu occupavit. The movement affected especially the places devoted to Mary, but ran through all Normandy, far and wide. Of all Mary's miracles, the best attested, next to the preservation of her church, is the building of it, not so much because it surprises us as because it surprised even more the people of the time and the men who were its instruments. Such deep popular movements are always surprising, and at Chartres the miracle seems to have occurred 3 times, coinciding more or less with the dates of the Crusades, and taking the organization of a crusade, as Archbishop Hugo of Rouen described it in a letter to Bishop Thierry of Amiens. The most interesting part of this letter is the evident astonishment of the writer, who might be talking to us today, so modern is he. The inhabitants of Chartres have combined to aid in the construction of their church by transporting the materials. Our Lord has rewarded their humble zeal by miracles which have roused the Normans to imitate the piety of their neighbors. Since then, the faithful of our diocese and of other neighboring regions have formed associations for the same object. They admit no one into their company unless he has been to confession, has renounced enmities and revenges, and has reconciled himself with his enemies. That done, they elect a chief, under whose direction they conduct their wagons in silence and with humility. The quarries at Bertrez-l'Évêque are about 5 miles from Chartres. The stone is excessively hard, and was cut in blocks of considerable size, as you can see for yourselves, blocks which required great effort to transport and lay in place. The work was done with feverish rapidity, as it still shows, but it is the solidest building of the age, and without a sign of weakness yet. The abbot told, with more surprise than pride, of the spirit which was built into the cathedral with the stone. Who has ever seen, who has ever heard tell, in times past, that powerful princes of the world, that men brought up in honor and in wealth, that nobles, men and women, have bent their proud and haughty necks to the harness of carts, and that, like beasts of burden, they have dragged to the abode of Christ these wagons, loaded with wines, grains, oil, stone, wood, and all that is necessary for the wants of life, or for the construction of the church? But while they draw these burdens, there is one thing admirable to observe. It is that often when 1,000 persons and more are attached to the chariots, so great is the difficulty, yet they march in such silence that not a murmur is heard, and truly if one did not see the thing with one's eyes, one might believe that among such a multitude there was hardly a person present. When they halt on the road, nothing is heard but the confession of sins, and pure and suppliant prayer to God to obtain pardon. At the voice of the priests who exhort their hearts to peace, they forget all hatred, discord is thrown far aside, debts are remitted, the unity of hearts is established. But if any one is so far advanced in evil as to be unwilling to pardon an offender, or if he rejects the counsel of the priest who has piously advised him, his offering is instantly thrown from the wagon as impure, and he himself ignominiously and shamefully excluded from the society of the holy. There one sees the priests who preside over each chariot exhort every one to penitence, to confession of faults, to the resolution of better life. There one sees old people, young people, little children, calling on the Lord with a suppliant voice, and uttering to him, from the depth of the heart, sobs and sighs with words of glory and praise. After the people, warned by the sound of trumpets and the sight of banners, have resumed their road, the march is made with such ease that no obstacle can retard it. When they have reached the church, they arrange the wagons about it like a spiritual camp, and during the whole night they celebrate the watch by hymns and canticles. On each wagon they light tapers and lamps. They place there the infirm and sick, and bring them the precious relics of the saints for their relief. Afterwards the priests and clerics close the ceremony by processions which the people follow with devout heart, imploring the clemency of the Lord and of His blessed Mother for the recovery of the sick. Of course, the Virgin was actually and constantly present during all this labor, and gave her assistance to it, but you would get no light on the architecture from listening to an account of her miracles, nor do they heighten the effect of popular faith. Without the conviction of her personal presence, men would not have been inspired, but to us, it is rather the inspiration of the art which proves the Virgin's presence, and we can better see the conviction of it in the work than in the words. Every day, as the work went on, the Virgin was present, directing the architects, and it is this direction that we are going to study, if you have now got a realizing sense of what it meant. Without this sense, the Church is dead. Most persons of a deeply religious nature would tell you emphatically that 9 churches out of 10 actually were dead born, after the 13th century, and that church architecture became a pure matter of mechanism and mathematics. But that is a question for you to decide when you come to it, and the pleasure consists not in seeing the death, but in feeling the life. Now let us look about. Chapter 7: Roses and Apses. Like all great churches, that are not mere storehouses of theology, Chartres expressed, besides whatever else it meant, an emotion the deepest man ever felt, the struggle of his own littleness to grasp the infinite. You may, if you like, figure in it a mathematic formula of infinity, the broken arch, our finite idea of space, the spire, pointing, with its converging lines, to unity beyond space, the sleepless, restless thrust of the vaults, telling the unsatisfied, incomplete, overstrained effort of man to rival the energy, intelligence, and purpose of God. Thomas Aquinas and the schoolmen tried to put it in words, but their church is another chapter. In act, all man's work ends there. Mathematics, physics, chemistry, dynamics, optics, every sort of machinery science may invent, to this favor come at last, as religion and philosophy did before science was born. All that the centuries can do is to express the idea differently, a miracle or a dynamo, a dome or a coal pit, a cathedral or a World's Fair, and sometimes to confuse the two expressions together. The World's Fair tends more and more vigorously to express the thought of infinite energy. The great cathedrals of the Middle Ages always reflected the industries and interests of a World's Fair. Chartres showed it less than Lyon or Paris, for Chartres was never a manufacturing town, but a shrine, such as Lourdes, where the Virgin was known to have done miracles, and had been seen in person. But still the shrine turned itself into a market and created valuable industries. Indeed, this was the chief objection which St. Paul made to Ephesus and St. Bernard to the cathedrals. They were in some ways more industrial than religious. The mere masonry and structure made a vast market for labor, the fixed metalwork and woodwork were another, but the decoration was by far the greatest. The wood carving, the glass windows, the sculpture, inside and out, were done mostly in workshops on the spot, but besides these fixed objects, precious works of the highest perfection filled the church treasuries. Their money value was great then, it is greater now. No World's Fair is likely to do better today. After 500 years of spoliation, these objects fill museums still, and are bought with avidity at every auction, at prices continually rising and quality steadily falling, until a bit of 12th century glass would be a true value like an emerald. A tapestry earlier than 1600 is not for mere tourists to hope. An enamel, a missal, a crystal, a cup. An embroidery of the Middle Ages belongs only to our betters, and almost invariably, if not to the state, to the rich Jews, whose instinctive taste has seized the whole field of art which rested on their degradation. Royalty and feudality spent their money rather on arms and clothes. The Church alone was universal patron, and the Virgin was the dictator of taste. With the Virgin's taste, during her regency, critics never find fault. One cannot know its whole magnificence, but one can accept it as a matter of faith and trust, as one accepts all her other miracles without cavilling over small details of fact. The period of 18th century skepticism about such matters and the bourgeois taste of Voltaire and Diderot have long since passed, with the advent of a scientific taste still more miraculous. The whole world of the Virgin's art, catalogued in the Dictionnaire du Mobilier Français, in 6 volumes by Violet Leduc, narrated as history by M. Labarthe M. Molinier M. Paul Lacroix, catalogued in museums by M. Du Sommerard and a score of others, in works almost as costly as the subjects, all. The vast variety of bric-a-brac, useful or ornamental, belonging to the Church, increased enormously by the insatiable, universal, private demands for imagery, in ivory, wood, metal, stone, for every room in every house, or hung about every neck, or stuck on every hat, made a market such as artists never knew before or since. And such as instantly explains to the practical American not only the reason for the Church's tenacity of life, but also the inducements for its plunder. The Virgin especially required all the resources of art, and the highest. Notre Dame of Chartres would have laughed at Notre Dame of Paris if she had detected an economy in her robes. Notre Dame of Reims or Rouen would have derided Notre Dame of Amiens if she had shown a feminine, domestic, maternal turn toward cheapness. The Virgin was never cheap. Her great ceremonies were as splendid as her rank of queen in heaven and on earth required, and as her procession wound its way along the aisles through the crowd of her subjects, up to the high altar, it was impossible then, and not altogether easy now, to resist the rapture of her radiant presence. Many a young person, and now and then one who was not in first youth, witnessing the sight in the religious atmosphere of such a church as this, without a suspicion of susceptibility, has suddenly seen what Paul saw on the road to Damascus, and has fallen on his face with the crowd, groveling at the foot of the cross, which, for the first time in his life, he feels. If you want to know what churches were made for, come down here on some great festival of the Virgin, and give yourself up to it, but come alone. That kind of knowledge cannot be taught, and can seldom be shared. We are not now seeking religion; indeed, true religion generally comes unsought. We are trying only to feel Gothic art. For us, the world is not a schoolroom or a pulpit, but a stage, and the stage is the highest yet seen on earth. In this church the old Romanesque leaps into the Gothic under our eyes. Of a sudden, between the portal and the shrine, the infinite rises into a new expression, always a rare and excellent miracle in thought. The two expressions are nowhere far apart, not further than the mother from the son. The new artist drops unwillingly the hand of his father or his grandfather. He looks back, from every corner of his own work, to see whether it goes with the old. He will not part with the western portal or the lancet windows. He holds close to the round columns of the choir. He would have kept the round arch if he could, but the round arch was unable to do the work. It could not rise. So he broke it, lifted the vaulting, threw out flying buttresses, and satisfied the Virgin's wish. The matter of Gothic vaulting, with its two weak points, the flying buttress and the false, wooden shelter roof, is the bête noire of the Beaux-Arts. The duty of defense does not lie on tourists, who are at best hardly able to understand what it matters whether a wall is buttressed without or within, and whether a roof is single or double. No one objects to the dome of St. Peter's. No one finds fault with the Pont Neuf. Yet it is true that the Gothic architect showed contempt for facts. Since he could not support a heavy stone vault on his light columns, he built the lightest possible stone vault and protected it with a wooden shelter roof which constantly burned. The lightened vaults were still too heavy for the walls and columns, so the architect threw out buttress beyond buttress resting on separate foundations, exposed to extreme inequalities of weather, and liable to multiplied chances of accident. The results were certainly disastrous. The roofs burned, the walls yielded. Flying buttresses were not a necessity. The Merville had none. The Angevin school rather affected to do without them. Albi had none. Assisi stands up independent. But they did give support wherever the architect wanted it, and nowhere else. They were probably cheap, and they were graceful. Whatever expression they gave to a church, at least it was not that of a fortress. Amiens and Albi are different religions. The expression concerns us, the construction concerns the Beaux-Arts. The problem of permanent equilibrium which distresses the builder of arches is a technical matter which does not worry, but only amuses, us who sit in the audience and look with delight at the theatrical stage decoration of the Gothic vault, the astonishing feat of building up a skeleton of stone ribs and vertebrae, on which every pound of weight is adjusted, divided, and carried down from level to level till it touches ground at a distance, as a bird would alight. If any stone in any part, from apex to foundation, weathers or gives way, the whole must yield, and the charge for repairs is probably great, but on the best building the École des Beaux-Arts can build, the charge for repairs is not to be wholly ignored, and at least the Cathedral of Chartres, in spite of terribly hard usage, is as solid today as when it was built, and as plumb, without crack or crevice. Even the towering fragment at Beauvais, poorly built from the first, which has broken down oftener than most Gothic structures, and seems ready to crumble again whenever the wind blows over its windy plains, has managed to survive, after a fashion, 600 or 700 years, which is all that our generation had a right to ask. The vault of Beauvais is nearly 160 feet high, 48 meters, and was cheaply built. The vault of St. Peter's at Rome is nearly 150 feet, 45 meters. That of Amiens is 144 feet, 44 meters. Reims, Bourges, and Chartres are nearly the same height, at the entrance, 122 feet. Paris is 110 feet. The Abbé Bulto is responsible for these measurements. But at Chartres, as in several very old churches, the nave slopes down to the entrance, because, as is said, pilgrims came in such swarms that they were obliged to sleep in the church, and the nave had to be sluiced with water to clean it. The true height of Chartres, at the croisée of nave and transept, is as near as possible 120 feet, 36.55 meters. The measured height is the least interest of a church. The architect's business is to make a small building look large, and his failures are in large buildings which he makes to look small. One chief beauty of the Gothic is to exaggerate height, and one of its most curious qualities is its success in imposing an illusion of size. Without leaving the heart of Paris, any one can study this illusion in the two great churches of Notre Dame and Saint Sulpice, for Saint Sulpice is as lofty as Notre Dame in vaulting, and larger in its other dimensions, besides being, in its style, a fine building, yet its Roman arches show, as if they were of the 11th century, while the long, clean, unbroken, refined lines of the Gothic, curving to points, and leading the eye with a sort of compulsion to the culminating point above, should have made an architectural triumph that carried all Europe off its feet with delight. The world had seen nothing to approach it except, perhaps, in the dome of Sancta Sophia in Constantinople, and the discovery came at a moment when Europe was making its most united and desperate struggle to attain the kingdom of heaven. According to Violet Leduc, Chartres was the final triumph of the experiment on a very great scale, for Chartres has never been altered and never needed to be strengthened. The flying buttresses of Chartres answered their purpose, and if it were not a matter of pure construction it would be worth while to read what Violet Leduc says about them. Article. Arcs Batants. The vaulting above is heavy, about 15 inches thick. The buttressing had also to be heavy, and to lighten it, the architect devised an amusing sort of arcades, applied on his outside buttresses. Throughout the church, everything was solid beyond all later custom, so that architects would have to begin by a study of the crypt which came down from the 11th century, so strongly built that it still carries the church without a crack in its walls. But if we went down into it, we should understand nothing, so we will begin, as we did outside, at the front. A single glance shows what trouble the architect had with the old facade and towers, and what temptation to pull them all down. One cannot quite say that he has spoiled his own church in trying to save what he could of the old, but if he did not quite spoil it, he saved it only by the exercise of an amount of intelligence that we shall never learn enough to feel our incapacity to understand. True ignorance approaches the infinite more nearly than any amount of knowledge can do, and in our case, ignorance is fortified by a certain element of 19th century indifference which refuses to be interested in what it cannot understand, a violent reaction from the 13th century which cared little to comprehend anything except the incomprehensible. The architect at Chartres was required by the Virgin to provide more space for her worshippers within the church, without destroying the old portal and flesh which she loved. That this order came directly from the Virgin may be taken for granted. At Chartres, one sees everywhere the Virgin, and nowhere any rival authority. One sees her give orders, and architects obey them, but very rarely a hesitation as though the architect were deciding for himself. In his western front, the architect has obeyed orders so literally that he has not even taken the trouble to apologize for leaving unfinished the details which, if he had been responsible for them, would have been his anxious care. He has gone to the trouble of moving the heavy doorways forward, so that the chapels in the towers, which were meant to open on a porch, now open into the nave, and the nave itself has, in appearance, 2 more spans than in the old church. But the work shows blind obedience, as though he were doing his best to please the Virgin without trying to please himself. Probably he could in no case have done much to help the side aisles in their abrupt collision with the solid walls of the 2 towers, but he might at least have brought the vaulting of his 2 new bays, in the nave, down to the ground, and finished it. The vaulting is awkward in these 2 bays, and yet he has taken great trouble to effect what seems at first a small matter. Whether the great rose window was an afterthought or not can never be known, but any one can see with a glass, and better on the architectural plan, that the vaulting of the main church was not high enough to admit the great rose, and that the architect has had to slope his 2 tower spans upward. So great is the height that you cannot see this difference of level very plainly even with a glass, but on the plans it seems to amount to several feet, perhaps a meter. The architect has managed to deceive our eyes, in order to enlarge the rows. But you can see as plainly as though he were here to tell you that, like a great general, he has concentrated his whole energy on the rose, because the Virgin has told him that the rose symbolized herself, and that the light and splendor of her appearance in the west were to redeem all his awkwardnesses. Of course, this idea of the Virgin's interference sounds to you a mere bit of fancy, and that is an account which may be settled between the Virgin and you. But even 20th century eyes can see that the rose redeems everything, dominates everything, and gives character to the whole church. In view of the difficulties which face the artist, the rose is inspired genius, the kind of genius which Shakespeare showed when he took some other man's play and adapted it. Thus far, it shows its power chiefly by the way it comes forward and takes possession of the west front. But if you want a footrule to measure by, you may mark that the old, 12th century lancet windows below it are not exactly in its axis. At the outset, in the original plan of 1090, or thereabouts, the old tower, the southern tower, was given greater width than the northern. Such inequalities were common in the early churches, and so is a great deal of dispute in modern books whether they were accidental or intentional, while no one denies that they are amusing. In these towers the difference is not great, perhaps 14 or 15 inches, but it caused the architect to correct it, in order to fit his front to the axis of the church, by throwing his entrance 6 or 7 inches to the south, and narrowing to that extent the south door and south lancet. The effect was bad, even then, and went far to ruin the south window. But when, after the fire of 1194, the architect inserted his great rose, filling every inch of possible space between the lancet and the arch of the vault, he made another correction which threw his rose 6 or 7 inches out of axis with the lancets. Not one person in 100,000 would notice it, here in the interior, so completely are we under the control of the artist and the Virgin, but it is a measure of the power of the rose. Looking farther, one sees that the rose motive, which so dominates the west front, is carried round the church, and comes to another outburst of splendor in the transepts. This leads back to fenestration on a great scale, which is a terribly ambitious flight for tourists, all the more, because here the tourist gets little help from the architect, who, in modern times, has seldom the opportunity to study the subject at all, and accepts as solved the problems of early Gothic fenestration. One becomes pedantic and pretentious at the very sound of the word, which is an intolerable piece of pedantry in itself. But Chartres is all windows, and its windows were as triumphant as its Virgin, and were one of her miracles. One can no more overlook the windows of Chartres than the glass which is in them. We have already looked at the windows of Mantes. We have seen what happened to the windows at Paris. Paris had at one leap risen 25 feet higher than Noyon, and even at Noyon, the architect, about 1150, had been obliged to invent new fenestration. Paris and Mantes, 20 years later, made another effort, which proved a failure. Then the architect of Chartres, in 1195, added 10 feet more to his vault, and undertook, once for all, to show how a great cathedral should be lighted. As an architectural problem, it passes far beyond our powers of understanding, even when solved, but we can always turn to see what the inevitable Violet-Leduc says about its solution at Chartres. Toward the beginning of the 13th century, the architect of the Cathedral of Chartres sought out entirely new window combinations to light the nave from above. Below, in the side aisles, he kept to the customs of the times, that is, he opened pointed windows which did not wholly fill the spaces between the piers. He wanted, or was willing to leave here below, the effect of a wall. But in the upper part of his building we see that he changed the system. He throws a round arch directly across from one pier to the next. Then, in the enormous space which remains within each span, he inserts 2 large pointed windows surmounted by a great rose. We recognize in this construction of Notre Dame de Chartres a boldness, a force, which contrasts with the fumbling of the architects in the Isle de France and Champagne. For the first time one sees at Chartres the builder deal frankly with the clear story, or upper fenestration, occupying the whole width of the arches, and taking the arch of the vault as the arch of the window. Simplicity of construction, beauty in form, strong workmanship, structure true and solid, judicious choice of material, all the characteristics of good work, unite in this magnificent specimen of architecture at the beginning of the 13th century. Viollet-le-Duc does not call attention to a score of other matters which the architect must have had in his mind, such as the distribution of light, and the relations of one arrangement with another, the nave with the aisles, and both with the transepts, and all with the choir. Following him, we must take the choir separately, and the aisles and chapels of the apse also. One cannot hope to understand all the experiments and refinements of the artist, either in their successes or their failures, but with diffidence, one may ask oneself whether the beauty of the arrangement, as compared with the original arrangement in Paris, did not consist in retaining the rose motive throughout, while throwing the whole upper wall into window. Triumphant as the clerestory windows are, they owe their charm largely to their roses, as you see by looking at the same scheme applied on a larger scale on the transept fronts, and then, by taking stand under the croisée, and looking at all in succession as a whole. The rose window was not Gothic but Romanesque, and needed a great deal of coaxing to feel at home within the pointed arch at first. The architects felt the awkwardness so strongly that they avoided it wherever they could. In the beautiful façade of Léon, one of the chief beauties is the setting of the rose under a deep round arch. The western roses of Mantes and Paris are treated in the same way, although a captious critic might complain that their treatment is not so effective or so logical. Rheims boldly imprisoned the roses within the pointed arch, but Amiens, toward 1240, took refuge in the same square exterior setting that was preferred, in 1200, here at Chartres, and in the interior of Amiens the round arch of the rose is the last vault of the nave, seen through a vista of pointed vaults, as it is here. All these are supposed to be among the chief beauties of the Gothic façade, although the Gothic architect, if he had been a man of logic, would have clung to his lines, and put a pointed window in his front, as in fact he did at Coutances. He felt the value of the rose in art, and perhaps still more in religion, for the rose was Mary's emblem. One is fairly sure that the great Chartres rose of the west front was put there to please her, since it was to be always before her eyes, the most conspicuous object she would see from the high altar, and therefore the most carefully considered ornament in the whole church, outside the choir. The mere size proves the importance she gave it. The exterior diameter is nearly 44 feet, 13.36 meters. The nave of Chartres is, next perhaps to the nave of Angers, the widest of all Gothic naves, about 53 feet, 16.31 meters, and the rose takes every inch it can get of this enormous span. The value of the rose, among architects of the time, was great, since it was the only part of the church that Villard de Honcourt sketched, and since his time, it has been drawn and redrawn, described and commented by generations of architects till it has become as classic as the Parthenon. Yet this Chartres rose is solid, serious, sedate, to a degree unusual in its own age. It is even more Romanesque than the pure Romanesque roses. At Beauvais you must stop a moment to look at a Romanesque rose on the transept of the church of Saint Etienne. Viollet-le-Duc mentions it, with the drawing, article, Pignon, as not earlier than the year 1100, therefore about a century earlier than the rose of Chartres. It is not properly a rose, but a wheel of fortune, with figures climbing up and falling over. Another supposed 12th century rose is at Étampes, which goes with that of Léon and Saint Loup d'Esserent and Mantes. The rose of Chartres is so much the most serious of them all that Viollet-le-Duc has explained it by its material, the heavy stone of Birchers. But the material was not allowed to affect the great transept roses, and the architect made his material yield to his object wherever he thought it worth while. Standing under the central croisée, you can see all three roses by simply turning your head. That on the north, the Rose de France, was built, or planned, between 1200 and 1210, in the reign of Philip Augustus, since the porch outside, which would be a later construction, was begun by 1212. The Rose de France is the same in diameter as the western rose, but lighter, and built of lighter stone. Opposite the Rose de France stands, on the south front, Pierre Mauclerc's Rose de Dreux, of the same date, with the same motive, but even lighter, more like a rose and less like a wheel. All three roses must have been planned at about the same time, perhaps by the same architect, within the same workshop, yet the western rose stands quite apart, as though it had been especially designed to suit the 12th century facade and portal which it rules. Whether this was really the artist's idea is a question that needs the artist to answer, but that this is the effect needs no expert to prove. It stares one in the face. Within and without, one feels that the 12th century spirit is respected and preserved with the same religious feeling which obliged the architect to injure his own work by sparing that of his grandfathers. Conspicuous, then, in the west front are two feelings: respect for the 12th century work, and passion for the rose fenestration, both subordinated to the demand for light. If it worries you to have to believe that these three things are in fact one, that the architect is listening, like the stone Abraham, for orders from the Virgin, while he caresses and sacrifices his child, that Mary and not her architects built this facade, if the divine intention seems to you a needless impertinence, you can soon get free from it by going to any of the later churches, where you will not be forced to see any work but that of the architect's compasses. According to Violet Leduc, the inspiration ceased about 1250, or, as the Virgin would have dated it, on the death of Blanche of Castile in 1252. The work of Chartres, where her own hand is plainly shown, belongs in feeling, if not in execution, to the last years of the 12th century, 1195 to 1200. The great western rose which gives the motive for the whole decoration and is repeated in the great roses of the transepts, marks the Virgin's will, the taste and knowledge of Ciel que la rose est de roses, or, if you prefer the Latin of Adam de Saint Victor, the hand of her who is super rosum rosita. All this is easy, but if you really cannot see the hand of Mary herself in these broad and public courts, which were intended, not for her personal presence, but for the use of her common people, you had better stop here, and not venture into the choir. Great halls seem to have been easy architecture. Naves and transepts were not often failures. Facades and even towers and flèches are invariably more or less successful because they are more or less balanced, mathematical, calculable products of reason and thought. The most serious difficulties began only with the choir, and even then did not become desperate until the architect reached the curve of the apse, with its impossible vaultings, its complicated lines, its cross thrusts, its double problems, internal and external, its defective roofing and unequal lighting. A perfect Gothic apse was impossible. An apse that satisfied perfectly its principal objects was rare. The simplest and cheapest solution was to have no apse at all, and that was the English scheme, which was tried also at Laon: a square, flat wall and window. If the hunt for Norman towers offered a summer's amusement, a hunt for apses would offer an education, but it would lead far out of France. Indeed, it would be simpler to begin at once with Sancta Sophia at Constantinople, San Vitale at Ravenna and Monreale at Palermo, and the churches at Torcello and Murano, and San Marco at Venice, and admit that no device has ever equaled the startling and mystical majesty of the Byzantine half-dome, with its marvelous mosaic Madonna dominating the church from the entrance, with her imperial and divine presence. Unfortunately, the northern churches needed light, and the northern architects turned their minds to a desperate effort for a new apse. The scheme of the cathedral at Laon seems to have been rejected unanimously. The bare, flat wall at the end of the choir was an eyesore. It was quite bad enough at the end of the nave, and became annoying at the end of the transepts, so that at Noyon and Soissons the architect, with a keen sense of interior form, had rounded the transept ends, but though external needs might require a square transept, the unintelligence of the flat wall became insufferable at the east end. Neither did the square choir suit the church ceremonies and processions, or offer the same advantages of arrangement, as the French understood them. With one voice, the French architects seem to have rejected the Laon experiment, and turned back to a solution taken directly from the Romanesque. Illustration with caption: Saint Martin de Champs. Quite early, in the 11th century, a whole group of churches had been built in Auvergne, at Clermont and Issoire, for example, possibly by one architect, with a circular apse, breaking out into 5 apsidal chapels. Tourists who get down as far south as Toulouse see another example of this Romanesque apse in the famous church of Saint Sernin, of the 12th century, and few critics take offense at one's liking it. Indeed, as far as concerns the exterior, One might even risk thinking it more charming than the exterior of any Gothic apse ever built. Many of these Romanesque apses of the 11th and 12th centuries still remain in France, showing themselves in unsuspected parish churches here and there, but always a surprise for their quiet, unobtrusive grace, making a harmony with the Romanesque tower, if there is one, into which they rise, as at Saint Sernin. But all these churches had only one aisle, and in the interior there came invariable trouble when the vaults rose in height. The architect of Chartres, in 1200, could get no direct help from these, or even from Paris, which was a beautifully perfect apse, but had no apsidal chapels. The earliest apse that could have served as a suggestion for Chartres, or, at least, as a point of observation for us, was that of the Abbey Church of Saint Martin de Champs, which we went to see in Paris, and which is said to date from about 1150. Here is a circular choir, surrounded by 2 rows of columns, irregularly spaced, with circular chapels outside, which seems to have been more or less what the architect of Chartres, for the Virgin's purposes, had set his heart on obtaining. Closely following the scheme of Saint Martin de Champs came the scheme of the Abbey Church at Vézelay, built about 1160–80. Here the vaulting sprang directly from the last arch of the choir, as is shown on the plan, and bearing first on the light columns of the choir, which were evenly spaced, then fell on a row of heavier columns outside, which were also evenly spaced, and came to rest at last on massive piers, between which were 5 circular chapels. The plan shows at a glance that this arrangement stretched the second row of columns far apart, and that a church much larger than Vézelay would need to space them so much farther apart that the arch uniting them would have to rise indefinitely, while, if beyond this, another aisle were added outside, the piers finally would require impossible vaulting. Illustration with caption: Vézelay. The problem stood thus when the great cathedrals were undertaken, and the architect of Paris boldly grappled with the double aisle on a scale requiring a new scheme. Here, in spite of the most virtuous resolutions not to be technical, we must attempt a technicality, because without it, one of the most interesting eccentricities of Chartres would be lost. Once more, Viollet-le-Duc. As the architect did not want to give the interior bays of the apse spaces between the columns, A, less than that of the parallel bays, BB, it followed that the first radiating bay gave a first space, LMGH, which was difficult to vault, and a second space, GF, which was impossible, for how establish an arch from F to E? Even if round, its key would have risen much higher than the key of the pointed archivolt LM. As the second radiating bay opened out still wider, the difficulty was increased. The builder therefore inserted the 2 intermediate pillars O and P between the columns of the second aisle, H, G, and I, which he supported, in the outside wall of the church, by 1 corresponding pier, Q, in the first bay of the apse, and by 2 similar piers, R and S, in the second bay. Illustration with caption: Notre Dame de Paris. There is no need to point out, continued Viollet-le-Duc, as though he much suspected that there might be need of pointing out, what skill this system showed and how much the art of architecture had already been developed in the Isle de France toward the end of the 12th century, to what an extent the unity of arrangement and style preoccupied the artists of that province. In fact, the arrangement seems mathematically and technically perfect. At all events, we know too little to criticize it. Yet one would much like to be told why it was not repeated by any other architect or in any other church. Apparently the Parisians themselves were not quite satisfied with it, since they altered it 100 years later, in 1296, in order to build out chapels between the piers. As the architects of each new cathedral had, in the interval, insisted on apsidal chapels, one may venture to guess that the Paris scheme hampered the services. At Chartres the church services are Mary's own tastes. The church is Mary, and the chapels are her private rooms. She was not pleased with the arrangements made for her in her palace at Paris. They were too architectural, too regular and mathematical, too popular, too impersonal, and she rather abruptly ordered her architect at Chartres to go back to the old arrangement. The apse at Paris was hardly covered with its leading before the architect of Chartres adopted a totally new plan, which, according to Viollet-le-Duc, does him little credit, but which was plainly imposed on him, like the 12th century portal. Not only had it nothing of the mathematical correctness and precision of the Paris scheme, easy to understand and imitate, but it carried even a sort of violence, a wrench, in its system, as though the Virgin had said, with her grand Byzantine air, "I will it." Illustration with caption, Chartres. At Chartres, said Violet Leduc, the choir of the cathedral presents a plan which does no great honor to its architect. There is want of accord between the circular apse and the parallel sides of the sanctuary. The spacings of the columns of the second collateral are loose, latches, the vaults quite poorly combined, and in spite of the great width of the spaces between the columns of the second aisle, the architect had still to narrow those between the interior columns. The plan shows that, from the first, the architect must have deliberately rejected the Paris scheme. He must have begun by narrowing the spaces between his inner columns. Then, with a sort of violence, he fitted on his second row of columns. And finally, he showed his motive by constructing an outer wall of an original or unusual shape. Any woman would see at once the secret of all this ingenuity and effort. The Chartres apse, enormous in size and width, is exquisitely lighted. Here, as everywhere throughout the church, the windows give the law, but here they actually take place of law. The Virgin herself saw to the lighting of her own boudoir. According to Violet Leduc, Chartres differs from all the other great cathedrals by being built not for its nave or even for its choir, but for its apse. It was planned not for the people or the court, but for the Queen, not a church but a shrine, and the shrine is the apse where the Queen arranged her light to please herself and not her architect, who had already been sacrificed at the western portal and who had a free hand only in the nave and transepts where the Queen never went, and which, from her own apartment, she did not even see. Illustration with caption, Léon. This is, in effect, what Violet Leduc says in his professional language, which is perhaps, or sounds, more reasonable to tourists, whose imaginations are hardly equal to the effort of fancying a real deity. Perhaps, indeed, one might get so high as to imagine a real Bishop of Leon, who should have ordered his architect to build an enormous hall of religion, to rival the immense abbeys of the day, and to attract the people, as though it were a clubroom. There they were to see all the great sights, church ceremonies, theatricals, political functions. There they were to do business, and frequent society. They were to feel at home in their church because it was theirs, and did not belong to a priesthood or to Rome. Jealousy of Rome was a leading motive of Gothic architecture, and Rome repaid it in full. The Bishop of Leon conceded at least a transept to custom or tradition, but the Archbishop of Bourges abolished even the transept, and the Great Hall had no special religious expression except in the circular apse with its chapels which Leon had abandoned. One can hardly decide whether Leon or Bourges is the more popular, industrial, political, or, in other words, the less religious. But the Parisians, as the plan of Violet Leduc has shown, were quite as advanced as either, and only later altered their scheme into one that provided chapels for religious service. Illustration with caption, Bourges. Illustration with caption, Amiens. Amiens and Beauvais have each 7 chapels, but only one aisle, so that they do not belong in the same class with the apses of Paris, Bourges, and Chartres, though the plans are worth studying for comparison, since they show how many-sided the problem was, and how far from satisfied the architects were with their own schemes. The most interesting of all, for comparison with Chartres, is Le Mans, where the apsidal chapels are carried to fanaticism, while the vaulting seems to be reasonable enough, and the double aisles successfully managed, if Violet Leduc permits ignorant people to form an opinion on architectural dogma. For our purposes, the architectural dogma may stand, and the Paris scheme may be taken for granted, as alone correct and orthodox. All that Violet Leduc teaches is that the Chartres scheme is unorthodox, not to say heretical, and this is the point on which his words are most interesting. Illustration with caption, Beauvais. The church at Chartres belonged not to the people, not to the priesthood, and not even to Rome. It belonged to the Virgin. Here the religious influence appears wholly. 3 large chapels in the apse, 4 others less pronounced, double aisles of great width round the choir, vast transepts. Here the church ceremonial could display all its pomp. The choir, more than at Paris, more than at Bourges, more than at Soissons, and especially more than at Leon, is the principal object. For it, the church is built. Illustration with caption, Le Mans. One who is painfully conscious of ignorance, and who never would dream of suggesting a correction to anybody, may not venture to suggest an idea of any sort to an architect. But if it were allowed to paraphrase Viollet-le-Duc's words into a more or less emotional or 12th century form, one might say, after him, that, compared with Paris or Léon, the Chartres apse shows the same genius that is shown in the Chartres rose. The same large mind that overrules, the same strong will that defies difficulties. The Chartres apse is as entertaining as all the other Gothic apses together, because it overrides the architect. You may, if you really have no imagination whatever, reject the idea that the Virgin herself made the plan. The feebleness of our fancy is now congenital, organic, beyond stimulant or strychnine, and we shrink like sensitive plants from the touch of a vision or spirit. But at least one can still sometimes feel a woman's taste, and in the apse of Chartres one feels nothing else. Illustration with caption, Chartres. Chapter 8: The 12th Century Glass. At last we are face to face with the crowning glory of Chartres. Other churches have glass, quantities of it, and very fine, but we have been trying to catch a glimpse of the glory which stands behind the glass of Chartres, and gives it quality and feeling of its own. For once the architect is useless and his explanations are pitiable, the painter helps still less, and the decorator, unless he works in glass, is the poorest guide of all, while, if he works in glass, he is sure to lead wrong, and all of them may toil until Pierre Mauclerc's stone Christ comes to life, and condemns them among the unpardonable sinners on the southern portal. But neither they nor any other artist will ever create another Chartres. You had better stop here, once for all, unless you are willing to feel that Chartres was made what it is, not by artists, but by the Virgin. If this imperial presence is stamped on the architecture and the sculpture with an energy not to be mistaken, it radiates through the glass with a light and color that actually blind the true servant of Mary. One becomes, sometimes, a little incoherent in talking about it. One is ashamed to be as extravagant as one wants to be. One has no business to labor painfully to explain and prove to oneself what is as clear as the sun in the sky. One loses temper in reasoning about what can only be felt, and what ought to be felt instantly, as it was in the 12th century, even by the Truy Cafile and the Ain Cavil. Any one should feel it that wishes. Any one who does not wish to feel it can let it alone. Still, it may be that not one tourist in 100, perhaps not one in 1,000 of the English-speaking race, does feel it, or can feel it even when explained to him, for we have lost many senses. Therefore, let us plod on, laboriously proving God, although, even to Saint Bernard and Pascal, God was incapable of proof, and using such material as the books furnish for help. It is not much. The French have been shockingly negligent of their greatest artistic glory. One knows not even where to seek. One must go to the National Library and beg as a special favor permission to look at the monumental work of M. Lasteyrie, if one wishes to make even a beginning of the study of French glass. Fortunately there exists a fragment of a great work which the government began, but never completed, upon Chartres, and another, quite indispensable, but not official, upon Bourges, while Viollet-le-Duc's article, Vitrail, serves as guide to the whole. Audin's book, Le Vitrail, is convenient. Mail's volume, L'Art Religieux, is essential. In English, Westlake's History of Design is helpful. Perhaps, after reading all that is readable, the best hope will be to provide the best glasses with the largest possible field, and choosing an hour when the church is empty, take seat about halfway up the nave, facing toward the western entrance with a morning light, so that the glass of the western windows shall not stand in direct sun. The glass of the three lancets is the oldest in the cathedral. If the portal beneath it, with the sculpture, was built in the 20 or 30 years before 1150, the glass could not be much later. It goes with the Abbé Suger's glass at Saint Denis, which was surely made as early as 1140 to 50, since the Abbé was a long time at work on it, before he died in 1152. Their perfection proves, what his biographer asserted, that the Abbé Suger spent many years as well as much money on his windows at Saint Denis, and the specialists affirm that the three lancets at Chartres are quite as good as what remains of Suger's work. Viollet-le-Duc and M. Paul Durand, the government expert, are positive that this glass is the finest ever made, as far as record exists, and that the northern lancet representing the tree of Jesse stands at the head of all glasswork whatever. The windows claim, therefore, to be the most splendid color decoration the world ever saw, since no other material, either silk nor gold, and no opaque color laid on with a brush, can compare with translucent glass, and even the Ravenna mosaics or Chinese porcelains are darkness beside them. The claim may not be modest, but it is none of ours. Viollet-le-Duc must answer for his own sins, and he chose the lancet window of the tree of Jesse for the subject of his lecture on glass in general, as the most complete and perfect example of this greatest decorative art. Once more, in following him, one is dragged, in spite of oneself, into technique, and what is worse, into a color world whose technique was forgotten 500 years ago. Viollet-le-Duc tried to recover it. After studying our best French windows, he cautiously suggests that one might maintain, as their secret of harmony, that the first condition for an artist in glass is to know how to manage blue. The blue is the light in windows, and light has value only by opposition. The radiating power of blue is, therefore, the starting point, and on this matter Viollet-le-Duc has much to say which a student would need to master, but a tourist never should study, or he ceases to be a tourist, and it is enough for us if we know that, to get the value they wanted, the artists hatched their blues with lines, covered their surface with figures as though with screens, and tied their blue within its own field with narrow circlets of white or yellow, which, in their turn, were beaded to fasten the blue still more firmly in its place. We have chiefly to remember the law that blue is light, but also it is that luminous color which gives value to all others. If you compose a window in which there shall be no blue, you will get a dirty or dull, blafford, or crude surface which the eye will instantly avoid, but if you put a few touches of blue among all these tones, you will immediately get striking effects if not skillfully conceived harmony. So the composition of blue glass singularly preoccupied the glassworkers of the 12th and 13th centuries. If there is only one red, 2 yellows, 2 or 3 purples, and 2 or 3 greens at the most, there are infinite shades of blue, and these blues are placed with a very delicate observation of the effects they should produce on other tones, and other tones on them. Viollet-le-Duc took the window of the tree of Jesse as his first illustration of the rule, for the reason that its blue ground is one continuous strip from top to bottom, with the subordinate red on either side, and a border uniting the whole so plainly that no one can fail to see its object or its method. The blue tone of the principal subject, that is to say, the ground of the tree of Jesse, has commanded the tonality of all the rest. This medium was necessary to enable the luminous splendor to display its energy. This primary condition had dictated the red ground for the prophets, and the return to the blue on reaching the outside semicircular band. To give full value both to the vigor of the red, and to the radiating transparency of the blue, the ground of the corners is put in emerald green, but then, in the corners themselves, the blue is recalled and is given an additional solidity of value by the delicate ornamentation of the squares. This translation is very free, but one who wants to know these windows must read the whole article, and read it here in the church, the dictionary in one hand, and binnacle in the other, for the binnacle is more important than the dictionary when it reaches the complicated border which repeats in detail the color scheme of the center. The border repeats all the tones allotted to the principal subjects, but by small fragments, so that this border, with an effect both solid and powerful, shall not enter into rivalry with the large arrangements of the central parts. One would think this simple enough, easily tested on any illuminated manuscript, Arab, Persian, or Byzantine, verified by any Oriental rug, old or new, freely illustrated by any Chinese pattern on a Ming jar, or cloisonné vase, and offering a kind of alphabet for the shop window of a Paris modiste. A strong red, a strong and a weak yellow, a strong and a weak purple, a strong and a weak green, are all to be tied together, given their values, and held in their places by blue. The thing seems simpler still when it appears that perspective is forbidden, and that these glass windows of the 12th and 13th centuries, like Oriental rugs, imply a flat surface, a wall which must not be treated as open. The 12th century glassworker would sooner have worn a landscape on his back than have costumed his church with it. he would as soon have decorated his floors with painted holes as his walls. He wanted to keep the colored window flat, like a rug hung on the wall. The radiation of translucent colors in windows cannot be modified by the artist. All his talent consists in profiting by it, according to a given harmonic scheme on a single plane, like a rug, but not according to an effective aerial perspective. Do what you like, a glass window never does and never can represent anything but a plane surface. Its real virtues even exist only on that condition. Every attempt to present several planes to the eye is fatal to the harmony of color, without producing any illusion in the spectator. Translucid painting can propose as its object only a design supporting as energetically as possible a harmony of colors. Whether this law is absolute you can tell best by looking at modern glass, which is mostly perspective. But whether you like it or not, the matter of perspective does not enter into a 12th century window more than into a Japanese picture, and may be ignored. The decoration of the 12th century, as far as concerns us, was intended only for one plane, and a window was another form of rug or embroidery or mosaic, hung on the wall for color, simple decoration to be seen as a whole. If the tree of Jesse teaches anything at all, it is that the artist thought first of controlling his light, but he wanted to do it not in order to dim the colors. On the contrary, he toiled, like a jeweler setting diamonds and rubies, to increase their splendor. If his use of blue teaches this lesson, his use of green proves it. The outside border of the tree of Jesse is a sort of sample which our schoolmaster Violet Leduc sets, from which he requires us to study out the scheme, beginning with the treatment of light, and ending with the value of the emerald green ground in the corners. Complicated as the border of the tree of Jesse is, it has its mates in the borders of the two other 12th century windows, and a few of the 13th century in the side aisles. But the southern of the three lancets shows how the artists dealt with the difficulty that upset their rule. The border of the southern window does not count as it should. Something is wrong with it, and a little study shows that the builder, and not the glassworker, was to blame. Owing to his miscalculation, if it was really a miscalculation, in the width of the southern tower, the builder economized 6 or 8 inches in the southern door and lancet, which was enough to destroy the balance between the color values, as masses, of the south and north windows. The artist was obliged to choose whether he would sacrifice the center or the border of his southern window, and decided that the windows could not be made to balance if he narrowed the center, but that he must balance them by enriching the center, and sacrificing the border. He has filled the center with medallions as rich as he could make them, and these he has surrounded with borders, which are also enriched to the utmost. But these medallions with their borders spread across the whole window, and when you search with the binnacle for the outside border, you see its pattern clearly only at the top and bottom. On the sides, at intervals of about 2 feet, the medallions cover and interrupt it. But this is partly corrected by making the border, where it is seen, so rich as to surpass any other in the cathedral, even that of the tree of Jesse. Whether the artist has succeeded or not is a question for other artists, or for you, if you please, to decide. But apparently he did succeed, since no one has ever noticed the difficulty or the device. The southern lancet represents the Passion of Christ. Granting to Violet Leduc that the unbroken vertical color scheme of the tree of Jesse made the more effective window, one might still ask whether the medallion scheme is not the more interesting. Once past the workshop, there can be no question about it. The tree of Jesse has the least interest of all the 3 windows. A genealogical tree has little value, artistic or other, except to those who belong in its branches, and the tree of Jesse was put there, not to please us, but to please the Virgin. The Passion window was also put there to please her, but it tells a story, and does it in a way that has more novelty than the subject. The draftsman who chalked out the design on the whitened table that served for his sketchboard was either a Greek, or had before him a Byzantine missal, or enamel or ivory. The first medallion on these legendary windows is the lower left-hand one, which begins the story or legend. Here it represents Christ after the manner of the Greek Church. In the next medallion is the Last Supper. The fish on the dish is Greek. In the middle of the window, with the help of the binnacle, you will see a crucifixion, or even 2, for on the left is Christ on the cross, and on the right a descent from the cross, and this is the figure of man pulling out with pincers the nails which fasten Christ's feet. a figure unknown to Western religious art. The Nalimi Tanher, on the right, near the top, has a sort of Greek character. All the critics, especially M. Paul Durand, have noticed this Byzantine look, which is even more marked in the Suger window at St. Denis, so as to suggest that both are by the same hand, and that the hand of a Greek. If the artist was really a Greek, he has done work more beautiful than any left at Byzantium, and very far finer than anything in the beautiful work at Cairo. But although the figures and subjects are more or less Greek, like the sculptures on the portal, the art seems to be French. Look at the central window. Naturally, there sits the Virgin, with her genealogical tree on her left, and her son's testimony on her right to prove her double divinity. She is seated in the long halo, as, on the western portal, directly beneath her, her son is represented in stone. Her crown and head, as well as that of the child, are 14th-century restorations more or less like the original, but her cushioned throne and her robes of imperial state, as well as the flowered scepter in either hand, are as old as the sculpture of the portal, and redolent of the First Crusade. On either side of her, the sun and the moon offer praise. Her two archangels, Michael and Gabriel, with resplendent wings, offer not incense as in later times, but the two scepters of spiritual and temporal power, while the child in her lap repeats his mother's action and even her features and expression. At first sight, one would take for granted that all this was pure Byzantium, and perhaps it is, but it has rather the look of Byzantium Gallicized, and carried up to a poetic French ideal. At St. Denis, the little figure of the Abbé Suger at the feet of the Virgin has a very oriental look, and in the twin medallion the Virgin resembles greatly the Virgin of Chartres. Yet for us, until some specialist shows us the Byzantine original, the work is as thoroughly French as the fleshes of the churches. Byzantine art is altogether another chapter, and if we could but take a season to study it in Byzantium, we might get great amusement. But the art of Chartres, even in 1100, was French and perfectly French, as the architecture shows, and the glass is even more French than the architecture, as you can detect in many other ways. Perhaps the surest evidence is the glass itself. The men who made it were not professionals but amateurs, who may have had some knowledge of enameling, but who worked like jewelers, and used the glass, and with the refinement that a reliquary or a crozier required. The cost of these windows must have been extravagant. One is almost surprised that they are not set in gold rather than in lead. The Abbé Suger shirked neither trouble nor expense, and the only serious piece of evidence that this artist was a Greek is given by his biographer, who unconsciously shows that the artist cheated him. He sought carefully for makers of windows and workmen in glass of exquisite quality, especially in that made of sapphires in great abundance that were pulverized and melted up in the glass to give it the blue color which he delighted to admire. The materia sapphirorum was evidently something precious as crude sapphires would have been, and the words implied beyond question that the artist asked for sapphires and that Suger paid for them. Yet all specialists agree that the stone known as sapphire, if ground, could not produce translucent color at all. The blue which Suger loved, and which is probably the same as that of these Chartres windows, cannot be made out of sapphires. Probably the materia sapphirorum means cobalt only, but whatever it was, the glassmakers seem to agree that this glass of 1140 to 50 is the best ever made. M. Paul Durand in his official report of 1881 said that these windows, both artistically and mechanically, were of the highest class. I will also call attention to the fact that the glass and the execution of the painting are, materially speaking, of a quality much superior to windows of the 13th and 14th centuries. Having passed several months in contact with these precious works when I copied them, I was able to convince myself of their superiority in every particular, especially in the upper parts of the three windows. He said that they were perfect and irreproachable. The true enthusiast in glass would in the depths of his heart like to say outright that these three windows are worth more than all that the French have since done in color, from that day to this. But the matter concerns us chiefly because it shows how French the experiment was, and how Suger's taste and wealth made it possible. Certain it is, too, that the southern window, the Passion, was made on the spot, or nearby, and fitted for the particular space with care proportionate to its cost. All are marked by the hand of the Chartres Virgin. They are executed not merely for her, but by her. At Saint Denis the Abbé Suger appeared. It is true that he was prostrate at her feet, but still he appeared. At Chartres no suggestion of a human agency, was allowed to appear. The Virgin permitted no one to approach her, even to adore. She is enthroned above, as Queen and Empress and Mother, with the symbols of exclusive and universal power. Below her, she permitted the world to see the glories of her earthly life, the Annunciation, Visitation, and Nativity, the Magi, King Herod, the journey to Egypt, and the single medallion, which shows the gods of Egypt falling from their pedestals at her coming, is more entertaining than a whole picture gallery of oil paintings. In all France there exist barely a dozen good specimens of 12th century glass. Besides these windows at Chartres and the fragments at Saint Denis, there are windows at Le Mans and Angers and bits at Vendôme, Chalons, Poitiers, Reims, and Bourges. Here and there one happens on other pieces, but the earliest is the best, because the glassmakers were new at the work and spent on it an infinite amount of trouble and money which they found to be unnecessary as they gained experience. Even in 1200 the value of these windows was so well understood, relatively to new ones, that they were preserved with the greatest care. The effort to make such windows was never repeated. Their jeweled perfection did not suit the scale of the vast churches of the 13th century. By turning your head toward the windows of the side aisles, you can see the criticism which the later artists passed on the old work. They found it too refined, too brilliant, too jewel-like for the size of the new cathedral. The play of light and color allowed the eye too little repose. Indeed, the eye could not see their whole beauty, and half their value was thrown away in this huge stone setting. At best they must have seemed astray on the bleak, cold, windy plain of Beausy, homesick for Palestine or Cairo, yearning for Montreal or Venice. But this is not our affair, and under the protection of the Empress Virgin, Saint Bernard himself could have afforded to sin even to drunkenness of color. With trifling expense of imagination one can still catch a glimpse of the Crusades in the glory of the glass. The longer one looks into it, the more overpowering it becomes, until one begins almost to feel an echo of what our 250 million arithmetical ancestors, drunk with the passion of youth and the splendor of the Virgin, have been calling to us from Mont-Saint-Michel and Chartres. No words and no wine could revive their emotions so vividly as they glow in the purity of the colors, the limpidity of the blues, the depth of the red, the intensity of the green, the complicated harmonies, the sparkle and splendor of the light, and the quiet and certain strength of the mass. With too strong direct sun the windows are said to suffer, and become a cluster of jewels, a delirium of colored light. The lines, too, have different degrees of merit. These criticisms seldom strike a chance traveler, but he invariably makes the discovery that the designs within the medallions are childish. He may easily correct them, if he likes, and see what would happen to the window. But although this is the alphabet of art, and we are past spelling words of one syllable, the criticism teaches at least one lesson. Primitive man seems to have had a natural color sense, instinctive like the scent of a dog. Society has no right to feel it as a moral reproach to be told that it has reached an age when it can no longer depend, as in childhood, on its taste, or smell, or sight, or hearing, or memory. The fact seems likely enough, and in no way sinful, yet society always denies it, and is invariably angry about it, and therefore, one had better not say it. On the other hand, we can leave Delacroix and his school to fight out the battle they began against Ingres and his school, in French art, nearly 100 years ago, which turned in substance on the same point. Ingres held that the first motive in color decoration was line, and that a picture which was well drawn was well enough colored. Society seemed, on the whole, to agree with him. Society in the 12th century agreed with Delacroix. The French held then that the first point in color decoration was color, and they never hesitated to put their color where they wanted it, or cared whether a green camel or a pink lion looked like a dog or a donkey provided they got their harmony or value. Everything except color was sacrificed to line in the large sense, but details of drawing were conventional and subordinate. So we laugh to see a knight with a blue face, on a green horse, that looks as though drawn by a 4-year-old child, and probably the artist laughed, too, but he was a colorist, and never sacrificed his color for a laugh. We tourists assume commonly that he knew no better. In our simple faith in ourselves, great hope abides, for it shows an earnestness hardly less than that of the Crusaders. But in the matter of color, one is perhaps less convinced, or more open to curiosity. No school of color exists in our world today, while the Middle Ages had a dozen, but it is certainly true that these 12th century windows break the French tradition. They had no antecedent, and no fit succession. All the authorities dwell on their exceptional character. One is sorely tempted to suspect that they were in some way an accident, that such an art could not have sprung, in such perfection, out of nothing, had it been really French, that it must have had its home elsewhere, on the Rhine, in Italy, in Byzantium, or in Baghdad. The same controversy has raged for near 200 years over the Gothic arch, and everything else medieval, down to the philosophy of the schools. The generation that lived during the First and Second Crusades tried a number of original experiments, besides capturing Jerusalem. Among other things, it produced the western portal of Chartres, with its statuary, its glass, and its flesh, as a byplay, as it produced Abelard, Saint Bernard, and Christian of Troyes, whose acquaintance we have still to make. It took ideas wherever it found them, from Germany, Italy, Spain, Constantinople, Palestine, or from the source which has always attracted the French mind like a magnet, from ancient Greece. That it actually did take the ideas, no one disputes, except perhaps patriots who hold that even the ideas were original. But to most students the ideas need to be accounted for less than the taste with which they were handled, and the quickness with which they were developed. That the taste was French, you can see in the architecture, or you will see if ever you meet the Gothic elsewhere. That it seized and developed an idea quickly, you have seen in the arch, the flesh, the porch, and the windows, as well as in the glass. But what we do not comprehend, and never shall, is the appetite behind all this, the greed for novelty, the fun of life. Every one who has lived since the 16th century has felt deep distrust of every one who lived before it, and of every one who believed in the Middle Ages. True it is that the last 13th century artist died a long time before our planet began its present rate of revolution. It had to come to rest, and begin again. But this does not prevent astonishment that the 12th century planet revolved so fast. The pointed arch not only came as an idea into France, but it was developed into a system of architecture and covered the country with buildings on a scale of height never before attempted except by the dome, with an expenditure of wealth that would make a railway system look cheap. All in a space of about 50 years. The glass came with it, and went with it, at least as far as concerns us. But if you need other evidence, you can consult Renan, who is the highest authority. One of the most singular phenomena of the literary history of the Middle Ages, says Renan of Averroes, is the activity of the intellectual commerce, and the rapidity with which books were spread from one end of Europe to the other. The philosophy of Abelard during his lifetime, 1100 to 42, had penetrated to the ends of Italy. The French poetry of the Travers counted within less than a century translations into German, Swedish, Norwegian, Icelandic, Flemish, Dutch, Bohemian, Italian, Spanish, and he might have added that England needed no translation, but helped to compose the poetry, not being at that time so insular as she afterwards became. Such or such a work, composed in Morocco or in Cairo, was known at Paris and at Cologne in less time than it would need in our days for a German book of capital importance to pass the Rhine. And Renan wrote this in 1852 when German books of capital importance were revolutionizing the literary world. One is apt to forget the smallness of Europe, and how quickly it could always be crossed. In summer weather, with fair winds, one can sail from Alexandria or from Syria to Sicily, or even to Spain and France, in perfect safety and with ample room for freight, as easily now as one could do it then, without the aid of steam. But one does not now carry freight of philosophy, poetry, or art. The world still struggles for unity, but by different methods, weapons, and thought. The mercantile exchanges which surprised Renan, and which have puzzled historians, were in ideas. The 12th century was as greedy for them in one shape as the 19th century in another. France paid for them dearly, and repented for centuries. But what creates surprise to the point of incredulity is her hunger for them, the youthful gluttony with which she devoured them, the infallible taste with which she dressed them out. The restless appetite that snatched at the pointed arch, the stone flesh, the colored glass, the illuminated missal, the chanson and Roman and pastoral, the fragments of Aristotle, the glosses of Avicenne, was nothing compared with the genius which instantly gave form and flower to them all. This episode merely means that the French 12th century artist may be supposed to have known his business, and if he produced a grotesque, or a green-faced saint, or a blue castle, or a syllogism, or a song, that he did it with a notion of the effect he had in mind. The glass window was to him a whole, a mass, and its details were his amusement, for the 12th century Frenchman enjoyed his fun, though it was sometimes rather heavy for modern French taste, and less refined than the church liked. These 3 12th century windows, like their contemporary portal outside, and the flesh that goes with them, are the ideals of enthusiasts of medieval art. They are above the level of all known art, in religious form. They are inspired. They are divine. This is the claim of Chartres and its Virgin. Actually, the French artist, whether architect, sculptor, or painter in glass, did rise here above his usual level. He knew it when he did it, and probably he attributed it, as we do, to the Virgin, for these works of his were hardly 50 years old when the rest of the old church was burned, and already the artist felt the virtue gone out of him. He could not do so well in 1200 as he did in 1150, and the Virgin was not so near. The proof of it, or if you prefer to think so, the proof against it, is before our eyes on the wall above the lancet windows. When Villard de Honcourt came to Chartres, he seized at once on the western rose as his study, although the 2 other roses were probably there, in all their beauty and lightness. He saw in the western rose some quality of construction which interested him, and in fact, the western rose is one of the flowers of architecture which reveals its beauties slowly without end, but its chief beauty is the feeling which unites it with the portal, the lancets, and the flesh. The glassworker here in the interior had the same task to perform. The glass of the lancets was 50 years old when the glass for the rose was planned. Perhaps it was 70, for the exact dates are unknown, but it does not matter, for the greater the interval, the more interesting is the treatment. Whatever the date, the glass of the western rose cannot be much earlier or much later than that of the other roses, or that of the choir, and yet you see at a glance that it is quite differently treated. On such matters one must, of course, submit to the opinion of artists, which one does the more readily because they always disagree. But until the artists tell us better, we may please ourselves by fancying that the glass of the rose was intended to harmonize with that of the lancets, and unite it with the 13th century glass of the nave and transepts. Among all the 13th century windows, the western rose alone seems to affect a rivalry in brilliancy with the lancets, and carries it so far that the separate medallions and pictures are quite lost, especially in direct sunshine, blending in a confused effect of opals, in a delirium of color and light, with a result like a cluster of stones in jewelry. Assuming, as one must, in one of the artist's instruction, that he knew what he wanted to do, and did it, one must take for granted that he treated the rose as a whole, and aimed at giving it harmony with the 3 precious windows beneath. The effect is that of a single large ornament, a round breast-pin, or what is now called a sunburst, of jewels, with 3 large pendants beneath. We are ignorant tourists, liable to much error in trying to seek motives in artists who worked 700 years ago for a society which thought and felt in forms quite unlike ours, but the medieval pilgrim was more ignorant than we, and much simpler in mind. If the idea of an ornament occurs to us, it certainly occurred to him, and still more to the glassworker whose business was to excite his illusions. An artist, if good for anything, foresees what his public will see, and what his public will see is what he ought to have intended, the measure of his genius. If the public sees more than he himself did, this is his credit; if less, this is his fault. No matter how simple or ignorant we are, we ought to feel a discord or a harmony where the artist meant us to feel it, and when we see a motive, we conclude that other people have seen it before us, and that it must, therefore, have been intended. Neither of the transept roses is treated like this one, either has the effect of a personal ornament, either is treated as a jewel. No one knew so well as the artist that such treatment must give the effect of a jewel. The roses of France and of Dreux bear indelibly and flagrantly the character of France and Dreux, On the western rose is stamped with greater refinement but equal decision the character of a much greater power than either of them. No artist would have ventured to put up, before the eyes of Marian Majesty, above the windows so dear to her, any object that she had not herself commanded. Whether a miracle was necessary, or whether genius was enough, is a point of casuistry which you can settle with Albertus Magnus or Saint Bernard, and which you will understand as little when settled as before. But for us, beyond the futilities of unnecessary doubt, the Virgin designed this rose, not perhaps in quite the same perfect spirit in which she designed the lancets, but still wholly for her own pleasure and as her own idea. She placed upon the breast of her church, which symbolized herself, a jewel so gorgeous that no earthly majesty could bear comparison with it, and which no other heavenly majesty has rivaled. As one watches the light play on it, one is still overcome by the glories of the jeweled rose and its 3 gemmed pendants. One feels a little of the effect she meant it to produce even on infidels, Moors, and heretics, but infinitely more on the men who feared and the women who adored her. Not to dwell too long upon it, one admits that hers is the only church. One would admit anything that she should require. If you had only the soul of a shrimp, you would crawl, like the Abbé Suger, to kiss her feet. Unfortunately she is gone, or comes here now so very rarely that we never shall see her. But her genius remains as individual here as the genius of Blanche of Castile and Pierre de Dreux in the transepts. That the 3 lancets were her own taste, as distinctly as the Trianon was the taste of Louis XIV, is self-evident. They represent all that was dearest to her: her son's glory on her right, her own beautiful life in the middle, her royal ancestry on her left, the story of her divine right, thrice told. The pictures are all personal, like family portraits. Above them the man who worked in 1200 to carry out the harmony, and to satisfy the Virgin's wishes, has filled his rose with 1 or 2 little compositions in glass, which reveal their subjects only to the best powers of a binnacle. Looking carefully, one discovers at last that this gorgeous combination of all the hues of paradise contains or hides a last judgment, the one subject carefully excluded from the old work, and probably not existing on the south portal for another 20 years. If the scheme of the western rose dates from 1200, as is reasonable to suppose, this last judgment is the oldest in the church, and makes a link between the theology of the First Crusade, beneath, and the theology of Pierre Mauchlerc in the south porch. The churchman is the only true and final judge on his own doctrine, and we neither know nor care to know the facts. But we are as good judges as he of the feeling, and we are at full liberty to feel that such a last judgment as this was never seen before or since by churchman or heretic, unless by virtue of the heresy which held that the true Christian must be happy in being damned since such is the will of God. That this blaze of heavenly light was intended, either by the Virgin or by her workmen, to convey ideas of terror or pain, is a notion which the Church might possibly preach, but which we sinners knew to be false in the 13th century as well as we know it now. Never in all these 700 years has one of us looked up at this rose without feeling it to be Our Lady's promise of paradise. Here as everywhere else throughout the Church, one feels the Virgin's presence, with no other thought than her majesty and grace. To the Virgin and to her suppliants, as to us, who though outcasts in other churches can still hope in hers, the Last Judgment was not a symbol of God's justice or man's corruption, but of her own infinite mercy. The Trinity judged through Christ. Christ loved and pardoned through her. She wielded the last and highest power on earth and in hell. In the glow and beauty of her nature, the light of her Son's infinite love shone as the sunlight through the glass, turning the Last Judgment itself into the highest proof of her divine and supreme authority. The rudest ruffian of the Middle Ages, when he looked at this Last Judgment, laughed, for what was the Last Judgment to her? An ornament, a plaything, a pleasure, a jeweled decoration which she wore on her breast. Her chief joy was to pardon, her eternal instinct was to love, her deepest passion was pity. On her imperial heart the flames of hell showed only the opaline colors of heaven. Christ the Trinity might judge as much as he pleased, but Christ the Mother would rescue, and her servants could look boldly into the flames. If you, or even our friends the priests who still serve Mary's shrine, suspect that there is some exaggeration in this language, it will only oblige you to admit presently that there is none, but for the moment we are busy with glass rather than with faith, and there is a world of glass here still to study. Technically, we are done with it. The technique of the 13th century comes naturally, and only too easily out of that of the 12th. Artistically, the motive remains the same, since it is always the Virgin. But although the Virgin of Chartres is always the Virgin of Majesty, there are degrees in the assertion of Her Majesty even here, which affect the art, and qualify its feeling. Before stepping down to the 13th century, one should look at these changes of the Virgin's royal presence. First and most important as record is the stone Virgin on the south door of the western portal, which we studied, with her Byzantine court, and the second, also in stone, is of the same period, on one of the carved capitals of the portal, representing the Adoration of the Magi. The third is the glass Virgin at the top of the central lancet. All three are undoubted 12th century work, and you can see another at Paris, on the same door of Notre Dame, and still more on Abbé Suger's window at Saint Denis, and later, within a beautiful grisaille at Auxerre, but all represent the same figure, a queen, enthroned crown, with the symbols of royal power, holding in her lap the infant king whose guardian she is. Without pretending to know what special crown she bears, we can assume, till corrected, that it is the Carlovingian imperial, not the Byzantine. The Trinity nowhere appears except as implied in the Christ. At the utmost, a mystic hand may symbolize the Father. The Virgin as represented by the artists of the 12th century in the Isle de France and at Chartres seems to be wholly French in spite of the Greek atmosphere of her workmanship. One might almost insist that she is blonde, full in face, large in figure, dazzlingly beautiful, and not more than 30 years of age. The child never seems to be more than 5. You are equally free to see a southern or eastern type in her face, and perhaps the glass suggests a dark type, but the face of the Virgin on the central lancet is a 14th century restoration which may or may not reproduce the original, while all the other Virgins represented in glass, except one, belong to the 13th century. The possible exception is a well-known figure called Notre Dame de la Belverrière in the choir next the south transept. A strange, almost uncanny feeling seems to haunt this window, heightened by the veneration in which it was long held as a shrine, though it is now deserted for Notre Dame du Pilaire on the opposite side of the choir. The charm is partly due to the beauty of the scheme of the angels, supporting, saluting, and incensing the Virgin and Child with singular grace and exquisite feeling, but rather that of the 13th than of the 12th century. Here, too, the face of the Virgin is not ancient. Apparently the original glass was injured by time or accident, and the colors were covered or renewed by a simple drawing in oil. Elsewhere the color is thought to be particularly good, and the window is a favorite mine of motives for artists to exploit, but to us its chief interest is its singular depth of feeling. The Empress Mother sits full face, on a rich throne and dais, with the child on her lap, repeating her attitude except that her hands support his shoulders. She wears her crown, her feet rest on a stool, and both stool, rug, robe, and throne are as rich as color and decoration can make them. At last a dove appears, with the rays of the Holy Ghost. Imperial as the Virgin is, it is no longer quite the unlimited empire of the western lancet. The aureole encircles her head only, she holds no scepter. The Holy Ghost seems to give her support which she did not need before, while Saint Gabriel and Saint Michael, her archangels, with their symbols of power, have disappeared. Exquisite as the angels are who surround and bear up her throne, they assert no authority. The window itself is not a single composition. The panels below seem inserted later merely to fill up the space. 6 represent the marriage of Cana, and the 3 at the bottom show a grotesque little demon tempting Christ in the desert. The effect of the whole, in this angle which is almost always dark or filled with shadow, is deep and sad, as though the Empress felt her authority fail, and had come down from the western portal to reproach us for neglect. The face is haunting. Perhaps its force may be due to nearness, for this is the only instance in glass of her descending so low that we can almost touch her, and see what the 12th century instinctively felt in the features which, even in their beatitude, were serious and almost sad under the austere responsibilities of infinite pity and power. No doubt the window is very old, or perhaps an imitation or reproduction of one which was much older, but to the pilgrim its interest lies mostly in its personality, and there it stands alone. Although the Virgin reappears again and again in the lower windows, as in those on either side of the Belvedere, in the remnant of window representing her miracles at Chartres, in the south aisle next the transept, in the 15th century window of the chapel of Vendôme which follows, and in the third window which follows that of Vendôme and represents her coronation, she does not show herself again in all her majesty till we look up to the high windows above. There we shall find her in her splendor on her throne, above the high altar, and still more conspicuously in the Rose of France in the north transept. Still again she is enthroned in the first window of the choir next the north transept. Elsewhere we can see her standing, but never does she come down to us in the full splendor of her presence. Yet wherever we find her at Chartres, and of whatever period, she is always queen. Her expression and attitude are always calm and commanding. She never calls for sympathy by hysterical appeals to our feelings. She does not even altogether command, but rather accepts the voluntary, unquestioning, unhesitating, instinctive faith, love, and devotion of mankind. She will accept ours, and we have not the heart to refuse it. We have not even the right, for we are her guests. Chapter 9: The Legendary Windows. One's first visit to a great cathedral is like one's first visit to the British Museum. The only intelligent idea is to follow the order of time, but the museum is a chaos in time, and the cathedral is generally all of one and the same time. At Chartres, after finishing with the 12th century, everything is of the 13th. To catch even an order in time, one must first know what part of the 13th century church was oldest. The books say it was the choir. After the fire of 1194, the pilgrims used the great crypt as a church where services were maintained, but the builders must have begun with the central piers and the choir, because the choir was the only essential part of the church. Nave and transepts might be suppressed, but without a choir the church was useless, and in a shrine, such as Chartres, the choir was the whole church. Toward the choir, then, the priest or artist looks first, and since dates are useful, the choir must be dated. The same popular enthusiasm, which had broken out in 1145, revived in 1195 to help the rebuilding, and the work was pressed forward with the same feverish haste, so that 10 years should have been ample to provide for the choir, if for nothing more, and services may have been resumed there as early as the year 1206, certainly in 1210. Probably the windows were designed and put in hand as soon as the architect gave the measurements, and any one who intended to give a window would have been apt to choose one of the spaces in the apse, in Mary's own presence, next the sanctuary. The first of the choir windows to demand a date is the Belvedere, which is commonly classed as early 13th century, and may go with the two windows next it, one of which, the so-called zodiac window, bears a singularly interesting inscription. Comes Theobaldus dat, ad prex commixus Ticensis. If Shakespeare could write the tragedy of King John, we cannot admit ourselves not to have read it, and this inscription might be a part of the play. The Pagus Pertusensis lies a short drive to the west, some 15 or 20 miles on the road to Le Mans, and in history is known as the Comte du Perche, although its memory is now preserved chiefly by its famous breed of Percheron horses. Probably the horse also dates from the Crusades, and may have carried Richard Coeur de Lion, but in any case the Count of that day was a vassal of Richard, and one of his intimate friends, whose memory is preserved forever by a single line in Richard's prison song. Mes companion cuijamoi et cuijam, cs do cahu et cs do percherain. In 1194, when Richard Coeur de Lion wrote these verses, the Comte du Perche was Geoffrey III, who had been a companion of Richard on his crusade in 1192, where, according to the chronicle, he shewed himself but a timid man, which seems scarcely likely in a companion of Richard, but it is not of him that the Chartres window speaks, except as the son of Mahaut or Matilda of Champagne, who was a sister of Alix of Champagne, Queen of France. The table shows, therefore, that Geoffrey's son and successor as the Comte du Perche, Thomas, was second cousin of Louis the Lion, known as King Louis VIII of France. They were probably of much the same age. If this were all, one might carry it in one's head for a while, but the relationship which dominates the history of this period was that of all these great ruling families with Richard Coeur de Lion and his brother John, nicknamed Lackland, both of whom in succession were the most powerful Frenchmen in France. The table shows that their mother Eleanor of Guienne, the first queen of Louis VII, bore him 2 daughters, one of whom, Alix, married, about 1164, the Count Thibaut of Chartres and Blois, while the other, Mary, married the great Count of Champagne. Both of them being half-sisters of Coeur de Lion and John, their children were nephews or half-nephews, indiscriminately, of all the reigning monarchs, and Coeur de Lion immortalized one of them by a line in his prison song, as he immortalized Le Perche. Je n'ai pas de Kelly de Chartain, la mère Loise. Loise, therefore, or Count Louis of Chartres, was not only nephew of Coeur de Lion and John Lackland, but was also, like Count Thomas of Le Perche, a second cousin of Louis VIII. Feudally and personally he was directly attached to Coeur de Lion rather than to Philip Augustus. If society in the 12th century could follow the effects of these relationships, personal and feudal, it was cleverer than society in the 20th. But so much is simple. Louis of France, Thibaut of Chartres, and Thomas of Le Perche were cousins and close friends in the year 1215, and all were devoted to the Virgin of Chartres. Judging from the character of Louis's future queen, Blanche of Castile, their wives were, if possible, more devoted still, and in that year Blanche gave birth to Saint Louis, who seems to have been the most devoted of all. Meanwhile their favorite uncle, Coeur de Lion, had died in the year 1199. Thibaut's great-grandmother, Eleanor of Guienne, died in 1202. King John, left to himself, rapidly accumulated enemies innumerable, abroad and at home. In 1203, Philip Augustus confiscated all the fiefs he held from the French crown, and in 1204 seized Normandy. John sank rapidly from worst to worst, until at last the English barons rose and forced him to grant their Magna Carta at Runnymede in 1215. The year 1215 was, therefore, a year to be remembered at Chartres, as at Mont-Saint-Michel, one of the most convenient dates in history. Every one is supposed, even now, to know what happened then, to give another violent wrench to society, like the Norman conquest in 1066. John turned on the barons and broke them down. They sent to genealogical charts showing the relationships among England, Champagne and Chartres and France and La Perche. France for help, and offered the crown of England to young Louis, whose father, Philip Augustus, called a council which pledged support to Louis. Naturally the Comte du Perche and the Comte de Chartres must have pledged their support, among the foremost, to go with Louis to England. He was then 29 years old. They were probably somewhat younger. The zodiac window, with its inscription, was the immediate result. The usual authority that figures in the histories is Roger of Wendover, but much the more amusing for our purpose is a garrulous Frenchman known as the Ménestrel de Reims, who wrote some 50 years later. After telling in his delightful 13th-century French how the English barons sent hostages to Louis, "Et mes sires les fit bien garder et honorablement," the Ménestrel continued, "Et assemble grands gens par amours, et par deniers, et par lignage. Et fut avec Louis les Couins de Perche, et les Couins de Montfort, et les Couins de Chartres, et les Couins de Montblart, et mes sires en Jorans de Cussy, et mout d'autres grands seigneurs dont j'ai une parole mie." The Comte de Chartres, therefore, may be supposed to have gone with the Comte du Perche, and to have witnessed the disaster at Lincoln which took place May 20th, 1217, after King John's death. Et les Couins de Perche faisaient l'avant-garde, et courut tout les de ports, et la garnisons de Lions isai or et leur coururin sus, et iot assis trait et lancy, et chevaux morts et chevaliers abattus, et gent à pie morts et navrius. Et les Couins de Perche I fut morts par un rebout que li leva le pan do hauberk, et elosis d'un coutel, et fut disconfit l'avant-garde par la mort le conti. Et quant mes sires les le sot, siot grenier duel chuel justanks, car il estoit ses prochains amis de char. Such language would be spoiled by translation. For us it is enough to know that the rebout, who lifted the pan, or skirt, of the Count's hauberk, or coat of mail, as he sat on his horse refusing to surrender to English traitors, and stabbed him from below with a knife, may have been an invention of the minstrel, or the knight who pierced with his lance through the visor to the brain, may have been an invention of Roger of Wendover, but in either case, Count Thomas du Perchy lost his life at Lincoln, May 20th, 1217, to the deepest regret of his cousin Louis the Lion as well as of the Count Thibaut of Chartres, whom he charged to put up a window for him in honor of the Virgin. The window must have been ordered at once, because Count Thibaut, le jeune ou le Lepreux, died himself within a year, April 22, 1218, thus giving an exact date for one of the choir windows. Probably it was one of the latest, because the earliest to be provided would have been certainly those of the central apsidal chapel. According to the rule laid down by Violet Leduc, the windows in which blue strongly predominates, like the Saint Sylvester, are likely to be earlier than those with a prevailing tone of red. We must take for granted that some of these great legendary windows were in place as early as 1210, because, in October of that year, Philip Augustus attended Mass here. There are some 24 of these windows in the choir alone, each of which may well have represented a year's work in the slow processes of that day, and we can hardly suppose that the workshops of 1200 were on a scale such as to allow of more than 2 to have been in hand at once. 30 or 40 years later, when the Sainte-Chapelle was built, the workshops must have been vastly enlarged, but with the enlargement, the glass deteriorated. Therefore, if the architecture were so far advanced in the year 1200 as to allow of beginning work on the glass, in the apse, the year 1225 is none too late to allow for its completion in the choir. Dates are stupidly annoying. What we want is not dates but taste, yet we are uncomfortable without them. Except the Perchy window, none of the lower ones in the choir helps at all, but the clear story is more useful. There they run in pairs, each pair surmounted by a rose. The first pair, numbers 27 and 28, next the north transept, shows the Virgin of France, supported, according to the Abbés Balteau and Clerval, by the arms of Bishop Rénault de Meucon, who was Bishop of Chartres at the time of the Great Fire in 1194 and died in 1217. The window number 28 shows 2 groups of peasants on pilgrimage. Below, on his knees, Robert of Barroux as donor. Robertus de Barroux Carn. Cancellarius. The cartulary of the cathedral contains an entry, Balteau, I. 123. The February 26, 1216, died Robert de Barroux, Chancellor, who has given us a window. The cartulary mentions several previous gifts of windows by canons or other dignitaries of the Church in the year 1215. Next follow, or once followed, a pair of windows, numbers 29 and 30, which were removed by the sculptor Bredin, in 1788, in order to obtain light for his statuary below. The donor was Domina Johannes Baptista, who, we are told, was Jeanne de Dampmartin, and the window was given in memory, or in honor, of her marriage to Ferdinand of Castile in 1237. Jeanne was a very great lady, daughter of the Comte d'Aumale and Marie de Ponthieu. Her father affianced her in 1235 to the King of England, Henry III, and even caused the marriage to be celebrated by proxy, but Queen Blanche broke it off, as she had forbidden, in 1231, that of Yolande of Brittany. She relented so far as to allow Jeanne in 1237 to marry Ferdinand of Castile, who still sits on horseback in the next rows. Rex Castili. He won the crown of Castile in 1217 and died in 1252, when Queen Jeanne returned to Abbeville and then, at latest, put up this window at Chartres in memory of her husband. The windows numbers 31 and 32 are the subject of much dispute, but whether the donors were Jeanne de Chatillon or the 3 children of Thibaut Legrand of Champagne, they must equally belong to the later series of 1260 to 70, rather than to the earlier of 1210 to 20. The same thing is or was true of the next pair, numbers 33 and 34, which were removed in 1773, but the record says that at the bottom of number 34 was the figure of St. Louis's son, Louis of France, who died in 1260, before his father, who still rides in the rows above. Thus the north side of the choir shows a series of windows that precisely cover the lifetime of St. Louis, 1215 to 70. The south side begins, next the apse, with windows numbers 35 and 36, which belong, according to the Comte d'Armancourt, to the family of Montfort, whose ruined castle crowns the hill of Montfort-la-Maurie, on the road to Paris, some 40 kilometers northeast of Chartres. Every one is supposed to know the story of Simon de Montfort, who was killed before Toulouse in 1218. Simon left 2 sons, Amaury and Simon. The sculptor Bredin put an end also to the window of Amaury, but in the rose, Amaury, according to the abbés, still rides on a white horse. Amaury's history is well known. He was made Constable of France by Queen Blanche in 1231, went on crusade in 1239, was captured by the infidels, taken to Babylon, ransomed, and in returning to France, died at Otranto in 1241. For that age Amaury was but a commonplace person, totally overshadowed by his brother Simon, who went to England, married King John's daughter Eleanor, and became almost king himself as Earl of Leicester. At your leisure you can read Matthew Paris's dramatic account of him, and of his death at the Battle of Evesham, August 5, 1265. He was perhaps the last of the very great men of the 13th century, excepting St. Louis himself, who lived a few years longer. M. d'Armancourt insists that it is the great Earl of Leicester who rides with his visor up, in full armor, on a brown horse, in the rows above the windows numbers 37 and 38. In any case, the windows would be later than 1240. The next pair of windows, numbers 39 and 40, also removed in 1788, still offer, in their rows, the figure of a member of the Courtenay family. Gibbon was so much attracted by the romance of the Courtenays as to make an amusing digression on the subject which does not concern us or the cathedral except so far as it tells us that the Courtenays, like so many other benefactors of Chartres Cathedral, belonged to the royal blood. Louis Le Gros, who died in 1137, besides his son Louis Le Jeune, who married Eleanor of Guienne in that year, had a younger son, Pierre, whom he married to Isabel de Courtenay, and who, like Philip Hurpel, took the title of his wife. Pierre had a son, Pierre II, who was a cousin of Philip Augustus, and became the hero of the most lurid tragedy of the time. Chosen Emperor of Constantinople in 1216, to succeed his brothers-in-law Henry and Baldwin, he tried to march across Illyria and Macedonia, from Durazzo opposite Brindisi, with a little army of 5,000 men, and instantly disappeared forever. The Epirotes captured him in the summer of 1217, and from that moment nothing is known of his fate. On the whole, this catastrophe was perhaps the grimmest of all the Shakespearean tragedies of the 13th century, and one would like to think that the Chartres window was a memorial of this Pierre, who was a cousin of France and an emperor without empire. But M. d'Armancourt insists that the window was given in memory not of this Pierre, but of his nephew, another Pierre de Courtenay, Seigneur de Conches, who went on crusade with St. Louis in 1249 to Egypt, and died shortly before the defeat and captivity of the king, on February 8, 1250. His brother Raoul, Seigneur d'Elias, who died in 1271, is said to be donor of the next window, number 40. The date of the Courtenay windows should therefore be no earlier than the death of St. Louis in 1270. Yet one would like to know what has become of another Courtenay window left by the first Pierre's son-in-law, Gaucher or Gaultier of Bar-sur-Seine, who seems to have been Vicomte de Chartres, and who, dying before Damietta in 1218, made a will leaving to Notre Dame de Chartres 30 silver marks. De cabus fieri debet miles montatis super equum sum. Not only would this mounted knight on horseback supply an early date for these interesting figures, but would fix also the cost, for a mark contained 8 ounces of silver, and was worth 10 sous, or half a livre. We shall presently see that Aucassins gave 20 sous, or a livre, for a strong ox, so that the miles montatis super equum sum in glass was equivalent to 15 oxen if it were money of Paris, which is far from certain. This is an economical problem which belongs to experts, but the historical value of these early evidences is still something, perhaps still as much as 10 sous. All the windows tend to the same conclusion. Even the last pair, numbers 41 and 42, offer 3 personal clues which lead to the same result. The arms of Bouchard de Marly, who died in 1226, almost at the same time as Louis VIII, a certain Colinus or Colin de Camera Regis. who was alive in 1225, and Robert of Beaumont in the Rose, who seems to be a Beaumont of Loperci, of whom little or nothing is as yet certainly known. As a general rule, there are two series of windows, one figuring the companions or followers of Louis VIII, 1215–26, the other, friends or companions of St. Louis, 1226–70, Queen Blanche uniting both. What helps to hold the sequences in a certain order is that the choir was complete, and services regularly resumed there, in 1210, while in 1220 the transept and nave were finished and vaulted. For the apside windows, therefore, we will assume, subject to correction, a date from 1200 to 1225 for their design and workmanship, for the transept, 1220 to 1236, and for the nave a general tendency to the actual reign of St. Louis from 1236 to 1270. Since there is a deal of later glass scattered everywhere among the earlier, the margin of error is great, but by keeping the reign of Louis VIII and its personages distinct from that of Louis IX and his generation, we can be fairly sure of our main facts. Meanwhile, the Sainte-Chapelle in Paris, wholly built and completed between 1240 and 1248, offers a standard of comparison for the legendary windows. The choir of Chartres is as long as the nave, and much broader, besides that the apse was planned with 7 circular projections which greatly increased the window space, so that the guidebook reckons 37 windows. A number of these are grisailles, and the true amateur of glass considers the grisailles to be as well worth study as the legendary windows. They are a decoration which has no particular concern with churches, and no distinct religious meaning, but it seems, a religious value which Viollet-le-Duc is at some trouble to explain, and since his explanation is not very technical, we can look at it, before looking at the legends. The coloration of the windows had the advantage of throwing on the opaque walls a veil, or colored glazing, of extreme delicacy, always assuming that the colored windows themselves were harmoniously toned. Whether their resources did not permit the artists to adopt a complete system of colored glass, or whether they wanted to get daylight and purer quality into their interiors, whatever may have been their reasons, they resorted to this beautiful grisaille decoration, which is also a coloring harmony obtained by the aid of a long experience in the effects of light on translucent surfaces. Many of our churches retain grisaille windows filling either all, or only a part, of their bays. In the latter case, the grisailles are reserved for the side windows which are meant to be seen obliquely, and in that case the colored glass fills the bays of the fond, the apsidal openings which are meant to be seen in face from a distance. These lateral grisailles are still opaque enough to prevent the solar rays which pass through them from lighting the colored windows on the reverse side. Yet, at certain hours of the day, these solar rays throw a pearly light on the colored windows which gives them indescribable transparence and refinement of tones. The lateral windows in the choir of the Auxerre Cathedral, half grisaille, half colored, throw on the wholly colored apsidal window, by this means, a glazing the softness of which one can hardly conceive. The opaline light which comes through these lateral bays, and makes a sort of veil, transparent in the extreme, under the lofty vaulting, is crossed by the brilliant tones of the windows behind, which give the play of precious stones. The solid outlines then seem to waver like objects seen through a sheet of clear water. Distances change their values, and take depths in which the eye gets lost. With every hour of the day these effects are altered, and always with new harmonies which one never tires of trying to understand. But the deeper one's study goes, the more astounded one becomes before the experience acquired by these artists, whose theories on the effects of color, assuming that they had any, are unknown to us and whom the most kindly disposed among us treat as simple children. You can read the rest for yourselves. Grisaille is a separate branch of color decoration which belongs with the whole system of lighting and fenêtrage, and will have to remain a closed book because the feeling and experience which explained it once are lost, and we cannot recover either. Such things must have been always felt rather than reasoned, like the irregularities and plan of the builders. The best work of the best times shows the same subtlety of sense as the dog shows in retrieving, or the bee in flying, but which tourists have lost. All we can do is to note that the grisailles were intended to have values. They were among the refinements of light and color with which the apse of Chartres is so crowded that one must be content to feel what one can, and let the rest go. Understand, we cannot. Nothing proves that the greatest artists who ever lived have, in a logical sense, understood, or that omnipotence has ever understood, or that the utmost power of expression has ever been capable of expressing more than the reaction of one energy on another, but not of two on two, and when one sits here, in the central axis of this complicated apse, one sees, in mere light alone, the reaction of hundreds of energies, although time has left only a wreck of what the artist put here. One of the best window spaces is wholly filled up by the 14th century doorway to the chapel of St. Piat, and only by looking at the two windows which correspond on the north does a curious inquirer get a notion of the probable loss. The same chapel more or less blocks the light of three other principal windows. The sun, the dust, the acids of dripping water, and the other works of time, have in 700 years corroded or worn away or altered the glass, especially on the south side. Windows have been darkened by time and mutilated by willful injury. Scores of the panels are wholly restored, modern reproductions or imitations. Even after all this loss, the glass is probably the best preserved, or perhaps the only preserved part of the decoration in color, for we never shall know the color decoration of the vaults, the walls, the columns, or the floors. Only one point is fairly sure, that on festivals, if not at other times, every foot of space was covered in some way or another, throughout the apse, with color, either paint or tapestry or embroidery or Byzantine brocades and oriental stuffs or rugs, lining the walls, covering the altars, and hiding the floor. Occasionally you happen upon illuminated manuscripts showing the interiors of chapels with their color decoration, but everything has perished here except the glass. If one may judge from the glass of later centuries, the first impression from the 13th century windows ought to be disappointment. You should find them too effeminate, too soft, too small, and above all not particularly religious. Indeed, except for the nominal subjects of the legends, one sees nothing religious about them. The medallions, when studied with the binnacle, turn out to be less religious than decorative. Saint Michael would not have felt at home here, and Saint Bernard would have turned from them with disapproval. But when they were put up, Saint Bernard was long dead, and Saint Michael had yielded his place to the Virgin. This apse is all for her. At its entrance she sat, on either side, in the Belvedere or as Our Lady of the Pillar, to receive the secrets and the prayers of suppliants who wished to address her directly in person. There she bent down to our level, resumed her humanity, and felt our griefs and passions. Within, where the cross-lights fell through the wide columned space behind the high altar, was her withdrawing room, where the decorator and builder thought only of pleasing her. The very faults of the architecture and effeminacy of taste witnessed the artist's object. If the glassworkers had thought of themselves or of the public or even of the priests, they would have strained for effects, strong masses of color, and striking subjects to impress the imagination. Nothing of the sort is even suggested. The great, awe-inspiring mosaic figure of the Byzantine half-dome was a splendid religious effect, but this artist had in his mind an altogether different thought. He was in the Virgin's employ. He was decorating her own chamber in her own palace. He wanted to please her, and he knew her tastes, even when she did not give him her personal orders. To him, a dream would have been an order. The salary of the 12th century artist was out of all relation with the percentage of a 20th century decorator. The artist of 1200 was probably the last who cared little for the baron, not very much for the priest, and nothing for the public, unless he happened to be paid by the guild, and then he cared just to the extent of his hire, or, if he was himself a priest, not even for that. His pay was mostly of a different kind, and was the same as that of the peasants who were hauling the stone from the quarry at Birchers while he was firing his ovens. His reward was to come when he should be promoted to decorate the Queen of Heaven's palace in the New Jerusalem, and he served a mistress who knew better than he did what work was good and what was bad, and how to give him his right place. Mary's taste was infallible. Her knowledge, like her power, had no limits. She knew men's thoughts as well as acts, and could not be deceived. Probably, even in our own time, an artist might find his imagination considerably stimulated and his work powerfully improved if he knew that anything short of his best would bring him to the gallows, with or without trial by jury. But in the 12th century the gallows was a trifle. The Queen hardly considered it a punishment for an offense to her dignity. The artist was vividly aware that Mary disposed of hell. All this is written in full, on every stone and window of this apse, as legible as the legends to any one who cares to read. The artists were doing their best, not to please a swarm of flattered peasants or slow-witted barons, but to satisfy Mary, the Queen of Heaven, to whom the kings and queens of France were coming constantly for help, and whose absolute power was almost the only restraint recognized by emperor, pope, and clown. The color decoration is hers, and hers alone. For her the lights are subdued, the tones softened, the subjects selected, the feminine taste preserved. That other great ladies interested themselves in the matter, even down to its technical refinements, is more than likely. Indeed, in the central apside chapel, suggesting the Auxerre grisaille that Violet-le-Duc mentioned, is a grisaille which bears the arms of Castile and Queen Blanche. Further on, 3 other grisailles bear also the famous castles, but this is by no means the strongest proof of feminine taste. The difficulty would be rather to find a touch of certainly masculine taste in the whole apse. Since the central apside chapel is the most important, we can begin with the windows there, bearing in mind that the subject of the central window was the life of Christ, dictated by rule or custom. On Christ's left hand is the window of St. Peter, next him is St. Paul. All are much restored, 33 of the medallions are wholly new. Opposite St. Peter, at Christ's right hand, is the window of St. Simon and St. Jude, and next is the grisaille with the arms of Castile. If these windows were ordered between 1205 and 1210, Blanche, who was born in 1187 and married in 1200, would have been a young princess of 20 or 25 when she gave this window and grisaille to regulate and harmonize and soften the lighting of the Virgin's boudoir. The central chapel must be taken to be the most serious, the most studied, and the oldest of the chapels in the church, above the crypt. The windows here should rank in importance next to the lancets of the west front, which are only about 60 years earlier. They show fully that difference. Here one must see for oneself. Few artists know much about it, and still fewer care for an art which has been quite dead these 400 years. The ruins of Nippur would hardly be more intelligible to the ordinary architect of English tradition than these 12th-century efforts of the builders of Chartres. Even the learning of Violet-le-Duc was at fault in dealing with a building so personal as this, the history of which is almost wholly lost. This central chapel must have been meant to give tone to the apse, and it shows with the color decoration of a queen's salon, a subject decoration too serious for the amusement of heretics. One sees at a glance that the subject decoration was inspired by church custom, while color was an experiment, and the decorators of this enormous window space were at liberty as colorists to please the Countess of Chartres and the Princess Blanche and the Duchess of Brittany, without much regarding the opinions of the late Bernard of Clairvaux or even Augustine of Hippo, since the great ladies of the court knew better than the saints what would suit the Virgin. The subject of the central window was prescribed by tradition. Christ is the church, and in this church he and his mother are one. Therefore the life of Christ is the subject of the central window, but the treatment is the Virgin's, as the colors show, and as the absence of every influence but hers, including the crucifixion, proves officially. St. Peter and St. Paul are in their proper place as the 2 great ministers of the throne who represent the 2 great parties in Western religion, the Jewish and the Gentile. Opposite them, balancing by their family influence the weight of delegated power, are 2 of Mary's nephews, Simon and Jude. But this subject branches off again into matters so personal to Mary that Simon and Jude require closer acquaintance. One must study a new guidebook, the Golden Legend, by the blessed James, Bishop of Genoa and member of the Order of Dominic, who was born at Varaz or Varaggio in almost the same year that Thomas was born at Aquino, and whose Legenda Aurea, written about the middle of the 13th century, was more popular history than the Bible itself, and more generally consulted as authority. The decorators of the 13th century got their motives quite outside the Bible, in sources that James of Genoa compiled into a volume almost as fascinating as the Fioretti of St. Francis. According to the Golden Legend, and the tradition accepted in Jerusalem by pilgrims and crusaders, Mary's family connection was large. It appears that her mother and was 3 times married, and by each husband had a daughter Mary, so that there were 3 Marys, half-sisters. Joachim and Cleophas Salome. Joseph, Mary, Alphaeus, Mary, Zebedee. Christ, James, Joseph, Simon, Jude, James, John the Minor, the Major, the Evangelist, Apostle, just St. Iago of Compostela. Simon and Jude were, therefore, nephews of Mary and cousins of Christ, whose lives were evidence of the truth not merely of Scripture, but specially of the private and family distinction of their aunt, the Virgin Mother of Christ. They were selected, rather than their brothers, or cousins James and John, for the conspicuous honor of standing opposite Peter and Paul, doubtless by reason of some merit of their own, but perhaps also because in art the two counted as one, and therefore the one window offered two witnesses, which allowed the artist to insert a grisaille in place of another legendary window to complete the chapel on their right. According to Violet Leduc, the grisaille in this position regulates the light, and so completes the effect. If custom prescribed a general rule for the central chapel, it seems to have left great freedom in the windows nearby. At Chartres, the curved projection that contains the next two windows was not a chapel, but only a window bay, for the sake of the windows, and if the artists aimed at pleasing the Virgin, they would put their best work there. At Bourges, in the same relative place, are three of the best windows in the building: the Prodigal Son, the New Alliance, and the Good Samaritan, all of them full of life, story, and color, with little reference to a worship or a saint. At Chartres the choice is still more striking, and the windows are also the best in the building, after the 12th century glass of the west front. The first, which comes next to Blanche's grisaille in the central chapel, is given to another nephew of Mary and Apostle of Christ, St. James the Major, whose life is recorded in the proper Bible dictionaries, with a terminal remark as follows: For legends respecting his death and his connections with Spain, see the Roman Breviary, in which the healing of a paralytic and the conversion of Hermogenes are attributed to him, and where it is asserted that he preached the gospel in Spain, and that his remains were translated to Compostela. As there is no shadow of foundation for any of the legends here referred to, we pass them by without further notice. Even Baronius shows himself ashamed of them. If the learned Baronius thought himself required to show shame for all the legends that pass as history, he must have suffered cruelly during his laborious life, and his sufferings would not have been confined to the annals of the Church. But the historical accuracy of the glass windows is not our affair, nor are historians especially concerned in the events of the Virgin's life, whether recorded or legendary. Religion is, or ought to be, a feeling, and the 13th century windows are original documents, much more historical than any recorded in the Bible, since their inspiration is a different thing from their authority. The true life of St. James or St. Jude or any other of the apostles did not, in the opinion of the ladies in the court of France, furnish subjects agreeable enough to decorate the palace of the Queen of Heaven, and that they were right, any one must feel, who compares these two windows with subjects of dogma. St. James, better known as Santiago of Compostela, was a compliment to the young Dauphin, before Dauphins existed, the Princess Blanche of Castile, whose arms, or castles, are on the grisaille window next to it. Perhaps she chose him to stand there. Certainly her hand is seen plainly enough throughout the church to warrant suspecting it here. As a nephew, St. James was dear to the Virgin, but, as a friend to Spain, still more dear to Blanche, and it is not likely that pure accident caused three adjacent windows to take a Spanish tone. The St. James in whom the 13th century delighted, and whose windows one sees at Bourges, Tours, and wherever the scallop shell tells of the pilgrim, belongs not to the Bible but to the Golden Legend. This window was given by the merchant tailors whose signature appears at the bottom, in the corners, in two pictures that paint the tailor's shop of Chartres in the first quarter of the 13th century. The shop boy takes cloth from chests for his master to show to customers, and to measure off by his ell. The story of St. James begins in the lower panel, where he receives his mission from Christ. Above, on the right, he seems to be preaching. On the left appears a figure which tells the reason for the popularity of the story. It is Almogenes, or in the Latin, Hermogenes, a famous magician in great credit among the Pharisees, who has the command of demons, as you see, for behind his shoulder, standing, a little demon is perched, while he orders his pupil Philetus to convert James. Next, James is shown in discussion with a group of listeners. Philetus gives him a volume of false doctrine. Almagenes then further instructs Philetus. James is led away by a rope, curing a paralytic as he goes. He sends his cloak to Philetus to drive away the demon. Philetus receives the cloak, and the droll little demon departs in tears. Almagenes, losing his temper, sends 2 demons, with horns on their heads and clubs in their hands, to reason with James, who sends them back to remonstrate with Almagenes. The demons then bind Almagenes and bring him before James, who discusses differences with him until Almagenes burns his books of magic and prostrates himself before the saint. Both are then brought before Herod, and Almagenes breaks a pretty heathen idol, while James goes to prison. A panel comes in here, out of place, showing Almagenes enchanting Philetus, and the demon entering into possession of him. Then Almagenes is seen being very roughly handled by a young Jew, while the bystanders seem to approve. James next makes Almagenes throw his books of magic into the sea. Both are led away to execution, curing the infirm on their way. Their heads are cut off, and, at the top, God blesses the orb of the world. That this window was intended to amuse the Virgin seems quite as reasonable an idea as that it should have been made to instruct the people, or us. Its humor was as humorous then as now, for the French of the 13th century loved humor even in churches, as their grotesques proclaim. The St. James window is a tale of magic, told with the vivacity of a fabliau. But if its motive of amusement seems still a forced idea, we can pass on, at once, to the companion window which holds the best position in the church, where, in the usual cathedral, one expects to find St. John or some other apostle, or St. Joseph, or a doctrinal lesson such as that called the New Alliance, where the Old and New Testaments are united. The window which the artists have set up here is regarded as the best of the 13th century windows, and is the least religious. The subject is nothing less than the Chanson de Roland, in pictures of colored glass, set in a border worth comparing at leisure with the 12th century borders of the western lancets. Even at Chartres, the artist could not risk displeasing the Virgin and the Church by following a wholly profane work like the Chanson itself, and Roland had no place in religion. He could be introduced only through Charlemagne, who had almost as little right there as he. The 12th century had made persistent efforts to get Charlemagne into the Church, and the Church had made very little effort to keep him out, yet by the year 1200, Charlemagne had not been sainted except by the anti-pope Pascal III in 1165, although there was a popular belief, supported in Spain by the necessary documents, that Pope Calixtus II in 1122 had declared the so-called Chronicle of Archbishop Turpin to be authentic. The Bishop of Chartres in 1200 was very much too enlightened a prelate to accept the Chronicle or Turpin or Charlemagne himself, still less Roland and Thierry, as authentic in sanctity. But if the young and beautiful Dauphine of France, and her cousins of Chartres, and their artists, warmly believed that the Virgin would be pleased by the story of Charlemagne and Roland, the bishop might have let them have their way in spite of the irregularity. That the window was an irregularity is plain, that it has always been immensely admired is certain, and that Bishop Renaud must have given his assent to it is not to be denied. The most elaborate account of this window can be found in Mail's Art Religio, pages 444-50. Its feeling or motive is quite another matter, as it is with the statuary on the north porch. The furriers or fur merchants pay for the Charlemagne window, and their signature stands at the bottom, where a merchant shows a fur-lined cloak to his customer. That Mary was personally interested in furs, no authority seems to affirm, but that Blanche and Isabel and every lady of the court, as well as every king and every count, in that day, took keen interest in the subject, is proved by the prices they paid, and the quantities they wore. Not even the merchant tailors had a better standing at court than the furriers, which may account for their standing so near the Virgin. Whatever the cause, the furriers were allowed to put their signature here, side by side with the tailors, and next to the Princess Blanche. Their gift warranted it. Above the signature, in the first panel, the Emperor Constantine is seen, asleep, in Constantinople, on an elaborate bed, while an angel is giving him the order to seek aid from Charlemagne against the Saracens. Charlemagne appears, in full armor of the year 1200, on horseback. Then Charlemagne, sainted, wearing his halo, converses with 2 bishops on the subject of a crusade for the rescue of Constantine. In the next scene, he arrives at the gates of Constantinople where Constantine receives him. The fifth picture is most interesting. Charlemagne has advanced with his knights and attacks the Saracens. The Franks wear coats of mail, and carry long, pointed shields. The infidels carry round shields. Charlemagne, wearing a crown, strikes off with one blow of his sword the head of a Saracen emir. But the battle is desperate. The chargers are at full gallop, and a Saracen is striking at Charlemagne with his battle-axe. After the victory has been won, the Emperor Constantine rewards Charlemagne by the priceless gift of 3 chasses or reliquaries, containing a piece of the true cross, the sware or grave cloth of the Saviour, and a tunic of the Virgin. Charlemagne then returns to France, and in the next medallion presents the 3 chasses and the crown of the Saracen king to the church at Aix, which to a French audience meant the Abbey of Saint Denis. This scene closes the first volume of the story. The second part opens on Charlemagne, seated between 2 persons, looking up to heaven at the Milky Way, called then the Way of St. James, which directs him to the grave of St. James in Spain. St. James himself appears to Charlemagne in a dream, and orders him to redeem the tomb from the infidels. Then Charlemagne sets out, with Archbishop Turpin of Reims and knights. In presence of his army he dismounts, and implores the aid of God. Then he arrives before Pampeluna and transfixes with his lance the Saracen chief as he flies into the city. Mounted, he directs workmen to construct a church in honor of St. James. A little cloud figures the hand of God. Next is shown the miracle of the lances. Stuck in the ground at night, they are found in the morning to have burst into foliage, prefiguring martyrdom. 2,000 people perish in battle. Then begins the story of Roland, which the artists and donors are so eager to tell, knowing, as they do, that what has so deeply interested men and women on earth must interest Mary who loves them. You see Archbishop Turpin celebrating Mass when an angel appears to warn him of Roland's fate. Then Roland himself, also wearing a halo, is introduced, in the act of killing the giant Ferragus. The combat of Roland and Ferragus is at the top, out of sequence, as often happens in the legendary windows. Charlemagne and his army are seen marching homeward through the Pyrenees, while Roland winds his horn and splits the rock without being able to break Durendal. Thierry, likewise sainted, brings water to Roland in a helmet. At last Thierry announces Roland's death. At the top, on either side of Roland and Ferragus, is an angel with incense. The execution of this window is said to be superb. Of the color, and its relations with that of the St. James, one needs time and long acquaintance to learn the value. In the feeling, compared with that of the 12th century, one needs no time in order to see a change. These 2 windows are as French and as modern as a picture of Lancret. They are pure art, as simply decorative as the decorations of the Grand Opera. The 13th century knew more about religion and decoration than the 20th century will ever learn. The windows were neither symbolic nor mystical, nor more religious than they pretended to be. That they are more intelligent, or more costly or more effective is nothing to the purpose, so long as one grants that the combat of Roland and Ferragus, or Roland winding his elephant, or Charlemagne cutting off heads and transfixing Moors, were subjects never intended to teach religion or instruct the ignorant, but to please the Queen of Heaven as they pleased the queens of earth with a Roman, not in verse but in color, as near as possible to decorative perfection. Instinctively one looks to the corresponding bay, opposite, to see what the artists could have done to balance these 2 great efforts of their art. But the bay opposite is now occupied by the entrance to St. Piat's Chapel, and one does not know what changes may have been made in the 14th century to rearrange the glass. Yet, even as it now stands, the Sylvester window which corresponds to the Charlemagne is, as glass, the strongest in the whole cathedral. In the next chapel, on our left, come the martyrs, with St. Stephen, the first martyr, in the middle window. Naturally the subject is more serious, but the color is not differently treated. A step further, and you see the artists returning to their lighter subjects. The stories of St. Julian and St. Thomas are more amusing than the plots of half the 13th century romances, and not very much more religious. The subject of St. Thomas is a pendant to that of St. James, for St. Thomas was a great traveler and an architect, who carried Mary's worship to India as St. James carried it to Spain. Here is the amusement of many days in studying the stories, the color, and the execution of these windows, with the help of the monographs of Chartres and Bourges or the Golden Legend, and occasional visits to Le Mans, Tours, Clermont-Ferrand, and other cathedrals. But in passing, one has to note that the window of St. Thomas was given by France, and bears the royal arms, perhaps for Philip Augustus the King, while the window of St. Julian was given by the carpenters and coopers. One feels no need to explain how it happens that the taste of the royal family, and of their tailors, furriers, carpenters, and coopers, should fit so marvelously, one with another, and with that of the Virgin. But one can compare with theirs the taste of the stone workers opposite, in the window of St. Sylvester and St. Melchiades, whose blues almost killed the Charlemagne itself, and of the tanners in that of St. Thomas of Canterbury, or, in the last chapel on the south side, with that of the shoemakers in the window to St. Martin, attributed for some reason to a certain Clemens Vitrerius Carnatensis, whose name is on a window in the Cathedral of Rouen. The name tells nothing, even if the identity could be proved. Clement the glassmaker may have worked on his own account, or for others. The glass differs only in refinements of taste or perhaps of cost. Nicholas Lessing, the canon, or Geoffrey Chardonnel, may have been less rich than the bakers, and even the furriers may have not had the revenues of the king, but some controlling hand has given more or less identical taste to all. What one can least explain is the reason why some windows, that should be here, are elsewhere. In most churches, one finds in the choir a window of doctrine, such as the so-called New Alliance, but here the New Alliance is banished to the nave. Besides the costly Charlemagne and St. James windows in the apse, the furriers and drapers gave several others, and one of these seems particularly suited to serve as companion to St. Thomas, St. James, and St. Julian, so that it is best taken with these while comparing them. It is in the nave, the third window from the new tower, in the north aisle, the window of St. Eustace. The story and treatment and beauty of the work would have warranted making it a pendant to Almagenes, in the bay now serving as the door to St. Piat's chapel, which should have been the most effective of all the positions in the church for a legendary story. St. Eustace, whose name was Placidas, commanded the guards of the Emperor Trajan. One day he went out hunting with huntsmen and hounds, as the legend in the lower panel of the window begins, a pretty picture of a stag hunt about the year 1200, followed by one still prettier, where the stag, after leaping upon a rock, has turned, and shows a crucifix between his horns, the stag on one side balancing the horse on the other, while Placidas on his knees yields to the miracle of Christ. Then Placidas is baptized as Eustace, and in the center you see him with his wife and 2 children, another charming composition, leaving the city. 4 small panels in the corners are said to contain the signatures of the drapers and furriers. Above, the story of adventure goes on, showing Eustace bargaining with a shipmaster for his passage, his embarkation with wife and children, and their arrival at some shore, where the 2 children have landed, and the master drives Eustace after them while he detains the wife. 4 small panels here have not been identified, but the legend was no doubt familiar to the Middle Ages, and they knew how Eustace and the children came to a river, where you can see a pink lion carrying off one child, while a wolf, which has seized the other, is attacked by shepherds and dogs. The children are rescued, and the wife reappears, on her knees before her lord, telling of her escape from the shipmaster, while the children stand behind, and then the reunited family, restored to the emperor's favor, is seen feasting and happy. At last Eustace refuses to offer a sacrifice to a graceful antique idol, and is then shut up, with all his family, in a brazen bull. A fire is kindled beneath it, and from above, a hand confers the crown of martyrdom. Another subject, which should have been placed in the apse, stands in a singular isolation which has struck many of the students in this branch of church learning. At Sens, St. Eustace is in the choir, and by his side is the prodigal son. At Bourges also the prodigal son is in the choir. At Chartres, he is banished to the north transept, where you will find him in the window next the nave, almost as though he were in disgrace. Yet the glass is said to be very fine, among the best in the church, while the story is told with rather more vivacity than usual, and as far as color and execution go, the window has an air of age and quality higher than the average. At the bottom you see the signature of the Corporation of Butchers. The window at Bourges was given by the tanners. The story begins with the picture showing the younger son asking the father for his share of the inheritance, which he receives in the next panel, and proceeds, on horseback, to spend, as one cannot help suspecting, at Paris, in the Latin Quarter, where he is seen arriving, welcomed by two ladies. No one has offered to explain why Chartres should consider two ladies theologically more correct than one, or why Sens should fix on 3, or why Bourges should require 6. Perhaps this was left to the artist's fancy, but before quitting the 12th century, we shall see that the usual young man who took his share of patrimony and went up to study in the Latin Quarter found two schools of scholastic teaching, one called realism, the other nominalism, each of which in turn the Church had been obliged to condemn. Meanwhile the prodigal son is seen feasting with them, and is crowned with flowers, like a new Abelard, singing his songs to Heloise, until his religious capital is exhausted, and he is dragged out of bed, to be driven naked from the house with sticks, in this also I resembling Abelard. At Bourges he is gently turned out, at Sens he is dragged away by 3 devils. Then he seeks service, and is seen knocking acorns from boughs, to feed his employer's swine. But, among the thousands of young men who must have come here directly from the schools, 9 in every 10 said that he was teaching letters to his employer's children or lecturing to the students of the Latin Quarter. At last he decides to return to his father, possibly the Archbishop of Paris or the Abbot of Saint Denis, who receives him with open arms, and gives him a new robe, which to the ribald student would mean a church living, an abbey, perhaps Saint Gildas de Ruys in Brittany, or elsewhere. The fatted calf is killed, the feast is begun, and the elder son, whom the malicious student would name Bernard, appears in order to make protest. Above, God on his throne blesses the globe of the world. The original symbol of the prodigal son was a rather different form of prodigality. According to the church interpretation, the father had 2 sons. The older was the people of the Jews, the younger, the Gentiles. The father divided his substance between them, giving to the older the divine law, to the younger, the law of nature. The younger went off and dissipated his substance, as one must believe, on Aristotle, but repented and returned when the father sacrificed the victim, Christ, as the symbol of reunion. That the synagogue also accepts the sacrifice is not so clear, but the Church clung to the idea of converting the synagogue as a necessary proof of Christ's divine character. Not until about the time when this window may have been made, did the new Church, under the influence of Saint Dominic, abandon the Jews and turn in despair to the Gentiles alone. The old symbolism belonged to the 4th and 5th centuries, and, as told by the Jesuit fathers Martin and Caillet in their monograph of Bourges, it should have pleased the Virgin, who was particularly loved by the young, and habitually showed her attachment to them. At Bourges the window stands next the central chapel of the apse, where at Chartres is the entrance to St. Piat's chapel. But Bourges did not belong to Notre Dame, nor did Sens. The story of the prodigal sons of these years from 1200 to 1230 lends the window a little personal interest that the prodigal son of St. Luke's Gospel could hardly have had even to 13th century penitence. Neither the Church nor the Crown loved prodigal sons. So far from killing fatted calves for them, the bishops in 1209 burned no less than 10 in Paris for too great intimacy with Arab and Jew disciples of Aristotle. The position of the Bishop of Chartres between the schools had been always awkward. As for Blanche of Castile, her first son, afterwards St. Louis, was born in 1215, and after that time no prodigal son was likely to be welcomed in any society which she frequented. For her, above all other women on earth or in heaven, prodigal sons felt most antipathy, until, in 1229, the quarrel became so violent that she turned her police on them and beat a number to death in the streets. They retaliated without regard for loyalty or decency, being far from model youth and prone to relapses from virtue, even when forgiven and beneficed. The Virgin Mary, Queen of Heaven, showed no prejudice against prodigal sons, or even prodigal daughters. She would hardly, of her own accord, have ordered such persons out of her apse, when St. Stephen at Bourges and Sens showed no such puritanism, yet the Chartres window is put away in the north transept. Even there it still stands opposite the Virgin of the Pillar, on the women's and Queen Blanche's side of the church, and in an excellent position, better seen from the choir than some of the windows in the choir itself, because the late summer sun shines full upon it, and carries its colors far into the apse. This may have been one of the many instances of tastes in the Virgin which were almost too imperial for her official court. Omniscient as Mary was, she knew no difference between the Blanches of Castile and the students of the Latin Quarter. She was rather fond of prodigals, and gentle toward the ladies who consumed the prodigal's substance. She admitted Mary Magdalene and Mary the Gypsy to her society. She fretted little about Aristotle so long as the prodigal adored her, and naturally the prodigal adored her almost to the exclusion of the Trinity. She always cared less for her dignity than was to be wished. Especially in the nave and on the porch, among the peasants, she liked to appear as one of themselves. She insisted on lying in bed, in a stable, with the cows and asses about her, and her baby in a cradle by the bedside, as though she had suffered like other women, though the church insisted she had not. Her husband, Saint Joseph, was notoriously uncomfortable in her court, and always preferred to get as near to the door as he could. The choir at Chartres, on the contrary, was aristocratic. Every window there had a court quality, even down to the contemporary Thomas A. Becket, the fashionable martyr of good society. Theology was put into the transepts, or still further away in the nave where the window of the New Alliance elbows the prodigal son. Even to Blanche of Castile, Mary was neither a philanthropist nor theologist, nor merely a mother. She was an absolute empress, and whatever she said was obeyed, but sometimes she seems to have willed an order that worried some of her most powerful servants. Mary chose to put her prodigal into the transept, and one would like to know the reason. Was it a concession to the bishop or the queen? Or was it to please the common people that these familiar picture books, with their popular interest, like the Good Samaritan and the Prodigal Son, were put on the walls of the great public hall? This can hardly be, since the people would surely have preferred the Charlemagne and St. James to any other. We shall never know, but sitting here in the subdued afternoon light of the apse, one goes on for hours reading the open volumes of color, and listening to the steady discussion by the architects, artists, priests, princes, and princesses of the 13th century about the arrangements of this apse. However strong-willed they might be, each in turn, whether priest, or noble, or glassworker, would have certainly appealed to the Virgin, and one can imagine the architect still beside us, in the growing dusk of evening, mentally praying, as he looked at the work of a finished day. Lady Virgin, show me what you like best. The central chapel is correct, I know. The Lady Blanche's grisaille veils the rather strong blue tone nicely, and I am confident it will suit you. The Charlemagne window seems to me very successful, but the bishop feels not at all easy about it, and I should never have dared put it here if the Lady Blanche had not insisted on a Spanish bay. To balance at once both the subjects and the color, we have tried the Stephen window in the next chapel, with more red. But if St. Stephen is not good enough to satisfy you, we have tried again with St. Julian, whose story is really worth telling you as we tell it, and with him we have put St. Thomas because you loved him and gave him your girdle. I do not myself care so very much for St. Thomas of Canterbury opposite, though the Count is wild about it, and the Bishop wants it. But the Sylvester is stupendous in the morning Sunday. What troubles me most is the first right-hand bay. The princesses would not have let me put the Prodigal Son there, even if it were made for the place. I've nothing else good enough to balance the Charlemagne unless it be the Eustace. Gracious lady, what ought I to do? Forgive me my blunders, my stupidity, my wretched want of taste and feeling. I love and adore you. All that I am for you. If I cannot please you, I care not for heaven. But without your help I am lost. Upon my word, you may sit here forever imagining such appeals, and the endless discussions and criticisms that were heard every day, under these vaults, 700 years ago. That the Virgin answered the questions is my firm belief, just as it is my conviction that she did not answer them elsewhere. One sees her personal presence on every side. Any one can feel it who will only consent to feel like a child. Sitting here any Sunday afternoon, while the voices of the children of the matrices are chanting in the choir, your mind held in the grasp of the strong lines and shadows of the architecture, your eyes flooded with the autumn tones of the glass, your ears drowned with the purity of the voices, one sense reacting upon another until sensation reaches the limit of its range, you, or any other lost soul, could, if you cared to look and listen, feel a sense beyond the human ready to reveal a sense divine that would make that world once more intelligible, and would bring the Virgin to life again, in all the depths of feeling which she shows here, in lines, vaults, chapels, colors, legends, chants, more eloquent than the prayer book, and more beautiful than the autumn sunlight, and any one willing to try could feel it like the child, reading new thought without end into the art he has studied 100 times. But what is still more convincing, he could, at will, in an instant, shatter the whole art by calling into it a single motive of his own. Chapter 10: The Court of the Queen of Heaven. All artists love the sanctuary of the Christian Church, and all tourists love the rest. The reason becomes clear as one leaves the choir, and goes back to the broad, open hall of the nave. The choir was made not for the pilgrim but for the deity, and is as old as Adam, or perhaps older, at all events old enough to have existed in complete artistic and theological form, with the whole mystery of the Trinity, the Mother and Child, and even the cross, thousands of years before Christ was born. But the Christian Church not only took the sanctuary in hand, and gave it a new form, more beautiful and much more refined than the Romans or Greeks or Egyptians had ever imagined, but it also added the idea of the nave and transepts, and developed it into imperial splendor. The pilgrim tourist feels at home in the nave because it was built for him. The artist loves the sanctuary because he built it for God. Chartres was intended to hold 10,000 people easily, or 15,000 when crowded, and the decoration of this great space, though not a wholly new problem, had to be treated in a new way. Sancta Sophia was built by the Emperor Justinian, with all the resources of the empire, in a single violent effort, in 6 years, and was decorated throughout with mosaics on a general scheme, with the unity that empire and church could give, when they acted together. The Norman kings of Sicily, the richest princes of the 12th century, were able to carry out a complete work of the most costly kind, in a single sustained effort from beginning to end, according to a given plan. Chartres was a local shrine, in an agricultural province, not even a part of the royal domain, and its cathedral was the work of society, without much more tie than the Virgin gave it. Socially, Chartres, as far as its stonework goes, seems to have been mostly rural. Its decoration, in the porches and transepts, is royal and feudal. In the nave and choir it is chiefly bourgeois. The want of unity is much less surprising than the unity, but it is still evident, especially in the glass. The mosaics of Monreal begin and end. They are a series. Their connection is artistic and theological at once. They have unity. The windows of Chartres have no sequence, and their charm is in variety, in individuality, and sometimes even in downright hostility to each other, reflecting the picturesque society that gave them. They have, too, the charm that the world has made no attempt to popularize them for its modern uses, so that, except for the useful little guide-book of the Abbé Clerval, one can see no clue to the legendary chaos. One has it to oneself, without much fear of being trampled upon by critics or Jew dealers in works of art. Any Chartres beggar woman can still pass a summer's day here, and never once be mortified by ignorance of things that every dealer in bric-a-brac is supposed to know. Yet the artists seem to have begun even here with some idea of sequence, for the first window in the north aisle, next the new tower, tells the story of Noah, but the next plunges into the local history of Chartres, and is devoted to Saint Lubin, a bishop of this diocese who died in or about the year 556, and was, for some reason, selected by the wine merchants to represent them, as their interesting medallions show. Then follow 3 amusing subjects, charmingly treated: Saint Eustace, whose story has been told, Joseph and his brethren, and Saint Nicholas, the most popular saint of the 13th century, both in the Greek and in the Roman churches. The 6th and last window on the north aisle of the nave is the New Alliance. Opposite these, in the south aisle, the series begins next the tower with John the Evangelist, followed by Saint Mary Magdalene, given by the water carriers. The third, the Good Samaritan, given by the shoemakers, has a rival at Sens which critics think even better. The fourth is the death, Assumption, and coronation of the Virgin. Then comes the 15th century chapel of Vendôme, to compare the early and later glass. The sixth is, or was, devoted to the Virgin's miracles at Chartres, but only one complete subject remains. These windows light the two aisles of the nave and decorate the lower walls of the church with a mass of color and variety of lines still practically intact in spite of much injury. But the windows of the transepts on the same level have almost disappeared, except the prodigal son and a border to what was once a St. Lawrence, on the north, and on the south, part of a window to St. Apollinaris of Ravenna, with an interesting hierarchy of angels above, seraphim and cherubim with 6 wings. Red and blue, dominations, powers, principalities, all, except thrones. All this seems to be simple enough, at least to the people for whom the nave was built, and to whom the windows were meant to speak. There is nothing esoteric here, nothing but what might have suited the great hall of a great palace. There is no difference in taste between the Virgin in the choir, and the water carriers by the doorway. Blanche, the young queen, liked the same colors, legends, and lines that her grocers and bakers liked. All equally loved the Virgin. There was not even a social difference. In the choir, Thibaut, the Count of Chartres, immediate lord of the province, let himself be put in a dark corner next the Belvedere, and left the bakers to display their wealth in the most serious spot in the church, the central window of the central chapel, while in the nave and transepts all the lower windows that bear signatures were given by trades, as though that part of the church were abandoned to the commons. One might suppose that the feudal aristocracy would have fortified itself in the clerestory and upper windows, but even there the bourgeoisie invaded them, and you can see, with a glass, the pastry cooks and turners looking across at the weavers and quillas and money changers, and the men of Tours. Beneath the throne of the Mother of God, there was no distinction of gifts, and above it the distinction favored the commonalty. Of the 7 immense windows above and around the high altar, which are designed as one composition, none was given by a prince or a noble. The drapers, the butchers, the bakers, the bankers are charged with the highest duties attached to the Virgin's service. Apparently neither St. Louis, nor his father Louis VIII, nor his mother Blanche, nor his uncle Philippe Hurpel, nor his cousin St. Ferdinand of Castile, nor his other cousin Pierre de Dreux, nor the Duchess Alix of Brittany, cared whether their portraits or armorial shields were thrust out of sight into corners by pastry cooks and teamsters, or took a whole wall of the church to themselves. The only relation that connects them is their common relation to the Virgin, but that is emphatic, and dominates the whole. It dominates us, too, if we reflect on it, even after 700 years that its meaning has faded. When one looks up to this display of splendor in the clerestory, and asks what was in the minds of the people who joined to produce, with such immense effort and at such self-sacrifice, this astonishing effect, the question seems to answer itself like an echo. With only half of an atrophied imagination, in a happy mood we could still see the nave and transepts filled with 10,000 people on their knees, and the Virgin, crowned and robed, seating herself on the embroidered cushion that covered her imperial throne, sparkling with gems, bearing in her right hand the scepter, and in her lap the infant king, but in the act of seating herself. We should see her pause a moment to look down with love and sympathy on us, her people, who pack the enormous hall, and throng far out beyond the open portals, while, an instant later, she glances up to see that her great lords, spiritual and temporal, the advisers of her judgment, the supports of her authority, the agents of her will, shall be in place, robed, mitred, armed, bearing the symbols of her authority and their office, on horseback, lance in hand. All of them ready at a sign to carry out a sentence of judgment, or an errand of mercy, to touch with the scepter or to strike with the sword, and never err. There they still stand, unchanged, unfaded, as alive and complete as when they represented the real world, and the people below were the unreal and ephemeral pageant. Then the reality was the Queen of Heaven on her throne in the sanctuary, and her court in the glass, not the queens or princes who were prostrating themselves, with the crowd, at her feet. These people knew the Virgin as well as they knew their own mothers. Every jewel in her crown, every stitch of gold embroidery in her many robes, every color, every fold, every expression on the perfectly familiar features of her grave, imperial face, every care that lurked in the silent sadness of her power, repeated over and over again, in stone, glass, ivory, enamel, wood, in every room, at the head of every bed. Hanging on every neck, standing at every street corner, the Virgin was as familiar to every one of them as the sun or the seasons, far more familiar than their own earthly queen or countess, although these were no strangers in their daily life, familiar from the earliest childhood to the last agony. In every joy and every sorrow and every danger, in every act and almost in every thought of life, the Virgin was present with a reality that never belonged to her Son or to the Trinity. And hardly to any earthly being, prelate, king, or Kaiser, her daily life was as real to them as their own loyalty, which brought to her the best they had to offer as the return for her boundless sympathy. But while they knew the Virgin as though she were one of themselves, and because she had been one of themselves, they were not so familiar with all the officers of her court at Chartres, and pilgrims from abroad, like us, must always have looked with curious interest at the pageant. Far down the nave, next the western towers, the rank began with saints, prophets, and martyrs, of all ages and countries, local, like Saint Lubin, national, like Saint Martin of Tours and Saint Hilary of Poitiers, popular like Saint Nicholas, militant like Saint George, without order, symbols like Abraham and Isaac, the Virgin herself, holding on her lap the 7 gifts of the Holy Ghost, Christ with the Alpha and Omega, Moses and Saint Augustine, Saint Peter, Saint Mary the Egyptian, Saint Jerome, a whole throne room of heavenly powers, repeating, within, the pageant carved on the porches and on the portals without. From the croisée in the center, where the crowd is most dense, one sees the whole almost better than Mary sees it from her high altar, for there all the great rose windows flash in turn, and the 3 12th-century lancets glow on the western Sunday when the eyes of the throng are directed to the north. The rose of France strikes them almost with a physical shock of color, and, from the south, the rose of Dreux challenges the rose of France. Everyone knows that there is war between the two. The 13th century has few secrets. There are no outsiders. We are one family as we are one church. Every man and woman here, from Mary on her throne to the beggar on the porch, knows that Pierre de Dreux detests Blanche of Castile, and that their 2 windows carry on war across the very heart of the cathedral. Both unite only in asking help from Mary, but Blanche is a woman, alone in the world with young children to protect, and most women incline strongly to suspect that Mary will never desert her. Pierre, with all his masculine strength, is no courtier. He wants to rule by force. He carries the assertion of his sex into the very presence of the Queen of Heaven. The year happens to be 1230, when the roses may be supposed just finished and showing their whole splendor for the first time. Queen Blanche is 43 years old, and her son Louis is 15. Blanche is a widow these 4 years, and Pierre a widower since 1221. Both are regents and guardians for their heirs. They have necessarily carried their disputes before Mary. Queen Blanche claims for her son, who is to be St. Louis, the place of honor at Mary's right hand. She has taken possession of the north porch outside, and of the north transept within, and has filled the windows with glass, as she is filling the porch with statuary. Above is the huge rose. Below are 5 long windows, and all proclaim the homage that France renders to the Queen of Heaven. The rose of France shows in its center the Virgin in her majesty, seated, crowned, holding the scepter with her right hand, while her left supports the infant Christ King on her knees, which shows that she, too, is acting as regent for her son. Round her, in a circle, are 12 medallions, 4 containing doves, 4 6-winged angels or thrones, 4 angels of a lower order, but all symbolizing the gifts and endowments of the Queen of Heaven. Outside these are 12 more medallions with the kings of Judah, and a third circle contains the 12 lesser prophets. So Mary sits, hedged in by all the divinity that graces earthly or heavenly kings, while between the 2 outer circles are 12 catapults bearing on a blue ground the golden lilies of France, and in each angle below the rose are 4 openings, showing alternately the lilies of Louis and the castles of Blanche. We who are below, the common people, understand that France claims to protect and defend the Virgin of Chartres, as her chief vassal, and that this ostentatious profusion of lilies and castles is intended not in honor of France, but as a demonstration of loyalty to Notre Dame, and an assertion of her rights as Queen Regent of Heaven against all comers, but particularly against Pierre, the rebel. Who has the audacity to assert rival rights in the opposite transept? Beneath the rows are 5 long windows, very unlike the 12th century pendants to the western rows. These 5 windows blaze with red, and their splendor throws the Virgin above quite into the background. The artists, who felt that the 12th century glass was too fine and too delicate for the new scale of the church, have not only enlarged their scale and coarsened their design, but have coarsened their color scheme also, discarding blue in order to crush us under the earthly majesty of red. These windows, too, bear the stamp and seal of Blanche's Spanish temper as energetically as though they bore her portrait. The great central figure, the tallest and most commanding in the whole church, is not the Virgin, but her mother saint, and, standing erect as on the trumeau of the door beneath, and holding the infant Mary on her left arm. She wears no royal crown, but bears a flowered scepter. The only other difference between Mary and her mother, that seems intended to strike attention, is that Mary sits, while her mother stands, but as though to proclaim still more distinctly that France supports the royal and divine pretensions of Saint, and Queen Blanche has put beneath the figure a great shield blazoned with the golden lilies on an azure ground. With singular insistence on this motive, Saint Anne has at either hand a royal cord of her own, marked as her own by containing only figures from the Old Testament. Standing next on her right is Solomon, her prime minister, bringing wisdom and worldly counsel, and trampling on human folly. Beyond wisdom stands law, figured by Aaron with the book, trampling on the lawless Pharaoh. Opposite them, on Saint Anne's left, is David, the energy of state, trampling on a Saul suggesting suspicions of a Saul de Dreux, while last, Melchizedek, who is faith, tramples on a disobedient Nebuchadnezzar Mauclerc. How can we, the common people, help seeing all this, and much more, when we know that Pierre de Dreux has been for years in constant strife with the crown and the church? He is very valiant and lion-hearted, so say the chroniclers, priests though they are, very skillful and experienced in war whether by land or sea, very adroit, with more sense than any other great lord in France, but restless, factious, and regardless of his word. Brave and bold as the day, full of courtesy and largesse, but very hard on the clergy, a good Christian but a bad churchman. Certainly the first man of his time, says Michelet. I have never found any that sought to do me more ill than he, says Blanche, and Gennevilliers gives her very words. Indeed, this year, 1230, she has summoned our own Bishop of Chartres among others to Paris in a court of peers, where Pierre has been found guilty of treason and deposed. War still continues, but Pierre must make submission. Blanche has beaten him in politics and in the field. Let us look round and see how he fares in theology and art. There is his rose, so beautiful that Blanche may well think it seeks to do hers ill. As color, judge for yourselves whether it holds its own against the flaming self-assertion of the opposite wall. As subject, it asserts flat defiance of the monarchy of Queen Blanche. In the central circle, Christ as king is seated on a royal throne, both arms raised, one holding the golden cup of eternal priesthood, the other, blessing the world. 2 great flambeaux burn beside him. The 4 apocalyptic figures surround and worship him, and in the concentric circles round the central medallion are the angels and the kings in a blaze of color, symbolizing the New Jerusalem. All the force of the apocalypse is there, and so is some of the weakness of theology, for, in the 5 great windows below, Pierre shows his training in the schools. 4 of these windows represent what is called, for want of a better name, the New Alliance, the dependence of the New Testament on the Old. But Pierre's choice in symbols was as masculine as that of Blanche was feminine. In each of the 4 windows, a gigantic evangelist strides the shoulders of a colossal prophet. St. John rides on Ezekiel, St. Mark bestrides Daniel, St. Matthew is on the shoulders of Isaiah, St. Luke is carried by Jeremiah. The effect verges on the grotesque. The balance of Christ's church seems uncertain. The evangelists clutch the prophets by the hair, and while the synagogue stands firm, the church looks small, feeble, and vacillating. The new dispensation has not the air of mastery either physical or intellectual. The old gives it all the support it has, and in the absence of St. Paul, both old and new seem little concerned with the sympathies of Frenchmen. The synagogue is stronger than the church, but even the church is Jew. That Pierre could ever have meant this is not to be dreamed, but when the true scholar gets thoroughly to work, his logic is remorseless, his art is implacable, and his sense of humor is blighted. In the rows above, Pierre had asserted the exclusive authority of Christ in the New Jerusalem, and his scheme required him to show how the church rested on the evangelists below, who in their turn had no visible support except what the prophets gave them. Yet the artist may have had a reason for weakening the evangelists, because there remained the Virgin. One dares no more than hint at a motive so disrespectful to the evangelists, but it is certainly true that, in the central window, immediately beneath the Christ, and his chief support, with the four staggering evangelists and prophets on either hand, the Virgin stands, and betrays no sign of weakness. The compliment is singularly masculine, a kind of 12th-century flattery that might have softened the anger of Blanche herself, if the Virgin had been her own. But the Virgin of Dreux is not the Virgin of France. No doubt she still wears her royal crown, and her head is circled with the halo. Her right hand still holds the flowered scepter, and her left the infant Christ, but she stands, and Christ is king. Note, too, that she stands directly opposite to her mother saint and in the rows of France, so as to place her one stage lower than the Virgin of France in the hierarchy. She is the saint and of France, and shows it. She is no longer, says the official monograph, that majestic queen who was seated on a throne, with her feet on the stool of honor. The personages have become less imposing and the heads show the decadence. She is the Virgin of theology. She has her rights, and no more, but she is not the Virgin of Chartres. She, too, stands on an altar or pedestal, on which hangs a shield bearing the ermines, an exact counterpart of the royal shield beneath Saint Anne. In this excessive display of armorial bearings, for the two roses above are crowded with them, one likes to think that these great princes had in their minds not so much the thought of their own importance, which is a modern sort of religion, as the thought of their devotion to Mary. The assertion of power and attachment by one is met by the assertion of equal devotion by the other, and while both loudly proclaim their homage to the Virgin, each glares defiance across the church. Pierre meant the Queen of Heaven to know that, in case of need, her left hand was as good as her right, and truer, that the ermines were as well able to defend her as the lilies, and that Brittany would fight her battles as bravely as France. Whether his meaning carried with it more devotion to the Virgin or more defiance to France depends a little on the date of the windows, but, as a mere point of history, every one must allow that Pierre's promise of allegiance was kept more faithfully by Brittany than that of Blanche and St. Louis has been kept by France. The date seems to be fixed by the windows themselves. Beneath the prophets kneel Pierre and his wife Alix, while their two children, Yolande and Jean, stand. Alix died in 1221. Jean was born in 1217. Yolande was affianced in marriage in 1227, while a child, and given to Queen Blanche to be brought up as the future wife of her younger son John, then in his 8th year. When John died, Yolande was contracted to Thibaut of Champagne in 1231, and Blanche is said to have written to Thibaut in consequence. Sire Thibault of Champagne, I have heard that you have covenanted and promised to take to wife the daughter of Count Perron of Brittany. Wherefore I charge you, if you do not wish to lose whatever you possess in the kingdom of France, not to do it. If you hold dear or love aught in the said kingdom, do it not. Whether Blanche wrote in these words or not, she certainly prevented the marriage, and Yolande remained single until 1238 when she married the Comte de la Marque, who was, by the way, almost as bitter an enemy of Blanche as Pierre had been. But by that time both Blanche and Pierre had ceased to be regents. Yolande's figure in the window is that of a girl, perhaps 12 or 14 years old. Jean is younger, certainly not more than 8 or 10 years of age, and the appearance of the two children shows that the window itself should date between 1225 and 1230, the year when Pierre de Dreux was condemned because he had renounced his homage to King Louis, declared war on him, and invited the King of England into France. As already told, Philippe Hurpel de Boulogne, the Comte de la Marque, and Guérin de Coucy, nearly all the great nobles, had been leagued with Pierre de Dreux since Blanche's regency began in 1226. That these transept windows harmonize at all is due to the Virgin, not to the donors. At the time they were designed, supposing it to be during Blanche's regency, 1226 to 36, The passions of these donors brought France to momentary ruin, and the Virgin in Blanche's Rose de France, as she looked across the church, could not see a single friend of Blanche. What is more curious, she saw enemies in plenty, and in full readiness for battle. We have seen in the center of the small rose in the north transept, Philippe Hurpel still waiting her orders. Across the nave, in another small rose of the south transept, sits Pierre de Dreux on his horse. The upper windows on the side walls of the choir are very interesting but impossible to see, even with the best glasses, from the floor of the church. Their sequence and dates have already been discussed, but their feeling is shown by the character of the Virgin, who in French territory, next the north transept, is still the Virgin of France, but in Pierre's territory, next the Rose de Dreux, becomes again the Virgin of Dreux, who is absorbed in the child, not the child absorbed in her, and accordingly the window shows the checkers and ermines. The figures, like the stone figures outside, are the earliest of French art, before any school of painting fairly existed. Among them, one can see no friend of Blanche. Indeed, outside of her own immediate family and the church, Blanche had no friend of much importance except the famous Thibaut of Champagne, the single member of the royal family who took her side and suffered for her sake, and who, as far as books tell, has no window or memorial here. One might suppose that Thibaut, who loved both Blanche and the Virgin, would have claimed a place, and perhaps he did, but one seeks him in vain. If Blanche had friends here, they are gone. Pierre de Dreux, lance in hand, openly defies her, and it was not on her brother-in-law Philippe Hurpel that she could depend for defense. This is the court pageant of the Virgin that shows itself to the people who are kneeling at high mass. We, the public, whoever we are, Chartrain, Breton, Norman, Angevin, Frenchman, Percherin, or what not, know our local politics as intimately as our lords do, or even better, for our imaginations are active, and we do not love Blanche of Castile. We know how to read the passions that fill the church. From the north transept Blanche flames out on us in splendid reds and flings her Spanish castles in our face. From the south transept Pierre retorts with a brutal energy which shows itself in the prophets who serve as battle chargers and in the evangelists who serve as knights, mounted warriors of faith, whose great eyes follow us across the church and defy Saint Anne and her French shield opposite. Pierre was not effeminate, Blanche was fairly masculine. Between them, as a matter of sex, we can see little to choose, and in any case, it is a family quarrel. They are all cousins. They are all equals on earth, and none means to submit to any superior except the Virgin and her Son in heaven. The Virgin is not afraid. She has seen many troubles worse than this. She knows how to manage perverse children, and if necessary she will shut them up in a darker room than ever their mothers kept open for them in this world. One has only to look at the Virgin to see. There she is, of course, looking down on us from the great window above the high altar, where we never forget her presence. Is there a thought of disturbance there? Around the curve of the choir are 7 great windows, without roses, filling the whole semicircle and the whole vault, 47 feet high, and meant to dominate the nave as far as the western portal, so that we may never forget how Mary fills her church without being disturbed by quarrels, and may understand why Saint Ferdinand and Saint Louis creep out of our sight, close by the Virgin's side, far up above brawls, and why France and Brittany hide their ugly or their splendid passions at the ends of the transepts, out of sight of the high altar where Mary is to sit in state as queen with the young king on her lap. In an instant she will come, but we have a moment still to look about at the last great decoration of her palace, and see how the artists have arranged it. Since the building of Sancta Sophia, no artist has had such a chance. No doubt, Reims and Amiens and Bourges and Beauvais, which are now building, may be even finer, but none of them is yet finished, and all must take their ideas from here. One would like, before looking at it, to think over the problem, as though it were new, and so choose the scheme that would suit us best if the decoration were to be done for the first time. The architecture is fixed. We have to do only with the color of this mass of 7 huge windows, 47 feet high, in the clerestory, round the curve of the choir, which closed the vista of the church as viewed from the entrance. This vista is about 330 feet long. The windows rise above 100 feet. How ought this vast space to be filled? Should the perpendicular upward leap of the architecture be followed and accented by a perpendicular leap of color? The decorators of the 15th and 16th centuries seem to have thought so, and made perpendicular architectural drawings in yellow that simulated gold, and lines that ran with the general lines of the building. Many 15th century windows seem to be made up of florid Gothic details rising in stages to the vault. No doubt critics complained, and still complain, that the monotony of this scheme, and its cheapness of intelligence, were objections, but at least the effect was light, decorative, and safe. The artist could not go far wrong and was still at liberty to do beautiful work, as can be seen in any number of churches scattered broadcast over Europe and swarming in Paris and France. On the other hand, might not the artist disregard the architecture and fill the space with a climax of color? Could he not unite the roses of France and draw above the high altar in an overpowering outburst of purples and reds? The 17th century might have preferred to mass clouds and colors, and Michelangelo, in the 16th, might have known how to do it. What we want is not the feeling of the artist so much as the feeling of Chartres. What shall it be, the jeweled brilliancy of the western windows, or the fierce self-assertion of Pierre Mauclerc, or the royal splendor of Queen Blanche, or the feminine grace and decorative refinement of the Charlemagne and Santiago windows in the apse? Never again in art was so splendid a problem offered, either before or since, for the artist of Chartres solved it, as he did the whole matter of fenestration, and later artists could only offer variations on his work. You will see them at Bourges and Tours and in scores of 13th and 14th and 15th and 16th century churches and windows, and perhaps in some of the 20th century, all of them interesting and some of them beautiful, and far be it from us, mean and ignorant pilgrims of art, to condemn any intelligent effort to vary or improve the effect, but we have set out to seek the feeling. And while we think of art in relation to ourselves, the sermon of Chartres, from beginning to end, teaches and preaches and insists and reiterates and hammers into our torpid minds the moral that the art of the Virgin was not that of her artists but her own. We inevitably think of our tastes, they thought instinctively of hers. In the transepts, Queen Blanche and Duke Perron, in legal possession of their territory, showed that they were thinking of each other as well as of the Virgin, and claimed loudly that they ought each to be first in the Virgin's favor, and they stand there in place, as the 13th century felt them. Subject to their fealty to Mary, the transepts belonged to them, and if Blanche did not, like Pierre, assert herself and her son on the Virgin's window, perhaps she thought the Virgin would resent Pierre's boldness the more by contrast with her own good taste. So far as is known, nowhere does Blanche appear in person at Chartres. She felt herself too near the Virgin to obtrude a useless image, or she was too deeply religious to ask anything for herself. A queen who was to have 2 children sainted, to intercede for her at Mary's throne, stood in a solitude almost as unique as that of Mary, and might ignore the raw brutalities of a man-at-arms. But neither she nor Pierre has carried the quarrel into Mary's presence, nor has the Virgin condescended even to seem conscious of their temper. This is the theme of the artist, the purity, the beauty, the grace, and the infinite loftiness of Mary's nature, among the things of earth, and above the clamor of kings. Therefore, when we, and the crushed crowd of kneeling worshippers around us, lift our eyes at last after the miracle of the Mass, we see, far above the high altar, high over all the agitation of prayer, the passion of politics, the anguish of suffering, the terrors of sin, only the figure of the Virgin in majesty, looking down on her people, crowned, throned, glorified, with the infant Christ on her knees. She does not assert herself. Probably she intends to be felt rather than feared. Compared with the Greek Virgin, as you see her, for example, at Torcello, the Chartres Virgin is retiring and hardly important enough for the place. She is not exaggerated either in scale, drawing, or color. She shows not a sign of self-consciousness, not an effort for brilliancy, not a trace of stage effect, hardly even a thought of herself, except that she is at home, among her own people, where she is loved and known as well as she knows them. The 7 great windows are one composition, and it is plain that the artist, had he been ordered to make an exhibition of power, could have overwhelmed us with a storm of purple, red, yellows, or given us a Virgin of Passion who would have torn the vault asunder. His ability is never in doubt, and if he has kept true to the spirit of the Western portal and the 12th century, it is because the Virgin of Chartres was the Virgin of Grace, and ordered him to paint her so. One shudders to think how a single false note, a suggestion of meanness, in this climax of line and color, would bring the whole fabric down in ruins on the 18th century meanness of the choir below, and one notes, almost bashfully, the expedience of the artists to quiet their effects. So the lines of the 7 windows are built up, to avoid the horizontal, and yet not exaggerate the vertical. The architect counts here for more than the colorist. But the color, when you study it, suggests the same restraint. 3 great windows on the Virgin's right, balanced by 3 more on her left, show the prophets and precursors of her Son. All architecturally support and exalt the Virgin, in her celestial atmosphere of blue, shot with red, calm in the certainty of heaven. Any one who is prematurely curious to see the difference in treatment between different centuries should go down to the Church of St. Pierre in the Lower Town, and study there the methods of the Renaissance. Then we can come back to study again the ways of the 13th century. The Virgin will wait, she will not be angry, she knows her power, we all come back to her in the end. Or the Renaissance, if one prefers, can wait equally well, while one kneels with the 13th century, and feels the little one still can feel of what it felt. Technically, these apsidal windows have not received much notice. The books rarely speak of them, travelers seldom look at them, and their height is such that even with the best glass, the quality of the work is beyond our power to judge. We see, and the artists meant that we should see, only the great lines, the color, and the Virgin. The mass of suppliants before the choir look up to the light, clear blues and reds of this great space, and feel there the celestial peace and beauty of Mary's nature and abode. There is heaven! And Mary looks down from it, into her church, where she sees us on our knees, and knows each one of us by name. There she actually is, not in symbol or in fancy, but in person, descending on her errands of mercy and listening to each one of us, as her miracles prove, or satisfying our prayers merely by her presence, which calms our excitement as that of a mother calms her child. She is there as Queen, not merely as intercessor, and her power is such that to her the difference between us earthly beings is nothing. Her quiet, masculine strength enchants us most. Pierre Mauclerc and Philippe Hupel and their men-at-arms are afraid of her, and the bishop himself is never quite at his ease in her presence. But to peasants, and beggars, and people in trouble, this sense of her power and calm is better than active sympathy. People who suffer beyond the formulas of expression, who are crushed into silence, and beyond pain, want no display of emotion, no bleeding heart, no weeping at the foot of the cross, no hysterics, no phrases. They want to see God, and to know that He is watching over His own. How many women are there, in this mass of 13th century suppliants, who have lost children? Probably nearly all, for the death rate is very high in the conditions of medieval life. There are thousands of such women here, for it is precisely this class who come most, and probably every one of them has looked up to Mary in her great window, and has felt actual certainty, as though she saw with her own eyes there, in heaven, while she looked, her own lost baby playing with the Christ child at the Virgin's knee, as much at home as the saints, and much more at home than the kings. Before rising from her knees, every one of these women will have bent down and kissed the stone pavement in gratitude for Mary's mercy. The earth, she says, is a sorry place, and the best of it is bad enough, no doubt, even for Queen Blanche and the Duchess Alix, who has had to leave her children here alone. But there above is Mary in heaven, who sees and hears me as I see her, and who keeps my little boy till I come, so I can wait with patience, more or less. Saints and prophets and martyrs are all very well, and Christ is very sublime and just, but Mary knows. It was very childlike, very foolish, very beautiful, and very true, as art, at least, so true that everything else shades off into vulgarity, as you see the Persephone of a Syracusan coin shade off into the vulgarity of a Roman emperor, as though the heaven that lies about us in our infancy too quickly takes colors that are not so much sober as sordid, and would be welcome if no worse than that. Vulgarity, too, has feeling, and its expression in art has truth and even pathos. But we shall have time enough in our lives for that, and all the more because, when we rise from our knees now, we have finished our pilgrimage, We have done with Chartres. For 700 years Chartres has seen pilgrims, coming and going more or less like us, and will perhaps see them for another 700 years. But we shall see it no more, and can safely leave the Virgin in her majesty, with her 3 great prophets on either hand, as calm and confident in their own strength and in God's providence as they were when St. Louis was born, but looking down from a deserted heaven into an empty church, on a dead faith. Chapter 11. The 3 Queens. After worshipping at the shrines of St. Michael on his mount, and of the Virgin at Chartres, one may wander far and wide over France, and seldom feel lost. All later Gothic art comes naturally, and no new thought disturbs the perfected form. Yet tourists of English blood and American training are seldom, or never quite at home there. Commonly they feel it only as a stage decoration. The 12th and 13th centuries, studied in the pure light of political economy, are insane. The scientific mind is atrophied, and suffers under inherited cerebral weakness, when it comes in contact with the eternal woman, Astarte, Isis, Demeter, Aphrodite, and the last and greatest deity of all, the Virgin. Very rarely one lingers, with a mild sympathy, such as suits the patient student of human error, willing to be interested in what he cannot understand. Still more rarely, owing to some revival of archaic instincts, he rediscovers the woman. This is perhaps the mark of the artist alone, and his solitary privilege. The rest of us cannot feel, we can only study. The proper study of mankind is woman, and by common agreement, since the time of Adam, it is the most complex and arduous. The study of Our Lady, as shown by the art of Chartres, leads directly back to Eve, and lays bare the whole subject of sex. If it were worthwhile to argue a paradox, one might maintain that nature regards the female as the essential, the male as the superfluity of her world. Perhaps the best starting point for study of the Virgin would be a practical acquaintance with bees, and especially with queen bees. Precisely where the Frenchman may come in, on the genealogical tree of parthenogenesis, one hesitates to say. But certain it is that the Frenchwoman, from very early times, has shown qualities peculiar to herself, and that the Frenchwoman of the Middle Ages was a masculine character. Almost any book which deals with the social side of the 12th century has something to say on this subject, like the following page from M. Garot's volume published in 1899, on the social state of France during the Crusades. A trait peculiar to this epoch is the close resemblance between the manners of men and women. The rule that such and such feelings or acts are permitted to one sex and forbidden to the other was not fairly settled. Men had the right to dissolve in tears, and women that of talking without prudery. If we look at their intellectual level, the women appear distinctly superior. They are more serious, more subtle. With them we do not seem dealing with the rude state of civilization that their husbands belong to. As a rule, the women seem to have the habit of weighing their acts, of not yielding to momentary impressions. While the sense of Christianity is more developed in them than in their husbands, on the other hand they show more perfidy and art in crime. One might doubtless prove by a series of examples that the maternal influence when it predominated in the education of a son gave him a marked superiority over his contemporaries. Richard Coeur de Lion, the crown poet, artist, the king whose noble manners and refined mind in spite of his cruelty exercised so strong an impression on his age, was formed by that brilliant Eleanor of Guienne who, in her struggle with her husband, retained her sons as much as possible within her sphere of influence in order to make party chiefs of them. Our great St. Louis, as all know, was brought up exclusively by Blanche of Castile, and Gennevilliers, the charming writer so worthy of St. Louis's friendship, and apparently so superior to his surroundings, was also the pupil of a widowed and regent mother. The superiority of the woman was not a fancy, but a fact. Man's business was to fight or hunt or feast or make love. The man was also the traveling partner in commerce, commonly absent from home for months together, while the woman carried on the business. The woman ruled the household and the workshop, cared for the economy, supplied the intelligence, and dictated the taste. Her ascendancy was secured by her alliance with the church, into which she sent her most intelligent children, and a priest or clerk, for the most part, counted socially as a woman. Both physically and mentally the woman was robust, as the men often complained, and she did not greatly resent being treated as a man. Sometimes the husband beat her, dragged her about by the hair, locked her up in the house, but he was quite conscious that she always got even with him in the end. As a matter of fact, probably she got more than even. On this point, history, legend, poetry, romance, and especially the popular fabliaux, invented to amuse the gross tastes of the coarser class, are all agreed, and one could give scores of volumes illustrating it. The greatest men illustrate it best, as one might show almost at hazard. The greatest men of the 11th, 12th, and 13th centuries were William the Norman, his great-grandson Henry II Plantagenet, St. Louis of France, and if a fourth be needed, Richard Coeur de Lion. Notoriously all these men had as much difficulty as Louis XIV himself with the women of their family. Tradition exaggerates everything it touches, but shows, at the same time, what is passing in the minds of the society which tradites. In Normandy, the people of Caen have kept a tradition, told elsewhere in other forms, that one day, Duke William, the Conqueror, exasperated by having his bastardy constantly thrown in his face by the Duchess Matilda, dragged her by the hair, tied to his horse's tail, as far as the suburb of Vaucelles, and this legend accounts for the splendor of the Abbé dames, because William, the common people believed, afterwards regretted the impropriety, and atoned for it by giving her money to build the abbey. The story betrays the man's weakness. The Abbé dame stands in the same relation to the Abbé Hams that Matilda took towards William. Inferiority there was none, on the contrary, the woman was socially the superior, and William was probably more afraid of her than she of him, if Mr. Freeman is right in insisting that he married her in spite of her having a husband living, and certainly 2 children. If William was the strongest man in the 11th century, his great-grandson, Henry II of England, was the strongest man of the 12th, but the history of the time resounds with the noise of his battles with Queen Eleanor, whom he, at last, held in prison for 14 years. Prisoner as she was, she broke him down in the end. One is tempted to suspect that, had her husband and children been guided by her, and by her policy as peacemaker for the good of Guienne, most of the disasters of England and France might have been postponed for the time. But we can never know the truth, for monks and historians abhor emancipated women, with good reason, since such women are apt to abhor them, and the quarrel can never be pacified. Historians have commonly shown fear of women without admitting it, but the man of the Middle Ages knew at least why he feared the woman, and told it openly, not to say brutally. Long after Eleanor and Blanche were dead, Chaucer brought the wife of Bath on his Shakespearean stage, to explain the woman, and as usual he touched masculine frailty with caustic, while seeming to laugh at woman and man alike. "My liege lady, generally," quoth he, "women desiren to have sovereignty." The point was that the wife of Bath, like Queen Blanche and Queen Eleanor, not only wanted sovereignty, but won and held it. That St. Louis, even when a grown man and king, stood in awe of his mother, Blanche of Castile, was not only notorious but seemed to be thought natural. Joinville recorded it not so much to mark the king's weakness, as the woman's strength, for his queen, Margaret of Provence, showed the courage which the king had not. Blanche and Margaret were exceedingly jealous of each other. "One day," said Joinville, "Queen Blanche went to the Queen's, Margaret, chamber where her son, Louis IX, had gone before to comfort her, for she was in great danger of death from a bad delivery, and he hid himself behind the Queen, Margaret, to avoid being seen. But his mother perceived him, and taking him by the hand said, 'Come along. You will do no good here,' and put him out of the chamber. Queen Margaret, observing this, and that she was to be separated from her husband, cried aloud, 'Alas! Will you not allow me to see my lord either living or dying?'" According to Joinville, King Louis always hid himself when, in his wife's chamber, he heard his mother coming. The great period of Gothic architecture begins with the coming of Eleanor, 1137, and ends with the passing of Blanche, 1252. Eleanor's long life was full of energy and passion of which next to nothing is known. The woman was always too slippery for monks or soldiers to grasp. Eleanor came to Paris, a queen of 15 years old, in 1137, bringing Poitiers and Guienne as the greatest dowry ever offered to the French crown. She brought also the tastes and manners of the South, little in harmony with the tastes and manners of Saint Bernard, whose authority at court rivaled her own. The Abbé Suger supported her, but the king leaned toward the Abbé Bernard. What this Puritan reaction meant is a matter to be studied by itself, if one can find a cloister to study in, but it bore the mark of most Puritan reactions in its hostility to women. As long as the woman remained docile, she ruled through the church, but the man feared her and was jealous of her, and she of him. Bernard specially adored the Virgin because she was an example of docile obedience to the Trinity who atoned for the indocility of Eve, but Eve herself remained the instrument of Satan, and French society, as a whole, showed a taste for Eve's genealogical chart showing the relationships among the three queens. Eleanor could hardly be called docile. Whatever else she loved, she certainly loved rule. She shared this passion to the full with her only great successor and rival on the English throne, Queen Elizabeth, and she happened to become Queen of France at the moment when society was turning from worship of its military ideal, Saint Michael, to worship of its social ideal, the Virgin. According to the monk Orderic, men had begun to throw aside their old military dress and manners even before the First Crusade, in the days of William Rufus, 1087 to 1100, and to affect feminine fashions. In all ages, priests and monks have denounced the growing vices of society, with more or less reason, but there seems to have been a real outbreak of display at about the time of the First Crusade, which set a deep mark on every sort of social expression, even down to the shoes of the statues on the western portal of Chartres. A debauched fellow named Robert, said Orderic, was the first, about the time of William Rufus, who introduced the practice of filling the long points of the shoes with tow, and of turning them up like a ram's horn. Hence he got the surname of Cornered, and this absurd fashion was speedily adopted by great numbers of the nobility, as a proud distinction and sign of merit. At this time effeminacy was the prevailing vice throughout the world. They parted their hair from the crown of the head on each side of the forehead, and their locks grew long like women, and wore long shirts and tunics, closely tied with points. In our days, ancient customs are almost all changed for new fashions. Our wanton youths are sunk in effeminacy. They insert their toes in things like serpents' tails which present to view the shape of scorpions. Sweeping the dusty ground with the prodigious trains of their robes and mantles, they cover their hands with gloves. If you are curious to follow these monkish criticisms on your ancestors' habits, you can read Orderic at your leisure. But you want only to carry in mind the fact that the generation of warriors who fought at Hastings and captured Jerusalem were regarded by themselves as effeminate, and plunged in luxury. Their locks are curled with hot irons, and instead of wearing caps, they bind their heads with fillets. A knight seldom appears in public with his head uncovered and properly shaved according to the apostolic precept. The effeminacy of the First Crusade took artistic shape in the west portal of Chartres and the glass of Saint Denis, and led instantly to the Puritan reaction of Saint Bernard, followed by the gentle asceticism of Queen Blanche and Saint Louis. Whether the pilgrimages to Jerusalem and contact with the East were the cause or only a consequence of this revolution, or whether it was all one, a result of converting the northern pagans to peaceful habits and the consequent enrichment of northern Europe, is indifferent. The fact and the date are enough. The art is French, but the ideas may have come from anywhere, like the game of chess which the pilgrims or crusaders brought home from Syria. In the Oriental game, the king was followed step by a minister whose functions were personal. The crusaders freed the piece from control, gave it liberty to move up or down or diagonally, forwards and backwards, made it the most arbitrary and formidable champion on the board, while the king and the knight were the most restricted in movement, and this piece they named Queen, and called the Virgin. Les Baudrains tréist essaient faire pour son péon sauve, ils sont often que da conquête la ferge ou le péon, ou faire reculer. The Dauphin or Dauphin became the foe of the French game, and the bishop of the English. Baldwin played his Virgin to save his pawn. His opponent played the bishop to threaten either the Virgin or the pawn. For 150 years, the Virgin and Queens ruled French taste and thought so successfully that the Frenchman has never yet quite decided whether to be more proud or ashamed of it. Life has ever since seemed a little flat to him, and art a little cheap. He saw that the woman, in elevating herself, had made him appear ridiculous, and he tried to retaliate with a wit not always sparkling, and too often at his own expense. Sometimes in museums or collections of bric-a-brac you will see, in an illuminated manuscript, or carved on stone, or cast in bronze, the figure of a man on his hands and knees, bestridden by another figure holding a bridle and a whip. It is Aristotle, symbol of masculine wisdom, bridled and driven by woman. 600 years afterwards, Tennyson revived the same motive in Merlin, enslaved not for a time but forever. In both cases the satire justly punished the man. Another version of the same story, perhaps the original, was The Mystery of Adam, one of the earliest church plays. Gaston Paris says, "It was written in England in the 12th century, and its author had real poetic talent. The scene of the seduction of Eve by the serpent is one of the best pieces of Christian dramaturgy. This remarkable work seems to have been played no longer inside the church, but under the porch." Diabolus. Jos 6 Adam mais trop est fols. Eva. Un poi est durs. Diabolus. Il sera mols. Il est plus durs que ne enfres. Eva. Il est multiple francs. Diabolus. Ains est multiple surs. Cure any volt prendre de se car la prenge civils de ti. Tu es fiblet et tendre chose es plus fresh que ne rose. Tu es plus blanche que crystal que neve que cheat sur glacé en val. Mal cupel en fils li crider. Tu es trop tendre il trop dur. Mais ne pourquoi tu es plus sage en grand sens as mis ton courage for co fate bon trier a ti. Parler ti voile. Eva. Or ja fai. Devil. Adam I've seen, but he's too rough. Eve. A little hard. Devil. He'll soon be soft enough. Harder than hell he is till now. Eve. He's very frank. Devil. Say very low. To help himself he does not care. The helping you shall be my share. For you are tender, gentle, true, the rose is not so fresh as you, whiter than crystal, or than snow that falls from heaven on ice below. A sorry mixture God has brewed, you too tender, he too rude. But you have much the greater sense, your will is all intelligence. Therefore it is I turn to you. I want to tell you. Eve. Do it now! The woman's greater intelligence was to blame for Adam's fall. Eve was justly punished because she should have known better, while Adam, as the devil truly said, was a dull animal, hardly worth the trouble of deceiving. Adam was disloyal, too, untrue to his wife after being untrue to his Creator. La femme que tu me donis eli fist prime Isis trespass donat le me jo mungai. Or mes vis tornes esta gue mal a cantai Isis manger. Jo ai mes fate par ma moila. The woman that you made me take first led me into this mistake. She gave the apple that I ate and brought me to this evil state. Badly for me it turned, I own, but all the fault is hers alone. The audience accepted this as natural and proper. They recognized the man as, of course, stupid, cowardly, and traitorous. The men of the baser sort revenged themselves by boorishness that passed with them for wit in the taverns of Eris, but the poets of the higher class commonly took sides with the women. Even Chaucer, who lived after the glamour had faded, and who satirized women to satiety, told their tale in his Legend of Good Women, with evident sympathy. To him, also, the ordinary man was inferior, stupid, brutal, and untrue. Full brittle is the truest, he said. For well I wot that Christ himself telleth that in Israel, as wide as is the London, that so great faith in all the loud he any fond as in a woman, and this is no lie. And as for men, look ye, such tyranny they done all day, assay him who so list, the truest is full brotel for to tryst. Neither brutality nor wit helped the man much. Even Bluebeard in the end fell a victim to the superior qualities of his last wife, and Scheherazada's wit alone has preserved the memory of her royal husband. The tradition of 13th-century society still rules the French stage. The struggle between two strong-willed women to control one weak-willed man is the usual motive of the French drama in the 19th century, as it was the whole motive of Partenopius of Blois, one of the best 12th-century Romans, and Joinville described it, in the middle of the 13th, as the leading motive in the court of St. Louis, with Queen Blanche and Queen Margaret for players, and St. Louis himself for pawn. One has only to look at the common, so-called Elzevirian, volume of 13th century novels to see the Frenchman as he saw himself. The story of La Comtesse de Ponthieu is the more Shakespearean, but La Belle Jehanne is the more natural and lifelike. The plot is the common masculine intrigue against the woman, which was used over and over again before Shakespeare appropriated it in Much Ado, but its French development is rather in the line of All's Well. The fair Jean, married to a penniless knight, not at all by her choice, but only because he was a favorite of her father's, was a woman of the true 12th century type. She broke the head of the traitor, and when he, with his masculine falseness, caused her husband to desert her, she disguised herself as a squire and followed Sir Robert to Marseilles in search of service in war, for the poor knight could get no other means of livelihood. Robert was the husband, and the wife, in entering his service as squire without pay, called herself John. Molt fou Messire Robert dolens can il vint a Marzel de coup qu'il en a parler de nulle chose qui fust ou pious, sidist a Jahan. Que ferens nous? Vous aimez preste vos deniers la vostre mirchi, si les vos renderai car je venderai mon palefret et amiquiderai à vous. Sire, dist Jahans, cries moi s'il vous plaise je vous dirai que nous ferens, jouez bien en coursi sous de tournoi, s'il vous plaise je venderai nos tous chevaux et en ferai deniers, et je suis les maestres boulangers que vous saisis, si ferai pain François et je duc mieux que je gain bien et largement mon dépense. Jahans, dist Messire Robiers, je motroi del tout à faire votre volonté. Et lendemum vendi Jahans ses.2. Chevaux ex livres de tournes, et acata sun bli et le fist moire, et acata de corbels et commença à faire pain François si bon et si bien fait qu'il en vendot plus que les deux meilleurs boulangers de la ville, et fistant dedans les two ans qu'il ot bien si livres de catel. Lors dist Jahans a son seigneur. Je lo bien que nous loans en trace grand mason et ju acatarai del vin et hirebegerai la bonne gent. Jahan, dist Messire Robiers, fates a vio valenti card je elotro et si mi loc molt de vous. Jahans lua un mason grand et biel, et si hirebrega la bonne gent et gainot asses a plent, et vistot son seigneur bielment et richement. Et avoid Messire Robiers son palefre et aloid boer et mengier avux les plus valens de la ville, et Jahans li envoyed vins et viens que tout sil qui o lui compagnoyant sen esmerveloyant. Si gaina tant codidens .iinsil gaina plus de ccc livres de mobile sains son harnois que veloit bien .l. Livres. Much was Sir Robert grieved when he came to Marseilles and found that there was no talk of anything doing in the country. And he said to John, What shall we do? You have lent me your money, I thank you, and will repay you, for I will sell my palfrey and discharge the debt to you. Sir, said John, trust to me, if you please I will tell you what we will do. I have still 100 sous, if you please I will sell our 2 horses and turn them into money, and I am the best baker you ever knew. I will make French bread, and I've no doubt I shall pay my expenses well and make money. John, said Sir Robert, I agree wholly to do whatever you like. And the next day John sold their 2 horse for £10, and bought his wheat and had it ground, and bought baskets, and began to make French bread so good and so well made that he sold more of it than the 2 best bakers in the city, and made so much within 2 years that he had a good £100 property. Then he said to his lord, I advise our hiring a very large house, and I will buy wine and will keep lodgings for good society. John, said Sir Robert, do what you please, for I grant it, and am greatly pleased with you. John hired a large and fine house and lodged the best people and gained a great plenty, and dressed his master handsomely and richly, and Sir Robert kept his palfrey and went out to eat and drink with the best people of the city, and John sent them such wines and food that all his companions marveled at it. He made so much that within 4 years he gained more than £300 in money besides clothes, etc., well worth 50. The docile obedience of the man to the woman seemed as reasonable to the 13th century as the devotion of the woman to the man, not because she loved him, for there was no question of love, but because he was her man, and she owned him as though he were child. The tale went on to develop her character always in the same sense. When she was ready, Jeanne broke up the establishment at Marseilles, brought her husband back to Hainault, and made him, without knowing her object, kill the traitor and redress her wrongs. Then, after 7 years' patient waiting, she revealed herself and resumed her place. If you care to see the same type developed to its highest capacity, go to the theatre the first time some ambitious actress attempts the part of Lady Macbeth. Shakespeare realized the 13th century woman more vividly than the 13th century poets ever did, but that is no new thing to say of Shakespeare. The author of La Comtesse de Ponthieu made no bad sketch of the character. These are fictions, but the chronicles contain the names of women by scores who were the originals of the sketch. The society which Orderic described in Normandy, the generation of the First Crusade, produced a great variety of Lady Macbeths. In the country of Evreux, about 1100, Orderic says that a worse than civil war was waged between two powerful brothers, and the mischief was fomented by the spiteful jealousy of their haughty wives. The Countess Havas of Evreux took offense at some taunts uttered by Isabel de Conches, wife of Ralph, the seigneur of Conches, some 10 miles from Evreux, and used all her influence with her husband, Count William, and his barons, to make trouble. Both the ladies who stirred up these fierce enmities were great talkers and spirited as well as handsome. They ruled their husbands, oppressed their vassals, and inspired terror in various ways. But still their characters were very different. Havas had wit and eloquence, but she was cruel and avaricious. Isabel was generous, enterprising, and gay, so that she was beloved and esteemed by those about her. She rode in knight's armor when her vassals were called to war, and showed as much daring among men-at-arms and mounted knights as Camilla. More than 300 years afterwards, far off in the Vosges, from a village never heard of, appeared a common peasant of 17 years old, a girl without birth, education, wealth, or claim of any sort to consideration, who made her way to Chinon and claimed from Charles VII a commission to lead his army against the English. Neither the king nor the court had faith in her, and yet the commission was given, and the rank and file showed again that the true Frenchman had more confidence in the woman than in the man, no matter what the gossips might say. No one was surprised when Jeanne did what she promised, or when the men burned her for doing it. There were Jeannes in every village. Ridicule was powerless against them. Even Voltaire became what the French call frankly bête in trying it. Eleanor of Guienne was the greatest of all French women. Her decision was law, whether in Bordeaux or Poitiers, in Paris or in Palestine, in London or in Normandy, in the court of Louis VII, or in that of Henry II, or in her own court of love. For 15 years she was Queen of France. For 50 she was Queen in England. For 80 or thereabouts she was equivalent to Queen over Guienne. No other Frenchwoman ever had such rule. Unfortunately, as Queen of France, she struck against an authority greater than her own, that of Saint Bernard, and after combating it, with Suger's help, from 1137 until 1152, the monk at last gained such mastery that Eleanor quitted the country and Suger died. She was not a person to accept defeat. She royally divorced her husband and went back to her own kingdom of Guienne. Neither Louis nor Bernard dared to stop her, or to hold her territories from her, but they put the best face they could on their defeat by proclaiming her as a person of irregular conduct. The irregularity would not have stood in their way, if they had dared to stand in hers, but Louis was much the weaker, and made himself weaker still by allowing her to leave him for the sake of Henry of Anjou, a story of a sort that rarely raised the respect in which French kings were held by French society. Probably politics had more to do with the matter than personal attachments, for Eleanor was a great ruler, the equal of any ordinary king, and more powerful than most kings living in 1152. If she deserted France in order to join the enemies of France, she had serious reasons besides love for young Henry of Anjou. But in any case she did, as usual, what pleased her, and forced Louis to pronounce the divorce at a council held at Beaugency, March 18, 1152, on the usual pretext of relationship. The humors of the 12th century were Shakespearean. Eleanor, having obtained her divorce at Beaugency, to the deep regret of all Frenchmen, started at once for Poitiers, knowing how unsafe she was in any territory but her own. Beaugency is on the Loire, between Orleans and Blois, and Eleanor's first night was at Blois, or should have been, but she was told, on arriving, that Count Thibaut of Blois, undeterred by King Louis's experience, was making plans to detain her, with perfectly honorable views of marriage, and, as she seems at least not to have been in love with Thibaut, she was obliged to depart at once, in the night, to Tours. A night journey on horseback from Blois to Tours in the middle of March can have been no pleasure trip, even in 1152. But, on arriving at Tours in the morning, Eleanor found that her lovers were still so dangerously near that she set forward at once on the road to Poitiers. As she approached her own territory, she learned that Geoffrey of Anjou, the younger brother of her intended husband, was waiting for her at the border, with views of marriage as strictly honorable as those of all the others. She was driven to take another road, and at last got safe to Poitiers. About no figure in the Middle Ages, man or woman, did so many legends grow, and with such freedom, as about Eleanor, whose strength appealed to French sympathies and whose adventures appealed to their imagination. They never forgave Louis for letting her go. They delighted to be told that in Palestine she had carried on relations of the most improper character, now with a Saracen's slave of great beauty, now with Raymond of Poitiers, her uncle, the handsomest man of his time, now with Saladin himself, and, as all this occurred at Antioch in 1147 or 1148, they could not explain why her husband should have waited until 1152 in order to express his unwilling disapproval, but they quoted with evident sympathy a remark attributed to her that she thought she had married a king, and found she had married a monk. To the Frenchman, Eleanor remained always sympathetic, which is the more significant because, in English tradition, her character suffered a violent and incredible change. Although English history has lavished on Eleanor somewhat more than her due share of conventional moral reproof, considering that, from the moment she married Henry of Anjou, May 18, 1152, she was never charged with a breath of scandal, it atoned for her want of wickedness by French standards, in the usual manner of historians, by inventing traits which reflected the moral standards of England. Tradition converted her into the fairy book type of feminine jealousy, and invented for her the legend of the fair Rosamond and the poison of toads. For us, both legends are true. They reflected, not perhaps the character of Eleanor, but what the society liked to see acted on its theatre of life. Eleanor's real nature in no way concerns us. The single fact worth remembering was that she had 2 daughters by Louis VII, as shown in the table, who, in due time, married. Mary, in 1164, married Henry, the great Count of Champagne. Alix, at the same time, became Countess of Chartres by marriage with Thibaut, who had driven her mother from Blois in 1152 by his marital intentions. Henry and Thibaut were brothers whose sister Alix had married Louis VII in 1160, 8 years after the divorce. The relations thus created were fantastic, especially for Queen Eleanor, who, besides her 2 French daughters, had 8 children as Queen of England. Her second son, Richard Coeur de Lion, born in 1157, was affianced in 1174 to a daughter of Louis VII and Alix, a child only 6 years old, who was sent to England to be brought up as future queen. This was certainly Eleanor's doing, and equally certain was it that the child came to no good in the English court. The historians, by exception, have not charged this crime to Queen Eleanor, they charged it to Eleanor's husband, who passed most of his life in crossing his wife's political plans, but with politics we want as little as possible to do. We are concerned with the artistic and social side of life, and have only to notice the coincidence that while the Virgin was miraculously using the power of spiritual love to elevate and purify the people, Eleanor and her daughters were using the power of earthly love to discipline and refine the courts. Side by side with the crude realities about them, they insisted on teaching and enforcing an ideal that contradicted the realities, and had no value for them or for us except in the contradiction. The ideals of Eleanor and her daughter Mary of Champagne were a form of religion, and if you care to see its evangels, you had best go directly to Dante and Petrarch, or, if you like it better, to Don Quixote de la Mancha. The religion is dead as Demeter, and its art alone survives as, on the whole, the highest expression of man's thought or emotion, but in its day it was almost as practical as it now is fanciful. Eleanor and her daughter Mary and her granddaughter Blanche knew as well as St. Bernard did, or St. Francis, what a brute the emancipated man could be, and as though they foresaw the society of the 16th and 18th centuries, they used every terror they could invent, as well as every tenderness they could invoke, to tame the beasts around them. Their charge was of manners, and to teach manners they made a school which they called their court of love, with a code of law to which they gave the name of courteous love. The decisions of this court were recorded, like the decisions of a modern bench, under the names of the great ladies who made them, and were enforced by the ladies of good society for whose guidance they were made. They are worth reading, and anyone who likes may read them to this day, with considerable skepticism about their genuineness. The doubt is only ignorance. We do not, and never can, know the 12th century woman, or, for that matter, any other woman, but we do know the literature she created, we know the art she lived in, and the religion she professed. We can collect from them some idea why the Virgin Mary ruled, and what she was taken to be, by the world which worshipped her. Mary of Champagne created the literature of courteous love. She must have been about 20 years old when she married Count Henry and went to live at Troyes, not actually a queen in title, but certainly a queen in social influence. In 1164, Champagne was a powerful country, and Troyes a center of taste. In Normandy, at the same date, William of St. Père and Was were writing the poetry we know. In Champagne the court poet was Christian of Troyes, whose poems were new when the churches of Noyon and Senlis and St. Louis d'Esseret, and the Fleche of Chartres, and the Leaning Tower of Pisa, were building, at the same time with the Abbey of Vézelay, and before the church at Mantes. Christian died not long after 1175, leaving a great mass of verse, much of which has survived, and which you can read more easily than you can read Dante or Petrarch, although both are almost modern compared with Christian. The quality of this verse is something like the quality of the glass windows: conventional decoration, colors and conventional harmonies, refinement, restraint, and feminine delicacy of taste. Christian has not the grand manner of the 11th century, and never recalls the masculine strength of the Chanson de Roland, or Raoul de Cambrai. Even his most charming story, Eric et Enid, carries chiefly a moral of courtesy. His is Poet Laureate's work, says M. Gaston Paris, the flower of a 12th century court and of 12th century French, the best example of an admirable language, but not lyric, either strong, nor deep, nor deeply felt. What we call tragedy is unknown to it. Christian's world is sky blue and rose, with only enough red to give it warmth, and so flooded with light that even its mysteries count only by the clearness with which they are shown. Among other great works, before Mary of France came to Troyes, Christian had, toward 1160, written a Tristan, which is lost. Mary herself, he says, gave him the subject of Lancelot, with the request or order to make it a lesson of courteous love, which he obeyed. Courtesy has lost its meaning as well as its charm, and you might find the Chevalier de la Charrette even more unintelligible than tiresome, but its influence was great in its day, and the lesson of courteous love, under the authority of Mary of Champagne, lasted for centuries as the standard of taste. Lancelot was never finished, but later, not long after 1174, Christian wrote a Perceval, or Conte du Graal, which must also have been intended to please Mary, and which is interesting because, while the Lancelot gave the 12th century idea of courteous love, the Perceval gave the 12th century idea of religious mystery. Mary was certainly concerned with both. It is for this same Mary, says Gaston Paris, that Walter of Arras undertook his poem of Oracle. She was the object of the songs of the troubadours as well as of their French imitators. For her use also she caused the translations of books of piety like Genesis, or the paraphrase at great length, in verse, of the Psalm Eructavit. With her theories of courteous love, every one is more or less familiar if only from the ridicule of Cervantes and the follies of Quixote, who, though 400 years younger, was Lancelot's child, but we never can know how far she took herself and her laws of love seriously, and to speculate on so deep a subject as her seriousness is worse than useless, since she would herself have been as uncertain as her lovers were. Visionary as the courtesy was, the Holy Grail was as practical as any bric-a-brac that has survived of the time. The mystery of Perceval is like that of the Gothic cathedral, illuminated by floods of light, and enlivened by rivers of color. Unfortunately, Christian never told what he meant by the fragment, itself a mystery, in which he narrated the story of the knight who saw the Holy Grail, because the knight, who was warned, as usual, to ask no questions, for once, unlike most knights, obeyed the warning when he should have disregarded it. As knights-errant necessarily did the wrong thing in order to make their adventures possible, Perceval's error cannot be in itself mysterious, nor was the castle in any way mysterious where the miracle occurred. It appeared to him to be the usual castle, and he saw nothing unusual in the manner of his reception by the usual old lord, or in the fact that both seated themselves quite simply before the hall fire with the usual household. Then, as though it were an everyday habit, the Holy Grail was brought in barge. Chrestomathy. 183-85, edition 1895. Et liens avail luminaire si grand con ellen le pourrait faire des chandoils en astel. Que chuil parloint d'un etdl, uns valas d'une chambre 20 un blanche lance tint impugni par le milieu. Si passa par endroit le feu et sil que al feu si silient, et tuit sil de liens violent la lance blanche et le fer blanc. Soit un goat de sang del fer de la lance au sommet, et jusque la main au vaslet coroit sil goat vermol. Autant dui autre vaslet vindrent que chandeliers en leurs mains tindrent de fin or ovres en nil. Les vaslet estoyant molt bel que les chandeliers apportoyant. En chacun chandelier ardoyant dos chandoils atat les mains. Un gral enter ses dos mains en demoiselle tenoit, que avec les vaslets venoit, belle et gente et bien aces me. Quant ciel fou liens entry atat le gral chueli tintan si grands clartes I vint chuosi perdrent les chandoils lor clart comme les estoils cant les solos lust et la lune. Après kelly en revint un catint un tailleur d'argent. Le gral que aloit devant de fin or esmir estoit, pierres précieuses avoit el gral de mains meniers de plus riches et de plus cheers que en mer en terra soyant. Tots autres pierres passoyant seals del gral sounds dotens. Tot ainsi con passa la lance par devant le lit trespassant et d'une chambre à l'autre ailrent. Et li vaslet les vit passer, and I anoise meyer demander del gral cui ellen and servet. And within, the hall was bright as any hall could be with light of candles in a house at night. So, while of this and that they talked, a squire from a chamber walked, bearing a white lance in his hand, grasped by the middle, like a wand, and, as he passed the chimney wide, those seated by the fireside, and all the others, caught a glance of the white steel and the white lance. As they looked, a drop of blood down the lance's handle flowed, down to where the youth's hand stood. From the lance head at the top they saw run that crimson drop. Presently came two more squires, in their hands 2 chandeliers, of fine gold and enamel wrought. Each squire that the candle brought was a handsome chevalier. There burned in every chandelier 2 lighted candles at the least. A damsel, graceful and well dressed, behind the squires followed fast, who carried in her hands a grawl, and as she came within the hall with the grawl there came a light so brilliant that the candles all lost clearness, as the stars at night when moon shines, or in day the sun after her. There followed one who a dish of silver bore. The grawl, which had gone before, of gold the finest had been made, with precious stones had been inlaid, richest and rarest of each kind that man in sea or earth could find. All other jewels far surpassed those which the Holy Grail enchased. Just as before had passed the lance, they all before the bed advance, passing straightway through the hall, and the knight who saw them pass never ventured once to ask for the meaning of the Grail. The simplicity of this narration gives a certain dramatic effect to the mystery, like seeing a ghost in full daylight, but Christian carried simplicity further still. He seemed neither to feel, or to want others to feel, the reality of the adventure and the miracle, and he followed up the appearance of the Grail by a solid meal in the style of the 12th century, such as one expects to find in Ivanhoe, or the Talisman. The knight sat down with his host to the best dinner that the county of Champagne afforded, and they ate their haunch of venison with the Graal in full view. They drank their champagne wine of various sorts, out of gold cups. Vins clairs any raspes any lor full copes dorés a boivre. They sat before the fire and talked till bedtime, when the squires made up the beds in the hall, and brought in supper dates, figs, nutmegs, spices, pomegranates, and at last lectuaries suspiciously like what we call jams, and Alexandrine gingerbread, after which they drank various drinks, with or without spice or honey or pepper, and old moret, which is thought to be mulberry wine, but which generally went with claret, a colorless grape juice, or piment. At least, here are the lines, and one may translate them to suit oneself. Et li vasset aprillerant les lis et le fruit au culture kilniot de molt cheer, dates, figs, et nois mugates, girofles et pommes de grenets, et liqueurs en la fin, et gingerbread alexandrin. Après si burent de main boivre, piment ou not any meal any poivre et vis more et clair syrup. The 12th century had the child's love of sweets and spices and preserved fruits, and drinks sweetened or spiced, whether they were taken for supper or for poetry. The true knight's palate was fresh and his appetite excellent either for sweets or verses or love. The world was young then. Robin Hoods lived in every forest, and Richard Coeur de Lion was not yet 20 years old. The pleasant adventures of Robin Hood were real, as you can read in the stories of a dozen outlaws, and men troubled themselves about pain and death much as healthy bears did, in the mountains. Life had miseries enough, but few shadows deeper than those of the imaginative lover, or the terrors of ghosts at night. Men's imaginations ran riot, but did not keep them awake. At least neither the preserved fruits nor the mulberry wine nor the clear syrup nor the gingerbread nor the holy Graal kept Perceval awake, but he slept the sound and healthy sleep of youth, and when he woke the next morning, he felt only a mild surprise to find that his host and household had disappeared, leaving him to ride away without farewell, breakfast, or Graal. Christian wrote about Perceval in 1174 in the same spirit in which the workman in glass, 30 years later, told the story of Charlemagne. One artist worked for Mary of Champagne, the others for Mary of Chartres, commonly known as the Virgin, but all did their work in good faith, with the first, fresh, easy instinct of color, light, and line. Neither of the two Marys was mystical in a modern sense, none of the artists was oppressed by the burden of doubt, their skepticism was as childlike as faith. If one has to make an exception, perhaps the passion of love was more serious than that of religion, and gave to religion the deepest emotion, and the most complicated one, which society knew. Love was certainly a passion, and even more certainly it was, as seen in poets like Dante and Petrarch, in Romans like Lancelot and Aucassin, in ideals like the Virgin, complicated beyond modern conception. For this reason the loss of Christian's, Tristan, makes a terrible gap in art, for Christian's poem would have given the first and best idea of what led to courteous love. The Tristan was written before 1160, and belonged to the cycle of Queen Eleanor of England rather than to that of her daughter Mary of Troyes, but the subject was one neither of courtesy nor of France. It belonged to an age far behind the 11th century, or even the 10th, or indeed any century within the range of French history. And it was as little fitted for Christian's way of treatment as for any of our burlesque. The original Tristan, critics say, was not French, and neither Tristan nor Isolde had ever a drop of French blood in their veins. In their form as Christian received it, they were Celts or Scots. They came from Brittany, Wales, Ireland, the Northern Ocean, or farther still. Behind the Welsh Tristan, which passed probably through England to Normandy and thence to France and Champagne, critics detect a far more ancient figure living in a form of society that France could not remember ever to have known. King Mark was a tribal chief of the Stone Age whose subjects loved the forest and lived on the sea or in caves. King Mark's royal hall was a common shelter on the banks of a stream, where every one was at home, and king, queen, knights, attendants, and dwarfs slept on the floor, on beds laid down where they pleased. Tristan's weapons were the bow and stone knife. He never saw a horse or a spear. His ideas of loyalty and Isolde's ideas of marriage were as vague as Mark's royal authority. And all were alike unconscious of law, chivalry, or church. The note they sang was more unlike the note of Christian, if possible, than that of Richard Wagner. It was the simplest expression of rude and primitive love, as one could perhaps find it among North American Indians, though hardly so defiant even there, and certainly in the Icelandic sagas hardly so lawless. But it was a note of real passion, and touched the deepest chords of sympathy in the artificial society of the 12th century, as it did in that of the 19th. The task of the French poet was to tone it down and give it the fashionable dress, the pointed shoes and long sleeves of the time. The Frenchman, says Gaston Paris, is specially interested in making his story entertaining for the society it is meant for. He is social, that is, of the world. He smiles at the adventures he tells, and delicately lets you see that he is not their dupe. He exerts himself to give to his style a constant elegance, a uniform polish, in which a few neatly turned, clever phrases sparkle here and there. Above all, he wants to please, and thinks of his audience more than of his subject. In the 12th century he wanted chiefly to please women, as Orderic complained. Isolde came out of Brittany to meet Eleanor coming up from Guienne, and the Virgin from the East, and all united in giving law to society. In each case it was the woman, not the man, who gave the law. It was Mary, not the Trinity, Eleanor, not Louis VII, Isolde, not Tristan. No doubt, the original Tristan had given the law like Roland or Achilles, but the 12th century Tristan was a comparatively poor creature. He was in his way a secondary figure in the romance, as Louis VII was to Eleanor and Abelard to Heloise. Everyone knows how, about 20 years before Eleanor came to Paris, the poet Professor Abelard, the hero of the Latin Quarter, had sung to Heloise those songs which, he tells us, resounded through Europe as widely as his scholastic fame, and probably to more effect for his renown. In popular notions Heloise was Isolde, and would in a moment have done what Isolde did. Barch, 107-08. Quaint Rees Marks nous out congésie de sa Kurt nous out chasses, as mains ensemble nous prisms e or de la salle en isimes, a la forest pousse en elazimes. Ion multiple belle lui trouvames ion roche, fou que vie, devant y'artiestrait la entrée, dedans fou voes ben fate, tant belle comme si fus portrait. When King Mark had banned us both, and from his court had chased us forth, hand in hand each clasping fast straight from out the hall we passed, to the forest turned our face. Found in it a perfect place, where the rock that made a cave hardly more than passage gave, spacious within and fit for use, as though it had been planned for us. At any time of her life, Heloise would have defied society or church, and would, at least in the public's fancy, have taken Abelard by the hand and gone off to the forest much more readily than she went to the cloister. But Abelard would have made a poor figure as Tristan. Abelard and Christian of Troyes were as remote as we are from the legendary Tristan, but Isolde and Heloise, Eleanor and Mary were the immortal and eternal woman. The legend of Isolde, both in the earlier and the later version, seems to have served as a sacred book to the women of the 12th and 13th centuries, and Christian's Isolde surely helped Mary in giving law to the court of Troyes and decisions in the court of love. Countess Mary's authority lasted from 1164 to 1198, 34 years, during which, at uncertain intervals, glimpses of her influence flash out in poetry rather than in prose. Christian began his Roman de la Charette by invoking her. Puisque ma dame de Champagne vilt que Romans affaire en prenne. Es ideas et gel tesmoignas que si es la dame que passe toutes cils que sont vivants si con les funds passe les vans que vanti en my ou en avril. De re j, tant comme un jaime vot de pales et de sardines vot la comtesse de Rainis? Christian chose curious similes. His dame surpassed all living rivals as smoke passes the winds that blow in May, or as much as a gem would buy of straws and sardines is the Countess Worth in Queen's. Louis XIV would have thought that Christian might be laughing at him, but court styles changed with their masters. Louis XIV would scarcely have written a prison song to his sister such as Richard Coeur de Lion wrote to Mary of Champagne. Jean nous bones pre any dired sa raison adroitement essence comme dolens non, mais par confort puet il faire chanson. Molte I diamants, mais pauvre sans les don, haunt en avant se pour ma rien qu'un succès des ivers prix. Ce seven bien mi home et mi baron, Alois, Normand, Poitevin et Gascon, que j'ai envoyé à sa pauvre compagnon cuij les pour avoir au prixen. J'ai nel de pas pour nous retraison, mais anchor sux j'ai pris. Or si j'ai bien de voir certainement que mors any prix en de mine any parent, quand on me le pour or any pour argent. Molt ms de moi, mais plus ms de ma gent si après ma mort avant reprocher grand se lungement sux prix. N'est pas merveille sej lo cure dolent can't li means sires tient matera en torment. Assur li membret de nostre serment que nos faisons under a communement, bien si devoir cousins lungement en sera pas pris. C7 bien angevin et terrain, sil bachelor qui or sant fort et sain, sian combrius sux long dus en autre main. Formet emomoyant, mais or any amendment grain. De belles armes sont ors vut sil plain, portant que j'ai sux prix. Mes compagnon cuij amour et cuij aim, cs do cahu et cs do percherain, me di, chanson, kill any sont pas certain. Sianx ver ausnn cure faux any vain. Asile me garoyant, Illinois font molt que villentant comme j'ai serai prix. Comtesse sur, Voster prix souverain vos sot et gart sil a cuij me claim et par cuij sux prix. J'ai ennui de pas de Kelly de Chartain la mer lois. No prisoner can tell his honest thought unless he speaks as one who suffers wrong, but for his comfort he may make a song. My friends are many, but their gifts are not. Shame will be theirs if, for my ransom, here I lie another year. They know this well, my barons and my men, Normandy, England, Gascony, Poitou, that I had never follower so low whom I would leave in prison to my gain. I say it not for a reproach to them, but prisoner I am. The ancient proverb now I know for sure, death and a prison know nor kin nor tie, since for mere lack of gold they let me lie. Much for myself I grieve, for them still more. After my death they will have grievous wrong if I am prisoner long. What marvel that my heart is sad and sore when my own Lord torments my helpless lands? Well do I know that, if he held his hands, remembering the common oath we swore, I should not here imprisoned with my song, remain a prisoner long. They know this well who now are rich and strong young gentlemen of Anjou and Touraine, that far from them, on hostile bonds I strain. They loved me much, but have not loved me long. Their plains will see no more fairless arrayed, while I lie here betrayed. Companions, whom I loved, and still do love, Geoffrey du Perchy and Ansel de Cailleau, tell them, my song, that they are friends untrue. Never to them did I false-hearted prove, but they do villainy if they war on me, while I lie here, unfree. Countess sister, your sovereign fame may he preserve whose help I claim, victim for whom am I? I say not this of Chartres dame, mother of Louis. Richard's prison song, one of the chief monuments of English literature, sounds to every ear, accustomed to 12th century verse, as charming as when it was household rhyme to. Me homme et me baron Alois, Normand, Poitevin et Gascon. Not only was Richard a far greater king than any Louis ever was, but he also composed better poetry than any other king who is known to tourists. And when he spoke to his sister in this cry of the heart altogether singular among monarchs, he made law and style above discussion. Whether he meant to reproach his other sister, Alix of Chartres, historians may tell, if they know. If he did, the reproach answered its purpose, for the psalm was written in 1193, Richard was ransomed and released in 1194, and in 1198 the young Count, Lois, of Chartres and Blois leagued with the Counts of Flanders, Le Perchy, Guines, and Toulouse, against Philip Augustus, in favor of Coeur de Lion to whom they rendered homage. In any case, neither Mary nor Alice in 1193 was reigning countess. Mary was a widow since 1181, and her son Henry was Count in Champagne, apparently a great favorite with his uncle Richard Coeur de Lion. The life of this Henry of Champagne was another 12th century romance, but can serve no purpose here except to recall the story that his mother, the great Countess Mary, died in 1198 of sorrow for the death of this son, who was then king of Jerusalem, and was killed, in 1197, by a fall from the window of his palace at Acre. Coeur de Lion died in 1199. In 1201, Mary's other son, who succeeded Henry, Count Thibaut III, died, leaving a posthumous heir, famous in the 13th century as Thibaut le Grand, the Thibaut of Queen Blanche. They were all astonishing, men and women, and filled the world, for 200 years, with their extraordinary energy and genius. But the greatest of all was old Queen Eleanor, who survived her son Coeur de Lion, as well as her two husbands, Louis le Jeune and Henry II Plantagenet, and was left in 1200 still struggling to repair the evils and fend off the dangers they caused. Queen by the wrath of God, she called herself, and she knew what just claim she had to the rank. Of her two husbands and 10 children, little remained except her son John, who, by the unanimous voice of his family, his friends, his enemies, and even his admirers, achieved a reputation for excelling in every form of 12th century crime. He was a liar and a traitor, as was not uncommon, but he was thought to be also a coward, which, in that family, was singular. Some redeeming quality he must have had, but none is recorded. His mother saw him running, in his masculine, 12th century recklessness, to destruction, and she made a last and a characteristic effort to save him and Guienne by a treaty of amity with the French king, to be secured by the marriage of the heir of France, Louis, to Eleanor's granddaughter, John's niece, Blanche of Castile, then 12 or 13 years old. Eleanor herself was 80, and yet she made the journey to Spain, brought back the child to Bordeaux, affianced her to Louis VIII as she had herself been affianced in 1137 to Louis VII, and in May, 1200, saw her married. The French had then given up their conventional trick of attributing Eleanor's acts to her want of morals, and France gave her, as to most women after 60 years old, the benefit of the convention which made women respectable after they had lost the opportunity to be vicious. In French eyes, Eleanor played out the drama according to the rules. She could not save John, but she died in 1202, before his ruin, and you can still see her lying with her husband and her son Richard at Fontevrault in her 12th century tomb. In 1223, Blanche became Queen of France. She was 36 years old. Her husband, Louis VIII, was ambitious to rival his father, Philip Augustus, who had seized Normandy in 1203. Louis undertook to seize Toulouse and Avignon. In 1225, he set out with a large army in which, among the chief vassals, his cousin Thibaut of Champagne led a contingent. Thibaut was 25 years old, and like Pierre de Dreux, then Duke of Brittany, was one of the most brilliant and versatile men of his time, and one of the greatest rulers. As royal vassal, Thibaut owed 40 days' service in the field, but his interests were at variance with the king's, and at the end of the term he marched home with his men, leaving the king to fall ill and die in Auvergne, November 8, 1226, and a child of 10 years old to carry on the government as Louis IX. Chartres Cathedral has already told the story twice, in stone and glass, but Thibaut does not appear there, although he saved the queen. Some member of the royal family must be regent. Queen Blanche took the place, and of course the princes of the blood, who thought it was their right, united against her. At first, Blanche turned violently on Thibaut and forbade him to appear at the coronation at Reims in his own territory, on November 29, as though she held him guilty of treason. But when the League of Great Vassals united to deprive her of the regency, she had no choice but to detach at any cost any member of the League, and Thibaut alone offered help. What price she paid him was best known to her, but what price she would be believed to have paid him was as well known to her as what had been said of her grandmother Eleanor when she changed her allegiance in 1152. If the scandal had concerned Thibaut alone, she might have been well content, but Blanche was obliged also to pay desperate court to the papal legate. Every member of her husband's family united against her and libeled her character with the freedom which enlivened and envenomed royal tongues. Mains paroles endit and cum deassault et de Tristan. Had this been all, she would have cared no more than Eleanor or any other queen had cared, for in French drama, real or imaginary, such charges were not very serious and hardly uncomplimentary. But Iseult had never been accused, over and above her arbitrary views on the marriage contract, of acting as an accomplice with Tristan in poisoning King Mark. French convention required that Thibaut should have poisoned Louis VIII for love of the Queen, and that this secret reciprocal love should control their lives. Fortunately for Blanche, she was a devout ally of the Church, and the Church believed evil only of enemies. The legate and the prelates rallied to her support, and after 8 years of desperate struggle they crushed Pierre Mauclerc and saved Thibaut and Blanche. For us the poetry is history, and the facts are false. French art starts not from facts, but from certain assumptions as conventional as a legendary window, and the commonest convention is the woman. The fact then as now was power, or its equivalent in exchange, but Frenchmen, while struggling for the power, expressed it in terms of art. They looked on life as a drama, and on drama as a phase of life, in which the bystanders were bound to assume and accept the regular stage plot. That the plot might be altogether untrue to real life affected in no way its interest. To them Thibaut and Blanche were bound to act Tristan and Isolde. Whatever they were when off the stage, they were lovers on it. Their loves were as real and as reasonable as the worship of the Virgin. Courteous love was avowedly a form of drama, but not the less a force of society. Illusion for illusion, courteous love, in Thibaut's hands, or in the hands of Dante and Petrarch, was as substantial as any other convention, the balance of trade, the rights of man, or the Athanasian Creed. In that sense the illusions alone were real. If the Middle Ages had reflected only what was practical, nothing would have survived for us. Thibaut was Tristan, and is said to have painted his verses on the walls of his chateau. If he did, he painted there, in the opinion of M. Gaston Paris, better poetry than any that was written on paper or parchment, for Thibaut was a great prince and great poet who did in both characters whatever he pleased. In modern equivalents, one would give much to see the chateau again with the poetry on its walls. Provence has lost the verses, but Troyes still keeps some churches and glass of Thibaut's time which hold their own with the best. Even of Thibaut himself, something survives, and though it were only the memories of his seneschal, the famous Sire de Gennevilliers, history and France would be poor without him. With Gennevilliers in hand, you may still pass an hour in the company of these astonishing 13th-century men and women, crusaders who fight, hunt, make love, build churches, put up glass windows to the Virgin, buy missals, talk scholastic philosophy, compose poetry. Blanche, Thibaut, Péron, Gennevilliers, St. Louis, St. Thomas, St. Dominic, St. Francis, you may know them as intimately as you can ever know a world that is lost. And in the case of Thibaut you may know more, for he is still alive in his poems, he even vibrates with life. One might try a few verses, to see what he meant by courtesy. Perhaps he wrote them for Queen Blanche, but to whomever he sent them, the French were right in thinking that she ought to have returned his love. Edition of 1742. Nous hom any puet ami reconforter se seal non ou il a son que mis. Pour si emestut savant plaindre et plower que mis confiers any mi vint, cms vis, de la ouj tot ma remembrance. Pour bien aimer I savant esmayance a dire voir. Dame merci. Donnez-moi espérance de joie voir. Jean pousse pas savant ali parler any remire les biaux ix de son viscount si pois moi que geni pousse aller car aids est mes cure sententis. Ho! Belle reines, daus sans connaissance, car mi mettes en mille attendants de bonne espoir. Dame merci. Donnez-moi espérance de joie voir. Aucans si sont comme violent blamer quant geni dia que je suis amis. Mais ja, dame. Any sort amon pensa news que soit nes fers vous cuij le discordment a pavers a doubtance don't puests vous lors bien a ma semblance mon cure savoir. Dame merci. Donnez-moi espérance de joie voir. There is no comfort to be found for pain save only where the heart has made its home. Therefore I can but murmur and complain because no comfort to my pain has come from where I garnered all my happiness. From true love have I only earned distress the truth to say. Grace, lady, give me comfort to possess a hope, one day. Seldom the music of her voice I hear or wonder at the beauty of her eyes. It grieves me that I may not follow there where at her feet my heart attentive lies. O gentle beauty without consciousness, let me once feel a moment's hopefulness, if but one ray. Grace, lady, give me comfort to possess a hope, one day. Certain there are who blame upon me throw because I will not tell whose love I seek. But truly, lady, none my thought shall know, none that is born, save you to whom I speak in cowardice and awe and doubtfulness, that you may happily with fearlessness my heart essay. Grace, lady, give me comfort to possess a hope, one day. Does Thibault's verse sound simple? It is the simplicity of the 13th century glass, so refined and complicated that sensible people are mostly satisfied to feel, and not to understand. Any blunderer in verse, who will merely look at the rhymes of these 3 stanzas, will see that simplicity is about as much concern there as it is with the windows of Chartres. The verses are as perfect as the colors, and the versification as elaborate. These stanzas might have been addressed to Queen Blanche. Now see how Thibault kept the same tone of courteous love in addressing the Queen of Heaven. De grand travail et de petit exploit voici sigle cargi et encombre que tant sums plain de malert que nous any pens à faire si tu il doit. Eins avans si le double trouvé tu Louis server chaskins pain etsa et dix qui ot pour nos ja cruel play metans arrière etsa grant dignite. Molt est hardis que pour mort nes me. Dix que tout set et tout puet et tout voit nous auroit tost en entre des git si la dame plain de grand bon pardeles Louis pour nos any li priot. Si trace de camoti plaisen et savour le grand courus do grand signara pay. Mold par est fox qui autre amor esse que ancestry ne barat ne fausit nes autres ne merdi ne mene. La suris quiert pour son corps garander contra elivre la noif et le forment et nous chadif nous en alons reign quarant quant nous morans ou nous puissans guerre. Nous any churchens furs can for le puant, or escards cum best savage pourvit de loinum contre son domage et nous en avans any sens any hardment. Il est avis que plain sums de rage. Leadable a gidi pour nos raver cotter icons esquibes de torment. Covertis lance premierment et pus orwell pour essayer grant roy simplir et luxurier le batel trainant felony less govern et less nage. Nc pestent sen venient au rivage don't dix nous gart par son commandment en que sains fons nous faisums homage. Allah deign que tu les bien avance t'envier, chan con slt vil discuter anx any fou nous de militants. With travail great, and little cargo fraught, see how our world is laboring in pain. So filled we are with love of evil gain that no one thinks of doing what he ought, but we all hustle in the devil's train, and only in his service toil and pray. And God, who suffered for us agony, we set behind, and treat him with disdain. Hardy is he whom death does not dismay. God, who rules all, from whom we can hide not, had quickly flung us back to naught again, but that our gentle, gracious Lady Queen begged him to spare us, and our pardon wrought. Striving with words of sweetness to restrain our angry lord, and his great wrath allay. Felon is he who shall her love betray, which is pure truth, and falsehood cannot feign, while all the rest is lie and cheating play. The feeble mouse, against the winter's cold, garners the nuts and grain within his cell, while man goes groping, without sense to tell where to seek refuge against growing old. We seek it in the smoking mouth of hell. With the poor beast our impotence compare. See him protect his life with utmost care, while us nor wit nor courage can compel to save our souls, so foolish mad we are. The devil doth ensnares our life enfold, 4 hooks has he with torments baited well, and first with greed he casts a mighty spell, and then, to fill his nets, has pride enrolled, and luxury steers the boat, and fills the sail, and perfidy controls and sets the snare. Thus the poor fish are brought to land, and there may God preserve us and the foe repel. Homage to him who saves us from despair. To Mary Queen, who passes all compare, go, little song! To her your sorrows tell. Nor heaven nor earth holds happiness so rare. Chapter 12 Nicolette and Marion. C'est Diocassins et de Nicolette. Cavoroid bones veror del deport du vil catif de deus biax and fans petties Nicolette et aucassins. De grands pains tuil suffri et de prises tuil fist for sami o leclair viscount dox est licens biax est li dis et cordis et bien assis. Nous hommes si espahis tant dolens ni entreprises de grand mal amaladas seil oit ni soit garis et de joiris baudas tant par est aussi. This is of Aucassin and Nicolette. Whom would a good ballad please by the captive from overseas, a sweet song in children's praise, Nicolette and Aucassin's, what he bore for her caress, what he proved of his prowess for his friend with the bright face. The song has charm, the tale has grace, and courtesy and good address. No man is in such distress, such suffering or weariness, sick with ever such sickness, but he shall, if he hear this, recover all his happiness, so sweet it is. This little 13th century gem is called a Chante fable, a story partly in prose, partly in verse, to be sung according to musical notation accompanying the words in the single manuscript known, and published in facsimile by Mr. F. W. Bourdelin at Oxford in 1896. Indeed, few poems, old or new, have in the last few years been more reprinted, translated, and discussed than Aucassin's. Yet the discussion lacks interest to the idle tourist, and tells him little. Nothing is known of the author or his date. The second line alone offers a hint, but nothing more. Caitiff means in the first place a captive, and secondly any unfortunate or wretched man. Critics have liked to think that the word means here a captive to the Saracens, and that the poet, like Cervantes 300 or 400 years later, may have been a prisoner to the infidels. What the critics can do, we can do. If liberties can be taken with impunity by scholars, we can take the liberty of supposing that the poet was a prisoner in the crusade of Coeur de Lion and Philippe Auguste, that he had recovered his liberty, with his master, in 1194, and that he passed the rest of his life singing to the old Queen Eleanor or to Richard, at Chinon, and to the lords of all the chateaux in Guienne, Poitiers, Anjou, and Normandy. Not to mention England. The living was a pleasant one, as the sunny atmosphere of the southern poetry proves. Dox est licans, biex est lidis, et cordis et bien assis. The poet troubadour who composed and recited Aucassin's could not have been unhappy, but this is the affair of his private life, and not of ours. What rather interests us is his poetic motive, courteous love, which gives the tale a place in the direct line between Christian of Troyes, Thibaut le Grand, and William of Loris. Christian of Troyes died in 1175. At least he wrote nothing of a later date, so far as is certainly known. Richard Coeur de Lion died in 1199, very soon after the death of his half-sister Mary of Champagne. Thibaut le Grand was born in 1201. William of Loris, who concluded the line of great courteous poets, died in 1260 or thereabouts. For our purposes, Aucassin's comes between Christian of Troyes and William of Loris, the Trouvère or Jongleur, whose saying was a vieux caitiff, when the Chartres glass was set up, and the Charlemagne window designed, about 1210, or perhaps a little later. When one is not a professor, one has not the right to make inept guesses, and when one is not a critic, one should not risk confusing a difficult question by baseless assumptions. But even a summer tourist may without offense visit his churches in the order that suits him best, and for our tour, Aucassin's follows Christian and goes hand in hand with Blondel and the Chatelaine de Coucy, as the most exquisite expression of courteous love, as one of Aucassin's German editor says in his introduction. Love is the medium through which alone the hero surveys the world around him, and for which he contemns everything that the age prized, knightly honor, deeds of arms, father and mother, hell, and even heaven. But the mere promise by his father of a kiss from Nicolette inspires him to superhuman heroism, while the old poet sings and smiles aside to his audience as though he wished them to understand that Aucassin's, a foolish boy, must not be judged quite seriously, but that, old as he was himself, he was just as foolish about Nicolette. Aucassin's was the son of the Count of Beaucaire. Nicolette was a young girl whom the Viscount of Beaucaire had redeemed as a captive of the Saracens, and had brought up as a goddaughter in his family. Aucassin's fell in love with Nicolette, and wanted to marry her. The action turned on marriage, for, to the Counts of Beaucaire, as to other counts, not to speak of kings, high alliance was not a matter of choice but of necessity, without which they could not defend their lives, let alone their counties, and to make Aucassin's conduct absolutely treasonable, Beaucaire was at that time surrounded and besieged, and the Count, Aucassin's father, stood in dire need of his son's help. Aucassin refused to stir unless he could have Nicolette. What were honors to him if Nicolette were not to share them? Il estate empereurs de Constantinople u d'Allemagne u roin de France u d'Angleterre, sire roi d'Ilasses pou en lit, tant es France et cordis et de bon air et entity de touts bones tex. To be empress of Constantinople would be none too good for her, so stamped is she with nobility and courtesy and high breeding and all good qualities. So the Count, after a long struggle, sent for his Viscount and threatened to have Nicolette burned alive, and the Viscount himself treated no better, if he did not put a stop to the affair, and the Viscount shut up Nicolette, and remonstrated with Aucassin. Marry a king's daughter or a count's. Leave Nicolette alone, or you will never see paradise. This at once gave Aucassin the excuse for a charming tirade against paradise, for which, a century or two later, he would properly have been burned together with Nicolette. En paradis tu I j'ai affaire? J'ai en choir entre mais que j'ai Nicolette, ma trace d'aus ami, que j'aime tant. Si en paradis any vent first text gens quand j'ai voudrais. Il vent si I vil prestre et sil viel clop et sil manqui, que tot jour et tot nuit croppent devant cs autex et ncs vis cruyuts, et cis vis cape cerises et cs vis taterels vestus, que sant nu et de coq et estremil, que meurent de fame et dsi et de Freud et de Mézazes. I vent en paradis, avec cix en I ju que faire, mais en fervoil ju aller. Car en fervently bel clerc et li bel chevalier que sont mort as tournois et as rices gears, et li bien sergant et li franc home. Avec cix voil ju aller. Et si vent les belles dames courtoises que elles ont tu aimes ou 3 avec leurs barons. Et si bien li ors et li agens et li vers et li gris, et si vent herpier et joglier et li roi del siècle. Avec cix voil ju aller mais que j'ai Nicolette, ma trace d'aus ami, avec moi. In paradise what have I to do? I do not care to go there unless I may have Nicolette, my very sweet friend, whom I love so much. For to paradise goes no one but such people as I will tell you of. There go old priests and old cripples and the maimed, who all day and all night crouch before altars and in old crypts, and are clothed with old worn-out capes and old tattered rags, who are naked and foot bare and sore, who die of hunger and want and misery. These go to paradise. With them I have nothing to do, but to hell I am willing to go. For, to hell go the fine scholars and the fair knights who die in tourneys and in glorious wars, and the good men-at-arms and the well-born. With them I will gladly go. And there go the fair courteous ladies whether they have 2 or 3 friends besides their lords. And the gold and silver go there, and the ermines and sables, and there go the harpers and jongler, and the kings of the world. With these will I go, if only I may have Nicolette, my very sweet friend, with me. 3 times, in these short extracts, the word courteous has already appeared. The story itself is promised as courteous, Nicolette is courteous, and the ladies who are not to go to heaven are courteous. Aucassin is in the full tide of courtesy, and evidently a professional, or he never would have claimed a place for harpers and jongler with kings and chevaliers in the next world. The poets of courteous love showed as little interest in religion as the poets of the 11th century had shown for it in their poems of war. Aucassin resembled Christian of Troyes in this, and both of them resembled Thibaut, while William of Loris went beyond them all. The literature of the siècle was always unreligious, from the Chanson de Roland to the tragedy of Hamlet. To be Peuplard was unworthy of a chevalier. The true knight of courtesy made nothing of defying the torments of hell, as he defied the lance of a rival, the frowns of society, the threats of parents, or the terrors of magic. The perfect, gentle, courteous lover thought of nothing but his love. Whether the object of his love were Nicolette of Beaucaire or Blanche of Castile, Mary of Champagne or Mary of Chartres, was a detail which did not affect the devotion of his worship. So Nicolette, shut up in a vaulted chamber, leaned out at the marble window and sang, while Aucassin, when his father promised that he should have a kiss from Nicolette, went out to make fabulous slaughter of the enemy, and when his father broke the promise, shut himself up in his chamber, and also sang, and the action went on by scenes and interludes, until, one night, Nicolette let herself down from the window, by the help of sheets and towels, into the garden, and, with a natural dislike of wetting her skirts which has delighted every hearer or reader from that day to this, Pristessi vestura elon main devant etia elotra dirier sis escorca por le rizi chuyeli vit grande sor ellerbi si sen alla avel le garden. She raised her skirts with one hand in front and the other behind, for the dew which she saw heavy on the grass, and went off down the garden, to the tower where Aucassin was locked up, and sang to him through a crack in the masonry, and gave him a lock of her hair. And they talked till the friendly night watch came by and warned her by a sweetly sung chant, that she had better escape. So she bade farewell to Aucassin, and went on to a breach in the city wall, and she looked through it down into the fosse which was very deep and very steep. So she sang to herself, Paras rois de mist or any quel part aller. Sej voix you got rain jami mengeron li lily lions et li sengler don't ilia plant. Father, King of Majesty! Now I know not where to flee. If I seek the forest free, then the lions will eat me, wolves and wild boars terribly, of which plenty there be. The lions were a touch of poetic license, even for Beaucaire, but the wolves and wild boars were real enough. Yet Nicolette feared even them less than she feared the Count, so she slid down what her audience well knew to be a most dangerous and difficult descent, and reached the bottom with many wounds in her hands and feet. Et san and sali bien and 12 lieues. So that blood was drawn in a dozen places, and then she climbed up the other side, and went off bravely into the depths of the forest. An uncanny thing to do by night, as you can still see. Then followed a pastoral, which might be taken from the works of another poet of the same period, whose acquaintance no one can neglect to make, Adam de la Halle, a Picard, of Arras. Adam lived, it is true, 50 years later than the date imagined for Aucassin, but his shepherds and shepherdesses are not so much like, as identical with, those of the southern poet, and all have so singular an air of life that the conventional courteous knight fades out beside them. The poet, whether bourgeois, professional, noble, or clerical, never much loved the peasant, and the peasant never much loved him, or any one else. The peasant was a class by himself, and his trait, as a class, was suspicion of everybody and all things, whether material, social, or divine. Naturally he detested his lord, whether temporal or spiritual, because the seigneur and the priest took his earnings, but he was never servile, though a serf, he was far from civil, he was commonly gross. He was cruel, but not more so than his betters, and his morals were no worse. The object of oppression on all sides, the invariable victim, whoever else might escape, the French peasant, as a class, held his own, and more. In fact, he succeeded in plundering church, crown, nobility, and bourgeoisie, and was the only class in French history that rose steadily in power and well-being, from the time of the Crusades to the present day, whatever his occasional suffering may have been, and in the 13th century, he was suffering. When Nicolette, on the morning after her escape, came upon a group of peasants in the forest, tending the Count's cattle, she had reason to be afraid of them, but instead they were afraid of her. They thought at first that she was a fairy. When they guessed the riddle, they kept the secret, though they risked punishment and lost the chance of reward by protecting her. Worse than this, they agreed, for a small present, to give a message to Aucassin if he should ride that way. Aucassin was not very bright, but when he got out of prison after Nicolette's escape, he did ride out, at his friend's suggestion, and tried to learn what had become of her. Passing through the woods he came upon the same group of shepherds and shepherdesses. Esmers et Martinet, Frolins et Johannes, Robcons et Aubries, who might have been living in the forest of Arden, so like were they to the clowns of Shakespeare. They were singing of Nicolette and her present, and the cakes and knives and flute they would buy with it. Aucassin jumped to the bait they offered him, and they instantly began to play him as though he were a trout. Bel enfant, dix vas I ate. Dix vas benai. Fate silk a fou plus en parles de autres. Bel enfant. Fate il. Redites le cancan que vas de ces or. Nous en I dirans. Fate silke plus fou in parles de autres. Die hate or capor vas I cantera, biax sire. Bel enfant. Fate aucassans. En me canissis vas? Oil. Nos savions bien que vas estis aucassans, nos demoisiacs, mais nos any sums mia vas, ein sums o canti. Bel enfant, si fears, je vas en pri. Os, pour le curbi. Fate sil. Pourquoi canteroi je pour vas, sil me siot? Quant il si rice home en cest pious sans le corps le contigaran sil travate mes bus mes vases mes brebis nses pres enensen formed chuil fust nietant hardis pour les es acriver chuil les en assist cachir. Et pourquoi canteroi je pour vas sil me siot? Southeast dix vas 8, bel enfant, si fears. Et tensex su que j cin un bourse. God bless you, fair child, said Aucassans. God be with you, replied the one who talked best. Fair child, said he, repeat the song you were just singing. We won't, replied he who talked best among them. Bad luck to him who shall sing for you, good sir. Fair child, said Aucassans. Do you know me? Yes. We know very well that you are Aucassans, our young lord, but we are none of yours. We belong to the Count. Fair child, indeed you'll do it, I pray you. Listen, for love of God, said he. Why should I sing for you if it does not suit me? When there is no man so powerful in this country, except Count Garin, if he found my oxen or my cows or my sheep in his pasture or his close, would not rather risk losing his eyes than dare to turn them out. And why should I sing for you, if it does not suit me? So God help you, good child, indeed you will do it. And take these 10 sous that I have here in my purse. Sire les deniers prenderons nos, mais je vas canterai mie, car jnai jure. Mais je le vas condurai si vas vols. De par Dieu, fate Aucassans. Encore aim je mix center que niant. Sire, the money we will take, but I'll not sing to you, for I've sworn it. But I will tell it you if you like. For God's sake, said Aucassans. Better telling than nothing. 10 sous was no small gift. 20 sous was the value of a strong ox. The poet put a high money value on the force of love, but he set a higher value on it in courtesy. These boors were openly insolent to their young lord, trying to extort money from him, and threatening him with telling his father, but they were in their right, and Nicolette was in their power. At heart they meant Aucassans well, but they were rude and grasping, and the poet used them in order to show how love made the true lover courteous even to clowns. Aucassans' gentle courtesy is brought out by the boor's greed, as the colors in the window were brought out and given their value by a bit of blue or green. The poet, having got his little touch of color rightly placed, let the peasants go. Sil que fut plus in parles de autres. Having been given his way and his money, told Aucassans what he knew of Nicolette and her message. So Aucassans put spurs to his horse and cantered into the forest, singing, Si Dieu plaise le père fort je vas reverai encore sur, daus aimie. So please God, great and strong, I will find you now ere long, sister, sweet friend. But the peasant had singular attraction for the poet. Whether the character gave him a chance for some clever mimicry, which was one of his strong points as a storyteller, or whether he wanted to treat his subjects, like the legendary windows, in pairs, or whether he felt that the forest scenes specially amused his audience, he immediately introduced a peasant of another class, much more strongly colored, or deeply shadowed. Every one in the audience was, and for that matter still would be, familiar with the great forests, the home of half the fairy and nursery tales of Europe, still wild enough and extensive enough to hide in, although they have now comparatively few lions, and not many wolves or wild boars or serpents such as Nicolette feared. Every one saw, without an effort, the young damoiseau riding out with his hound or hawk, looking for game, the lanes under the trees through the wood, or the thick underbrush before lanes were made, the herdsmen watching their herds, and keeping a sharp lookout for wolves, the peasant seeking lost cattle, the black kiln men burning charcoal, and in the depths of the rocks or swamps or thickets, the outlaw. Even now, forests like Rambouillet, or Fontainebleau or Compiègne are enormous and wild. One can see Aucassins breaking his way through thorns and branches in search of Nicolette, tearing his clothes and wounding himself. An XL lius u and triple X. Until evening approached, and he began to weep for disappointment. Il escarta devant lui ennemi la voix si vite un valet que je vas dere. Grands estoit et mervelex et les et hidex. Il avoit un grande here plus noirtuum carbacli, et avoit plus de plan pomme entre 2x, et avoit uns grandes jos et un grandism nes plat, et un grands narines les et uns grosses levres plus rouges dunes carbonis. Et uns grands dens gons et les et estoit causes duns hausiax et duns salers de beef frites de tilly dusk deser legenal et estoit affios dun capa 2 envers si estoit apois sor un grande macu. Aucassins essen body sur lui essud grand père quant il le sorvit. Bakes frère, dix ti8. Dix vos benai. Fate sil. Southeast dix t8 que face to ilek? Avos que monty? Fate sil. Niant. Fate Aucassins. Je nel vos demant esse pour bien non. Mais pourquoi plowers vos? Fate sil. Et fates si fate do? Certes sejs de ossi rises ham que vos estis, tos li mons eni mi feroit mi plorer. Ba. Mi conisses vos. Fate Aucassins. Oi. Je si bien que vos estis Aucassins li fix le conti, etsi vos me dites pourquoi vos plores je vos dere que je facici. As he looked before him along the way he saw a man such as I will tell you. Tall he was, and menacing, and ugly, and hideous. He had a great mane blacker than charcoal and had more than a full palm width between his two eyes, and had big cheeks, and a huge flat nose and great broad nostrils, and thick lips redder than raw beef, and large ugly yellow teeth, and was shod with hose and leggings of raw hide laced with bark cord to above the knee, and was muffled in a cloak without lining, and was leaning on a great club. Aucassins came upon him suddenly and had great fear when he saw him. Fair brother, good day, said he. God bless you, said the other. As God help you, what do you hear? What is that to you? Said the other. Nothing, said Aucassins. I ask only from goodwill. But why are you crying? Said the other. And murmuring so loud? Sure, if I were as great a man as you are, nothing on earth would make me cry. Bah! You know me? Said Aucassins. Yes, I know very well that you are Aucassins, the Count's son, and if you will tell me what you are crying for, I will tell you what I am doing here. Aucassins seemed to think this an equal bargain. All damoiseaux were not as courteous as Aucassins, nor all varlets as rude as his peasants. We shall see how the young gentleman of Picardy treated the peasantry for no offense at all. But Aucassins carried a softer, southern temper in a happier climate, and with his invariable gentle courtesy, took no offense at the familiarity with which the ploughman treated him. Yet he dared not tell the truth, so he invented, on the spur of the moment, an excuse. He has lost, he said, a beautiful white hound. The peasant hooted. Os! Fate sil. Pour le cure que sil sires yut en sin ventre. Que vos plorastes pour un cien puint. Mal de hate que jam mais vos prisera quant ilnasi rice home en cestir si vos paras len mandot xu 15 uxx chuil any less envoyes tro volunteers et sen esterit tro lies. Mais je dois plore et do faire? Et tu de quoi frère? Sire je lo vos dere. Je estoy lusa un rice villain si kakoi si karu. I busi avoit. Or a 3 jours chuil emavint and grande malaventure que je perdi lamella de mes bus roger lamella de mi caru. Si le vois carant. Si any mingai any bu 3 jours a passes. Si anoas aller a leval sion mi metroit en prison que je any lai de quasor. De tot elavoir du monde ni je plus valiant que vos vis sur le cours de mi. Unlasse miravoy. Si enavoit plus valiant que en cutacil, Siha on saisi de disaus ludos si justa per elastrain, si men pois asses plus cadena. Car avoirs viet viant. Sej or Purdue j gaineri un autre fois si sori mon beef quant j pori, any ja por cien en plorari. Et vos plorastis por un cien de longain. Mal de hate 8 commes vos prisera. Certes tu yes de bon confort, biax frere. Que benoit sois tu. Et que veloit tes bues. Sire xx su men demand on, j en pus mia abater un sol mail. Or tien, fate aucassins. XXKJCI me bourse, si sol 10 beef. Listen, said he, by the heart God had in his body, that you should cry for a stinking dog. Bad luck to him who ever prizes you. When there is no man in this land so great, if your father sent to him for 10 or 15 or 20 but would fetch them very gladly, and be only too pleased. But I ought to cry and mourn. And why you, brother? Sir, I will tell you. I was hired out to a rich farmer to drive his plough. There were 4 oxen. Now 3 days ago I had a great misfortune, for I lost the best of my oxen, Roger, the best of my team. I am looking to find him. I've not eaten or drunk these 3 days past. I daren't go to the town, for they would put me in prison as I've nothing to pay with. In all the world I've not the worth of anything but what you see on my body. I've a poor old mother who owned nothing but a feather mattress, and they've dragged it from under her back so she lies on the bare straw, and she troubles me more than myself. For riches come and go. If I lose today, I gain tomorrow. I will pay for my ox when I can, and will not cry for that. And you cry for a filthy dog. Bad luck to him who ever thinks well of you. Truly, you counsel well, good brother. God bless you! And what was your ox worth? Sir, they asked me 20 sous for it. I cannot beat them down a single centime. Here are 20, said Aucassins, that I have in my purse. Pay for your ox. Sire, Fadiel, grands mercies. Et dix fos les troversi que vox queres. Sir, said he, many thanks. And go. Grant you find what you seek. The little episode was thrown in without rhyme or reason to the rapid emotion of the love story, as though the jongleur were showing his own cleverness and humor, at the expense of his hero, as jongleur had a way of doing, but he took no such liberties with his heroine. While Aucassins tore through the thickets on horseback, crying aloud, Nicolette had built herself a little hut in the depths of the forest. Il pris de fleurs de lys et de l'herbe du garis et de la foile autrici, un bel loche en fist, instant hente ne 6. Jurdioca ne menti esi par la vinte Aucassins et il pour l'amour de li si repose un petit ja ne sera ses amis les amia. So she twined the lily's flower, roofed with leafy branches o'er, made of it a lovely bower, with the freshest grass for floor such as never mortal saw. By God's verity, she swore, should Aucassins pass her door, and not stop for love of her, to repose a moment there, he should be her love no more, nor she his dear. So night came on, and Nicolette went to sleep, a little distance away from her hut. Aucassins at last came by, and dismounted, spraining his shoulder in doing it. Then he crept into the little hut, and lying on his back, looked up through the leaves to the moon, and sang. Estolit, jet voi, que la lune trade soy. Nicolit est vieux toi, ennemit au le blanc poil. J'ai quid que dix le voud avoir pour la lumière de soir que par les plus clairs soit. Vien ami, jet proi. O you monter voroi droit, que fus du recaire. Que fuis lassus o toi jati bizer estroit. Si gesto fixa roi asafris vos bien à moi sur daus ami. I can see you, little star, that the moon draws through the air. Nicolette is where you are, my own love with the blonde hair. I think God must want her near to shine down upon us here that the evening be more clear. Come down, dearest, to my prayer, or I climb up where you are. Though I fell, I would not care. If I once were with you there I would kiss you closely, dear. If a monarch's son I were you should all my kingdom share, sweet friend, sister. How Nicolette heard him sing, and came to him and rubbed his shoulder, and dressed his wounds as though he were a child, and how in the morning they rode away together, like Tennyson's Sleeping Beauty, o'er the hills and far away beyond their utmost purple rim, beyond the night, beyond the day. Singing as they rode, the story goes on to tell or to sing in verse. Aucassins, les Biacs, les Blondes, les Gentiques, et amoris, estis estel got parfant, entre ses bras ses amours devant lui sur son archon. Les ex les bais et le front, et le baus et le menton. La miseraison. Aucassins Biacs amis dux. En quel tir en irons nous? Daus ami que side you? Moi any caught you news salins. En forest you en dater. Mais que j'ai soit vieux vous. Passant les vaves et les mons, et les viles et les bourses à la mer vinrent au jour, as I descendant you sablon les le rivage. Aucassins, the brave, the fair, courteous knight and gentle lover, from the forest dense came forth. In his arms his love he bore on his saddle-bow before. Her eyes he kisses and her mouth, and her forehead and her chin. She brings him back to earth again. Aucassins, my love, my own, to what country shall we turn? Dearest angel, what say you? I care nothing where we go, in the forest or outside, while you on my saddle ride. So they pass by hill and dale, and the city, and the town, till they reach the morning pale, and on sea sands set them down, hard by the shore. There we will leave them, for their further adventures have not much to do with our matter. Like all the Romans, or nearly all, Aucassins is singularly pure and refined. Apparently the ladies of courteous love frowned on coarseness, and allowed no license. Their power must have been great, for the best Romans are as free from grossness as the Chanson de Roland itself, or the church glass, or the illuminations in the manuscripts, and as long as the power of the church ruled good society, this decency continued. As far as women were concerned, they seem always to have been more clean than the men, except when men painted them in colors which men liked best. Perhaps society was actually cleaner in the 13th century than in the 16th, as St. Louis was more decent than Francis I, and as the bath was habitual in the 12th century and exceptional at the Renaissance. The rule held good for the bourgeoisie as well as among the dames courtoises. Christian and Thibaut, Aucassins, and the Roman de la Rose may have expressed only the tastes of high-born ladies, but other poems were avowedly bourgeois, and among the bourgeois poets none was better than Adam de la Halle. Adam wrote also for the court, or at least for Robert of Artois, St. Louis's nephew, whom he followed to Naples in 1284, but his poetry was as little aristocratic as poetry could well be, and most of it was cynically, almost defiantly, middle class, as though the weavers of Eris were his only audience, and recognized him and the objects of his satire in every verse. The bitter personalities do not concern us, but, at Naples, to amuse Robert of Artois and his court, Adam composed the first of French comic operas, which had an immense success, and, as a pastoral poem, has it still. The idyll of Eris was a singular contrast to the idyll of Beaucaire, but the social value was the same in both. Robin and Marian were a pendant to Aucassins and Nicolette. Robin was almost a burlesque on Aucassins, while Marian was a northern, energetic, intelligent, pastoral Nicolette. Les Jeux de Robin et de Marian had little or no plot. Adam strung together, on a thread of dialogue and by a group of suitable figures, a number of the favorite songs of his time, followed by the favorite games, and ending with a favorite dance, the Tresca. The songs, the games, and the dances do not concern us, but the dialogue runs along prettily, with an air of Flemish realism, like a picture of Teniers, as unlike that of Courtoisie, as Teniers was to Guido Reni. Underneath it all a tone of satire made itself felt, good-natured enough, but directed wholly against the men. The scene opens on Marian tending her sheep, and singing the pretty air, Robin m'aime, Robin m'aime, after which enters a chevalier or esquire, on horseback, and sings, Je me reparo du tournoiement. Then follows a dialogue between the chevalier and Marian, with no other object than to show off the charm of Marian against the masculine defects of the knight. Being, like most squires, somewhat slow of ideas in conversation with young women, the gentleman began by asking for sport for his falcon. Has she seen any duck down by the river? Mais vis-tu parti devant vers cette rivière Nelaine? Aid, it seems, was the usual word for wild duck, the falcon's prey, and Marian knew it as well as he, but she chose to misunderstand him. C'est un bête caricane, j'en visir 3 sur che came in, 2 quarches aller au moulin. Est-ce cho que vous demands? It is a beast that brays. I saw 3 yesterday on the road, all with loads going to the mill. Is that what you ask? That is not what the squire has asked, and he is conscious that Marian knows it, but he tries again. If she has not seen a duck, perhaps she has seen a heron. Herons, sire? Parmi foi, non. J'en 6 nessen pus quirim que j'en 6 mengir chies dame in mitaen casorit cheese brebis. Heron, sir! By my faith, no! I've not seen one since Lent when I saw some eaten at my grandmother's, Dame Emma, who owns these sheep. Herons, it seems, meant also herring, and this wilful misunderstanding struck the chevalier as carrying just too far. Par foi. Or sui jous bobbies. Enink mais any fui si gabes. On my word, I am silenced. Never in my life was I so chaffed. Marian herself seems to think her joke a little too evident, for she takes up the conversation in her turn, only to conclude that she likes Robin better than she does the knight. He is gayer, and when he plays his musette he starts the whole village dancing. At this, the squire makes a declaration of love with such energy as to spur his horse almost over her. Imi, Cyril Ostes vieux cheval. Apoi qu'il n'aime blechi. Li Robin any regit nia quan j'y vois après esi keru. Imi! Is an exclamation of alarm, real or affected. Dear me, sir! Take your horse away! He almost hurt me. Robin's horse never rears when I go behind his plough. Still the knight persists, and though Marian still tells him to go away, she asks his name, which he says is Albert, and so gives her the catchword for another song. Vas perds vieux pain, Sire Albert! Which ends the scene with a duo. The second scene begins with a duo of Marian and Robin, followed by her giving a softened account of the chevalier's behavior, and then they lunch on bread and cheese and apples, and more songs follow, till she sends him to get Baldwin and Walter and Perinet and the pipers for a dance. In his absence the chevalier returns and becomes very pressing in his attentions, which gives her occasion to sing. J'oie Robin flagellero flagel d'argent. When Robin enters, the knight picks a quarrel with him for not handling properly the falcon which he has caught in the hedge, and Robin gets a severe beating. The scene ends by the horseman carrying off Marian by force, but he soon gets tired of carrying her against her will, and drops her, and disappears once for all. Certes varment sway G best quanta cest best emerest. Adieu, bergier. But the knight certainly was, and was meant to be, in order to give the necessary color to Marian's charms. Chevaliers were seldom intellectually brilliant in the medieval Romans, and even the chansons de geste liked better to talk of their prowess than of their wit. But Adam de la Halle, who felt no great love for chevaliers, was not satisfied with ridiculing them in order to exalt Marian. His second act was devoted to exalting Marian at the expense of her own bours. The first act was given up to song, the second, to games and dances. The games proved not to be wholly a success. Marian is bored by them, and wants to dance. The dialogue shows Marian trying constantly to control her clowns and make them decent, as Blanche of Castile had been all her life trying to control her princes, and Mary of Chartres her kings. Robin is a rustic counterpart to Thibaut. He is tamed by his love of Marian, but he has just enough intelligence to think well of himself, and to get himself into trouble without knowing how to get out of it. Marian loves him much as she would her child. She makes only a little fun of him, defends him from the others, laughs at his jealousy, scolds him on occasion, flatters his dancing, sends him on errands, to bring the pipers or drive away the wolf, and what is most to our purpose, uses him to make the other peasants decent. Walter and Baldwin and Hugh are coarse, and their idea of wit is to shock the women, or make Robin jealous. Love makes gentlemen even of boors, whether noble or villain, is the constant moral of medieval story, and love turns Robin into a champion of decency. When, at last, Walter, playing the jongleur, begins to repeat a particularly coarse fablio, or story in verse, Robin stops him short. Ho Gautier, JNN voi plus. Phi. Dites, series vous toujours tous. Vous estes un ors menestrius. Ho, Walter! I want no more of that, shame! Say! Are you going to be always like that? You're a dirty beggar! A fight seems inevitable, but Marian turns it into a dance, and the whole party, led by the pipers, with Robin and Marian at the head of the band, leave the stage in the dance which is said to be still known in Italy as the Tresca. Marian is in her way as charming as Nicolette, but we are less interested in her charm than in her power. Always the woman appears as the practical guide, the one who keeps her head, even in love. LLA miseraison. Aucassins, biax amistox, and quil tir and irons noose? Dou sami que si ju? Moi any caught ou nous salins. The man never cared. He was always getting himself into crusades, or feuds, or love, or debt, and depended on the woman to get him out. The story was always of Charles VII and Jeanne d'Arc, or Agnes Sorel. The woman might be the good, or the evil spirit, but she was always the stronger force. The 12th and 13th centuries were a period when men were at their strongest. Never before or since have they shown equal energy in such varied directions, or such intelligence in the direction of their energy. Yet these marvels of history, these Plantagenets, these scholastic philosophers, these architects of Reims and Amiens, these Innocents, and Robin Hoods and Marco Polos, these Crusaders, who planted their enormous fortresses all over the Levant, these monks who made the wastes and barrens yield harvests, all, without apparent exception, bowed down before the woman. Explain it who will. We are not particularly interested in the explanation. It is the art we have chased through this French forest, like Aucassins hunting for Nicolette, and the art leads always to the woman. Poetry, like the architecture and the decoration, harks back to the same standard of taste. The specimens of Christian of Troyes, Thibaut, Tristan, Aucassins, and Adam de la Halle were mild admissions of feminine superiority compared with some that were more in vogue. If Thibaut painted his love verses on the walls of his castle, he put there only what a more famous poet, who may have been his friend, set on the walls of his chateau of courteous love, which, not being made with hands or with stone, but merely with verse, has not wholly perished. The Roman de la Rose is the end of true medieval poetry and goes with the Sainte-Chapelle in architecture, and 300 years of more or less graceful imitation or variation on the same themes which followed. Our age calls it false taste, and no doubt our age is right. Every age is right by its own standards as long as its standards amuse it, but after all, the Roman de la Rose charmed Chaucer, it may well charm you. The charm may not be that of Mont-Saint-Michel or of Roland. It has not the grand manner of the 11th century, or the jeweled brilliancy of the Chartres lancets, or the splendid self-assertion of the roses, but even to this day it gives out a faint odor of Champagne and Touraine, of Provence and Cyprus. One hears Thibaut and sees Queen Blanche. Of course, this odor of true sanctity belongs only to the Roman, of William of Loris, which dates from the death of Queen Blanche and of all good things, about 1250. A short allegory of courteous love in 4,670 lines. To modern taste, an allegory of 4,670 lines seems to be not so short as it might be, but the 14th century found 5,000 verses totally inadequate to the subject, and about 1,300, Jeanne de Meung added 18,000 lines, the favorite reading of society for 100 or 200 years, but beyond our horizon. The Roman, of William of Loris, was complete in itself. It had shape, beginning, middle, and end, even a certain realism, action, almost life. The rose is any feminine ideal of beauty, intelligence, purity, or grace, always culminating in the Virgin, but the scene is the court of love, and the action is avowedly in a dream, without time or place. The poet's tone is very pure, a little subdued, at times sad, and the poem ends sadly, but all the figures that were positively hideous were shut out of the court, and painted on the outside walls: hatred, felony, covetousness, envy, poverty, melancholy, and old age. Death did not appear. The passion for representing death and its horrors did not belong to the sunny atmosphere of the 13th century, and indeed jarred on French taste always, though the Church came to insist on it. But old age gave the poet a motive more artistic, foreshadowing death, and quite sad enough to supply the necessary contrast. The poet who approached the walls of the chateau and saw, outside, all the unpleasant facts of life conspicuously posted up, as though to shut them out of doors, hastened to ask for entrance, and when once admitted, found a court of ideals. Their names matter little. In the mind of William of Loris, every one would people his ideal world with whatever ideal figures pleased him, and the only personal value of William's figures is that they represent what he thought the 13th century ideals of a perfect society. Here is courtesy, with a translation long thought to be by Chaucer. Après si tenoit courtoisie que multa stoic de tu prisi. Si ener orguilius eni fol. Cécile que la carol, la so merci, m'appella, eins que nul, quand j'ai vins la et eni fut eni nice en umbrage, mes sages aux, sans outrage, de biaus respons et de biaus dis, anc nous eni fut par l'ilidis, eni port annului rancune, et fut clear comme la lune est divers les autres estoiles que eni resemblant que chandoiles. Fitis estoid et avenant, eni si fame plus plaisant. Ert en touts corps bien digni diester empereris ou roin. And next that daunce courtesy, that prise was of low and high, for either proud any full was she for to daunce called me. I pray God ye have her right good grace, when I come first into the place. She was not nice any outrageous, but wis and where and virtuous, of fair spesh and of fair answera, was never white missied of her, any she bar rancor to no white. Clear brown she was, and thereto bright. Of face, of body avenant. I would no lady so pleasant. She were worthy forto bene an empress or crowned queen. You can read for yourselves the characters, and can follow the simple action which owes its slight interest only to the constant effort of the dreamer to attain his ideal, the rose, and owes its charm chiefly to the constant disappointment and final defeat. An undertone of sadness runs through it, felt already in the picture of time which foreshadows the end of love, the rose, and her court, and with it the end of hope. Li tens que sen vie nut et jour, sans repos prendre et sans seizure, et que de nous si part et emble si saliment tuil nous semble tuil srest aids en un point, et il ne si arrest point, eins any fine de trespasser, que nous any puet nis pense quex tens si est que es presens, sl demands as clairs listens, incos que ln elius pense seroid il ja trois tens passe. Li tens que any puet sojourner, eins ve tu jours sans retourner, comme liu que es avail tout, and il en return arrière. Gout, li tens ver que noyant any dur, any fair any chose tant soit dur, car il gas tout et minjue, li tens que tot chose mieux, que tout fate quoster et tout norist, et que tout use et tout poorest. The time that passeth nyght in day, and restless travaileth I, and stelleth from us so privily, that to us semeth so securely that it in one point dwelleth never, but goth so fast, and passeth I. That there nighs man that think may what time that now present is, asketh at these clerks this, for or men think it readily thre times been a pass by. The time that may not sojourn but goth, and may never return, as water that down renneth I, but never drop return may. There may no thing as time endure, metal nor earthly creature, for all that thing it fret and shall. The time eke that chongeth all, and all doth wax and fostered be, and all that thing destroyeth he. The note of sadness has begun, which the poets were to find so much more to their taste than the note of gladness. From the Roman de la Rose to the Ballade de Dames du Temps Jadis was a short step for the middle-aged giant Time, a poor 200 years. Then Villon woke up to ask what had become of the roses. Ous la tres sage helois pour que fut chas I pus moin, Pierre s Baylert a Saint Denis? Pour sonamur otis est essoine. Et jehan la bonne Lorraine chu lois brûlant a Rouen, ou sant els, vierge souverain? Mais ou sant les neige duntun? Where is the virtuous Heloise, for whom suffered then turned monk Pierre Abelard at Saint Denis? For his love he bore that pain. And Jeanne d'Arc, the good Lorraine, whom the English burned at Rouen? Where are they, Virgin Queen? But where are the snows of spring? Between the death of William of Loris and the advent of John of Mung, a short half-century, 1250 to 1300, the woman and the rose became bankrupt. Satire took the place of worship. Man, with his usual monkey-like malice, took pleasure in pulling down what he had built up. The Frenchman had made what he called false root. William of Loris was first to see it, and say it, with more sadness and less bitterness than Villon showed. He won immortality by telling how he, and the 13th century in him, had lost himself in pursuing his rose, and how he had lost the rose, too, waking up at last to the dull memory of pain and sorrow and death, that, tout poorest, the world had still a long march to make from the rose of Queen Blanche to the guillotine of Madame du Barry, but the Roman de la Rose made epic. For the first time since Constantine proclaimed the reign of Christ, 1,000 years, or so, before Philip the Fair dethroned him, the deepest expression of social feeling ended with the word despair. Chapter 13 Les Miracles de Notre Dame. Virgin Madre, figlia del tuo figlio, humile et alta piauce creatura, termin fisso di terno consiglio, tu secolii che illumina natura nobilitasti si, che il soffitor non disdegno di farsi sua fadera. La tua benignità non per soccor ci demanda, ma molt fiet liberament al demanda precor. In te misericordia, in te pietate, in te magnificenza, in te esaduna quantunque creatura e debantate. Virgin bella, che di sol vestita, coronata di stel, al samo sol piacesti si che in te sua luciscos, amor mi spinge dir di te parol, ma non son cominciar senza tu ida, e di colui sia chiamando in te si pose. Invoco lei che ben sempre rispose ci la chiamo con fide. Virgin, esse merced miseria estrema del humane cos giarmi ti vols, al mio prego ti in China. Socorri alia mia guerra, benchai assai terra, e tu del regina. Dante composed one of these prayers, Petrarch the other. Chaucer translated Dante's prayer in the second Non's Tale. He who will may undertake to translate either, not I. The Virgin, in whom is united whatever goodness is in created being, might possibly, in her infinite grace, forgive the sacrilege. But her power has limits, if not her grace, and the whole Trinity, with the Virgin to aid, had not the power to pardon him who should translate Dante and Petrarch. The prayers come in here, not merely for their beauty, although the Virgin knows how beautiful they are, whether man knows it or not, but chiefly to show the good faith, the depth of feeling, the intensity of conviction, with which society adored its ideal of human perfection. The Virgin filled so enormous a space in the life and thought of the time that one stands now helpless before the mass of testimony to her direct action and constant presence in every moment and form of the illusion which men thought they thought their existence. The 12th and 13th centuries believed in the supernatural, and might almost be said to have contracted a miracle habit, as morbid as any other form of artificial stimulant. They stood, like children, in an attitude of gaping wonder before the miracle of miracles which they felt in their own consciousness. But one can see in this emotion, which is, after all, not exclusively infantile, no special reason why they should have so passionately flung themselves at the feet of the woman rather than of the man. Dante wrote in 1300, after the height of this emotion had passed, and Petrarch wrote half a century later still. But so slowly did the vision fade, and so often did it revive, that, to this day, it remains the strongest symbol with which the Church can conjure. Men were, after all, not wholly inconsequent. Their attachment to Mary rested on an instinct of self-preservation. They knew their own peril. If there was to be a future life, Mary was their only hope. She alone represented love. The Trinity were, or was, one, and could, by the nature of its essence, administer justice alone. Only childlike illusion could expect a personal favor from Christ. Turn the dogma as one would, to this it must logically come. Call the three Godheads by what names one liked, still they must remain one, must administer one justice, must admit only one law. In that law, no human weakness or error could exist. By its essence it was infinite, eternal, immutable. There was no crack and no cranny in the system, through which human frailty could hope for escape. One was forced from corner to corner by a remorseless logic until one fell helpless at Mary's feet. Without Mary, man had no hope except in atheism, and for atheism the world was not ready. Hemmed back on that side, men rushed like sheep to escape the butcher, and were driven to Mary, only too happy in finding protection and hope in a being who could understand the language they talked, and the excuses they had to offer. How passionately they worshipped Mary, the Cathedral of Chartres shows, and how this worship elevated the whole sex, all the literature and history of the time proclaim. If you need more proof, you can read more Petrarch, but still one cannot realize how actual Mary was, to the men and women of the Middle Ages, and how she was present, as a matter of course, whether by way of miracle or as a habit of life, throughout their daily existence. The surest measure of her reality is the enormous money value they put on her assistance, and the art that was lavished on her gratification, but an almost equally certain sign is the casual allusion, the chance reference to her, which assumes her presence. The earliest prose writer in the French language, who gave a picture of actual French life, was Gennevilliers, and although he wrote after the death of St. Louis and of William of Loris and Adam de la Halle, in the full decadence of Philip the Fair, toward 1300, he had been a vassal of Thibaut and an intimate friend of Louis, and his memories went back to the France of Blanche's regency. Born in 1224, he must have seen in his youth the struggles of Thibaut against the enemies of Blanche, and in fact his memoirs contain Blanche's emphatic letter forbidding Thibaut to marry Yolande of Brittany. He knew Pierre de Dreux well, and when they were captured by the Saracens at Damietta, and thrown into the hold of a galley, I had my feet right on the face of the Count Pierre de Bretagne, whose feet, in turn, were by my face. Gennevilliers is almost 12th century in feeling. He was neither feminine nor skeptical, but simple. He showed no concern for poetry, but he put up a glass window to the Virgin. His religion belonged to the chanson de Roland. When St. Louis, who had a pleasant sense of humor, put to him his favorite religious conundrums, Gennevilliers affected not the least hypocrisy. "Would you rather be a leper or commit a mortal sin?" asked the king. "I would rather commit 30 mortal sins than be a leper," answered Gennevilliers. "Do you wash the feet of the poor on Holy Thursday?" asked the king. "God forbid," replied Gennevilliers. "Never will I wash the feet of such creatures." St. Louis mildly corrected his, or rather Thibaut's, seneschal, for these impieties, but he was no doubt used to them, for the soldier was never a churchman. If one asks Gennevilliers what he thinks of the Virgin, he answers with the same frankness. "Un jour moi estant devant le roi Louis demandé quand y d'aller en pèlerinage à Notre Dame de Tourtes, Tortosa in Syria, que estoit un vige très fort requis. Et y avoit grand quantité de pèlerins par chaque jour pour si que c'est le premier auto que anx fust fait en l'honneur de la mère de Dieu ainsi qu'un desoit lors. Et y fais Notre Dame de grands miracles à merveilles. Entre lesquels elle en fistung d'un pauvre que estoit, or de son sens et démoniacal. Car il avoit le mailing espérit de dans le corps. Et advent par un jour chuil fudamina is lui autel de Notre Dame de Tourtes. Et ainsi que ses amis que elavoyant la amine prioint à Notre Dame chuil lui volsus recouvre santé et garrison le diable que la pauvre creature avoit au corps respondit. Notre Dame n'est pas ici. Elle est en Égypte pour aider au roi de France et aux Christians que aujourd'hui arrivent en la terre sainte centre tout païenne que santa cheval. Et fut mis en script le jour que le double profère cs mats et fut apport au legat que estoit avec le roi de France. L'equal me dist depuis. Que a ce jour nous estions arrivés en la terre d'Égypte. Et suis bien certain que la bonne dame Marie nous y bien besoin. This happened in Syria, after the total failure of the crusade in Egypt. The ordinary man, even if he were a priest or a soldier, needed a miraculous faith to persuade him that Our Lady, or any other divine power, had helped the Crusades of St. Louis. few of the usual fictions on which society rested had ever required such defiance of facts. But, at least for a time, society held firm. The 13th century could not afford to admit a doubt. Society had staked its existence, in this world and the next, on the reality and power of the Virgin. It had invested in her care nearly its whole capital, spiritual, artistic, intellectual, and economical, even to the bulk of its real and personal estate, and her overthrow would have been the most appalling disaster the Western world had ever known. Without her, the Trinity itself could not stand, the Church must fall, the future world must dissolve. Not even the collapse of the Roman Empire compared with a calamity so serious, for that had created, not destroyed, a faith. If skeptics there were, they kept silence. Men disputed and doubted about the Trinity, but about the Virgin the satirists Rudboeuf and Adam de la Halle wrote in the same spirit as Saint Bernard and Abelard, Adam de Saint Victor and the pious monk Gaultier de Coincy. In the midst of violent disputes on other points of doctrine, the disputants united in devotion to Mary, and it was the single redeeming quality about them. The monarchs believed almost more implicitly than their subjects, and maintained the belief to the last. Doubtless the death of Queen Blanche marked the flood tide at its height, but an authority so established as that of the Virgin, founded on instincts so deep, logic so rigorous, and above all, on wealth so vast, declined slowly. St. Louis died in 1270. 200 long and dismal years followed, in the midst of wars, decline of faith, dissolution of the old ties and interests, until, toward 1470, Louis XI succeeded in restoring some semblance of solidity to the state, and Louis XI divided his time and his money impartially between the Virgin of Chartres and the Virgin of Paris. In that respect, one can see no difference between him and St. Louis, nor much between Philippe de Carmine and Gennevilliers. After Louis XI, another fantastic century passed, filled with the foulest horrors of history, religious wars, assassinations, St. Bartholomew's, sieges of Chartres, Huguenot leagues and sweeping destruction of religious monuments, Catholic leagues and fanatical reprisals on friends and foes. The actual dissolution of society in a mass of horrors compared with which even the Albigensian Crusade was a local accident, all ending in the reign of the last Valois, Henry III, the weirdest, most fascinating, most repulsive, most pathetic and most pitiable of the whole picturesque series of French kings. If you look into the journal of Pierre de l'Estoile, under date of January 26, 1582, you can read the entry. The king and the queen, Louise de Lorraine, separately, and each accompanied by a good troop of companions, went on foot from Paris to Chartres on a pilgrimage, voyage, to Notre Dame de Desistera, Our Lady of the Crypt, where a Neuvaine was celebrated at the last Mass at which the king and queen assisted, and offered a silver-gilt statue of Notre Dame which weighed 100 marks, 800 ounces, with the object of having lineage which might succeed to the throne. In the dead of winter, in robes of penitence, over the roughest roads, on foot, the king and queen, then 7 years married, walked 50 miles to Chartres to supplicate the Virgin for children, and back again, and this they did year after year until Jacques Clement put an end to it with his dagger, in 1589, although the Virgin never chose to perform that miracle, but, instead, allowed the house of Valois to die out, and sat on her throne in patience while the house of Bourbon was anointed in their place. The only French king ever crowned in the presence of Our Lady of Chartres was Henry IV, a heretic. The year 1589, which was so decisive for Henry IV in France, marked in England the rise of Shakespeare as a sort of stage monarch. While in France the Virgin still held such power that kings and queens asked her for favors, almost as instinctively as they had done 500 years before, in England Shakespeare set all human nature and all human history on the stage, with hardly an allusion to the Virgin's name, unless as an oath. The exceptions are worth noting as a matter of curious Shakespearean criticism, for they are but two, and both are lines in the first part of Henry VI, spoken by the Maid of Orleans. Christ's mother helps me, else I were too weak. Whether the first part of Henry VI was written by Shakespeare at all has been a doubt much discussed, and too deep for tourists. But that this line was written by a Roman Catholic is the more likely because no such religious thought recurs in all the rest of Shakespeare's works, dramatic or lyric, unless it is implied in Gaunt's allusion to the world's ransom, blessed Mary's Son. Thus, while 300 years caused in England the disappearance of the great divinity on whom the 12th and 13th centuries had lavished all their hopes, and during these 3 centuries every earthly throne had been repeatedly shaken or shattered, the Church had been broken in halves, faith had been lost, and philosophies overthrown, the Virgin still remained and remains the most intensely, and the most widely and the most personally felt, of all characters, divine or human or imaginary, that ever existed among men. Nothing has even remotely taken her place. The only possible exception is the Buddha, Sakyamuni, but to the Western mind, a figure like the Buddha stood much farther away than the Virgin. That of the Christ even to Saint Bernard stood not so near as that of his mother. Abelard expressed the fact in its logical necessity even more strongly than Saint Bernard did. Te requirent vota fidelium, ad te corda susperant omnium, tu spes nostra post deum unica, advocata nobis ies placida. Ad judicis matram confugiant, que judicis iram effugiant, quae precari pro iis cogiter, quae pro res mater efficiter. After the Trinity, you are our only hope. Spes nostra unica. You are placed there as our advocate. All of us who fear the wrath of the judge, fly to the judge's mother, who is logically compelled to sue for us, and stands in the place of a mother to the guilty. Abelard's logic was always ruthless, and the cogiter is a stronger word than one would like to use now, with a priest in hearing. We need not insist on it, but what one must insist on is the good faith of the whole people, kings, queens, princes of all sorts, philosophers, poets, soldiers, artists, as well as of the commoners like ourselves, and the poor, for the good faith of the priests is not important to the understanding, since any class which is sufficiently interested in believing will always believe. In order to feel Gothic architecture in the 12th and 13th centuries, one must feel first and last, around and above and beneath it, the good faith of the public, excepting only Jews and atheists, permeating every portion of it with the conviction of an immediate alternative between heaven and hell, with Mary as the only court in equity capable of overruling strict law. The Virgin was a real person, whose tastes, wishes, instincts, passions, were intimately known. Enough of the Virgin's literature survives to show her character, and the course of her daily life. We know more about her habits and thoughts than about those of earthly queens. The miracles de la Vierge make a large part, and not the poorest part, of the enormous literature of these 2 centuries, although the works of Albertus Magnus fill 21 folio volumes, and those of Thomas Aquinas fill more, while the Chansons de Geste and the Romans, published or unpublished, are a special branch of literature with libraries to themselves. The collection of the Virgin's miracles put in verse by Gaultier de Coincy, monk, prior, and poet, between 1214 and 1233, the precise moment of the Chartres sculpture in glass, contains 30,000 lines. Another great collection, narrating especially the miracles of the Virgin of Chartres, was made by a priest of Chartres Cathedral about 1240. Separate series, or single tales, have appeared and are appearing constantly, but no general collection has ever been made, although the whole poetic literature of the Virgin could be printed in the space of 2 or 3 volumes of scholastic philosophy, and if the Church had cared half as truly for the Virgin as it has for Thomas Aquinas, every miracle might have been collected and published a score of times. The miracles themselves, indeed, are not very numerous. In Gaultier de Coincy's collection they number only about 50. The Chartres collection relates chiefly to the horrible outbreak of what was called leprosy, the mal ardent, which ravaged the north of France during the Crusades, and added intensity to the feelings which brought all society to the Virgin's feet. Recent scholars are cataloguing and classifying the miracles, as far as they survive, and have reduced the number within very moderate limits. As poetry, Gaultier de Coincy's are the best. Of Gaultier de Coincy and his poetry, Gaston Paris has something to say which is worth quoting. It is the most curious, and often the most singular monument of the infantile piety of the Middle Ages. Devotion to Mary is presented in it as a kind of infallible guarantee not only against every sort of evil, but also against the most legitimate consequences of sin and even of crime. In these stories which have revolted the most rational piety, as well as the philosophy of modern times, one must still admit a gentle and penetrating charm, a naivete, a tenderness and a simplicity of heart, which touch, while they raise a smile. There, for instance, one sees a sick monk cured by the milk that Our Lady herself comes to invite him to draw from her, Daus Mamel, a robber who is in the habit of recommending himself to the Virgin whenever he is going to Embler, is held up by her white hands for 3 days on the gibbet where he is hung, until the miracle becomes evident, and procures his pardon, an ignorant monk who knows only his Ave Maria, and is despised on that account, when dead reveals his sanctity by 5 roses, which come out of his mouth in honor of the 5 letters of the name Maria. A nun, who has quitted her convent to lead a life of sin, returns after long years, and finds that the Holy Virgin, to whom, in spite of all, she has never ceased to offer every day her prayer, has, during all this time, filled her place as sacristine, so that no one has perceived her absence. Gaston Paris inclined to apologize to his bons bourgeois de Paris for reintroducing to them a character so doubtful as the Virgin Mary, but for our studies, the professor's elementary morality is eloquent. Clearly, M. Paris, the highest academic authority in the world, thought that the Virgin could hardly, in his time, say the year 1900, be received into good society in the Latin Quarter. Our own English ancestors, known as Puritans, held the same opinion, and excluded her from their society some 400 years earlier, for the same reasons which affected M. Gaston Paris. These reasons were just, and showed the respectability of the citizens who held them. In no well-regulated community, under a proper system of police, could the Virgin feel at home, and the same thing may be said of most other saints as well as sinners. Her conduct was at times undignified, as M. Paris complained. She condescended to do domestic service, in order to help her friends, and she would use her needle, if she were in the mood, for the same object. The Golden Legend relates that a certain priest, who celebrated every day a Mass in honor of the Holy Virgin, was brought up before St. Thomas of Canterbury, who suspended him from his charge, judging him to be short-witted and irresponsible. Now St. Thomas had occasion to mend his haircloth shirt, and while waiting for an opportunity to do so, had hidden it under his bed. So the Virgin appeared to the priest and said to him, "Go find the Archbishop and tell him that she, for love of whom you celebrated Masses, has herself mended his shirt for him which is under his bed, and tell him that she sends you to him that he may take off the interdict he has imposed on you." And St. Thomas found that his shirt had in fact been mended. He relieved the priest, begging him to keep the secret of his wearing a hair shirt. Mary did some exceedingly unconventional things, and among them the darning Thomas A. Becket's hair shirt, and the supporting a robber on the gibbet, were not the most singular, yet they seem not to have shocked Queen Blanche or St. Francis or St. Thomas Aquinas so much as they shocked M. Gaston Paris and M. Prudhomme. You have still to visit the cathedral at Le Mans for the sake of its 12th century glass, and there, in the lower panel of the beautiful, and very early, window of St. Protais, you will see the full-length figure of a man, lying in bed, under a handsome blanket, watching, with staring eyes, the Virgin, in a green tunic, wearing her royal crown, who is striking him on the head with a heavy hammer and with both hands. The miracle belongs to local history, and is amusing only to show how little the Virgin cared for criticism of her manners or acts. She was above criticism. She made manners. Her acts were laws. No one thought of criticizing, in the style of a normal school, the will of such a queen, but one might treat her with a degree of familiarity, under great provocation, which would startle easier critics than the French. Here is an instance. A widow had an only child whom she tenderly loved. On hearing that this son had been taken by the enemy, chained, and put in prison, she burst into tears, and addressing herself to the Virgin, to whom she was especially devoted, she asked her with obstinacy for the release of her son. But when she saw at last that her prayers remained unanswered, she went to the church where there was a sculptured image of Mary, and there, before the image, she said, "Holy Virgin, I have begged you to deliver my son, and you have not been willing to help in. Unhappy mother! I've implored your patronage for my son, and you have refused it. Very good. Just as my son has been taken away from me, so I am going to take away yours, and keep him as a hostage. Saying this, she approached, took the statue child on the Virgin's breast, carried it home, wrapped it in spotless linen, and locked it up in a box, happy to have such a hostage for her son's return. Now, the following night, the Virgin appeared to the young man, opened his prison doors, and said, "Tell your mother, my child, to return me my son now that I have returned hers." The young man came home to his mother and told her of his miraculous deliverance, and she, overjoyed, hastened to go with the little Jesus to the Virgin, saying to her, "I thank you, Heavenly Lady, for restoring me my child, and in return I restore yours." For the exactness of this story in all its details, Bishop James of Veragio could not have vouched, nor did it greatly matter. What he could vouch for was the relation of intimacy and confidence between his people and the Queen of Heaven. The fact, conspicuous above all other historical certainties about religion, that the Virgin was by essence illogical, unreasonable and feminine, is the only fact of any ultimate value worth studying, and starts a number of questions that history has shown itself clearly afraid to touch. Protestant and Catholic differ little in that respect. No one has ventured to explain why the Virgin wielded exclusive power over poor and rich, sinners and saints, alike. Why were all the Protestant churches cold failures without her help? Why could not the Holy Ghost, the Spirit of love and grace, equally answer their prayers? Why was the Son powerless? Why was Chartres Cathedral in the 13th century, like Lourdes today, the expression of what is in substance a separate religion? Why did the gentle and gracious Virgin Mother so exasperate the Pilgrim Father? Why was the woman struck out of the Church and ignored in the State? These questions are not antiquarian or trifling in historical value. They tug at the very heartstrings of all that makes whatever order is in the cosmos. If a unity exists, in which and toward which all energies center, it must explain and include duality, diversity, infinity, sex. Although certain to be contradicted by every pious churchman, a heretic must insist on thinking that the Mater Dolorosa was the logical Virgin of the Church, and that the Trinity would never have raised her from the foot of the cross, had not the Virgin of Majesty been imposed, by necessity and public unanimity, on a creed which was meant to be complete without her. The true feeling of the Church was best expressed by the Virgin herself in one of her attested miracles. A clerk, trusting more in the Mother than in the Son, never stopped repeating the angelic salutation for his only prayer. Once, as he said again the Ave Maria, the Lord appeared to him, and said to him, "My mother thanks you much for all the salutations that you make her, but still you should not forget to salute me also, tamen et me salutare memento." The Trinity feared absorption in her, but was compelled to accept, and even to invite her aid, because the Trinity was a court of strict law, and, as in the old customary law, no process of equity could be introduced except by direct appeal to a higher power. She was imposed unanimously by all classes, because what man wanted most in the Middle Ages was not merely law or equity, but also and particularly favor. Strict justice, either on earth or in heaven, was the last thing that society cared to face. All men were sinners, and had, at least, the merit of feeling that, if they got their deserts, not one would escape worse than whipping. The instinct of individuality went down through all classes, from the count at the top, to the juggliers and menestriers at the bottom. The individual rebelled against restraint, society wanted to do what it pleased, all disliked the laws which Church and State were trying to fasten on them. They longed for a power above law, or above the contorted mass of ignorance and absurdity bearing the name of law. But the power which they longed for was not human, for humanity they knew to be corrupt and incompetent from the day of Adam's creation to the day of the Last Judgment. They were all criminals. If not, they would have had no use for the Church and very little for the State, but they had at least the merit of their faults. They knew what they were, and like children, they yearned for protection, pardon, and love. This was what the Trinity, though omnipotent, could not give. Whatever the heretic or mystic might try to persuade himself, God could not be love. God was justice, order, unity, perfection. He could not be human and imperfect, nor could the Son or the Holy Ghost be other than the Father. The Mother alone was human, imperfect, and could love. She alone was favor, duality, diversity. Under any conceivable form of religion, this duality must find embodiment somewhere, and the Middle Ages logically insisted that, as it could not be in the Trinity, either separately or together, it must be in the Mother. If the Trinity was in its essence unity, the Mother alone could represent whatever was not unity, whatever was irregular, exceptional, outlawed, and this was the whole human race. The saints alone were safe, after they were sainted. Every one else was criminal, and men differed so little in degree of sin that, in Mary's eyes, all were subjects for her pity and help. This general rule of favor, apart from law, or the reverse of law, was the mark of Mary's activity in human affairs. Take, for an example, an entire class of her miracles, applying to the discipline of the Church. A bishop ejected an ignorant and corrupt priest from his living, as all bishops constantly had to do. The priest had taken the precaution to make himself Mary's man. He had devoted himself to her service and her worship. Mary instantly interfered, just as Queen Eleanor or Queen Blanche would have done, most unreasonably, and never was a poor bishop more roughly scolded by an orthodox queen. Molt erriment. Very airily or angrily, she said to him, Barch, 1887, page 363. Si sachas tu certament esse tu li matinet bien main any rappels mon chapelain a son service et a senner, Elaine de toya desinor eins trant jours de partera etes dollars dien for ira. Now know you this for sure and true, unless tomorrow this you do, and do it very early too, restore my chaplain to his due, a much worse fate remains for you. Within a month your soul shall go to suffer in the flames below. The storyteller, himself a priest and prior, caught the lofty trick of manner which belonged to the great ladies of the court, and was inherited by them, even in England, down to the time of Queen Elizabeth, who treated her bishops also like domestic servants. Matinet bien main! To the public, as to us, the justice of the rebuke was nothing to the point, but that a friend should exist on earth or in heaven, who dared to browbeat a bishop, caused the keenest personal delight. The legends are clearer on this point than on any other. The people loved Mary because she trampled on conventions, not merely because she could do it, but because she liked to do what shocked every well-regulated authority. Her pity had no limit. One of the Chartres miracles expresses the same motive in language almost plainer still. A good-for-nothing clerk, vicious, proud, vain, rude, and altogether worthless, but devoted to the Virgin, died, and with general approval his body was thrown into a ditch. Barch, 1887, page 369. Mais s'il ou sort tot pities tot douceurs tot amesties et calescines anx ennoblis sun petir ennoblia mia. Her sinner! Mary would not have been a true queen unless she had protected her own. The whole morality of the Middle Ages stood in the obligation of every master to protect his dependent. The herdsmen of Count Guerin of Beaucaire were the superiors of their damoiseaux aucassins, while they felt sure of the Count. Mary was the highest of all the feudal ladies, and was the example for all in loyalty to her own, when she had to humiliate her own Bishop of Chartres for the sake of a worthless brute. Do you suppose it doesn't annoy me, she said, to see my friend buried in a common ditch? Take him out at once. I command. Tell the clergy it is my order, and that I will never forgive them unless tomorrow morning without delay they bury my friend in the best place in the cemetery. Quidis vos donctuel any emenuit quant vos elavis esiadas que mis elavis en un fos? Meets ten furs j le command. De la clergy que j le mant. Any me puet me repire esse le matin sans de l'air grand honor name is Amos ou plus bolu de elater mis. Naturally, her order was instantly obeyed. In the feudal regime, disobedience to an order was treason, or even hesitation to obey, when the order was serious. Very much as in a modern army, disobedience is not regarded as conceivable. Mary's wish was absolute law, on earth as in heaven. For her, other laws were not made. Intensely human, but always queen, she upset, at her pleasure, the decisions of every court and the orders of every authority, human or divine, interfered directly in the ordeal, altered the processes of nature, abolished space, annihilated time. Like other queens, she had many of the failings and prejudices of her humanity. In spite of her own origin, she disliked Jews, and rarely neglected a chance to maltreat them. She was not in the least a prude. To her, sin was simply humanity, and she seemed often on the point of defending her arbitrary acts of mercy, by frankly telling the Trinity that if the Creator meant to punish man, he should not have made him. The people, who always in their hearts protested against bearing the responsibility for the Creator's arbitrary creations, delighted to see her upset the law, and reverse the rulings of the Trinity. They idolized her for being strong, physically and in will, so that she feared nothing, and was as helpful to the knight in the melee of battle as to the young mother in childbed. The only character in which they seemed slow to recognize Mary was that of bourgeoise. The bourgeoisie courted her favor at great expense, but she seemed to be at home on the farm, rather than in the shop. She had very rudimentary knowledge, indeed, of the principles of political economy as we understand them, and her views on the subject of money lending or banking were so feminine as to rouse in that powerful class of vindictive enmity which helped to overthrow her throne. On the other hand, she showed a marked weakness for chivalry, and one of her prettiest and most 12th-century miracles is that of the knight who heard Mass while Mary took his place in the lists. It is much too charming to lose. Barch, 1895, page 311. Un chevalier courtois et sages, hardies et de grand vassalages, nous muters en chevalerie, molta moit la Vierge Marie. Pour son barnage demener et son franc corps d'armes penner, alloy de son tournoiement garnis de son contentement. Au Dieu plaisir ainsi avant que quand le jour du tournoi vint ilse hasde de chevauchier, bien vussist Esther en champ premier. Du neglis que pres estoit, les saints que allant sana pour la sainte messe chanter. Le chevalier sans arrester sen est il droit à l'église pour escuder le Dieu service. Ellen chant tantost hopement un messe devotement de la Sainte Vierge Marie, poussa en autre commency. Le chevalier vient l'escuda, de bon cœur la dame pria, et quand la messe fut finie la terre fut recommenci tantost en si misem lieu. Sire, pour la Sainte Char Dieu, si lia dit son escurier. Leur passé de tourneur et vous que demeurez ici? Venez-vous en, vous en pri? Voulez-vous devenir hermite ou péplart ou hypocrite? Allons en a nos stray mestier. A knight both courteous and wise and brave and bold in enterprise. No better knight was ever seen, greatly loved the Virgin Queen. Once, to contest the tourney's prize and keep his strength in exercise, he rode out to the listed field armed at all points with lance and shield. But it pleased God that when the day of tourney came, and on his way he pressed his charger's speed apace to reach, before his friends, the place, he saw a church hard by the road and heard the church bells sounding loud to celebrate the holy Mass. Without a thought the church to pass the night drew rein, and entered there to seek the aid of God in prayer. High and dear they chanted then a solemn Mass to Mary Queen, then afresh began again. Lost in his prayers the good knight stayed, with all his heart to Mary prayed, and when the second one was done, straightway the third Mass was begun, right there upon the selfsame place. Sire, for mercy of God's grace, whispered his squire in his ear. The hour of tournament is near, why do you want to linger here? Is it a hermit to become, or hypocrite, or priest of Rome? Come on, at once! Dispatch your prayer. Let us be off to our affair. The accent of truth still lingers in this remonstrance of the squire, who must, from all time, have lost his temper on finding his chevalier addicted to paplarity, when he should have been fighting, but the priest had the advantage of telling the story and pointing the moral. This advantage the priest neglected rarely, but in this case he used it with such refinement, and so much literary skill that even the squire might have been patient. With the invariable gentle courtesy of the true knight, the chevalier replied only by soft words. Amos! Si dist le chevalier. S'il tourne molt noblement que le service du entente. In one of Milton's sonnets is a famous line which is commonly classed among the noblest verses of the English language. They also serve, who only stand and wait. Fine as it is, with the simplicity of the grand style, like the chanson de Roland, The verse of Milton does not quite destroy the charm of 13th century diction. "Friend," said to him the Chevalier, "he tourneys very nobly too, who only hears God's service through." No doubt the verses lack the singular power of the 11th century. It is not worth while to pretend that any verse written in the 13th century wholly holds its own against Roland. "Sire Compagne, fates le vous degrade? Ja est co Rollins qui tant vos soult amour." The courtesy of Roland has the serious solidity of the Romanesque arch, and that of Lancelot and Aucassin's has the grace of a legendary window. But one may love it, all the same, and one may even love the knight, Peyplard though he were, as he turned back to the altar and remained in prayer until the last mass was ended. Then they mounted and rode on toward the field, and of course you foresee what had happened. In itself the story is bald enough, but it is told with such skill that one never tires of it. As the Chevalier and the squire approached the lists, they met the other knights returning, for the jests were over. But to the astonishment of the Chevalier, he was greeted by all who passed him with shouts of applause for his marvelous triumph in the lists, where he had taken all the prizes and all the prisoners. Les chevaliers ont encontrés, que du tournoi sont retournes, que du tout en tout est feru. Sen avoit tout le prix ou le chevalier que reparoit de messes tuois avoit. Les autres que sen reparoint le saluant et le conjoint et distrent bien que anx mes nul chevalier any pristel fes d'armes comme il ot fait si jour, a toujours en avroit el honor. Molt en ot que si rendoyant de lui prisonnier, et dissoyant. Nous sommes vostre prisonnier, nous any poriens near, nous ias par armes pris. Lors any fou plus sil espehis, car il a entendu tantos que s'il fou pour lui en elos pour que il fou en la chapelle. His friends, returning from the fight, on the way there met the knight, for the justs were wholly run, and all the prizes had been won by the knight who had not stirred from the masses he had heard. All the knights, as they came by, saluted him and gave him joy, and frankly said that never yet had any knight performed such feat, nor ever honor won so great as he had done in arms that day, while many of them stopped to say that they all his prisoners were. "In truth, your prisoners we are, we cannot but admit it true, taken we were in arms by you." Then the truth dawned on him there, and all at once he saw the light, that she, by whom he stood in prayer, the Virgin, stood by him in fight. The moral of the tale belongs to the best feudal times. The knight at once recognized that he had become the liege man of the queen, and henceforth must render his service entirely to her. So he called his barons, or tenants, together, and after telling them what had happened, took leave of them and the siècle. Molt sius tournoiement beaux ou il y a pour moi tourno, mes trop elevroit mal employé si pour lui j'ai tourno. Fox seroi si retourne à la mondaine vanite. Adieu promet en vérité que James tournoirai furs devant le juge veri que connaît le bon chevalier et selon le fait set judgier. Lors prent congi petusment, et maint en plorant tenerment. Deals si part, en un abbé servi pousse la Vierge Marie. Glorious has the tourney been where for me has fought the queen, but a disgrace for me it were if I tourney not for her. Traitor to her should I be, returned to worldly vanity. I promise truly, by God's grace, never again the lists to see, except before that judge's face, who knows the true knight from the base, and gives to each his final place. Then piteously he takes his leave while in tears his barons grieve. So he parts, and in an abbey serves henceforth the Virgin Mary. Observe that in this case Mary exacted no service. Usually the legends are told, as in this instance, by priests, though they were told in the same spirit by laymen, as you can see in the poems of Ridbouf, and they would not have been told very differently by soldiers, if one may judge from Gennevilliers. But commonly the Virgin herself prescribed the kind of service she wished. Especially to the young knight who had, of his own accord, chosen her for his liege, she showed herself as exacting as other great ladies showed themselves toward their Lancelots and Tristans. When she chose, she could even indulge in more or less coquetry, else she could never have appealed to the sympathies of the 13th century knight-errant. One of her miracles told how she disciplined the young men who were too much in the habit of assuming her service in order to obtain selfish objects. A youthful chevalier, much given to tournaments and the other worldly diversions of the siècle, fell in love, after the rigorous obligation of his class, as you know from your Dulcinea del Toboso, with a lady who, as was also prescribed by the rules of courteous love, declined to listen to him. An abbot of his acquaintance, sympathizing with his distress, suggested to him the happy idea of appealing for help to the Queen of Heaven. He followed the advice, and for an entire year shut himself up, and prayed to Mary, in her chapel, that she would soften the heart of his beloved, and bring her to listen to his prayer. At the end of the 12-month, fixed as a natural and sufficient proof of his earnestness in devotion, he felt himself entitled to indulge again in innocent worldly pleasures, and on the first morning after his release, he started out on horseback for a day's hunting. Probably thousands of young knights and squires were always doing more or less the same thing, and it was quite usual that, as they rode through the fields or forests, they should happen on a solitary chapel or shrine, as this knight did. He stopped long enough to kneel in it, and renew his prayer to the Queen. La mère Dieu commence a retraite de chedevite par esse grand debonair par esse courtoisio las catant ella pele et preignilement ss demons tree. D'une coran corony plain de pierres précieuses si flamboyants si précieuses pour liul any lius luisant. Si nediment ainsi reluisant et resplendissant comme la reca en este au matin ray. Tant para belle et claire le vis que bour fumes si li est vis, que si puistes meilleur. S'il que ti fate supire et nsi grand erratier mis. Fate nostre dame. Bio daus amis, stl plus belle que moi? Les chevaliers a-t-elle effroid de la clarté, any si que face. Ses mains jeet devant sa face. Tel hide et tel fer chower si les de fer. Mais s'il en capiti est tout li dist. Amos, or ni stut. Je suis s'il, en dut mie, que ti dois faire avoir tiemi. Or prends garde que tu feras. S'il que tu mix ameras de nous tu auras ami. God's mother who to many a wretch has brought relief from wretchedness. By her infinite goodness, by her courteousness, to her suppliant in distress came from heaven quickly down, on her head she bore the crown, full of precious stones and gems darting splendor, flashing flames, till the eye near lost its sight in the keenness of the light, as the summer morning's sun blinds the eyes it shines upon. So beautiful and bright her face, only to look on her is grace. She who has caused you thus to sigh, and has brought you to this end, said Our Lady. Tell me, friend, is she handsomer than I? Scared by her brilliancy, the knight knows not what to do for fright. He clasps his hands before his face, and in his shame and his disgrace falls prostrate on the ground with fear. But she with pity ever near tells him, Friend, be not afraid. Doubt not that I am she whose aid shall surely bring your love to you, but take good care what you shall do. She you shall love most faithfully of us two, shall your mistress be. One is at a loss to imagine what a young gentleman could do, in such a situation, except to obey, with the fewest words possible, the suggestions so gracefully intended. Queen's favors might be fatal gifts, but they were much more fatal to reject than to accept. Whatever might be the preferences of the knight, he had invited his own fate, and in consequence was fortunate to be allowed the option of dying and going to heaven, or dying without going to heaven. Mary was not always so gentle with young men who deserted or neglected her for an earthly rival, the offense which irritated her most, and occasionally caused her to use language which hardly bears translation into modern English. Without meaning to assert that the Queen of Heaven was jealous as Queen Blanche herself, one must still admit that she was very severe on lovers who showed willingness to leave her service, and take service with any other lady. One of her admirers, educated for the priesthood but not yet in full orders, was obliged by reasons of family interest to quit his career in order to marry. An insult like this was more than Mary could endure, and she gave the young man a lesson he never forgot. I remotely prent a dire la mire au roi de paradis. Dis-moi, tu que jadis m'amois tant de tout ton cœur. Pourquoi aimes-tu jeter pur? Dis-moi, o you est donc s'il que plus de moi bon est et belle? Pourquoi, las derfias, las indignes, las dessous, miles pour en lasse fame, que suis du del roin et dame? En face tu trop mauvaise change que tu pour en fame estrange me lases capara mors tiamoy et ja ou seal tiaparila en mes chambers unrichelet pour couchir tiem a grand delite? Trop par as fates grant merveils esotrament tost net conceals ou seal sarates lits defays et en la flamme d'enferfes. With anger flashing in her eyes answers the Queen of Paradise. Tell me, tell me! You of old loved me once with love untold. Why now throw me aside? Tell me, tell me! Where a bride kinder or fairer have you won? Wherefore, wretched one, deceived, betrayed, misled, undone, leave me for a creature mean, me, who am of heaven the queen? Can you make a worse exchange, you that for a woman strange, leave me who, with perfect love, waiting you in heaven above, had in my chamber richly dressed a bed of bliss your soul to rest? Terrible is your mistake! Unless you better counsel take, in heaven your bed shall be unmade, and in the flames of hell be spread. A mistress who loved in this manner was not to be gainsaid. No earthly love had a chance of holding its own against this unfair combination of heaven and hell, and Mary was as unscrupulous as any other great lady in abusing all her advantages in order to save her souls. Frenchmen never found fault with abuses of power for what they thought a serious object. The more tyrannical Mary was, the more her adorers adored, and they wholly approved, both in love and in law, the rule that any man who changed his allegiance without permission did so at his own peril. His life and property were forfeit. Mary showed him too much grace in giving him an option. Even in anger Mary always remained a great lady, and in the ordinary relations of society her manners were exquisite, as they were, according to Gennevilliers, in the court of St. Louis, when tempers were not overwrought. The very brutality of the brutal compelled the courteous to exaggerate courtesy, and some of the royal family were as coarse as the king was delicate in manners. In heaven the manners were perfect, and almost as stately as those of Roland and Oliver. On one occasion St. Peter found himself embarrassed by an affair which the public opinion of the court of heaven, although not by any means puritanic, thought more objectionable, in fact, more frankly discreditable, than an honest corrupt job ought to be, and even his influence, though certainly considerable, wholly failed to carry it through the law court. The case, as reported by Gaultier de Coincy, was this: a very worthless creature of St. Peter's, a monk of Cologne, who had led a scandalous life, and, any crimoit dieu order any rule, died, and in due course of law was tried, convicted, and dragged off by the devils to undergo his term of punishment. St. Peter could not desert his sinner, though much ashamed of him, and accordingly made formal application to the Trinity for a pardon. The Trinity, somewhat severely, refused. Finding his own interest insufficient, St. Peter tried to strengthen it by asking the archangels to help him, but the case was too much for them also, and they declined. The brother apostles were appealed to, with the same result, and finally even the saints, though they had so obvious interest in keeping friendly relations with Peter, found public opinion too strong to defy. The case was desperate. The Trinity were, or was, emphatic, and, what was rare in the Middle Ages, every member of the feudal hierarchy sustained its decision. Nothing more could be done in the regular way. St. Peter was obliged to divest himself of authority, and place himself and his dignity in the hands of the Virgin. Accordingly he asked for an audience, and stated the case to Our Lady. With the utmost grace, she instantly responded: Pierre, de nostre dame. En molt grand point et pour cest aim de mon daus fils me fierai tant que pour toi ellen prierai. La mère du lors ss levi, devant son fils sen esteli etcs verges tout après. De lui si tint Pierre prez, cor sans doubtens bien savoit que sa besoin fait avoit puisque s'il elavoit en prize ou for me humaine avoit prize. Quant sa mirvit li daus sire que de son doit digna escrire chuen honorant et per et mir en contra lui a cher clear se leva molt festivement et si li dist molt dausment. Bienvenus vous ma daus mir. Cum daus fils cum daus père. Dausment elle par la main prize et dausment les lui assis, lors li dit. A daus cheer, que views ma daus mir cheer, mes amis et mes sireurs? Pierre, Our Lady said, with all my heart I'll give you aid, and to my gentle son I'll sue until I beg that soul for you. God's mother then arose straightway, and sought her son without delay. All her virgins followed her, and St. Peter kept him near, for he knew his task was done and his prize already won, since it was hers, in whom began the life of God in form of man. When our dear Lord, who deigned to write with his own hand that in his sight those in his kingdom held most dear father and mother honored here, when he saw his mother's face he rose and said with gentle grace, "Well are you come, my heart's desire!" Like loving son, like gracious sire, took her hand gently in his own, gently placed her on his throne, wishing her graciously good cheer. "What brings my gentle mother here, my sister, and my dearest friend?" One can see Queen Blanche going to beg, or command, a favor of her son, King Louis, and the stately dignity of their address, while St. Peter and the virgins remain in the antechamber. But, as for St. Peter's lost soul, the request was a mere form, and the doors of paradise were instantly opened to it, after such brief formalities as should tend to preserve the technical record of the law court. We tread here on very delicate ground. Gaultier de Coincy, being a priest and a prior, could take liberties which we cannot or ought not to take. The doctrines of the Church are too serious and too ancient to be wilfully misstated, and the doctrines of what is called Mariolatry were never even doctrines of the Church. Yet it is true that, in the hearts of Mary's servants, the Church and its doctrines were at the mercy of Mary's will. Gaultier de Coincy claimed that Mary exasperated the devils by exercising a wholly arbitrary and illegitimate power. Gaultier not merely admitted, but frankly asserted, that this was the fact. Font les dibles. De ces plate, mal pour mal, asses mix nous plest que nous alens au jugement leo juger que any ment. Si au plate en au jugement essaye mir de droit jugier est trop avir, mais du nous juge essaye droit, pleinement nous les notre droit. Essaye mir juge en telle manière tuel nous met tous jours arrière quant nous quidans ester devant. En s'il et en terra est plus dame par un petit que dix any soit. Il aime tant et tant la croit, ne reins tuel face any die tuel disveil any contradi. Quant tuel vali fait de coir, sl de soit la pi est noir et lui trouble est tout clear, si de roit il voir dit ma mere. In this lawsuit, say the devils, since it is a choice of evils, we had best appeal on high to the judge who does not lie. What is law to any other? 'Tis no use pleading with his mother. But God judges us so true that he leaves us all our due. His mother judges us so short that she throws us out of court when we ought to win our cause. In heaven and earth she makes more laws by far than God himself can do. He loves her so, and trusts her so, there's nothing she can do or say that he'll refuse, or say her nay. Whatever she may want is right, though she say that black is white, and dirty water clear as snow. My mother says it, and it's so. If the Virgin took the feelings of the Trinity into consideration, or recognized its existence except as her son, the case has not been reported, or, at all events, has been somewhat carefully kept out of sight by the Virgin's poets. The devils were emphatic in denouncing Mary for absorbing the whole Trinity. In one sharply disputed case in regard to a villain, or laborer, whose soul the Virgin claimed because he had learned the Ave Maria, the devils became very angry, indeed, and protested vehemently. Li le mauve, li rechini adonc ont ris et escani. Cien font il. Merveillens merveille. Pour si villain plate oral apron vio dame a saluer, si nous voro trestis tuer si regarder osens veras same. De tout le monde vieux ester dame. Eins nul dame any foutis. Tu est avis tuyeli soit dix ou tuyeli 8 dix en main borni. Nul besoin ne forni, any terrien any celester, que tout dame any veil ester. Il est avis que tout soit soon, Dieu any double and iont reign. The ugly demons laugh outright and grind their teeth with envious spite, crying, Marvel marvelous! Because that flattered plowman there learned to make your dame a prayer, she would like to kill us all just for looking toward his soul. All the world she wants to rule. No such dame was ever seen. She thinks that she is God, I ween, or holds him in her hollow hand. Not a judgment or command or an order can be given here on earth or there in heaven, that she does not want control. She thinks that she ordains the whole, and keeps it all for her own profit. God nor devil share not of it. As regards Mary of Chartres, these charges seem to have been literally true, except so far as concerned the laid mouf, Pierre de Dreux. Gaultier de Coincy saw no impropriety in accepting, as sufficiently exact, the allegations of the devils against the Virgin's abuse of power. Down to the death of Queen Blanche, which is all that concerns us, the public saw no more impropriety in it than Gaultier did. The ugly, envious devils, notorious as students of the Latin Quarter, were perpetually making the same charges against Queen Blanche and her son, without disturbing her authority. No one could conceive that the Virgin held less influence in heaven than the Queen Mother on earth. Nevertheless, there were points in the royal policy and conduct of Mary which thoughtful men even then hesitated to approve. The Church itself never liked to be dragged too far under feminine influence, although the moment it discarded feminine influence it lost nearly everything of any value to it, or to the world, except its philosophy. Mary's tastes were too popular, some of the uglier devils said they were too low, many ladies and gentlemen of the siècle thought them disreputable, though they dared not say so, or dared say so only by proxy, as in Aucassin's. As usual, one must go to the devils for the exact truth, and in spite of their outcry, the devils admitted that they had no reason to complain of Mary's administration. Les belles dames de Grand Prix que traînent vent vers et gris rois dus et contesses, and vervenant de grands presses, mais au usil vent pres tout à fait toward et beaucoup et contrefait. Au usil vie tout la ringale, le grain avons et dix la pale. All the great dames and ladies fair who costly robes and ermine wear, kings, queens, and countesses and lords come down to hell in endless hordes, while up to heaven go the lamed, the dwarfs, the humpbacks, and the maimed. To heaven goes the whole riff-raff, we get the grain and God the chaff. True it was, although one should not say it jestingly, that the Virgin embarrassed the Trinity, and perhaps this was the reason, behind all the other excellent reasons, why men loved and adored her with a passion such as no other deity has ever inspired, and why we, although utter strangers to her, are not far from getting down on our knees and praying to her still. Mary concentrated in herself the whole rebellion of man against fate, the whole protest against divine law, the whole contempt for human law as its outcome, the whole unutterable fury of human nature beating itself against the walls of its prison house, and suddenly seized by a hope that in the Virgin man had found a door of escape. She was above law. She took feminine pleasure in turning hell into an ornament. She delighted in trampling on every social distinction in this world and the next. She knew that the universe was as unintelligible to her, on any theory of morals, as it was to her worshippers, and she felt, like them, no sure conviction that it was any more intelligible to the creator of it. To her, every suppliant was a universe in itself, to be judged apart, on his own merits, by his love for her, by no means on his orthodoxy, or his conventional standing in the Church, or according to his correctness in defining the nature of the Trinity. The convulsive hold which Mary to this day maintains over human imagination, as you can see at Lourdes, was due much less to her power of saving soul or body than to her sympathy with people who suffered under law, divine or human, justly or unjustly, by accident or design, by decree of God or by guile of devil. She cared not a straw for conventional morality, and she had no notion of letting her friends be punished, to the 10th or any other generation, for the sins of their ancestors or the peccadillos of Eve. So Mary filled heaven with the sort of persons little to the taste of any respectable middle-class society, which has trouble enough in making this world decent and pay its bills, without having to continue the effort in another. Mary stood in a church of her own, so independent that the Trinity might have perished without much affecting her position, but on the other hand, the Trinity could look on and see her dethroned with almost a breath of relief. Aucassins and the devils of Gaultier de Coincy foresaw her danger. Mary's treatment of respectable and law-abiding people who had no favors to ask, and were reasonably confident of getting to heaven by the regular judgment, without expense, rankled so deeply that 300 years later the Puritan reformers were not satisfied with abolishing her, but sought to abolish the woman altogether as the cause of all evil in heaven and on earth. The Puritans abandoned the New Testament and the Virgin in order to go back to the beginning, and renew the quarrel with Eve. This is the Church's affair, not ours, and the women are competent to settle it with Church or State, without help from outside. But honest tourists are seriously interested in putting the feeling back into the dead architecture where it belongs. Mary was rarely harsh to any suppliant or servant, and she took no special interest in humiliating the rich, or the learned or the wise. For them, law was made, by them, law was administered, and with their doings Mary never arbitrarily interfered, but occasionally she could not resist the temptation to intimate her opinion of the manner in which the Trinity allowed the regular, Church to be administered. She was a queen, and never for an instant forgot it, but she took little thought about her divine rights, if she had any, and in fact St. Bernard preferred her without them, while she was scandalized at the greed of officials in her son's court. One day a rich usurer and a very poor old woman happened to be dying in the same town. Gaultier de Coincy did not say, as an accurate historian should, that he was present, nor did he mention names or dates, although it was one of his longest and best stories. Mary never loved bankers, and had no reason for taking interest in this one, or for doing him injury, but it happened that the parish priest was summoned to both deathbeds at the same time, and neglected the old pauper in the hope of securing a bequest for his church from the banker. This was the sort of fault that most annoyed Mary in the Church of the Trinity, which, in her opinion, was not cared for as it should be, and she felt it her duty to intimate as much. Although the priest refused to come at the old woman's summons, his young clerk, who seems to have acted as vicar though not in orders, took pity on her, and went alone with the sacrament to her hut, which was the poorest of poor hovels even for that age. Close de piques et de cercius cum un vis saus aportius. Roof of hoops, and wall of logs, like a wretched sty for hogs. There the beggar lay, already insensible, or at the last gasp, on coarse thatch, on the ground, covered by an old hempen sack. The picture represented the extremest poverty of the 13th century, a hovel without even a feather bed or bedstead, as Aucassin's ploughman described his mother's want, and the old woman alone, dying, as the clerk appeared at the opening. Leclerc's que fut molt bien épris le corps nostre seigneur pria elastil à la pauvre femme sen vintus ses mes en I trouvaim. Si grand clart y vieux que grand per en a O you pauvre lit a la villette que couvres your d'une nadiite. Assisses voit 12 pucelles si avenans etsi trace belles ne nous tant penser isis que raconter le vaut pust. Acudi voice nostre dame sus le cheves la pauvre femme que pour la mort su et travail. La mère du d'une travail que blanche est plus que fleur de lys la grant sur dienter le vis ses blanches mains liécherie. The clerk, well in these duties taught, the body of our Saviour brought where she lay upon her bed without a soul to give her aid. But such brightness there he saw as filled his mind with fear and awe. Covered with a mat of straw the woman lay, but round and near. A dozen maidens sat, so fair no mortal man could dream such light, no mortal tongue describe the sight. Then he saw that next the bed, by the poor old woman's head, as she gasped and strained for breath in the agony of death, sat Our Lady, bending low, while, with napkin white as snow, she dried the death sweat on the brow. The clerk, in terror, hesitated whether to turn and run away, but Our Lady beckoned him to the bed, while all rose and kneeled devoutly to the sacrament. Then she said to the trembling clerk, Friend, be not afraid, but seat yourself, to give us aid, beside these maidens, on the bed. And when the clerk had obeyed, she continued, Or tost Amos, fate nostre dame. Confessis ses bonne femme et pousse après tout sans for recevre ta son sauveur cachar et 5 vout en moi prendre. Come quickly, friend, Our Lady says. This good old woman now confess, and afterwards without distress she will at once receive her God who deigned in me take flesh and blood. After the sacrament came a touch of realism that recalls the simple death scenes that Walter Scott described in his grand 12th century manner. The old woman lingered pitiably in her agony. Lors dit un de demoiselles à Madame Sainte Marie. Encore, dame, enestre mia si comme moi semble du corps elle-aime. Belle fille, fate nostre dame. Traveler les un peu le corps, aincois que elle-aime en ici or, si que pure soil et neat aincois tu en paradis la meet. Nay, or mestier cassoyens plus, Raylan nous en ousil lassus, quantens en yurt bien reviendrens en parody LA memerens. A maiden said to Saint Marie, My lady, still it seems to me the soul will not the body fly. Fair child, Our Lady made reply, still let a while the body fight before the soul shall leave it quite, so that it pure may be, and cleanse when it to paradise ascends. No longer need we here remain, we can go back to heaven again, we will return before she dies, and take the soul to paradise. The rest of the story concerned the usurer, whose deathbed was of a different character, but Mary's interest in deathbeds of that kind was small. The fate of the usurer mattered the less because she knew too well how easily the banker, in good credit, could arrange with the officials of the Trinity to open the doors of paradise for him. The administration of heaven was very like the administration of France. The Queen Mother saw many things of which she could not wholly approve, but her nature was pity, not justice, and she shut her eyes to much that she could not change. Her miracles, therefore, were for the most part mere evidence of her pity for those who needed it most, and these were rarely the well-to-do people of the siècle, but more commonly the helpless. Every saint performed miracles, and these are standard, not peculiar to any one intermediator, and every saint protected his own friends. But beyond these exhibitions of power, which are more or less common to the whole hierarchy below the Trinity, Mary was the mother of pity and the only hope of despair. One might go on for a volume, studying the character of Mary and the changes that time made in it, from the earliest Byzantine legends down to the daily recorded miracles at Lourdes. No character in history has had so long or varied a development, and none so sympathetic. But the greatest poets long ago plundered that mine of rich motives, and have stolen what was most dramatic for popular use. The Virgin's most famous early miracle seems to have been that of the monk Theophilus, which was what one might call her salvation of Faust. Another Byzantine miracle was an original version of Shylock. Shakespeare and his fellow dramatists plundered the church legends as freely as their masters plundered the church treasuries, yet left a mass of dramatic material untouched. Let us pray the Virgin that it may remain untouched, for, although a good miracle was in its day worth much money, so much that the rival shrines stole each other's miracles without decency, one does not care to see one's Virgin put to money-making for Jew theater managers. One's 250 million arithmetical ancestors shrink. For mere amusement, too, the miracle is worth reading of the little Jew child who ignorantly joined in the Christian communion, and was thrown into a furnace by his father in consequence. But when the furnace was opened, the Virgin appeared seated in the midst of the flames, with the little child unharmed in her lap. Better is that called the Tombeau de Notre Dame, only recently printed, told by some unknown poet of the 13th century, and told as well as any of Gaultier de Coincy's. Indeed, the Tombeau de Notre Dame has had more success in our time than it ever had in its own, as far as one knows, for it appeals to a quiet sense of humor that pleases modern French taste as much as it pleased the Virgin. One fears only to spoil it by translation, but if a translation be merely used as a glossary or footnote, it need not do fatal harm. The story is that of a tumbler, Tombeau, street acrobat, who was disgusted with the world, as his class has had a reputation for becoming, and who was fortunate enough to obtain admission into the famous monastery of Clairvaux, where Saint Bernard may have formerly been blessed by the Virgin's presence. Ignorant at best, and especially ignorant of letters, music, and the offices of a religious society, he found himself unable to join in the services. Car not vescofers de temer et dia springer et de baler. Trepper, sailor, I savoit, any d'autre rein il any savoit, car any savoit autre lecken any, pater noster, any chancon any le, credo, any le salut any rein que fusta sun salut. For he had learned no other thing than to tumble, dance and spring, leaping and vaulting that he knew, but nothing better could he do. He could not say his prayers by rote, not Pater Noster, not a note, not Ave Mary, nor the Creed, nothing to help his soul in need. Tormented by the sense of his uselessness to the society whose bread he ate without giving a return in service, and afraid of being expelled as a useless member, one day while the bells were calling to Mass he hid in the crypt, and in despair began to soliloquize before the Virgin's altar, at the same spot, one hopes, where the Virgin had shown herself, or might have shown herself, in her infinite bounty, to Saint Bernard, 100 years before. Hi! Fadiel. Con sweet trays! Or dire Jacques Haskins sa les et jo suis cii hus en les que any faz ci furs que broster et viens pour niant gaster. Si any dire any ferai? Par la mere du, si ferai. Ja enen serai or repris, jo ferai ckj apris, si serveri de men mestier la mere du en sun mostir, li autre servant de canter et jo serveri de tamer. Sa que post, si despoil, diles l'homme met sa despoil, mais pour sa char que any soit nu un cotel retinue commult estate tenra et alice, petit vot mix d'une chemise, si est en per le corps remis. Ilss bien chains et sesames, sa cote kink et bien essatorn, devers l'image se retorn mout humblement et si l'esgarde. Dame, Fadiel. En voster garde comment jo et mon corps et aim. Daus reign, daus dame, any despises si que jo si car jo mi voil metre las de vos server en bon foise dex m8 sans null desroy. Jo any si canter any lire mais certes jo vos voil aslier tos mes biax jus esliken. Or soit al four de torcon que tripe et saut devant sa mir. Dame, connais mia mira cels que vos servant adroit, quelsk jo soit, pour vos soit. Lors vi commence à faire sauce bas et petit et grands et house. Primes de sur et pouce desos, pouce se remet sur ses genals, devers l'image et si l'incline. He, Fadiel. Trace daus reign par vil pity, par vil Francis, any despises pas mon service. Ha! Said he. How I am ashamed! To sing his part goes now each priest, and I stand here, a tethered beast, who nothing do but browse and feed and waste the food that others need. Shall I say nothing and stand still? No! By God's mother, but I will! She shall not think me here for naught, at least I'll do what I've been taught. At least I'll serve in my own way God's mother in her church today. The others serve to pray and sing, I will serve to leap and spring. Then he strips him of his gown, lays it on the altar down, but for himself he takes good care not to show his body bare, but keeps a jacket, soft and thin, almost a shirt, to tumble in. Clothed in this supple woof of mail his strength and health and form showed well. And when his belt is buckled fast, toward the Virgin turns at last, very humbly makes his prayer. Lady, says he, to your care I commit my soul and frame. Gentle Virgin, gentle dame, do not despise what I shall do, for I ask only to please you, to serve you like an honest man, so help me God, the best I can. I cannot chant, nor can I read, but I can show you here instead, all my best tricks to make you laugh, and so shall be as though a calf should leap and jump before its dam. Lady, who never yet could blame those who serve you well and true, all that I am for you. Then he begins to jump about, high and low, and in and out, straining hard with might and main, then, falling on his knees again, before the image, bows his face. By your pity! By your grace! Says he. Ha! My gentle queen, do not despise my offering! In his earnestness he exerted himself until, at the end of his strength, he lay exhausted and unconscious on the altar steps. Pleased with his own exhibition, and satisfied that the Virgin was equally pleased, he continued these devotions every day, until at last his constant and singular absence from the regular services attracted the curiosity of a monk, who kept watch on him and reported his eccentric exercise to the abbot. The medieval monasteries seem to have been gently administered. Indeed, this has been made the chief reproach on them, and the excuse for robbing them for the benefit of a more energetic crown and nobility who tolerated no beggars or idleness but their own. At least, it is safe to say that few well-regulated and economically administered modern charities would have the patience of the abbot of Clairvaux, who, instead of calling up the weak-minded Tombeer and sending him back to the world to earn a living by his profession, went with his informant to the crypt, to see for himself what the strange report meant. We have seen at Chartres what a crypt may be, and how easily one might hide in its shadows while Mass is said at the altars. The abbot and his informant hid themselves behind a column in the shadow, and watched the whole performance to its end when the exhausted tumbler dropped unconscious and drenched with perspiration on the steps of the altar, with the words, Dame! Faites il. Any pouce plus or, mais voir je reviendrai encore. Lady! Says he. No more I can, but truly I'll come back again. You can imagine the dim crypt, the tumbler lying unconscious beneath the image of the Virgin, the abbot peering out from the shadow of the column, and wondering what sort of discipline he could inflict for this unforeseen infraction of rule, when suddenly, before he could decide what next to do, the vault above the altar, of its own accord, opened. L'abs esgard sans attendre et vite de la volti descendre un dame si glorious ins nous en vite si precious ni si risement conri, en tent belle ni fou ne. Ses vestures sont bien cheers d'or et de precieuses pierres. Avec l'estoyant angle del ciel amant, et l'archangel, que entre le ministro venant, si le solacent et sostenant. Quant entre Louis Santarengi esotitat sun cura soji. Don't prestant de Louis server pour si chuils volrent deserver la service que fate la dame que tant es precious gem. Et la daus reine France tenoit un toyo blance, sen avant son menestrom out dausement devant l'autel. La franque dame debonair le corps, et le vailleur li avant pour refroidir, bien es entremet de Louis Adier. La dame bien es abandon, li bones hom garde ni sen dun, car il ni voit. Si set yet chuil 8 si belle compagnie. The abbot strains his eyes to see, and from the vaulting, suddenly, a lady steps, so glorious, beyond all thoughts so precious, her robes so rich, so nobly worn, so rare the gems the robes adorn, as never yet so fair was born. Along with her the angels were, archangels stood beside her there, round about the tumbler group to give him solace, bring him hope, and when round him in ranks they stood, his whole heart felt its strength renewed. So they haste to give him aid because their wills are only made to serve the service of their queen, most precious gem the earth has seen. And the lady, gentle, true, holds in her hand a towel new, fans him with her hand divine where he lies before the shrine. The kind lady, full of grace, fans his neck, his breast, his face, fans him herself to give him air, labors herself to help him there. The lady gives herself to it. The poor man takes no heed of it, for he knows not and cannot see that he has such fair company. Beyond this we need not care to go. If you cannot feel the color and quality, the union of naivete and art, the refinement, the infinite delicacy and tenderness, of this little poem, then nothing will matter much to you, and if you can feel it, you can feel, without more assistance, the majesty of Chartres. Chapter 14 Abelard. Supercuncta, subtercuncta, extracuncta, intracuncta, intracuncta nec inclusus, extracuncta nec exclusus, supercuncta nec elatus, subtercuncta nec substratus, supertotus, presidendo, supertotus, sustenendo, extratotus, complectendo, intratotus est, implendo. According to Hildebert, Bishop of Le Mans and Archbishop of Tours, these verses describe God. Hildebert was the first poet of his time, no small merit, since he was contemporary with the Chanson de Roland and the First Crusade. He was also a strong man, since he was able, as Bishop of Le Mans, to gain great credit by maintaining himself against William the Norman and Fulk of Anjou, and finally he was a prelate of high authority. He lived between 1055 and 1133. Supposing his verses to have been written in middle life, toward the year 1100, they may be taken to represent the accepted doctrine of the Church at the time of the First Crusade. They were little more than a versified form of the Latin of Saint Gregory the Great, who wrote 500 years before. Ipsi mene intra omnia, ipsi extra omnia, ipsi supra omnia, ipsi infra omnia, et superior est per potentiam et inferior per sustentationem, exterior per magnitudinem et interior per subtilitatem, sussum regens, diorsum continens, extra circumdens, interius penetrans, nec alia part superior, alia inferior. Aut alia ex part exterior ac ex alia mene interior, said Eunice. Idem totus ubique. According to Saint Gregory, in the 6th century, God was one and the same and holy everywhere, immanent within everything, without everything, above everything, below everything, sussum regens, dear some continents. While according to Archbishop Hildebert in the 11th century, God is over all things, under all things, outside all, inside all, within but not enclosed, without but not excluded, above but not raised up, below but not depressed, wholly above, presiding, wholly beneath, sustaining, wholly without, embracing, wholly within, filling. Finally, according to Benedict Spinoza, another 500 years later still, God is a being absolutely infinite, that is to say, a substance made up of an infinity of attributes, each one of which expresses an eternal and infinite essence. Spinoza was the great pantheist, whose name is still a terror to the orthodox, and whose philosophy is, very properly, a horror to the Church, and yet Spinoza never wrote a line that, to the unguided student, sounds more Spinozist than the words of Saint Gregory and Archbishop Hildebert. If God is everywhere, holy, presiding, sustaining, embracing and filling, sussum regens, deorsum continens, he is the only possible energy, and leaves no place for human will to act. A force which is one and the same and holy everywhere, is more Spinozist than Spinoza, and is likely to be mistaken for frank pantheism by the large majority of religious minds who must try to understand it without a theological course in a Jesuit college. In the year 1100 Jesuit colleges did not exist, and even the great Dominican and Franciscan schools were far from sight in the future. But the school of Notre Dame at Paris existed, and taught the existence of God much as Archbishop Hildebert described it. The most successful lecturer was William of Champeaux, and to any one who ever heard of William at all, the name instantly calls up the figure of Abelard, in flesh and blood, as he sang to Heloise the songs which he says resounded through Europe. The 12th century, with all its sparkle, would be dull without Abelard and Heloise. With infinite regret, Heloise must be left out of the story, because she was not a philosopher or a poet or an artist, but only a Frenchwoman to the last millimeter of her shadow. Even though one may suspect that her famous letters to Abelard are, for the most part, by no means above skepticism, she was, by French standards, worth at least a dozen Abelards, if only because she called Saint Bernard a false apostle. Unfortunately, French standards, by which she must be judged in our ignorance, take for granted that she philosophized only for the sake of Abelard, while Abelard taught philosophy to her not so much because he believed in philosophy or in her as because he believed in himself. To this day, Abelard remains a problem as perplexing as he must have been to Heloise, and almost as fascinating. As the west portal of Chartres is the door through which one must of necessity enter the Gothic architecture of the 13th century, so Abelard is the portal of approach to the Gothic thought and philosophy within. Neither art nor thought has a modern equivalent. Only Heloise, like Isolde, unites the ages. The First Crusade seems, in perspective, to have rilled the whole field of vision in France at the time. But, in fact, France seethed with other emotions, and while the Crusaders set out to scale heaven by force at Jerusalem, the monks, who remained at home, undertook to scale heaven by prayer and by absorption of body and soul in God. The Cistercian order was founded in 1098, and was joined in 1112 by young Bernard, born in 1090 at Fontaines-les-Dijon, drawing with him or after him so many thousands of young men into the self-immolation of the monastery, as carried dismay into the hearts of half the women of France. At the same time, that is, about 1098 or 1100, Abelard came up to Paris from Brittany, with as much faith and logic as Bernard had in prayer or Godfrey of Bouillon in arms, and led an equal, or even a greater number of combatants to the conquest of heaven by force of pure reason. None showed doubt. Hundreds of thousands of young men wandered from their provinces, mostly to Palestine, largely to cloisters, but also in great numbers to Paris and the schools, while few ever returned. Abelard had the advantage of being well-born, not so highly descended as Albertus Magnus and Thomas Aquinas, who were to complete his work in the 13th century, but, like Bernard, a gentleman born and bred. He was the eldest son of Berenger, Sieur du Palais, a chateau in Brittany, south of the Loire, on the edge of Poitou. His name was Pierre du Palais, although, for some unknown reason, he called himself Pierre Abelard, or Abelard, or Esbailard, or Bailard, for the spelling was never fixed. He was born in 1079, and when, in 1096, the young men of his rank were rushing off to the First Crusade, Pierre, a boy of 17, threw himself with equal zeal into the study of science, and giving up his inheritance or birthright, at last came to Paris to seize a position in the schools. The year is supposed to have been 1100. The Paris of Abelard's time was astonishingly old, so old that hardly a stone of it can be now pointed out. Even the oldest of the buildings still standing in that quarter, Saint Julien le Pauvre, Saint Severin, and the tower of the Lycée Henri IV, are more modern. Only the old Roman Thermae, now part of the Musée de Cluny, within the walls, and the Abbey Tower of Saint Germain-des-Prés, outside in the fields, were standing in the year 1100. Politically, Paris was a small provincial town before the reign of Louis le Gros, 1108-37, who cleared its gates of its nearest enemies. But as a school, Paris was even then easily first. Students crowded into it by thousands, till the town is said to have contained more students than citizens. Modern Paris seems to have begun as a university town before it had a university. Students flocked to it from great distances, encouraged and supported by charity, and stimulated by privileges, until they took entire possession of what is still called the Latin Quarter from the barbarous Latin they chattered, and a town more riotous, drunken, and vicious than it became, in the course of time, hardly existed even in the Middle Ages. In 1100, when enthusiasm was fresh and faith in science was strong, the great mass of students came there to study, and having no regular university organization or buildings, they thronged the cloister of Notre Dame, not our Notre Dame, which dates only from 1163, but the old Romanesque cathedral which stood on the same spot, and there they listened, and retained what they could remember. For they were not encouraged to take notes even if they were rich enough to buy notebooks, while manuscripts were far beyond their means. One valuable right the students seem to have had, that of asking questions and even of disputing with the lecturer provided they followed the correct form of dialectics. The lecturer himself was licensed by the bishop. 5,000 students are supposed to have swarmed about the cloister of Notre Dame, across the Petit Pont, and up the hill of Sainte Genevieve. 3,000 are said to have paid fees to Abelard in the days of his great vogue, and they seem to have attached themselves to their favorite master as a champion to be upheld against the world. Jealousies ran high, and neither scholars nor masters shunned dispute. Indeed, the only science they taught or knew was the art of dispute, dialectics. Rhetoric, grammar, and dialectics were the regular branches of science, and bold students, who were not afraid of dabbling in forbidden fields, extended their studies to mathematics. Exercitium nefarium. According to Abelard, which he professed to know nothing about but which he studied nevertheless. Abelard, whether pupil or master, never held his tongue if he could help it, for his fortune depended on using it well, but he never used it so well in dialectics or theology as he did, toward the end of his life, in writing a bit of autobiography, so admirably told, so vivid, so vibrating with the curious intensity of his generation, that it needed only to have been written in Romeo to be the chief monument of early French prose, as the western portal of Chartres is the chief monument of early French sculpture, and of about the same date. Unfortunately, Abelard was a noble scholar, who necessarily wrote and talked Latin, even with Heloise, and although the Latin was medieval, it is not much the better on that account, because, in spite of its quaintness, the naïvetés of a young language, the egotism, jealousies, suspicions, boastings, and lamentations of a childlike time, take a false air of outworn Rome and Byzantium, although, underneath, the spirit lives. I arrived at last in Paris, where for a long time dialectics had specially flourished under William of Champeaux, rightly reckoned the first of my masters in that branch of study. I stayed some time in his school, but though well received at first, I soon got to be an annoyance to him because I persisted in refuting certain ideas of his, and because, not being afraid to enter into argument against him, I sometimes got the better. This boldness, too, roused the wrath of those fellow students who were classed higher, because I was the youngest and the last comer. This was the beginning of my series of misfortunes which still last, My renown every day increasing, envy was kindled against me in every direction. This picture of the boy of 20, harassing the professor, day after day, in his own lecture room before hundreds of older students, paints Abelard to the life. But one may safely add a few touches that heighten the effect, as that William of Champeaux himself was barely 30, and that Abelard throughout his career made use of every social and personal advantage to gain a point, with little scruple either in manner or in sophistry. One may easily imagine the scene. Teachers are always much the same. Pupils and students differ only in degrees of docility. In 1100 both classes began by accepting the foundations of society, as they have to do still, only they then accepted laws of the Church and Aristotle, while now they accept laws of the legislature and of energy. In 1100 the students took for granted that, with the help of Aristotle and syllogisms, they could build out the Church intellectually, as the architects, with the help of the pointed arch, were soon to enlarge it architecturally. They never doubted the certainty of their method. To them words had fixed values, like numbers, and syllogisms were hewn stones that needed only to be set in place, in order to reach any height or support any weight. Every sentence was made to take the form of a syllogism. One must have been educated in a Jesuit or Dominican school in order to frame these syllogisms correctly, but merely by way of illustration one may timidly suggest how the phrases sounded in their simplest form. For example, Plato or other equally good authority deemed substance as that which stands underneath phenomena, the most universal of universals, the ultimate, the highest in order of generalization. The ultimate essence or substance is indivisible. God is substance. God is indivisible. The divine substance is incapable of alteration or accident. All other substance is liable to alteration or accident. Therefore, the divine substance differs from all other substance. A substance is a universal, as for example, humanity, or the human, is a universal and indivisible. The man Socrates, for instance, is not a universal, but an individual. Therefore, the substance humanity, being indivisible, must exist entire and undivided in Socrates. The form of logic most fascinating to youthful minds, as well as to some minds that are only too acute, is the reductio ad absurdum, the forcing an opponent into an absurd alternative or admission, and the syllogism lent itself happily to this use. Socrates abused the weapon and Abelard was the first French master of the art. But neither state nor church likes to be reduced to an absurdity, and on the whole, both Socrates and Abelard fared ill in the result. Even now, one had best be civil toward the idols of the Forum. Abelard would find most of his old problems sensitive to his touch today. Time has settled few or none of the essential points of dispute. Science hesitates, more visibly than the Church ever did, to decide once for all whether unity or diversity is ultimate law, whether order or chaos is the governing rule of the universe, if universe there is, whether anything, except phenomena, exists. Even in matters more vital to society, one dares not speak too loud. Why, and for what, and to whom, is man a responsible agent? Every jury and judge, every lawyer and doctor, every legislator and clergyman has his own views, and the law constantly varies. Every nation may have a different system. One court may hang and another may acquit for the same crime, on the same day, and science only repeats what the Church said to Abelard, that where we know so little, we had better hold our tongues. According to the latest authorities, the doctrine of universals which convulsed the schools of the 12th century has never received an adequate answer. What is a species? What is a genus or a family or an order? More or less convenient terms of classification, about which the 12th century cared very little, while it cared deeply about the essence of classes. Science has become too complex to affirm the existence of universal truths, but it strives for nothing else, and disputes the problem, within its own limits, almost as earnestly as in the 12th century, when the whole field of human and superhuman activity was shut between these barriers of substance, universals, and particulars. Little has changed except the vocabulary and the method. The schools knew that their society hung for life on the demonstration that God, the ultimate universal, was a reality, out of which all other universal truths or realities sprang. Truth was a real thing, outside of human experience. The schools of Paris talked and thought of nothing else. John of Salisbury, who attended Abelard's lectures about 1136, and became Bishop of Chartres in 1176, seems to have been more surprised than we need be at the intensity of the emotion. "One never gets away from this question," he said. "From whatever point a discussion starts, it is always led back and attached to that. It is the madness of Rufus about Naivia. He thinks of nothing else, talks of nothing else, and if Naivia did not exist, Rufus would be dumb." Abelard began it. After his first visit to Paris in 1100, he seems to have passed several years elsewhere, while Guillaume de Champeaux in 1108 retired from the school in the cloister of Notre Dame, and taking orders, established a class in a chapel nearby, afterwards famous as the Abbaye de Saint Victor. The Jardin de Plantes and the Gare d'Orléans now cover the ground where the abbey stood, on the banks of the Seine outside the Latin Quarter, and not a trace is left of its site. But there William continued his course in dialectics, until suddenly Abelard reappeared among his scholars, and resumed his old attacks. This time Abelard could hardly call himself a student. He was 30 years old, and long since had been himself a teacher. He had attended William's course on dialectics nearly 10 years before, and was past master in the art. He had nothing to learn from William in theology, for either William nor he was yet a theologist by profession. If Abelard went back to school, it was certainly not to learn, but indeed, he himself made little or no pretense of it, and told with childlike candor not only why he went, but also how brilliantly he succeeded in his object. "I returned to study rhetoric in his school. Among other controversial battles, I succeeded, by the most irrefutable argument, in making him change, or rather ruin his doctrine of universals. His doctrine consisted in affirming the perfect identity of the essence in every individual of the same species, so that according to him there was no difference in the essence, but only in the infinite variety of accidents. He then came to amend his doctrine so as to affirm, not the identity any longer, but the absence of distinction, the want of difference, in the essence. And as this question of universals had always been one of the most important questions of dialectics, so important that Porphyry, touching on it in his preliminaries, did not dare to take the responsibility of cutting the knot, but said, "It is a very grave point." Champeaux, who was obliged to modify his idea and then renounce it, saw his course fall into such discredit that they hardly let him make his dialectical lectures, as though dialectics consisted entirely in the question of universals. Why was this point so very grave? Not because it was mere dialectics. The only part of the story that seems grave today is the part that Abelard left out, the part which Saint Bernard, 30 years later, put in, on behalf of William. We should be more credulous than 12th-century monks, if we believed, on Abelard's word in 1135, that in 1110 he had driven out of the schools the most accomplished dialectician of the age by an objection so familiar that no other dialectician was ever silenced by it, whatever may have been the case with theologians, and so obvious that it could not have troubled a scholar of 15. William stated a settled doctrine as old as Plato. Abelard interposed an objection as old as Aristotle. Probably Plato and Aristotle had received the question and answer from philosophers 10,000 years older than themselves. Certainly the whole of philosophy has always been involved in the dispute. The subject is as amusing as a comedy, so amusing that 10 minutes may be well given to playing the scene between William and Abelard, not as it happened, but in a form nearer our ignorance, with liberty to invent arguments for William, and analogies, which are figures intended to serve as fatal weapons if they succeed, and as innocent toys if they fail, such as he never imagined. While Abelard can respond with his true rejoinder, fatal in a different sense. For the chief analogy, the notes of music would serve, or the colors of the solar spectrum, or an energy, such as gravity. But the best is geometrical, because Euclid was as scholastic as William of Champeaux himself, and his axioms are even more familiar to the schoolboy of the 20th than to the schoolman of the 12th century. In these scholastic tournaments the two champions started from opposite points, one, from the ultimate substance, God, the universal, the ideal, the type, the other from the individual, Socrates, the concrete, the observed fact of experience, the object of sensual perception. The first champion, William in this instance, assumed that the universal was a real thing, and for that reason he was called a realist. His opponent, Abelard, held that the universal was only nominally real, and on that account he was called a nominalist. Truth, virtue, humanity, exist as units and realities, said William. Truth, replied Abelard, is only the sum of all possible facts that are true, as humanity is the sum of all actual human beings. The ideal bed is a form, made by God, said Plato. The ideal bed is a name, imagined by ourselves, said Aristotle. I start from the universe, said William. I start from the atom, said Abelard, and once having started, they necessarily came into collision at some point between the two. William of Champeaux, lecturing on dialectics or logic, comes to the question of universals, which he says are substances. Starting from the highest substance, God, all being descends to created substances by stages, until it reaches the substance animality, from which it descends to the substance humanity, and humanity being, like other essences or substances, indivisible, passes wholly into each individual, becoming Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle, much as the divine substance exists wholly and undivided in each member of the Trinity. Here Abelard interrupts. The divine substance, he says, operates by laws of its own, and cannot be used for comparison. In treating of human substance, one is bound by human limitations. If the whole of humanity is in Socrates, it is wholly absorbed by Socrates, and cannot be at the same time in Plato, or elsewhere. Following his favorite reductio ad absurdum, Abelard turns the idea round, and infers from it that, since Socrates carries all humanity in him, he carries Plato, too, and both must be in the same place, though Socrates is at Athens and Plato in Rome. The objection is familiar to William, who replies by another commonplace. Mr. Abelard, might I, without offense, ask you a simple matter? Can you give me Euclid's definition of a point? If I remember right, it is, illud cujus nulla pars est, that which has no parts. Has it existence? Only in our minds. Not, then, in God? All necessary truths exist first in God. If the point is a necessary truth, it exists first there. Then might I ask you for Euclid's definition of the line? The line is that which has only extension, linea vocator illa quae solum longitudinem habet. Can you conceive an infinite straight line? Only as a line which has no end, like the point extended. Supposing we imagine a straight line, like opposite rays of the sun, proceeding in opposite directions to infinity, is it real? It has no reality except in the mind that conceives it. Supposing we divide that line which has no reality into two parts at its origin in the sun or star, shall we get two infinities, or shall we say, two halves of the infinite? We conceive of each as partaking the quality of infinity. Now let us cut out the diameter of the sun, or rather, since this is what our successors in the school will do, let us take a line of our Earth's longitude which is equally unreal, and measure a degree of this thing which does not exist, and then divide it into equal parts which we will use as a measure or meter. This meter, which is still nothing, as I understand you, is infinitely divisible into points? And the point itself is infinitely small? Therefore we have the finite partaking the nature of the infinite? Undoubtedly. One step more, Mr. Abelard, if I do not weary you. Let me take 3 of these meters which do not exist, and place them so that the ends of one shall touch the ends of the others. May I ask what is that figure? I presume you mean it to be a triangle. Precisely. And what sort of a triangle? An equilateral triangle, the sides of which measure 1 meter each. Now let me take 3 more of these meters which do not exist, and construct another triangle which does not exist. Are these 2 triangles or 1 triangle? They are most certainly one, a single concept of the only possible equilateral triangle measuring 1 meter on each face. You told us a moment ago that a universal could not exist wholly and exclusively in 2 individuals at once. Does not the universal by definition, the equilateral triangle measuring 1 meter on each face, does it not exist wholly, in its integrity of essence, in each of the 2 triangles we have conceived? It does, as a conception. I thank you. Now, although I fear wearying you, perhaps you will consent to let me add matter to mind. I have here on my desk an object not uncommon in nature, which I will ask you to describe. It appears to be a crystal. May I ask its shape? I should call it a regular octahedron. That is, 2 pyramids set base to base, making 8 plane surfaces, each a perfect equilateral triangle? Concedo triangula, I grant the triangles. Do you know, perchance, what is this material which seems to give substantial existence to these 8 triangles? I do not. Nor I. Nor does it matter, unless you conceive it to be the work of man? I do not claim it as man's work. Whose then? We believe all actual creation of matter, united with form, to be the work of God. Surely not the substance of God Himself? Perhaps you mean that this form, this octahedron, is a divine concept. I understand such to be the doctrine of the Church. Then it seems that God uses this concept habitually to create this very common crystal. One question more, and only one, if you will permit me to come to the point. Does the matter, the material, of which this crystal is made affect in any way the form, the nature, the soul, of the universal equilateral triangle as you see it bounding these 8 plane surfaces? That I do not know, and do not think essential to decide. As far as these triangles are individual, they are made so by the will of God, and not by the substance you call triangle. The universal, the abstract right angle, or any other abstract form, is only an idea, a concept, to which reality, individuality, or what we might call energy is wanting. The only true energy except man's free will is God. Very good, Mr. Abelard. We can now reach our issue. You affirm that, just as a line does not exist in space, although the eye sees little else in space, so the triangle does not exist in this crystal, although the crystal shows 8 of them, each perfect. You are aware that on this line which does not exist, and its combination in this triangle which does not exist, rests the whole fabric of mathematics with all its necessary truths. In other words, you know that in this line, though it does not exist, is bound up the truth of the only branch of human knowledge which claims absolute certainty for human processes. You admit that this line and triangle, which are mere figments of our human imagination, not only exist independent of us in the crystal, but are, as we suppose, habitually and invariably used by God Himself to give form to the matter contained within the planes of the crystal. Yet to this line and triangle you deny reality. To mathematical truth, you deny compulsive force. You hold that an equilateral triangle may, to you and all other human individuals, be a right-angled triangle if you choose to imagine it so. Allow me to say, without assuming any claim to superior knowledge, that to me your logic results in a different conclusion. If you are compelled, at one point or another of the chain of being, to deny existence to a substance, surely it should be to the last and feeblest. I see nothing to hinder you from denying your own existence, which is, in fact, impossible to demonstrate. Certainly you are free, in logic, to argue that Socrates and Plato are mere names, that men and matter are phantoms and dreams. No one ever has proved or ever can prove the contrary, infallibly. A great philosophical school will some day be founded on that assumption. I venture even to recommend it to your acute and skeptical mind, but I cannot conceive how, by any process of reasoning, sensual or supersensual, you can reach the conclusion that the single form of truth which instantly and inexorably compels our submission to its laws, is nothing. Thus far, all was familiar ground, certainly at least as familiar as the Pons Asinorum, and neither of the 2 champions had need to feel ruffled in temper by the discussion. The real struggle began only at this point, for until this point was reached, both positions were about equally tenable. Abelard had hitherto rested quietly on the defensive, but William's last thrust obliged him to strike in his turn, and he drew himself up for what, 500 years later, was called the coup de Jarnac. I do not deny, he begins. On the contrary, I affirm that the universal, whether we call it humanity or equilateral triangle, has a sort of reality as a concept, that it is something, even a substance, if you insist upon it. Undoubtedly, the sum of all individual men results in the concept of humanity. What I deny is that the concept results in the individual. You have correctly stated the essence of the point and the line as sources of our concept of the infinite. What I deny is that they are divisions of the infinite. Universals cannot be divided. What is capable of division cannot be a universal. I admit the force of your analogy in the case of the crystal, but I am obliged to point out to you that, if you insist on this analogy, you will bring yourself and me into flagrant contradiction with the fixed foundations of the Church. If the energy of the triangle gives form to the crystal, and the energy of the line gives reality to the triangle, and the energy of the infinite gives substance to the line, all energy at last becomes identical with the ultimate substance, God Himself. Socrates becomes God in small, Judas is identical with both, humanity is of the divine essence, and exists, wholly and undivided, in each of us. The equilateral triangle we call humanity exists, therefore, entire, identical, in you and me, as a subdivision of the infinite line, space, energy, or substance, which is God. I need not remind you that this is pantheism, and that if God is the only energy, human free will merges in God's free will. The Church ceases to have a reason for existence. Man cannot be held responsible for his own acts, either to the Church or to the state. And finally, though very unwillingly, I must, in regard for my own safety, bring the subject to the attention of the Archbishop, which, as you know better than I, will lead to your seclusion or worse. Whether Abelard used these precise words is nothing to the point. The words he left on record were equivalent to these. As translated by M. de Remusat from a manuscript entitled Glossuli Magistri Petri Belardi Super Porphyrium. The phrase runs, "A grave heresy is at the end of this doctrine, for, according to it, the divine substance which is recognized as admitting of no form is necessarily identical with every substance in particular, and with all substance in general." Even had he not stated the heresy so bluntly, his objection necessarily pushed William in face of it. Realism, when pressed, always led to pantheism. William of Champeaux and Bishop or Archbishop Hildebert were personal friends, and Hildebert's divine substance left no more room for human free will than Abelard saw in the geometric analogy imagined for William. Throughout the history of the Church for 1500 years, whenever this theological point has been pressed against churchmen, it has reduced them to evasion or to apology. Admittedly, the weak point of realism was its fatally pantheistic term. Of course, William consulted his friends in the Church, probably Archbishop Hildebert among the rest, before deciding whether to maintain or to abandon his ground, and the result showed that he was guided by their advice. Realism was the Roman arch, the only possible foundation for any church, because it assumed unity, and any other scheme was compelled to prove it, for a starting point. Let us see, for a moment, what became of the dialogue, when pushed into theology, in order to reach some of the reasons which reduced William to tacit abandonment of a doctrine he could never have surrendered unless under compulsion. That he was angry is sure, for Abelard, by thus thrusting theology into dialectics, had struck him a full blow, and William knew Abelard well. "Ah," he would have rejoined, "you are quick, M. du Pallet, to turn what I offered as an analogy into an argument of heresy against my person. You are at liberty to take that course if you choose, though I give you fair warning that it will lead you far. But now I must ask you still another question. This concept that you talk about, this image in the mind of man, of God, of matter, for I know not where to seek it, whether is it a reality or not? I hold it as, in a manner, real. I want a categorical answer, yes or no. Distinguo. I must qualify. I will have no qualifications. A substance either is or not. Choose." To this challenge Abelard had the choice of answering yes, or of answering no, or of refusing to answer at all. He seems to have done the last, but we suppose him to have accepted the wager of battle, and to answer, "Yes, then." "Good," William rejoins. "Now let us see how your pantheism differs from mine. My triangle exists as a reality, or what science will call an energy, outside my mind, in God, and is impressed on my mind as it is on a mirror, like the triangle on the crystal, its energy giving form. Your triangle, you say, is also an energy, but an essence of my mind itself. You thrust it into the mind as an integral part of the mirror, identically the same concept, energy, or necessary truth which is inherent in God. Whatever subterfuge you may resort to, sooner or later you have got to agree that your mind is identical with God's nature as far as that concept is concerned. Your pantheism goes further than mine. As a doctrine of the real presence peculiar to yourself, I can commend it to the Archbishop together with your delation of me. Supposing that Abelard took the opposite course, and answered, No! My concept is a mere sign. A sign of what, in God's name? A sound? A word? A symbol? An echo only of my ignorance. Nothing, then. So truth and virtue and charity do not exist at all. You suppose yourself to exist, but you have no means of knowing God. Therefore, to you God does not exist except as an echo of your ignorance. And what concerns you most, the Church does not exist except as your concept of certain individuals, whom you cannot regard as a unity, and who suppose themselves to believe in a Trinity which exists only as a sound, or a symbol. I will not repeat your words, Du Palais, outside this cloister, because the consequences to you would certainly be fatal. But it is only too clear that you are a materialist, and as such your fate must be decided by a church council, unless you prefer the stake by judgment of a secular court. In truth, pure nominalism, if, indeed, any one ever maintained it, afforded no cover whatever. Nor did Abelard's concept help the matter, although for want of a better refuge, the Church was often driven into it. Conceptualism was a device, like the false wooden roof, to cover and conceal an inherent weakness of construction. Unity either is or is not. If soldiers, no matter in what number, can never make an army, and worshippers, though in millions, do not make a church, and all humanity united would not necessarily constitute a state, equally little can their concepts, individual or united, constitute the one or the other. Army, church, and state, each is an organic whole, complex beyond all possible addition of units, and not a concept at all, but rather an animal that thinks, creates, devours, and destroys. The attempt to bridge the chasm between multiplicity and unity is the oldest problem of philosophy, religion, and science, but the flimsiest bridge of all is the human concept, unless somewhere, within or beyond it, an energy not individual is hidden, and in that case the old question instantly reappears: what is that energy? Abelard would have done well to leave William alone, but Abelard was an adventurer, and William was a churchman. To win a victory over a churchman is not very difficult for an adventurer, and is always a tempting amusement, because the ambition of churchmen to shine in worldly contests is disciplined and checked by the broader interests of the church. But the victory is usually sterile, and rarely harms the churchman. The church cares for its own. Probably the bishops advised William not to insist on his doctrine, although every bishop may have held the same view. William allowed himself to be silenced without a judgment, and in that respect stands almost if not quite alone among schoolmen. The students divined that he had sold himself to the church, and consequently deserted him. Very soon he received his reward in the shape of the highest dignity open to private ambition, a bishopric. As Bishop of Chalons-sur-Marne he made for himself a great reputation, which does not concern us, although it deeply concerned the unfortunate Abelard, for it happened, either by chance or design, that within a year or two after William established himself at Chalons, young Bernard of Citeaux chose a neighboring diocese in which to establish a branch of the Cistercian order. And Bishop William took so keen an interest in the success of Bernard as almost to claim equal credit for it. Clairvaux was, in a manner, William's creation, although not in his diocese, and yet if there was a priest in all France who fervently despised the schools, it was young Bernard. William of Champeaux, the chief of schoolmen, could never have gained Bernard's affections. Bishop William of Chalons must have drifted far from dialectics into mysticism in order to win the support of Clairvaux, and train up a new army of allies who were to mark Abelard for an easy prey. Meanwhile Abelard pursued his course of triumph in the schools, and in due time turned from dialectics to theology, as every ambitious teacher could hardly fail to do. His affair with Heloise and their marriage seem to have occupied his time in 1117 or 1118, for they both retired into religious orders in 1119, and he resumed his lectures in 1120. With his passion for rule, he was fatally certain to attempt ruling the church as he ruled the schools, and, as it was always enough for him that any point should be tender in order that he should press upon it, he instantly and instinctively seized on the most sensitive nerve of the church system to wrench it into his service. He became a sort of apostle of the Holy Ghost. That the Trinity is a mystery was a law of theology so absolute as in a degree to hide the law of philosophy that the Trinity was meant as a solution of a greater mystery still. In truth, as a matter of philosophy, the Trinity was intended to explain the eternal and primary problem of the process by which unity could produce diversity. Starting from unity alone, philosophers found themselves unable to stir hand or foot until they could account for duality. To the common, ignorant peasant, no such trouble occurred, for he knew the Trinity in its simpler form as the first condition of life, like time and space and force. No human being was so stupid as not to understand that the Father, Mother, and Child made a Trinity, returning into each other, and although every father, every mother, and every child, from the dawn of man's intelligence, had asked why, and had never received an answer more intelligible to them than to philosophers, they never showed difficulty in accepting that Trinity as a fact. They might even, in their beneficent blindness, ask the Church why that Trinity, which had satisfied the Egyptians for 5,000 or 10,000 years, was not good enough for churchmen. They themselves were doing their utmost, though unconsciously, to identify the Holy Ghost with the Mother, while philosophy insisted on excluding the human symbol precisely because it was human and led back to an infinite series. Philosophy required 3 units to start from. It posed the equilateral triangle, not the straight line, as the foundation of its geometry. The first straight line, infinite in extension, must be assumed, and its reflection engendered the second, but whence came the third? Under protest, philosophy was compelled to accept the symbol of Father and Son as a matter of faith. But if the relation of Father and Son were accepted for the 2 units which reflected each other, what relation expressed the Holy Ghost? In philosophy, the product of 2 units was not a third unit, but diversity, multiplicity, infinity. The subject was, for that reason, better handled by the Arabs, whose reasoning worked back on the Christian theologists, and made the point more delicate still. Common people, like women and children and ourselves, could never understand the Trinity. Naturally, intelligent people understood it still less, but for them it did not matter. They did not need to understand it provided their neighbors would leave it alone. The mass of mankind wanted something nearer to them than either the Father or the Son. They wanted the Mother, and the Church tried, in what seems to women and children and ourselves rather a feeble way, to give the Holy Ghost, as far as possible, the Mother's attributes: love, charity, grace. But in spite of conscientious effort and unswerving faith, the Holy Ghost remained to the mass of Frenchmen somewhat apart, feared rather than loved. The sin against the Holy Ghost was a haunting specter, for no one knew what else it was. Naturally, the Church, and especially its official theologists, took an instinctive attitude of defense whenever a question on this subject was asked, and were thrown into a flutter of irritation whenever an answer was suggested. No man likes to have his intelligence or good faith questioned, especially if he has doubts about it himself. The distinguishing essence of the Holy Ghost, as a theological substance, was its mystery. That this mystery should be touched at all was annoying to every one who knew the dangers that lurked behind the veil, but that it should be freely handled before audiences of laymen by persons of doubtful character was impossible. Such license must end in discrediting the whole Trinity under pretense of making it intelligible. Precisely this license was what Abelard took, and on it he chose to insist. He said nothing heretical. He treated the Holy Ghost with almost exaggerated respect, as though other churchmen did not quite appreciate its merits. But he would not let it alone, and the Church dreaded every moment lest, with his enormous influence in the schools, he should raise a new storm by his notorious indiscretion. Yet so long as he merely lectured, he was not molested. Only when he began to publish his theology did the Church interfere. Then a council held at Soissons in 1121 abruptly condemned his book in block, without reading it, without specifying its errors, and without hearing his defense, obliged him to throw the manuscript into the fire with his own hands, and finally shut him up in a monastery. He had invited the jurisdiction by taking orders, But even the church was shocked by the summary nature of the judgment, which seems to have been quite irregular. In fact, the church has never known what it was that the council condemned. The latest great work on the Trinity, by the Jesuit Father de Renjan, suggests that Abelard's fault was in applying to the Trinity his theory of concepts. Yes, he says, the mystery is explained, the key of conceptualism has opened the tabernacle, and Saint Bernard was right in saying that, thanks to Abelard, every one can penetrate it and contemplate it at his ease, even the graceless, even the uncircumcised. Yes, the Trinity is explained, but after the manner of the Sabellians. For to identify the persons in the terms of human concepts is, in the same stroke, to destroy their subsistences proprius. Although the Savior seems to have felt no compunctions about identifying the persons of the Trinity in the terms of human concepts, it is clear that tourists and heretics had best leave the Church to deal with its subsistences proprius, and with its own members in its own way. In sum, the Church preferred to stand firm on the Roman arch, and the architects seem now inclined to think it was right, that scholastic science and the pointed arch proved to be failures. In the 12th century the world may have been rough, but it was not stupid. The Council of Soissons was held while the architects and sculptors were building the west porch of Chartres and the Aquilin at Mont-Saint-Michel. Averroes was born at Cordova in 1126. Omar Khayyam died at Naishapur in 1123. Poetry and metaphysics owned the world, and their quarrel with theology was a private, family dispute. Very soon the tide turned decisively in Abelard's favor. Suger, a political prelate, became minister of the king, and in March 1122, abbot of Saint Denis. In both capacities he took the part of Abelard, released him from restraint, and even restored to him liberty of instruction, at least beyond the jurisdiction of the Bishop of Paris. Abelard then took a line of conduct singularly parallel with that of Bernard. Quitting civilized life, he turned wholly to religion. When the agreement, he said, had been executed by both parties to it, in presence of the king and his ministers, I next retired within the territory of Troyes, upon a desert spot which I knew, and on a piece of ground given me by certain persons I built, with the consent of the bishop of the diocese, a sort of oratory of reeds and thatch, which I placed under the invocation of the Holy Trinity. Founded at first in the name of the Holy Trinity, then placed under its invocation, it was called Paraclete in memory of my having come there as a fugitive, and in my despair having found some repose in the consolations of divine grace. This denomination was received by many with great astonishment, and some attacked it with violence under pretext that it was not permitted to consecrate a church specially to the Holy Ghost any more than to God the Father, but that, according to ancient usage, it must be dedicated either to the Son alone or to the Trinity. The spot is still called Paraclete, near Nogent-sur-Seine, in the parish of Quincy about halfway between Fontainebleau and Troyes. The name Paraclete as applied to the Holy Ghost meant the Consoler, the Comforter, the Spirit of love and grace. As applied to the oratory by Abelard, it meant a renewal of his challenge to theologists, a separation of the persons in the Trinity, a vulgarization of the mystery, and, as his story frankly says, it was so received by many. The spot was not so remote but that his scholars could follow him, and he invited them to do so. They came in great numbers, and he lectured to them. In body I was hidden in this spot, but my renown overran the whole world and filled it with my word. Undoubtedly Abelard taught theology, and in defiance of the council that had condemned him, attempted to define the persons of the Trinity. For this purpose he had fallen on a spot only 50 or 60 miles from Clairvaux, where Bernard was inspiring a contrary spirit of religion. He placed himself on the direct line between Clairvaux and its source at Citeaux near Dijon. Indeed, if he had sought for a spot as central as possible to the active movement of the Church and the time, he could have hit on none more convenient and conspicuous unless it were the city of Troyes itself, the capital of Champagne, some 30 miles away. The proof that he meant to be aggressive is furnished by his own account of the consequences. Two rivals, he says, one of whom seems to have been Bernard of Clairvaux, took the field against him, and succeeded in exciting the hostility of certain ecclesiastical and secular authorities, by charging monstrous things, not only against my faith, but also against my manner of life, to such a point as to detach from me some of my principal friends. Even those who preserved some affection for me dared no longer display it, for fear. God is my witness that I never heard of the union of an ecclesiastical assembly without thinking that its object was my condemnation. The Church had good reason, for Abelard's conduct defied discipline. But far from showing harshness, the Church this time showed a true spirit of conciliation most creditable to Bernard. Deeply as the Cistercians disliked and distrusted Abelard, they did not violently suppress him, but tacitly consented to let the authorities buy his silence with church patronage. The transaction passed through Suger's hands, and offered an ordinary example of political customs as old as history. An abbey in Brittany became vacant, at a hint from the Duke Conan, which may well be supposed to have been suggested from Paris. The monks chose Abelard as their new abbot, and sent some of their number to Suger to request permission for Abelard, who was a monk of Saint Denis, to become abbot of Saint Gildas de Ruys, near Vennes, in Brittany. Suger probably intimated to Abelard, with a certain degree of authority, that he had better accept. Abelard, struck with terror, and as it were under the menace of a thunderbolt, accepted. Of course the dignity was in effect banishment and worse, and was so understood on all sides. The Abbaye of Saint Gildas de Ruys, though less isolated than Mont-Saint-Michel, was not an agreeable winter residence. Though situated in Abelard's native province of Brittany, only 60 or 80 miles from his birthplace, it was for him a prison with the ocean around it, and a singularly wild people to deal with. But he could have endured his lot with contentment, had not discipline or fear or pledge compelled him to hold his tongue. From 1125, when he was sent to Brittany, until 1135, when he reappeared in Paris, he never opened his mouth to lecture. Never, as God is my witness, never would I have acquiesced in such an offer, had it not been to escape, no matter how, from the vexations with which I was incessantly overwhelmed. A great career in the Church was thus opened for him against his will, and if he did not die an archbishop, it was not wholly the fault of the Church. Already he was a great prelate, the equal in rank of the Abbé Suger, himself, of Saint Denis, of Peter the Venerable of Cluny, of Bernard of Clairvaux. He was in a manner a peer of the realm. Almost immediately he felt the advantages of the change. Barely 2 years passed when, in 1127, the Abbé Suger, in reforming his subordinate abbey of Argenteuil, was obliged to disturb Heloise, then a sister in that congregation. Abelard was warned of the necessity that his wife should be protected, and with the assistance of everyone concerned, he was allowed to establish his wife at the Paraclete as head of a religious sisterhood. I returned there. I invited Heloise to come there with the nuns of her community, and when they arrived, I made them the entire donation of the oratory and its dependencies. The bishops cherished her as their daughter, the abbots as their sister, the laymen as their mother. This was merely the beginning of her favor and of his. For 10 years they were both of them petted children of the Church. The formal establishment of Heloise at the Paraclete took place in 1129. In February 1130, on the death of the Pope at Rome, a schism broke out, and the cardinals elected 2 popes, one of whom took the name of Innocent II, and appealed for support to France. Suger saw a great political opportunity and used it. The heads of the French Church agreed in supporting Innocent, and the king summoned a church council at Étampes to declare its adhesion. The council met in the late summer. Bernard of Clairvaux took the lead, Peter the Venerable, Suger of Saint Denis, and the abbot of Saint Gildas de Ruys supported him. Innocent himself took refuge at Cluny in October, and on January 20, 1131, he stopped at the Benedictine Abbey of Marigny. The chronicle of the monastery, recording the abbots present on this occasion, the abbot of Marigny itself, of Feversham, of Saint Lucien of Beauvais, and so forth, added especially Bernard of Clairvaux, who was then the most famous pulpit orator in France, and Peter Abelard, abbot of Saint Gildas, also a monk and the most eminent master of the schools to which the scholars of almost all the Latin races flowed. Innocent needed popular support. Bernard and Abelard were the 2 leaders of popular opinion in France. To attach them, Innocent could refuse nothing. Probably Abelard remained with Innocent, but in any case Innocent gave him, at Auxerre, in the following November, a diploma, granting to Heloise, prioress of the Oratory of the Holy Trinity, all rights of property over whatever she might possess, against all assailants, which proves Abelard's favor. At this time he seems to have taken great interest in the new sisterhood. I made them more frequent visits, he said, in order to work for their benefit. He worked so earnestly for their benefit that he scandalized the neighborhood and had to argue at unnecessary length his innocence of evil. He went so far as to express a wish to take refuge among them and to abandon his abbey in Brittany. He professed to stand in terror of his monks. He excommunicated them. They paid no attention to him. He appealed to the Pope, his friend, and Innocent sent a special legate to enforce their submission, in presence of the Count and the bishops. Even since that, they would not keep quiet. And quite recently, since the expulsion of those of whom I have spoken, when I returned to the abbey, abandoning myself to the rest of the brothers who inspired me with less distrust, I found them even worse than the others. It was no longer a question of poison. It was the dagger that they now sharpened against my breast. I had great difficulty in escaping from them under the guidance of one of the neighboring lords. Similar perils menace me still, and every day I see the sword raised over my head. Even at table I can hardly breathe. This is the torture that I endure every moment of the day. I, a poor monk, raised to the prelacy, becoming more miserable and becoming more great, that by my example the ambitious may learn to curb their greed. With this, the story of calamity ends. The allusions to Innocent II seem to prove that it was written not earlier than 1132. The confession of constant and abject personal fear suggests that it was written under the shock caused by the atrocious murder of the prior of Saint Victor by the nephews of the Archdeacon of Paris, who had also been subjected to reforms. This murder was committed a few miles outside of the walls of Paris, on August 20th, 1133. The story of calamity is evidently a long plea for release from the restraints imposed on its author by his position in the prelacy and the tacit, or possibly the express, contract he had made, or to which he had submitted, in 1125. This plea was obviously written in order to serve one of two purposes, either to be placed before the authorities whose consent alone could relieve Abelard from his restraints, or to justify him in throwing off the load of the Church, and resuming the profession of schoolman. Supposing the second explanation, the date of the paper would be more or less closely fixed by John of Salisbury, who, coming to Paris as a student, in 1136, found Abelard lecturing on the Mont-Saint-Geneviève, that is to say, not under the license of the Bishop of Paris or his chancellor, but independently, in a private school of his own, outside the walls. I attached myself to the Palatine Peripatician who then presided on the hill of Saint Geneviève, the doctor illustrious, admired by all. There, at his feet, I received the first elements of the dialectic art, and according to the measure of my poor understanding I received with all the avidity of my soul everything that came from his mouth. This explanation is hardly reasonable, for no prelate who was not also a temporal lord would have dared throw off his official duties without permission from his superiors. In Abelard's case the only superior to whom he could apply, as abbot of St. Gildas in Brittany, was probably the Pope himself. In the year 1135 the moment was exceedingly favorable for asking privileges. Innocent, driven from Rome a second time, had summoned a council at Pisa for May 30th to help him. Louis Le Gros and his minister Suger gave at first no support to this council, and were overruled by Bernard of Clairvaux, who in a manner drove them into giving the French clergy permission to attend. The principal archbishops, a number of bishops, and 16 abbots went to Pisa in May, 1135, and some one of them certainly asked Innocent for favors on behalf of Abelard, which the Pope granted. The proof is a papal bull, dated in 1136, in favor of Heloise, giving her the rank and title of abbess, accompanied by another giving to the Oratory of the Holy Trinity the rank and name of Monastery of the Paraclete, a novelty in church tradition so extraordinary or so shocking that it still astounds churchmen. With this excessive mark of favor Innocent could have felt little difficulty in giving Abelard the permission to absent himself from his abbey, and with this permission in his hands Abelard might have lectured on dialectics to John of Salisbury in the summer or autumn of 1136. He did not, as far as known, resume lectures on theology. Such success might have turned heads much better balanced than that of Abelard. with the support of the Pope and at least one of the most prominent cardinals, and with relations at court with the ministers of Louis le Gros, Abelard seemed to himself as strong as Bernard of Clairvaux, and a more popular champion of reform. The year 1137, which has marked a date for so many great points in our travels, marked also the moment of Abelard's greatest vogue. The victory of Aristotle and the pointed arch seemed assured when Suger effected the marriage of the young Prince Louis to the heiress Eleanor of Guienne. The exact moment was stamped on the facade of his exquisite creation, the Abbey Church of Saint Denis, finished in 1140 and still in part erect. From Saint Denis to Saint Sulpice was but a step. Louis le Grand seems to stand close in succession to Louis le Gros. Fortunately for tourists, the world, restless though it might be, could not hurry, and Abelard was to know of the pointed arch very little except its restlessness. Just at the apex of his triumph, August 1, 1137, Louis le Gros died. 6 months afterwards the anti-pope also died, the schism ended, and Innocent II needed Abelard's help no more. Bernard of Clairvaux became pope and king at once. Both Innocent and Louis le Jeune were in a manner his personal creations. The king's brother Henry, next in succession, actually became a monk at Clairvaux not long afterwards. Even the architecture told the same story, for at Saint Denis, though the arch might simulate a point, the old Romanesque lines still assert as firmly as ever their spiritual control. The flesh that gave the facade a new spirit was not added until 1215, which marks Abelard's era in terms of time. Once arrived at power, Bernard made short work of all that tried to resist him. During 1139 he seems to have been too busy or too ill to take up the affair of Abelard, but in March, 1140, the attack was opened in a formal letter from William of Saint-Thierry, who was Bernard's closest friend, bringing charges against Abelard before Bernard and the Bishop of Chartres. The charges were simple enough. Pierre Abelard seized the moment, when all the masters of ecclesiastical doctrine have disappeared from the scene of the world, to conquer a place apart, for himself, in the schools, and to create there an exclusive domination. He treats Holy Scripture as though it were dialectics. It is a matter with him of personal invention and annual novelties. He is the censor and not the disciple of the faith, the corrector and not the imitator of the authorized masters. In substance, this is all. The need of action was even simpler. Abelard's novelties were becoming a danger. They affected not only the schools, but also even the curia at Rome. Bernard must act because there was no one else to act. This man fears you, he dreads you. If you shut your eyes, whom will he fear? The evil has become too public to allow a correction limited to amicable discipline and secret warning. In fact, Abelard's works were flying about Europe in every direction, and every year produced a novelty. One can still read them in M. Cousin's collected edition, among others, a volume on ethics. Ethica, seu pseudotypsum. On theology in general, an epitome. A dialogus inter philosophum, Judaeum et Christianum. And what was perhaps the most alarming of all, an abstract of quotations from standard authorities, on the principle of the parallel column, showing the fatal contradictions of the authorized masters, and entitled Sic et non. Not one of these works but dealt with sacred matters in a spirit implying that the essence of God was better understood by Pierre du Palais than by the whole array of bishops and prelates in Europe. Had Bernard been fortunate enough to light upon the story of calamity, which must also have been in existence, he would have found there Abelard's own childlike avowal that he taught theology because his scholars said that they did not want mere words, that one can believe only what one understands, and that it is ridiculous to preach to others what one understands no better than they do. Bernard himself never charged Abelard with any presumption equal to this. Bernard said only that he sees nothing as an enigma, nothing as in a mirror, but looks on everything face to face. If this had been all, even Bernard could scarcely have complained. For several thousand years mankind has stared infinity in the face without pretending to be the wiser. The pretension of Abelard was that, by his dialectic method, he could explain the infinite, while all other theologists talked mere words, and by way of proving that he had got to the bottom of the matter, he laid down the ultimate law of the universe as his starting point. All that God does, he said, He wills necessarily and does it necessarily, for his goodness is such that it pushes him necessarily to do all the good he can, and the best he can, and the quickest he can. Therefore it is of necessity that God willed and made the world. Pure logic admitted no contingency. It was bound to be necessitarian or cease to be logical. But the result, as Bernard understood it, was that Abelard's world, being the best and only possible, need trouble itself no more about God, or church, or man. Strange as the paradox seems, St. Bernard and Lord Bacon, though looking at the world from opposite standpoints, agreed in this, that the scholastic method was false and mischievous, and that the longer it was followed, the greater was its mischief. Bernard thought that because dialectics led wrong, therefore faith led right. He saw no alternative, and perhaps in fact there was none. If he had lived a century later, he would have said to Thomas Aquinas what he said to a schoolman of his own day. If you had once tasted true food, if you knew what true religion is, how quick you would leave those Jew makers of books, literatoribus Judaeis, to gnaw their crusts by themselves. Locke or Hume might perhaps still have resented a little the literator Judaeus, but Faraday or Clerk Maxwell would have expressed the same opinion with only the change of a word. If the 12th century had once tasted true science, how quick they would have dropped Avicenna and Averroes. Science admits that Bernard's disbelief in scholasticism was well-founded, whatever it may think of his reasons. The only point that remains is personal. Which is the more sympathetic, Bernard or Abelard? The Church feels no doubt, but is a bad witness. Bernard is not a character to be taken or rejected in a lump. He was many-sided, and even toward Abelard he showed more than one surface. He wanted no unnecessary scandals in the Church. He had too many that were not of his seeking. He seems to have gone through the forms of friendly negotiation with Abelard, although he could have required nothing less than Abelard's submission and return to Brittany, and silence, terms which Abelard thought worse than death. On Abelard's refusal, Bernard began his attack. We know from the story of calamity what Bernard's party could not have certainly known then, the abject terror into which the very thought of a council had for 20 years thrown Abelard whenever he was threatened with it, and in 1140 he saw it to be inevitable. He preferred to face it with dignity, and requested to be heard at a council to meet at Sens in June. One cannot admit that he felt the shadow of a hope to escape. At the utmost he could have dreamed of nothing more than a hearing. Bernard's friends, who had a lively fear of his dialectics, took care to shut the door on even this hope. The council was carefully packed and overawed. The king was present, archbishops, bishops, abbots, and other prelates by the score. Bernard acted in person as the prosecuting attorney. The public outside were stimulated to threaten violence. Abelard had less chance of a judicial hearing than he had had at Soissons 20 years before. He acted with a proper sense of their dignity, and his own by simply appearing and entering an appeal to Rome. The council paid no attention to the appeal, but passed to an immediate condemnation. His friends said that it was done after dinner, that when the volume of Abelard's Theology was produced and the clerk began to read it aloud, after the first few sentences the bishops ceased attention, talked, joked, laughed, stamped their feet, got angry, and at last went to sleep. They were waked only to growl, "Damnamus, namus," and so made an end. The story may be true, for all prelates, even in the 12th century, were not Bernards of Clairvaux or Peters of Cluny. All drank wine, and all were probably sleepy after dinner, while Abelard's writings are, for the most part, exceedingly hard reading. The clergy knew quite well what they were doing. The judgment was certain long in advance, and the council was called only to register it. Political trials were usually mere forms. The appeal to Rome seems to have been taken seriously by Bernard, which is surprising unless the character of Innocent II inspired his friends with doubts unknown to us. Innocent owed everything to Bernard, while Abelard owed everything to Innocent. The Pope was not in a position to alienate the French Church or the French king. To any one who knows only what is now to be known, Bernard seems to have been sure of the Curia, yet he wrote in a tone of excitement as though he feared Abelard's influence there even more than at home. He became abusive. Abelard was a crawling viper, coluber tortuosus, who had come out of his hole, egressus est de caverna sua, and after the manner of a hydra, in similitudinem hydri, after having one head cut off at Soissons, had thrown out 7 more. He was a monk without rule, a prelate without responsibility, an abbot without discipline. Disputing with boys, conversing with women, the charges in themselves seemed to be literally true, and would not in some later centuries have been thought very serious. Either faith nor morals were impugned. On the other hand, Abelard never affected or aspired to be a saint, while Bernard always affected to judge the acts and motives of his fellow creatures from a standpoint of more than worldly charity. Bernard had no right to Abelard's vices. He claimed to be judged by a higher standard, but his temper was none of the best, and his pride was something of the worst, which gave to Peter the Venerable occasion for turning on him sharply with a rebuke that cut to the bone. "You perform all the difficult religious duties," wrote Peter to the saint who wrought miracles. "You fast, you watch, you suffer, but you will not endure the easy ones. You do not love, non vis levia fere, ut diligas." This was the end of Abelard. Of course the Pope confirmed the judgment, and even hurried to do so in order that he might not be obliged to give Abelard a hearing. The judgment was not severe, as judgments went. Indeed, it amounted to little more than an order to keep silence, and, as it happened, was never carried into effect. Abelard, at best a nervous invalid, started for Rome, but stopped at Cluny, perhaps the most agreeable stopping place in Europe. Personally he seems to have been a favorite of Abbot Peter the Venerable, whose love for Bernard was not much stronger than Abelard's or Suger's. Bernard was an excessively sharp critic, and spared worldliness, or what he thought lack of spirituality, in no prelate whatever. Clairvaux existed for nothing else, politically, than as a rebuke to them all, and Bernard's enmity was their bond of union. Under the protection of Peter the Venerable, the most amiable figure of the 12th century, and in the most agreeable residence in Europe, Abelard remained unmolested at Cluny, occupied, as is believed, in writing or revising his treatises, in defiance of the council. He died there 2 years later, April 21, 1142, in full communion, still nominal abbot of St. Gildas, and so distinguished a prelate that Peter the Venerable thought himself obliged to write a charming letter to Heloise at the Paraclete not far away, condoling with her on the loss of a husband who was the Socrates, the Aristotle, the Plato, of France and the West, who, if among logicians he had rivals, had no master, who was the prince of study, learned, eloquent, subtle, penetrating, who overcame everything by the force of reason, and was never so great as when he passed to true philosophy, that of Christ. All this was in Latin verses, and seems sufficiently strong, considering that Abelard's philosophy had been so recently, and so emphatically condemned by the entire Church, including Peter the Venerable himself. The 12th century had this singular charm of liberty in practice, just as its architecture knew no mathematical formula of precision. But Peter's letter to Heloise went further still, and rang with absolute passion. Thus, dear and venerable sister in God, he to whom you are united, after your tie in the flesh, by the better and stronger bond of the divine love, he, with whom, and under whom, you have served the Lord now takes, in your place, like another you, and warms in his bosom, and for the day of his coming, when shall sound the voice of the archangel and the trumpet of God descending from heaven, he keeps him to restore him to you by his grace. Chapter 15 The Mystics. The schoolmen of the 12th century thought they could reach God by reason. The Council of Sens, guided by Saint Bernard, replied that the effort was futile and likely to be mischievous. The council made little pretense of knowing or caring what method Abelard followed. They condemned any effort at all on that line, and no sooner had Bernard silenced the abbot of St. Gildas for innovation than he turned about and silenced the bishop of Poitiers for conservatism. Neither in the 12th nor in any other century could 3 men have understood alike the meaning of Gilbert de la Porree, who seems to one high authority unworthy of notice and to another worthy of an elaborate but quite unintelligible commentary. When M. Rousselet and M. Horo judged so differently of a voluminous writer, the council at Rheims which censured Bishop Gilbert in 1148 can hardly have been clear in mind. One dare hazard no more than a guess at Gilbert's offense, but the guess is tolerably safe that he, like Abelard, insisted on discussing and analyzing the Trinity. Gilbert seems to have been a rigid realist, and he reduced to a correct syllogism the idea of the ultimate substance, God. To make theology a system capable of scholastic definition, he had to suppose, behind the active deity, a passive abstraction, or absolute substance without attributes, and then the attributes, justice, mercy, and the rest, fell into rank as secondary substances. Formum Dei divinitatem appellant. Bernard answered him by insisting with his usual fiery conviction that the Church should lay down the law, once for all, and inscribe it with iron and diamond, that divinity, divine wisdom, is God. In philosophy and science the question seems to be still open. Whether anything ultimate exists, whether substance is more than a complex of elements, whether the thing in itself is a reality or a name, is a question that Faraday and Clerk Maxwell seem to answer as Bernard did, while Haeckel answers it as Gilbert did, but in theology even a heretic wonders how a doubt was possible. The absolute substance behind the attributes seems to be pure Spinoza. This supposes that the heretic understands what Gilbert or Haeckel meant, which is certainly a mistake, but it is possible that he may see in part what Bernard meant, and this is enough if it is all. Abelard's necessitarianism and Gilbert's Spinozism, if Bernard understood them right, were equally impossible theology, and the Church could by no evasion escape the necessity of condemning both. Unfortunately, Bernard could not put his foot down so roughly on the schools without putting it on Aristotle as well, and for at least 60 years after the Council of Rheims, Aristotle was either tacitly or expressly prohibited. One cannot stop to explain why Aristotle himself would have been first to forbid the teaching of what was called by his name in the Middle Ages. But you are bound to remember that this period between 1140 and 1200 was that of transition architecture and art. One must go to Noyon, Soissons, and Léon to study the church that trampled on the schools. One must recall how the peasants of Normandy and the Chartrain were crusading for the Virgin in 1145, and building her flèches at Chartres and Saint-Pierre-sur-Dives while Bernard was condemning Gilbert at Rheims in 1148. We must go to the poets to see what they all meant by it, but the sum is an emotion, clear and strong as love and much clearer than logic, whose charm lies in its unstable balance. The transition is the equilibrium between the love of God, which is faith, and the logic of God, which is reason, between the round arch and the pointed. One may not be sure which pleases most, but one need not be harsh toward people who think that the moment of balance is exquisite. The last and highest moment is seen at Chartres, where, in 1200, the charm depends on the constant doubt whether emotion or science is uppermost. At Amiens doubt ceases, emotion is trained in school, Thomas Aquinas reigns. Bernard of Clairvaux and Thomas of Aquino were both artists, very great artists, if the Church pleases, and one need not decide which was the greater, but between them is a region of pure emotion, of poetry and art, which is more interesting than either. In every age man has been apt to dream uneasily, rolling from side to side, beating against imaginary bars, unless, tired out, he has sunk into indifference or skepticism. Religious minds prefer skepticism. The true saint is a profound skeptic, a total disbeliever in human reason, who has more than once joined hands on this ground with some who were at best sinners. Bernard was a total disbeliever in scholasticism, so was Voltaire. Bernard brought the society of his time to share his skepticism, but could give the society no other intellectual amusement to relieve its restlessness. His crusade failed, his ascetic enthusiasm faded, God came no nearer. If there was in all France, between 1140 and 1200, a more typical Englishman of the future Church of England type than John of Salisbury, he has left no trace, and John wrote a description of his time which makes a picturesque contrast with the picture painted by Abelard, his old master, of the century at its beginning. John weighed Abelard and the schools against Bernard and the cloister, and coolly concluded that the way to truth led rather through Citeaux, which brought him to Chartres as bishop in 1176, and to a mild skepticism in faith. I prefer to doubt, he said, rather than rashly define what is hidden. The battle with the schools had then resulted only in creating three kinds of skeptics: the disbelievers in human reason, the passive agnostics, and the skeptics proper, who would have been atheists had they dared. The first class was represented by the school of St. Victor, the second by John of Salisbury himself, the third by a class of schoolmen whom he called cornificii, as though they made a practice of inventing horns of dilemma on which to fix their opponents. As, for example, they asked whether a pig which was led to market was led by the man or the cord. One asks instantly, what cord, whether grace, for instance, or free will? Bishop John used the science he had learned in the school only to reach the conclusion that, if philosophy were a science at all, its best practical use was to teach charity, love. Even the early, superficial debates of the schools, in 1150, had so exhausted the subject that the most intelligent men saw how little was to be gained by pursuing further those lines of thought. The 12th century had already reached the point where the 17th century stood when Descartes renewed the attempt to give a solid, philosophical basis for deism by his celebrated cogito ergo sum. Although that ultimate fact seemed new to Europe when Descartes revived it as the starting point of his demonstration, it was as old and familiar as St. Augustine to the 12th century, and as little conclusive as any other assumption of the ego or the non-ego. The schools argued, according to their tastes, from unity to multiplicity, or from multiplicity to unity, but what they wanted was to connect the two. They tried realism and found that it led to pantheism. They tried nominalism and found that it ended in materialism. They attempted a compromise in conceptualism which begged the whole question. Then they lay down, exhausted. In the 17th century the same violent struggle broke out again, and wrung from Pascal the famous outcry of despair in which the French language rose, perhaps for the last time, to the grand style of the 12th century. To the 12th century it belongs, to the century of faith and simplicity, not to the mathematical certainties of Descartes and Leibniz and Newton, or to the mathematical abstractions of Spinoza. Descartes had proclaimed his famous conceptual proof of God. I am conscious of myself, and must exist. I am conscious of God, and he must exist. Pascal wearily replied that it was not God he doubted, but logic. He was tortured by the impossibility of rejecting man's reason by reason. Unconsciously skeptical, he forced himself to disbelieve in himself rather than admit a doubt of God. Man had tried to prove God, and had failed. The metaphysical proofs of God are so remote, éloignés, from the reasoning of men, and so contradictory, impliqués, far-fetched, that they make little impression, and even if they serve to convince some people, it would only be during the instant that they see the demonstration. An hour afterwards they fear to have deceived themselves. Moreover, this kind of proof could lead only to a speculative knowledge, and to know God only in that way was not to know him at all. The only way to reach God was to deny the value of reason, and to deny reason was skepticism. En voyant l'aveuglement et la misère de l'homme et ses contrariétés et non que se découvrent dans sa nature, et regardant tout l'univers muet, et l'homme sans lumière, abandonne à lui-même et comme aigre dans ses recoins de l'ombre, sans savoir que ly mis, si tu ly est venir faire, si tu deviendra en mourant. J'entre en effre comme un homme clown aurait port endormi dans un al désert et effroyable, et que s'évaluate sans connaître ou est et sans avoir aucun moyen d'en sortir. Et sur cela j'admire comment on n'entre pas en désespoir d'un si miserable état. J'ai vois d'autres personnes opères de moi de semblable nature, et je leur demande si elles sont mieux instruites que moi, et ils me disent que non et sur cela, cs misérable aigres, ayant regard autres dieux, et ayant vu quelques objets plaisants. Sy sont dans et sy sont attachés pour moi j'n'ai erder en I me reposer dans la société de ces personnes, en tout semblables à moi, misérables comme moi, impuissants comme moi. J'ai vois tuiles n'y aimerait pas mourir, j'ai mourrai seul, il ne faut donc faire comme si j'étais seul or, si j'étais seul, j'ai n'y batterais pas de maisons, j'ai n'y m'embarrasserais point dans de occupations tumultuaires, j'ai n'y chercherais l'estimé de personnes, mais j'ai tâcherais seulement de découvrir la vérité. Ainsi, considérant combien il y a d'apparence tuile y autre chose que si que j'ai vois, Je recherche sic Dieu tout le monde parle en aurait pas les quelques marques de lui. Je regarde de toutes parts et any voice partout ou obscurated. La nature any m'offre rien que any soit matière de doute et d'inquiétude. Si je n'y vois rien que marquet un divinite, je me déterminerai en rien croire. Si je vois partout les marques d'un créateur, je me reposerai en paix dans la foi. Mais voyant trop pour nier, et trop peu pour m'assurer, je suis dans un état à plaindre, et ou je sais cent fois que si en Dieu sufficient la nature, elle le marquet sans équivoque, et que, si les marques tuel en dans son trampuses, elle les supprimat tout à fait, tuel de tout ou rein, afin que je vise quelle part one je dois suivre. When I see the blindness and misery of man and the astonishing contradictions revealed in his nature, and observe the whole universe mute, and man without light, abandoned to himself, as though lost in this corner of the universe, without knowing who put him here, or what he has come here to do, or what will become of him in dying, I feel fear like a man who has been carried when asleep into a desert and fearful island, and has waked without knowing where he is and without having means of rescue. And thereupon I wonder how man escapes despair at so miserable an estate. I see others about me, like myself, and I ask them if they are better informed than I, and they tell me no, and then these wretched wanderers, after looking about them and seeing some pleasant object, have given themselves up and attached themselves to it. As for me, I cannot stop there, or rest in the company of these persons, wholly like myself, miserable like me, impotent like me. I see that they would not help me to die. I shall die alone. I must then act as though alone. But if I were alone, I should not build houses. I should not fret myself with bustling occupations. I should seek the esteem of no one. But I should try only to discover the truth. So, considering how much appearance there is that something exists other than what I see, I have sought whether this God of whom every one talks may not have left some marks of himself. I search everywhere, and see only obscurity everywhere. Nature offers me nothing but matter of possible doubt and disquiet. If I saw there nothing to mark a divinity, I should make up my mind to believe nothing of it. If I saw everywhere the marks of a creator, I should rest in peace and faith. But seeing too much to deny, and too little to affirm, I am in a pitiable state, where I have 100 times wishes that, if a God supports nature, she would show it without equivocation, and that, if the marks she gives are deceptive, she would suppress them wholly, that she say all of nothing, that I may see my path. This is the true Prometheus lyric, but when put back in its place it refuses to rest at Port Royal, which has a right to nothing but precision. It has but one real home, the Abbaye de Saint Victor. The mind that recoils from itself can only commit a sort of ecstatic suicide. It must absorb itself in God, and in the bankruptcy of 12th century science the Western Christian seemed actually on the point of attainment. He, like Pascal, touched God behind the veil of skepticism. The schools had already proved 1 or 2 points which need never have been discussed again. In essence, religion was love, in no case was it logic. Reason can reach nothing except through the senses. God, by essence, cannot be reached through the senses. If he is to be known at all, he must be known by contact of spirit with spirit, essence with essence, directly, by emotion, by ecstasy, by absorption of our existence in his, by substitution of his spirit for ours. The world had no need to wait 500 years longer in order to hear this same result reaffirmed by Pascal. Saint Francis of Assisi had affirmed it loudly enough, even if the voice of Saint Bernard had been less powerful than it was. The Virgin had asserted it in tones more gentle, but any one may still see how convincing, who stops a moment to feel the emotion that lifted her wonderful Chartres spire up to God. The Virgin, indeed, made all easy, for it was little enough she cared for reason or logic. She cared for her baby, a simple matter, which any woman could do and understand. That, and the grace of God, had made her Queen of Heaven. The Trinity had its source in her, totius Trinitatis nobile triclinium, and she was maternity. She was also poetry and art. In the bankruptcy of reason, she alone was real. So Guillaume de Champeau, half a century dead, came to life again in another of his creations. His own Abbey of Saint Victor, where Abelard had carried on imaginary disputes with him, became the dominant school. As far as concerns its logic, we had best pass it by. The Victorians needed logic only to drive away logicians, which was hardly necessary after Bernard had shut up the schools. As for its mysticism, all training is much alike in idea, whether one follows the 6 degrees of contemplation taught by Richard of St. Victor, or the Eightfold Noble Way taught by Gautama Buddha. The theology of the school was still less important, for the Victorians contented themselves with orthodoxy only in the sense of caring as little for dogma as for dialectics. Their thoughts were fixed on higher emotions. Not Richard the teacher, but Adam the poet, represents the school to us, and when Adam dealt with dogma he frankly admitted his ignorance and hinted his indifference. He was, as always, conscientious, but he was not always, or often, as cold. His statement of the Trinity is a marvel, but 2 verses of it are enough. Digni loci de personis vim transcendit rationis, excedit ingenia. Quid sit gigni, quid processus, me nescier sum professus, sed fide non dubia. Que sic credit, non festinet, etia via non declinit insolenta regia. Seret fidem, formet mores, anicia tendat ad eris quos dam ad ecclesia. Of the Trinity to reason leads to license, or to treason punishment deserving. What is birth and what procession is not mine to make profession, save with faith unswerving. Thus professing, thus believing, never insolently leaving the highway of our faith, duty weighing, law obeying, never shall we wander straying where heresy is death. Such a school took natural refuge in the Holy Ghost and the Virgin, grace and love, but the Holy Ghost, as usual, profited by it much less than the Virgin. Comparatively little of Adam's poetry is expressly given to the Saint Esprit, and too large a part of this has a certain flavor of dogma. Que procedas ab utroque genitor genitoque pariter, paraclite. Amor patris, filique par amborum et utrique com par et consimilis. The Holy Ghost is of the Father and of the Son, either made nor created nor begotten, but proceeding. The whole 3 persons are coeternal together, and coequal. This sounds like a mere versification of the Creed, yet when Adam ceased to be dogmatic and broke into true prayer, his verse added a lofty beauty even to the Holy Ghost, a beauty too serious for modern rhyme. O juvamen oppressorum, o solemen miserorum, pauperum refugium, de contemptum terrenorum, ad amorem supernorum trahi desiderium, consolator et fundator, habitata et amatir, cordium humilium, pel mala, turge swords, et discords fac concords, et affer presidium. O helper of the heavy laden, O solace of the miserable, of the poor, the refuge, give contempt of earthly pleasures. To the love of heavenly treasures lift our heart's desire. Consolation and foundation, dearest friend and habitation of the lowly hearted, dispel our evil, cleanse our foulness.